have everything you need to do to be better.
It's time to make history!
Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss.
Of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world, and now it's up to us to defend that, to prove everyone that we're right.
When I'm in a tournament, I don't care about the nationality of the enemies. I play every game like it's the same game.
Good luck, guys.
There's a lot of up and downs, but with this new MAD roster, I believe we can create something.
Life is just it's a constant growth. It's mostly just kind of knowing yourself and not being afraid to just pick on yourself and get better.
There's nothing better than seeing your top players pop off and your top players perform. That's where the magic really happens.
I think that M8 is one of those teams that we will really struggle against because they understand things the same way we do and they have equally as talented players.
We don't really have a rival. The only rival is ourselves, so as long as we get over that, There's no one in Norway.
Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it. Spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
But next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes one kill and two. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
1996, this city hosted the games of the 26th Olympiad, and in a few years will be one of the host cities for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It's the home of the Falcons, the Hawks, and the Braves, and for this week and next, we are proud to add another international competition to an already storied sports town. Welcome to the capital city of the American South. Welcome to Georgia. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson, your host for this event's proceedings, and I'm joined by two boys on the desk, our brother from just over the border, North American analyst Jesse J. Chick, and European analyst and former G2 analyst Jack Fresh Allen. Gentlemen, I know you've both worked events in the States before, but as the local, I gotta say it, welcome back to America.
Oh, thank you, Jacob. It feels good being back here in not only just the U.S., but also NA in general, right? It's been a little while since we've had an event here, so always good to be back.
The first time we was here, or the first time I was here at least, Charlotte Major was a lot of fun. It was a great event, and the NA fans are nuts, so I am so excited to be back.
There's going to have to be a lot of things that happen for this event to top Charlotte for you guys specifically, right? Because that crowd was pretty insane in North Carolina.
Yeah, it was pretty good. We got the full NA winning too, so yeah, it's an event to remember, and I think this one, it's going to be tough to top it.
I think it'll be hard to, replicate a double NA, like two NA teams in the grand final, but we'll see.
We're going to hope for it. Obviously, we hope the NA teams maybe have the opportunity to defend home turf in the NAL. That's at least what we've been preaching for the past couple of weeks, but now is the time for those teams to step up, and Jack would be really happy if for some reason North America actually didn't end up winning here at Atlanta. Let's talk Swiss. We opened up this major already talking about the play-ins, which we have already concluded. We started with 24 teams. We moved back down to 16. 8 of them went home over the course of just the first 2 days, and 8 more move on to face another 8 that have already qualified. So if it sounds a little bit confusing, it will make a lot more sense in practice, don't worry.
Indeed, and now we've got really the big guys coming in too. Any team who finished top 2 in one of the big 3 regions, or some of the other teams that qualified in through Japan or Korea, we've got some of the best teams in the world finally here in Atlanta ready to show their stuff, so we are in for an amazing weekend.
And obviously it was seeded so that the teams that came in from phase 2 only were playing up against a play-in team, so it's kind of a weighted bracket in the first day as it is, but it's Swiss, so you get 3 lives in a Swiss system. Even if you end up losing today, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and the big thing to keep note of is that if you were ever in a best-of-3 situation, that is elimination territory, and you've got basically no lives left at that point. You've got 1 map of leniency, but from that point, you have to win out if you want to qualify for the next phase. Let's talk predictions, though, because we do have a couple teams that are going to go undefeated, and we have some that are not going to win a single series, and this is what we concocted. For me, I figure a team like NIP might have a surprise factor and could go 3-0, but I think across the board, none of us really have that much faith in D+.
I think you've all gone safe, right? So, because I've gone for the predictions. So we did the predictions of which team's going to go 3-0 and fly through, which team's going to go 0-3 and fly out, and then which team's going to win the major. Now, everyone has basically, apart from me and Fox, has said that D+ are going to get eliminated. It's just behind us. I've gone a little bit different. I've gone for Dark Zero.
A spicy pick. The reigning North American major champions, we can say. They won the last major here in the U.S.
They shouldn't be even in this phase. They were very lucky.
All right, man. All right. Calm down.
Hot take. But it's all right. I mean, North America, it's not all bad. A lot of us are predicting Sonics to go through. Some Brazilian love from you and I, Jacob, as well. So I think we got an interesting phase coming up.
Let's talk about casters real fast. I think, again, at the very bottom, you'll see the major winner. Most people universally have put W7M thinking that there's going to be a repeat from the Copenhagen Major, that they will be the first ever back-to-back major champions. And then you got people like James, who decided to put Scars as his major winner.
He's got to show them.
I mean, he does every event, doesn't he?
He's ever hopeful. You can't take it away from him.
Yeah, he totally is. Which one in here seems the most outlandish, do you think?
I think other than the Scars pick, one interesting one there that I saw was VP as the winning team. Obviously, they've done very well in Europe, but they didn't stage 1 as well. And when we saw the stage 2 major, that was a big disappointment for them. So if they can overcome that, that would be a big story.
There's a lot of grumblings amongst the European pro community that this is VP's tournament. So I think, if there is a dark horse for this tournament, obviously you're going to have W7M, M80, the main people that you talk, G2 that you talk about as the favorites. If there's a dark horse, I do think it is VP.
We have to run through the entirety of a Swiss stage in just 5 days, and in order to do that, we have to get through 8 best-of-1s both today and tomorrow. So starting off on just the schedule for today, D+ and Los will be our first matchup on the docket, and then we'll run through 8 games today, the exact same 8 idea tomorrow, but tomorrow will be the winners of the games today and the losers from the games today facing one another. So today, all it does is set the stage.
Indeed. Today, we're seeing our first look, and for some teams, right, the first time we'll ever see them here in Atlanta. So really going to get to know some of these squads, and whilst it is still just a best-of-1, you can still go anywhere from this game. It's important to start your tournament off right.
Yeah, because obviously, you want to be going through you want to be getting 3 wins. So you want to be going through on day 3. That gives you day 4 and 5 to sit and watch your opponent, really craft your strategies, and it will give you the highest seed going into the playoffs. So as much as today and tomorrow are setting the stage, they are still very important.
And obviously the last thing that we have to bear in mind is that this is the final opportunity for some teams to qualify for the 6th Invitational. There are no SI quals, so this is do or die for some squads. The 2 teams at the bottom, Sandbox and M&M, are currently in top 20. They have the chance to qualify, but they need a lot of things to go in their favor. Several other teams need to not get a whole bunch of points. Bleed, BDS, and Los are all boundary teams right now outside the top 20 that do have the chance to qualify. They do well enough here.
Yeah, so there's 3 spots still open up for grabs. 5 teams have potential to grab those last 3 SI spots. I think if you're looking at this realistically, Sandbox, they've got a lot of points already. They're in a pretty good spot to qualify.
Yeah.
You've got BDS, who, if they can make top 8s, they're feeling very good. It's not confirmed, but they're feeling very, very lucky, or feeling good about that. And then for me, it kind of comes down to Bleed or M&M, right? How well does Bleed do? If they really struggle in this tournament, M&M may be going on through. And then Lo's kind of a dark horse. If they can go up to quarterfinals, man, they're in the conversation.
And all Bleed need to do, if it does come down to the Bleed M&M for the 20th spot, like pretty much everybody's expecting, all Bleed need to do is win 1 fixture in the Swiss stage.
Ooh.
Which means M&M are going to be sat watching today, hoping they lose. M&M are going to be sat tomorrow, hoping they lose. And then it's going to get to a best of 3 for Bleed to stay in the tournament if it did go like that, where M&M again will be hoping that they lose.
Yeah. Well, Los is one of the teams that's on that docket, and they are our first matchup of the day. They've got D+ of all teams. That is a quite interesting draw, especially to start things off. And they've been over here setting up for the past little while. But the big thing to keep in mind is that their countrymen were knocked out prior to their arrival, but now Korea has sent in the reinforcements. D+ have finally landed as the last hope of a nation, still hunting for that first land victory, and they open up their major campaign in our first match of Swiss against Los.
Yeah, something to prove, I think, not only for themselves, but for their entire region, their entire country, because Korea, let's face it, horrible showing in Atlanta so far.
Yeah.
Both of the other Korean teams that were here in Atlanta got sent home in the play-ins. Right now, they're looking like a relatively weak region. D+, we know them as the top team in Korea. They've long dominated down there. But with the strength of the region really being thrown into question throughout Phase 1, a lot of people are going to be looking at D+ like, well, what does it really mean to be the best in Korea?
And as you can see, D+ already confirmed for SI, so this major is very much about winning the tournament. It's about regional pride. It's about showing that Korea does have some substance.
So what are we looking for from Los? I think that's the big thing that we have already started to establish. We're looking at a squad that came in and all they had to do was win 2 best-of-1s and they're already here. But there's a lot of expectations on Brazil that they're probably they are the favorite team to come in. I think D+ is a really good opponent, but Los is going to be a whole other beast, I think.
Yeah, well, I think for Los, they obviously had a very rough stage 1, right? They started off 8th place in Brazil. They really did struggle throughout the stage. They had to come through the LCQ. They beat Liquid to make it here to the major. And for me, the big thing that struggled for Los has been their attacks. Take a look at stage 2 stats. 40% attacking win rate. This is the LCQ plus the BR stage combined. Attacking entry, 49%. Recovery, 32%. These are really rocky numbers. But what we saw in the play-ins was the initial start of that turning around. 80% attacking win rate. They doubled it going from stage 2 into the play-ins. And I think the key thing to note here is what we saw throughout Brazil in stage 2 was the early round often got away from Los. Sometimes sometimes their players would die early, sometimes they would stall out, but they never really were in a good place to convert. Take a look at that attack opening pick, though. 70% entry. That means they're doing well in these early rounds, and they're making those conversions happen. 86% of the time that they get that opening pick, they're winning the round. So whilst it is maybe a smaller sample size in Phase 1, it seems like Los' attacking worries may be over.
Yeah, I want to see them continue this because obviously if we quantify the numbers, they've had 2 teams in this tournament that are from the Asia-Pacific region,
of course,
which is significantly weaker than their Brazilian opponents, right? It's one thing saying that you've got a low attack win percentage when you go up against W7M and NiP and FaZe,
yes,
and then a high when you're going up against, Bleed and Talon. So they've set good foundations. I want to see them continue that.
Let's just do a double check on their SI probability one more time because they're still relatively low down on the standings. I think when they started this event, they were within the 30s to 40s, but they still have a pretty decent climb if they want to get all the way back up to SI.
Yeah, Los sit at about 260 SI points. The long and short of it is they're looking for top 8. They're looking for quarterfinals. I believe that won't mathematically guarantee them, but they're in a really good spot if they can get that. If they fall shorter than top 8, they're not going to SI.
I love this major because this major, in comparison to Copenhagen was just about the major. This major is about the major and 6 Invitational because 6 Invitational is the end goal. It is like the optimum tournament. That's the one that you want to go and win as a team. That's the one that you set your sights on. So for Lost One, if they get to quarterfinals, for them, they've already won the tournament, if you know what I mean, in their own heads.
So a big thing is that D+ have yet to play any games so far, and we're going to be talking about this all of today because everyone that played in play-ins, they're already hot, they're fresh, they've played a couple games that actually matter. D+ have yet to do anything in that same regard. Are they going to come in cold, or like how are you thinking about Los so far?
Well, I think for D+, we saw them kind of warm it up. We got the chance to watch these players behind us and how they kind of work things through. Los spent the vast majority of the time here behind us just huddling, talking, having that conversation. D+, they were gaming. They were getting warmed up.
They've been T-hunting for about an hour now.
Yeah.
Genuinely, they have.
We've done a full rehearsal, a pre-show, a pre-match, and they're still T-hunting.
Yeah, so for D+, I think that's a good sign. I think I like seeing them getting warmed up. I want to see them coming out fragging in the server. I think throughout the stage, they have been a little bit slow. This is something we talked about them when we saw them in Copenhagen. A lot of those attacks kind of fell apart when they stalled out, when they weren't really getting aggressive, making that action happen. I think that trend did continue to an extent in Korea for stage 2. So that's kind of where I'm looking. If they can heat up, if they're warm coming into this game and those attacks are a little bit quicker, then that's going to be their best shot to take out Los.
And those kinds of points are the exact reason why so many casters did not have D+ getting any higher than 0-3 in those predictions. So now it's just about them actually beating set expectations. Maps are up on deck. Let's talk about what we're doing for map 1. Again, best of ones the whole way through. We're starting with Consulate, Jack. What are we thinking here?
Oh, I mean, so these two teams, in terms of map preference, they both have number 1 and 2 as Consulate and Nighthaven, and number 4 as Bank. So I was going to say a Nighthaven or a Consulate. So just from a broad expectation, I am seriously not surprised we've gone there. It's both teams' number 2 preference map. They absolutely love it.
Yeah, I predicted a Nighthaven and then D+ ban it first. That's a very odd first ban. I think it's just going into how, they know Los are very comfortable on this map. They know they're very strong on it. Both of these teams 2-0 undefeated since Consulate came out. Obviously, those are both against regional opponents, but both of them like this map quite a bit, and their records certainly prove it.
I'm loving what we've got so far. Just on the face of things, I think we've only ever had one time that these guys have ever played each other. This was back when they were under the old aliases. This was Team 1 against Damwon Kia. We're not talking the same groups anymore, but that was, what was this? 6 Invitational 2022, and it's been a really long time. I think the Los roster is basically completely different since the last time we saw them play.
And the Damwon Kia roster, or the D+ Kia roster, Damwon Kia as there was then known, was feared at that point. If you look at, this is one of the things for D+, is the back end of 2021, when they almost got to the Yavla Major, and at some point we'll stop bringing that up, when they almost got to the final there, and then they played the 6 Invitational 2022, and they were absolutely feared by international opponents. They've had a big fall off since then. Yes, they have attended some events, right? But they've not competed at those events. They've not instilled fear. So for D+, for them, there's a redemption arc in their own heads that they want to get back to that point.
And it's almost the same for Los, too. I mean, very long time ago, different roster, but Team 1, once upon a time, major champions. Over time, that has morphed into this squad, completely different players. But still, I think there's that legacy that they're trying to back up. They've got that history behind them. And now with Cameraman, their newest player coming in as well, he's kind of got that experience. He's used to winning events on FaZe Clan from back in the day. So they're going to be hungry, and they have a lot to prove coming through this event.
Everybody fears and respects Brazil at this point, but not very many people have much reason to respect Korea because both Town and Sandbox got knocked out in those play-ins. Is that a representation? Is there any reason to think that because the rest of Korea did poorly, D+ is also going to follow suit? What do we think?
You would assume so, and I think a lot of people are and have assumed so. It was really sad to see that the D+ guys arrived after that the remaining Korean players had already gone home. They never even got to see each other. But I think for D+, they have the quality. This is by far and away the best team in Korea. They don't really lose to anybody else. Maybe Sandbox from time to time, but even then, they're still dominant in that relationship. So this is by far and away the best team. That's why they're the #1 seed. That's why they're in Phase 2. So if anybody is going to do any redemption for the region of Korea, it will be these guys behind us.
Yeah, I agree. Historically, for sure, we've seen D+ in recent times really dominate. But if you go back to the South Korean Grand Finals here in Stage 2, that was a best of 3. It was extremely close between D+ and Sandbox. In my opinion, Sandbox looked like the better team for the majority of that series. So I think we have in recent times seen D+ kind of be at that same level with some of their other regional competition. And again, just based on how those competitions have gone, how the other teams have done here in Atlanta, I am worried for D+. And that's, I think, why a lot of people aren't expecting a whole lot from them here.
All right, it's time for the Swiss phase to start because, as a lot of people say, you get done with the play-ins, and this is where the real work begins. Let's throw it to Derry Desert Shoe Holt and Tim Ace of Pyrite Lever with the call.
I even called you Tim there, not Timothy.
Well, this is, you know, if you're going for the full title, I guess. Not many people call me Timothy, though.
No. That's what Timothy. Here we go. First game coming up. D+ coming up against Lost. Now, look, Lost, as we said before, our underdog team. We love seeing these guys at international competition. You're seeing them warm in. They've had cameraman for 6 months. They had a pretty good showing back in play-ins. Looked pretty convincing. Here they're coming up against some real competition in this final 16. But D+, as you've heard the Des say, a team that are very much in a bit of a lull, bit of a low place at the minute. Very far away from the highs they had of a couple of years ago. However, new chances here to prove themselves coming into a new tournament. We haven't seen them play yet. They could well upset Lost in this first game. Consulate going to be the battleground. Tim, this is where the Swiss stages begin. I can't wait to see how this one plays out.
I love Swiss stages because things just change like hour to hour. It's, you know, we're covering the first couple of games today, and then we'll go and sit and watch 3 and 4 that Dev and Mandy are going to cover for us, and everything's just switching up all the time. What you think is going to happen. By the end of the day, we're going to have a bunch of teams 1-0. We're going to have a bunch of teams 0-1, and then they start pairing off. You don't know who's going to play who necessarily, and yeah, it's just, it doubles down on the chaos of play-ins, and I absolutely love it.
I love how it just bounces kind of between having the, you know, you're casting a team that's 2-0 against a team that's 2-0 to qualify, or 2 teams that are 0-2 and could be going home. It's just so back and forth, but that is the kind of chaos that I love. First ban coming out is going to be the Brava for Lost here, taking away that attacking operator, and shock horror, Tim. Our second ban is the KB. I'm pretty confident in saying with that, even looking at the numbers, she is the most banned operator so far at this major.
Must be close to 100%. I think every game I've cast at least has had Dokkaebi banned out, and I'm sure plenty of the others have as well. Kaida's going to be our first defender to go, and then we've got just one more. We'll see who that's going to be. Azami, maybe. Fenrir, possibly. Azami, it will be. It's as if I've cast this game once or twice before, Des.
Just a few times, Tim, just a few times. Azami's still very, very powerful. It's just, it's hard on the defensive side because there are so many things that you can ban away these days. You'd argue the same on the attack. You know, we're looking in towards things like Ying bans that have been coming out. Obviously, the KB is straight up there as a go-to. The Brava, though, feels very, very targeted towards this team and towards this map. Console and Meeting going to be our first site to kick things off. And shock horror, we're going to see Lobin running around on the Solus, looking to terrorize the information game coming out of D+.
Let's get this party started then for the day. We've got an awful lot of Siege coming your way. 8 back-to-back best of ones. We're going to have seen the eventual winner play today, Des. That's the other way to think about it.
Yes.
We've got all the rest of the teams join us in Phase 2, and you will see it. If you watch every one of these games today, I guarantee you will see a team that will go on to win this tournament. This will be their first performance today. Obviously, a lot's been made of different teams coming in, and to be honest, it's, from my experience, rarely the ones that you expect to do well that end up going all the way through.
Absolutely. For me, it's just about this is where it all begins. For D+, again, they're the ones coming in with no real known quantity about them. There's a few surprises they could bring out here to try and catch Lost off guard. You saw the fuse for a second, but obviously with attacker repick, nothing is guaranteed.
Cameraman.
Yes, he was looking at Shikademi with the C4 in hand, was thinking about it, but absolutely not. Woogie straight inside the building, and I think Cameraman's more hoping to try and catch one off from Repel here, for example. Here he goes in the run out as well, hoping to catch one. C4 over the top as well, will find his man, surely! I think it got shot out there just at the last second, but he's back back in. Coated, counting one of them 9 lives.
I think the message has been sent there for D+ Kia for what sort of game that they're in for, but they were more than ready for it. Impressive stuff from Coated to make sure that he didn't get hit by that explosive. Lobin just out hiding away at the top of the blue stairs there, top of Secret. Many different names for the same set of stairs, but he's just again waiting
Box,
for that
Secret,
player to
bunker,
all sorts of stuff.
Tarps. I've heard loads.
He's waiting for, I think, again, the rappel. He's waiting for somebody to get on drones because he will see that that's there you go.
Now he sees.
He starts seeing where the drone player is. He's got the impact nades in pocket. He could well either guide a teammate onto this or he could go out of that soft wall himself. He's definitely thinking about it.
I mean, he's in such a good spot to make this work, but I think he's nervous. There might be someone else nearby helping on this angle, so he's a little bit hesitant, but should surely make a bit of a go of it. And speaking of going on it as well, inside a break, you got a couple trying to push their way through. It's Yas inside a copy at this point, just working his way down the north side of this top floor. Soldier holding off on the longer angle again has got to be so mindful, and the chance has gone. Lobin not going to be able to find a freebie earlier in the round.
Maya's just going to be watching that tight angle again, just trying to prevent any of that push coming through from Copy. This is a hold up here that we've seen sort of perfected by teams like G2, and Loss just trying to, again, play around that key area. If you can keep hold of the top of those stairs and sort of that vending machine area where we see that bulletproof camera, you're going to have a good time on this defense normally. Lobin still working around underneath. I think Woogieman is more than aware of his position, but he's not going to expose himself just yet. Yas does manage to pick up Maya, though, and that is that position at the top of the stairs that's been cleared out. This could be great for D+.
And here we go, ring around the roses now. He's aware of his presence. Who wins out in the firefight? It's Lobin to win things out first against Woogie. So 1-for-1 being exchanged between the two before Lobin being traded out by Coated. Good bit of team play being shown by D+ in the first round.
They need to continue that, really, because we know that Loss are going to be aggressive. They're going to be out in the map, and they can't allow them to get more joy than maybe 1 kill at a time. They just need to keep those trades coming in. Yas is going to pick up Dash as well. 4 versus 2 now, 4 versus 1 as D+ start collapsing onto site. Cameraman, he is wedged deep in sight here. Just needs to start trying to pick up some kills, but nope. Coated knows exactly where he is. Steps up, gets himself a nice finish to the round, and that's going to be D+ Kia picking up 1-0.
Strong first round coming out from D+. You know, Yas, there were question marks about him a couple of events ago. He was absolutely terrorizing people the world over as well. And Pressure speaking about that, back when they were known as Down 1 Kia, really running the show for the longest time, a lot of that was on the back of Yas. And there were questions coming into this event. Would we see him really shine? Would we see him step up while the team's in this lull? At least in the first round, he's walked away with a couple. Coated also collecting a couple after dodging that early C4 from Cameraman. So very composed by D+. Lost clearly trying to upset the apple cart early on, and D+ was simply having none of it.
Yeah, you know, I've got to say, there's a lot of Siege to be played yet in this matchup, but in that first round, D+ have impressed me more than I thought they would do. I, for the longest time, have been a sort of a D+ and a Damn 1 Kia enjoyer, you know, all the way back. But it's one of those teams, and I kind of had to do the same with Liquid, that I kept backing and backing and backing out of sort of hope almost. And I said, you know, there comes a point where my faith is going to have to wear out, and I've kind of got to that spot with D+. They've been, you know, struggling a little bit at the international level over the last 12 months or so, and so I'm kind of coming into this one with much more limited expectations for them, if I'm honest. I've even put them down in my predictions as my 0-3 team through Swiss, but I tell you what, that first round there makes me already think maybe I've, you know, made a bit of a mistake here, because they were looking great on the teamwork. They were moving through. They knew exactly what was going on ahead of them. Good information, winning gunfights. I won't say necessarily back to their best, but they look good.
You know me, Tim. We have to give it a few rounds first. 3 rounds really to see how the attack's going. Also for Lost to adapt to their play style as well.
How many halves are there in a game of Siege?
There are 2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim. You're quoting one of my favourite lines. Absolutely there are. You may well see a very different side on the defense of Consulate from D+ and a very different attacking Loss coming into it. It's why really it's hard to form judgments after just a round or two. I say give it 3, you'll start to get a vibe then for how the half is going, and then we can start drawing some conclusions. But here we're dug inside the basement. We've got the mirror on side, much more dug in sort of style. Though I'm looking towards Maya, Cameraman, and even Lobin here. 3 of them can get out on the roam, and it's a great read. Coated just charging down those stairs, and Lobin, the man of the hour in that last round, really getting things at least started for the side of Lost. He's taken out real early.
Yeah, he's been caught out twice on the roam, really. He got 1 kill last time, so did better than this one. Yeah, D+ finding him and dealing with him very, very quickly and easily. It's another good start from them. Dash trying to get aggressive here, straight out of the window. That was a big risk, and he nearly loses his life for it. Corton takes a little pot shot with the skeleton key. Not going to find his man, but it at least tells them roughly where he is. So again, that's something now Dash needs to be thinking about. Needs that relocate, needs to be changing things up, and he has, I think, got himself indeed away from that bathroom.
Lots have done some of the right things as well, right? Where they've really like tampered down the grenades, the drones in the early round. Last round we came down to that last 45 seconds or so, there were only 2 left in pocket for D+. This round, sure, there's still 1 in back pocket, 2 out on the field, but the Solus is doing work. The problem is they've got to win gunfights, and right now, D+ just aren't losing a single one.
They're really not, and like I said, I'm very aware that it's early to be saying this, but you know, I've also got to look at it and think D+ do look like a phase 2 team versus a phase 1 team at this point in time. You know, we've got to remember that the teams that have come through phase 1 maybe haven't had you know, as good of a second stage of the year and have had to go through LCQs and all sorts of things, and right now D+ certainly look like the better of the two. Dots manages to pick up 1 to prevent it being a flawless round, but they know exactly where he is and dealt with quickly and easily with utility there, and that's going to be round 2 going to D+, and looking electric at the minute.
Absolutely dominating them is the best way I can summarize it, Tim. Again, every single gunfight being won between Yas and Coated. I think that's now them up to 8-0 across the pair of them. It was 7 kills between them both a second ago, but I'm pretty sure Coated got the last one.
It was
just work to be done, I think, for Los. I imagine if we see this carry on for another round, we will see that tack timeout coming in. A lot of teams, if they go down 0-3, will make use of that end of air quotes the first quarter to say, right, we've played 3 sites now, we've given it a good go, but things clearly aren't working. What needs to change? The frustration being that as much as there is a lot of strategy and tactics to a game of Siege, it is at its heart an FPS. So we're in a spot really where if you can't hit those shots, if you're just getting domed in every single gunfight with D+, you will keep on falling behind.
Yeah. The entry is something I feel like Lost would massively benefit from picking up here. Both rounds they've lost that first kill, they've found themselves on the back foot, and so I just think coming out with a little bit of a stronger start, maybe getting up into the face of D+ a little bit, would be helpful for them, but it's a little bit easier said than done sometimes, especially with the way D+ are playing at the minute. Like we've said, it's not just about the fact that they're picking up the kills, it's not just the fact that they're sort of right place, right time, it's how they're doing it. It's the information that they're playing in behind. It's the fact that they're winning those gunfights every time, making stuff very, very difficult for Lost. Lobin, definitely one to watch out for. Been a little bit ineffectual in those first 2 rounds on the roam. They need more from Lobin this round.
Probably need a bit more. I mean, again, first round, I really can't complain about it too much. You got a kill, you got traded out. It's going to happen sometimes. Second round was domed off pretty early, but Caraman's already been taken down to, what, 30 HP here before we've even really got the round underway. It's only 30 seconds in. Has to get himself back towards site here and try and dig in. I do worry for them if they lose this site, then it's 3 in a row that they then find themselves falling so far behind on. And there will be questions to have to be asked, no doubt, in the tack timeout.
D+ just continuing that path of trying to get themselves inside of the building at the minute. Coated is going to open up the stairs that lead down to the basement, so we're going to see potentially a bit of a multi-sided attack coming in from D+ here. Going to get themselves down those rear stairs and in towards Archives, but also pressuring from above potentially as well. Woogie man there, Yas moving towards that breach, going to help to try and get that one cleared off and opened up. So Lost, they could well be facing pressure on all sides. I think that the big benefit for Lost at the minute is they haven't lost anybody yet. Everybody's still on the board. It's certainly been earlier that they've been sort of losing those deaths, particularly in round 2. So if nothing else, Lost have got a full complement for the time being.
Well, Garage has been opened up, and I'm pretty sure Secret, yeah, it was opened up earlier on by the Bucks, so I think there's that threat as well against Lost where there's that phantom pressure of someone pushing in down server side and stabbing them in the back. Now you've got to worry about both the West and the East. So although D+ haven't really gone for any big firefights yet, just the sheer fact of what they've opened up and where they've shown presence is already going to be stretching Lost's mental a little bit, saying, right, where are they coming from? What we got to deal with here? How do we deal if someone stabs us in the back? Lots to think about.
So we're just watching for that yellow stairs rotate for the time being. It's Lobin who could potentially be cut off by that, but whilst he keeps himself up there, he's not in a bad spot. Harper's going in to get this diffuser down. I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to make this thick or not. Dash manages to pick up Woogieman, and I don't think they even have any idea that that's going down, that Harper's managed to get in there. Yas picks up Dash in a very late trade. We've got him bouncing in either direction, but 3 versus 3, it's not quite the sight it used to be, isn't Garage on Consulate, but still a very difficult one to retake. Maya's trying to find anything, picks up Soldier at yellow, Door takes down the Lion. They're fighting in every direction, every which way here, a loss, but whilst D+ have that vertical, it's going to be very difficult on the retake.
I sent one on the upstairs, but then Yas has cut across 6-0. He finds himself at Coated with another couple of kills. They are absolutely running away with this, Tim.
They really are. I love that play from Harper. We've focused so far on the gunfights and the, you know, player at heart. I love to see those moments where somebody like Harper sees an opportunity and takes it. They decide they've got the cover. He gets himself in there through the Toxic Babe. And to be honest with you, Loss have absolutely no idea that diffuser's going down, I don't think, because naturally if they did, another smoke would come out. You know, more utility would come out to try and prevent that. They'd try and play in, maybe get hit by Yas on the cover or something, but there was nothing there. So Loss just completely unaware, and no wonder they're taking a tactical timeout.
Like I said, you see this pretty much every game. If a team goes down 3-0, you'll have a tac timeout before the half just really runs away from you. And hopefully these 45 seconds are enough for Lost to get themselves back in the game. I keep on mentioning it, but Yas and Coated currently sat at 12-0 between the two of them. It's beautiful stuff, and that last round there with the vertical control as well, everything just going their way. Was a bit worried for a second when Maya took the 1v1 inside a boiler and it was the line he was fighting against outside. I was like, hey, Mr. Whoever's running upstairs, turn around. This is a chance for you guys to take a 2v1, but he was so committed to getting the vertical control onto the diffuser itself. And while you saw the outcome, they absolutely crushed them once again. Good start for their first game.
Definitely looking very solid at the minute. That's a full 3 rounds that have been won. D+ have only seen 2 sites. Lost did try Garage twice. They're going to go back up to the top floor, which was the first site choice that we had. 6-0 for Yas and Coated. 12-0 overall. Loss in 3 rounds, unable to pick up a single kill against those 2 players. D+ looking great right now. I'm fascinated. I'm not trying to rush us out of this first half, but I really want to see D+ on defense as well now. I want to see how that looks, because at the minute I'm back on the D+ train. I'm excited about D+.
You have 100%.
I lowered my expectations, and here they are surpassing them.
You've done a Homer Simpson. You've backed into the bush and you've come back out in your D+
in my D+ jersey. I'm absolutely loving this.
Absolutely. Well, we'll find out how they go in these next 3. See if that timeout does anything for the side of Los. For me, again, it's about these gunfights in the early round. We've got a lot of independent roam game coming out, and like you're seeing here, every time Lobin's got anywhere near a gunfight inside of Visa, there's been someone nearby, either at the top of Spiral or hanging out towards benches, ready to try and commit the trade. And a smoke going down this early, 40 seconds in the round, certainly not ideal. But Soldier this time round picking him up, and it only looks like it's going from bad to worse.
It does. You know, they've had the tactical timeout, and surely part of that has got to be, look, we're losing the entry fights. We're not really holding on to map control because of that. And then what happens? 30 seconds in, bang, you've lost an entry, smoke's gone, Lobin's half health, and it ain't looking great. You know, I don't know, the Lost just don't seem to be able to change anything up there.
For me, again, it's about the independent roaming here. You've got a couple of players, mainly Cameraman and Lobin, that have been out trying to roam by themselves, and they just get squeezed, they get punished, they get droned out, they get figured out, and they lose a couple of players before the execute even begins.
And let's not forget, Des, this is on New Consulate. This is a map made of tiny little rooms and lots of corners. Roamers should be having a field day. They should be able to, you know, have an effective presence on this map. It's difficult for the attackers going in and having to clear all of those corners. We've seen this from Lobin a couple of times, but he's just not daring enough to get out there. This time, he takes action. He gets the kill onto Soldier and gets away with his life. That's more of the effect that we need to be seeing out of Lobin. But now, He's being chased down.
Like I say, he's just been so scared for most of the game as well, and it's the constant solo play that's caught him out. This is the first time he's made use of that secret run out. This time actually gets the kill. Only really thanks to Soldier strafing too far across to the right. Otherwise, I think Logan would have happily sat inside and not chanced the run out. However, like you say, he was being chased down. I think he's managed to avoid detection for the most part. Sees one more, and there we go. Second time round, they walk away with it. This is the sort of stuff they tried back in round one with the C4 coming out through Cubby, and Lobin trying to make a play around this area. That is a little bit unforgivable, but Lobin's found 3. It's still a 2v3 though, and you've got Woogie and Yas still to try and push in.
Quite simply, Loss have to win this round. After the work that Lobin has just done there, and I'm well aware I called him out at the beginning.
Oh, Woogie. Not at this level, my friend. Not at this level.
The Woogie man has scared himself on that one.
Halloween was a few days ago, mate. You have to be able to get him back up at the very least, though. They're down to 15 seconds, though, Tim. They're nowhere near the site. It's going to be running and try and get frags here, which simply is not going to happen.
No, very unlikely. You know, yeah, coming into that round, I called Lobin out. I said we needed to see more. He'd been ineffectual in those first 3. If you're going to be out in the map, you've got to be getting the job done, and he's really delivered there. And look at the difference. Loss put a round on the board. So when Lobin's out on the roam, he gets the entry, he gets, well, it wasn't, Soldier got the entry, but when he gets that couple of kills, when he takes people down, he should never have got away with 2 from Yellow Door, by the way, but that's another story. That's B plus Kia making a big mistake. But yeah, Lobin comes out, better performance out on the roam. He's much more slippery. He gets 1 down at the secret stairs onto Soldier. They don't manage to chase him down, and he's out of Yellow Door. He's just much more slippery, much better. Lost waking up after that tack timeout.
That probably comes down to the drones. I mean, ironically, that's the round where D+ have probably more drones left up than any time before, and they know Lobin's been trying to play this sort of rat game down in the basement, running around, keeping them guessing, but just clearly didn't figure him out on any of those drones they had set up on that basement floor. At the very least, it's not going to be a 7-0, so I'm pretty sure Freshest Bingo can wait a little bit longer. Los with 1 on the board. It was off the back of 1 player. Now we've got to see it really translate into a bit more motivation across the whole team, seeing them winning gunfights, seeing them play more as a team. For me, again, it comes back to the roam game, though. Can we see them playing off in pairs and looking to trade each other rather than having these solo independent roamers? On a split site, this is going to be an interesting one, though.
Yeah, it really is. It's always a site that I enjoy watching. It was on the old consulate, is on the new consulate. We've got, when we call it a split site, if you're wondering what we mean by that, we've got a bomb site on 2 floors. So we've got 1 bomb site down in Archives, and then we've got 1 on the mid floor as well, as you can see. So there's lots of options for the attackers. You can go in, you can take top floor, you can work the verticals, try and play into that mid floor site, or you can go in through the garage, you can go in downstairs, you can try and push forward and go direct into the Archives site. You know, lots of options going on. Lobin, again, getting a job done. Impact nades himself back in. Lobin has woken up.
We've seen this a few times, actually. You can now jump out of admin windows, and so a few people realize it today. They're like, wait, that's a thing you can do? You can indeed, and when I think it was Doki we saw employing it as well in their game against Fury. It was in their very first one. Lobin is simply on fire, dragging his team through this game single-handedly. Coated restores some order, up to 7-1 himself. Now with Lobin offline, can D+ win the 3v4?
Well, this is it. Lobin's job, again, is done. He's played that really well. The only thing I would say, and it's not a criticism because he's got 2 kills, he's catapulted Loss into the round. The Soulless could be very useful here. If you're down in Archives and they're trying to plant upstairs, then you've got that opportunity to potentially spot it out. It's probably not going to matter too much. Yas does have the diffuser in hand. I would imagine that Loss, with those 2 kills from Lobin, should be able to manage the rest of this round quite effectively.
Really good read from Woogie as well. Almost got the second kill onto Dash, which would have brought this round back to a 2v2, and suddenly it becomes very winnable. The blessing really is that there's still 90 seconds to play with. They're going for the hot drop, but now they've got to be careful about where they get tagged from because they know they're being encroached on from above. Watching the angle, they're ready and waiting, and he finds Maya coming in behind. I said Maya versus Yas might be a big one to watch. So far, it is the Yas show.
Yas has read that beautifully, knows where that challenge is going to come from 5 seconds before it does, and gets himself a real easy pickup. But I like this from Lost. They've calmed down. There's a minute left to go. They know that there's a lot to be done here, and they don't want to be losing bodies, so they don't want to peek anything. They're going to force D+ into their lines of sight. But as you say, Yas has got an opportunity. Surely Coated sees him first. He does, but somehow they managed to get down the side. There's 1 for Coated. Dash is low health as well. Diffuser's down. round. Lost might have just handed them an opportunity to get another round here. D+, they just need to find this final kill. Nate comes out. It's going to force Dash to use those toes to get himself away.
So many nades. To keep tossing a couple out in there as well as keep him back even longer. And that pillar position is so strong to play in here. Kota can dance left, right, left, right. And they do pull it back to him from that man disadvantage. Doesn't matter what Lobin's done for him in the early round. D+ stabilize and manage to close the round out. This is the total opposite, I think, of what many expected coming into this game.
Me, I'll hands up say absolutely. I think sometimes it's easy to fall into that trap that we've kind of already seen Lost play. We've seen them play well in phase one, so you think, yeah, you know, they're going to have that momentum, they're going to keep going. But yeah, D+ coming in and showing that they're just a bit of a cut above at the minute. Like I say, Lobin definitely walking up in sort of the last couple of rounds, in round 4 and 5 particularly. They still need more from him, but the rest of the team needs to step up as well. If Lobin's going to come in and get himself a big double, look at this, straight out of there, gets one, gets himself a second as he comes back in as well. That's such a great start for the team,
there.
but they can't let themselves be drawn back in like that.
Nah, so close from Buggy, as I mentioned. I mean, just to kind of look summarising the number, we've had 5 rounds gone so far. We've got 5 kills across the other 4 members of Lost. That just, at this level, at this stage where, you know, okay, you're not going to get knocked out if you lose this game. It's unacceptable. You've got to see so much more coming in from this. Here we go down into the basement once more for the last defensive round coming out from
They're on the Solis again, inside a main line. And here for Loss.
Along with March. Last time round we saw
I sort of feel like they need him to survive a little bit longer. I'm not, but then I feel like I'm putting everything on Lobin. You know, he's getting the entry kills. Oh, they need him to survive longer. What they actually need is everybody else to be doing the job in the late round as well. Maya, so quiet so far. You know, such a great player over phase one. They definitely need to be engaging him, and maybe that's what will happen when he moves on to the attack.
Yep.
For the time being, Lobin is going to be spotted out, but he's wasted half of the round. He's got the entry kill. He's taken the book offline as well, which removes a lot of that verticality that could be used against them. Dash manages to find Soldier. 5 versus 3. Loss are looking pretty good for a 2-4 split here.
I really think the Solus has done so much work for them this half in cutting down the intel game coming out. Great shot from Dash as well onto Woogie. Much better here as well. A couple of kills coming in the mid-round. So actually, Loss will get that saving grace. Now, you're still against Yas. He's still 7-0. We've seen Yas before walk through teams for fun. There is every possibility that he can do it again, but they're down to the last 60 seconds, Tim, and they don't have any vertical control.
No, they don't. Very difficult for D+ to win anything here. You can see the silhouettes up above them. As soon as they try to walk into Garage, they're going to get put down.
They are kind of in the wrong place here. You've got Yas outside Garage, and the diffuser's really on the ground floor. There we go.
There you go. Yas tries to walk in. Headshot from Meyer, I would imagine, who I don't know exactly where Meyer is, but I'd give a guess that he was probably up above. No, he wasn't. He was down just behind Yellow Pillar. But yeah, well played from Lost, really.
What? All right, Lobin.
Lobin goes for another jump.
I mean, I tell you what, given how he's played this half, he deserves that.
Have
it. Yeah. There's still four players here. Oh, nice shot from Harper.
We're going to give Harper that one. Absolutely beautiful one tap round the corner. Completely and utterly meaningless in terms of the round, but a belting shot nonetheless. So a tip of the hat to Harper, but ultimately the round goes to Loss. 2-4 half, and I think, honestly, Loss, if I was them, I'm sort of sighing a little bit of a relief there because, you know, that could have been very different. Could have been 5-1, could have been 6-0 with the way it was going to begin with. But no, Loss have managed to cling on not too badly. This next round is going to be super important. If D+ come in, have a solid defence and go 5-2, then I start thinking it's difficult for Loss to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, again, just there are two halves to a game of Siege, is what I always say. A 4-2 scoreline is not super ideal as a defender, or a 2-4 as the defenders is not ideal. But this is both of these teams like one of their favorite maps. I think the only map both teams love more is Nighthaven, and I was dying to hope we get to see that map coming into this. But as you can see, obviously.
Line up, and I thought, are they going to be playing with Aroma? You know, we've just seen very well positioned Roma. Right place, right time, reads the game very well, and will just catch them out.
Dude, I've always thought about Yas, as good as he is, like at times with his roams, he will use a good half of the map to complete a flank onto the other side. And I'm like, with a good drone, you get sniffed out here and the team has the answer to you. He has been rewarded for that kind of extravagant roaming style is the way that I can describe it. Whether or not he achieves the same here, time will tell. For now, still Lost trying to get themselves set up on multi-sides of the map. As you can see, all the red outlines, 2 or 3 stacking up towards yellow, 1 out towards admin. Lobin working his way in underneath the scan of an EE1D. Nothing to be found, and his Yas feeling cheeky, Tim.
It's just a matter of time, I think. He's just biding his time. Cameraman, however, is going to pick up Woogieman with a nice headshot from the upside down rappel. Going to find him inside of admin, I would make a guess, or maybe on the run out. I think
it was a run out.
A little bit of aggression there coming from Woogie. Not going to work out as Cameraman manages to get himself inside. On the Jackal as well. A Jackal, very, very highly banned operator in ranked, but not so much here in pro play. But can be very, very disruptive, of course. Picks up those footprints on the ground, can scan them out, and will live ping where their owners are inside of the map. So could make it a difficult day for Yas. It could be a good answer to a roaming Solis.
It's used a lot as a supplementary operator alongside a Lion or a Dakabi, for example. 1, just to make sure you have the ability to force those roamers back, but 2, as you're seeing here, good ability to do some vertical work as well. Not that you need it, because you've got a sledge and a book on side at the same time, but that ability to slowly box roamers back in towards site is a big part of why you bring things like the Dakabi, like the Lion, like the Jackal. Top 4 still fully in their control at this point, and really, as we get into the last 60 seconds, you've got to see Lost starting to move at some pace here. Maya's been yellow ping, which means Yas should start moving into action soon.
Absolutely, he's going to be opening up that second hatch. There is a man underneath it, going to have to relocate, but D+ probably fairly happy here. 4 versus 5. Yas still active out on the roam. He's just waiting for his opportunity. He's going to catch him as he comes across.
He might get 2 here.
I think he knows. I don't know if everybody's just moving away from him, but no! Lobin steps straight into him. I asked whether Yas could out Lobin, and he does it directly by finding that kill and just leveling things off. 4 versus 4, 20 seconds left to go.
And this is the problem, a really slow round from Lost overall in terms of getting map control. Now they're being punished by the fact that 1 or 2 players from D+ can just stab them in the back as they try and look towards site. Dots is waiting for his march and he's going to find it coming on forwards, not inside of the intoxicating smoke, but here's Soldier. Oh boy, just look at him. Just look. Okay, whatever. It's done. 32 seconds left on this one. Dash goes down. Yas finds a triple. It's a closeout they were looking for.
I don't hate that from the mirror. I think just, you know, good judgment there of I can burn another 4 or 5 seconds here. It's always a risky little game.
It can be.
If that hatch drop comes in a second sooner, then maybe your plan gets completed. But all's well that ends well for D+. To be honest, I've got to say D+ did look better on the defence for me than Lost did. They controlled things sort of better. I think Lost, like, you picked up on it there, Des. It was a little bit slow from them. I don't feel like they had too much of a direction on the attack. You know, they left it a long time to try and get themselves in there and put that diffuser down, and it seemed to be sort of a last option. They didn't really have too much control. Yas was still, you know, roaming around upstairs. They hadn't dealt with him. So for me, Lost in this next round need to come in. They need to recognise where D+ are playing. They need to recognise where the problems are, and most importantly, they need to deal with them. You know, if you know Yas is out on the roam, guess what? You got to go and find Yas out on the roam, and you got to make sure you get that kill, because otherwise it's going to come back to bite you.
Well, that's the painful thing is, a lot of teams will try and drone around and figure out, okay, what's actually on the map here? If we can only see 4 operators, where is the 5th? Where the hell are they playing? What are they up to? But I don't think they actually really went that far with things like Solus on side. This is why she gets so many bans. It just denies away so much information that you would just assume you're never going to be able to have full information on where the defenders are, what it is they're doing, and realistically, what countered them actually on site itself. So it was really good usage coming out from the defensive side. This round, though, Tim, we aren't seeing a Solus. We've got a mute on side from Coated. Woogie moves over to running around with that 1.5x, but without the Solus, this is really where you might see Lost actually have a little bit of, I don't want to say freedom or success here, but at the very least they can get more information.
Yeah, it could be. They've got the Monty on side as well, so likely going to try and sort of brute force an approach in behind Dots, let him feed that information in. He's got Diffuser in hand as well, maybe try and pick up a little forced plant. Could come, I guess there's multiple places that you could use that Monty to get in. It's not likely, I don't think, to be one of the window plants. You'd maybe try and push in through the breachable wall, for example, get into meeting. I'm not sure, we'll see how they progress. It'd also be a good way of dealing with the top of the stairs that I spoke about as being such a critical point on that meeting door vending machine. That corridor there, again, and it looks like that's probably where Dots is going to be heading for now. Get yourself in there and just really bully them out of those power positions.
I like that they're bringing the Monty here, because we've seen so many teams in play-ins get stuck trying to push into this central hallway. Yeah, we had the Thermite come along back in the first half from D+ to get the break room opened up to make it a bit easier to step forward. But a Monty, I think, is just so valuable at forcing the defenders back. If nothing else, you get free information against you, nades can come swinging, players can swing, it doesn't really matter. But at the very least, it makes this area a lot more dicey to defend as D+.
This is it then. Dots is going to try to push forward. The problem with the position that he's coming from, rather than coming from the stairs side, he's coming from the coffee door side, from the central here. It puts him in a crossfire. He's potentially got one on either side of him, and as a Monty, obviously that's the last place you want to be. If he came from the other side and out towards the top of stairs, it maybe just gives him that little bit of extra protection. It's where Maya's actually working from now. If he works from there, maybe a little bit easier for the Monty. There's one behind vending machine, and Dots could get caught out if he doesn't know about him.
If they don't know about Harper, he could absolutely destroy this by taking out the Monty. Like, you'd assume they know. Based on my positioning, I kind of assume they do, and it's just on Harper now to make the swing happen. He's got to get a big kill here, though. Dots is on the other side of the vending machine, I assume, because he knows his player is there. Maya's got him pinned down. They know exactly where he is, but it's who lands the shot first here. And it's going to be Harper finding it out. Does get traded out immediately by Lobin. They've got over that problem, but now they've got 30 seconds left to make this push in work. Lobin inside a sight, looking in towards Cubby. One off towards his left as well, dancing around the table, but simply can't find anyone yet, Tim.
He's just got himself into a bit of a difficult position here. He's in no man's land.
No nades.
He's just wheeling around, trying to find anything he can. Dots does go in, and what a big nitro from Yas to take down Lobin. That leaves the Monty all alone to be picked up by D+, and that's going to be the round. 6-2, and they are cruising towards a victory on Consulate.
Such a well-structured defense coming out from D+, because really what they've done there is force all the utility to be used out towards that east side of the map. The entry into admin, the double hard breach coming out from the Monty, the nades to burn through the Wamai magnets and get rid of that shield. They have nothing left to really attack in towards Cubby, and the Monty can't just walk in there or he gets shot in the back from the player inside a console. So it was a really good read, and really Lost have just played straight into their game plan in that round. Super well structured by D+, and at 6-2, it feels like this one is far too hard to come back from for Loss.
Yeah, I don't know. I look at it and I just think it's easy to look back in hindsight and say, you know, this could have been done, that could have been done. I don't really like the Monty pushing through that middle door. I said it at the time, you're kind of walking into a potential crossfire. Somebody can, you know, quickly push out of meeting door. I know they had that covered by Maya, but I don't know if maybe they get a little bit more success the other way around. Maya losing the gunfight with Harper really didn't help them. I know that Lobin picked up the trade, but it just left them short-handed on that side versus what they were planning, and that quiet game just continues for Maya. You know, a couple of days ago, you expect him to absolutely destroy Harper in behind that, get the space for the Monty, and everybody pushes forward. Yas looks like he's going to be trying to take a leaf out of cameraman's book here, stood on that breach, ready for the rappel. Is Lobin going to get caught out? Surely not this easily. It's this easy if you go, Yas. It's there. The cover is in place, and it's cameraman himself. He's not going to have his own angle used against Loss.
That's exactly it. They know that they like to employ the angle themselves. Why would you let it be used against you? Not without checking it, for example, getting a drone up on platform or having someone hold it. Really good start to the round. It takes off Yas, who was 11-1, by the way. Say what you want about him coming into the competition. I think he has put a lot of those comments to rest and said, you know, I'm still here, I'm still fragging.
Really is. We're going to see Dots just sending in. Ooh, that's nice utility clearance. We've seen some great use of bulletproof cameras at this event so far. We've seen, I think, particularly the Dark Zero and G2 match was a big one for those bulletproof cameras showing their worth, and it certainly will continue as it goes on. But a great pickup from the Twitch drone there. Woogieman just roaming around on the mirror, kind of near sight on that semi-roam yellow stairs, just looking to hold on to it with the Vector.
Well, I love rather than trying to run away, he's actually chose to push down and try and go at least a little bit aggressive here. They were expecting something, and sure enough, Dash was downstairs, but Maya managed to get in behind you and take out a Soldier. That's going to break part of this top floor hold, which they committed a mirror window to, for example. And now Woogie has got himself dug in on yellow stairs. So top floor largely taken by the attackers here. Now they need to get to work on the verticals, because we've not got a lot of time left, Tim. Only 75 seconds left in this round.
Yeah, and that for me has been one of the big things on Loss's attacks. We said it on the garage attack, you know, maybe just a little bit of lack of direction, not really sure. Again, you know, last time around, you just kind of got there at the end. You had Lobin on the Finker, just stood in the middle of meeting, just trying to find a kill. And I just don't feel like they're ever getting themselves poised and positioned for a proper execute where they've got the control they need. It's more of a bit of a Hail Mary towards the end of the round. So 45 seconds left to go, using those verticals. But I tell you what, Cortez not scared, is it? He's having a look back. He's going to see if he can find anybody on the reverse.
He's just dancing around as the ceiling seems to come down on top of him, but somehow still inside of there, still not been sniffed out by Loss, which means when the hatch drop comes through, Coated is in prime position to stab them in the back, Tim.
Lobin drops the
Here we go.
and drops the players. In they go, looking to get that plant down. Maya is going to start sticking it. Coated needs to find this kill, but no, he's going to be covered up. What a kill from Coated! He's just a little bit too late to protect the plant, but he gives him the one pump on the shotgun to shut him down, and that is now up to Cameraman to try and hold them off. He's not going to get into place in time. Coated's just won this one for them. What a play out of the cubby from Coated.
Not even just the play, but the whole game. D+ looking on a completely different level. It's not even one player that has commanded that. It has been everything. You've seen Yas fly. You've seen Coated fly. They're all getting involved, and that is one of the most surprising performances I think I've seen on the international stage.
That looked like D+ of old.
Yeah, it did, and that is a terrifying concept.
Be very afraid, because if that continues, well, it's early days. They've beat one team. I don't want to, you know, they've got to play others yet, and they're going to go on to, as you know, Swiss always is, they're going to go on to more and more difficult games. But I tell you what, that D+ team has got more in the tank. I'll tell you that for sure.
I think so. I mean, obviously now they go 1-0, which does mean tomorrow they'll play against other teams that go 1-0.
Yeah.
They also have a good first day like them. That challenge will come if they can make it, of course, in towards the knockout stages, in towards our live finals. Very interesting conversation to have there, but you've only got to win 3 best-of-1s to make it to that point. They've already done 1 of 3, Tim.
Yep. That's it. It's just it's over quickly, really, in phase 2. You get a couple of wins, you get that third, you know, it's done. And so teams can run away with it and get themselves into those live finals in a few days' time, you know, before you know it. And
tournament of upsets so far, and although at the end of the play-ins we did see everything kind of
maybe a little bit more one-sided than we're going to have over the next couple of days.
Let's throw it to the rest then to have us get their thoughts on how that game went. Guys, are you as surprised as we are?
Appreciate it, boys. That was a phenomenal game to start things off. And now we're talking to Houndbird on D+ real quick. Hey, dude, can you hear us? You hear us okay?
Okay. Good.
How was that game? That game was really quick.
Oh,
all good?
Yeah, good.
And sweet? Yeah. That game was over really, really fast. How did you do that so quick?
Just my teams, competition enemy teams lose, analyzing many. We analyzing and coaching and Scream is practice, many practice.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd like to talk about the maps back there because I thought maybe we'd go to Nighthaven Labs. I thought maybe we'd see that. You guys banned it first.
Yeah.
We go to Consulate instead. Why did you want to go to Consulate?
Because lab is lost strong. I think it's very strong map.
Yeah.
Besides consulate, we are strong. Yeah, really.
Fair enough. Yeah.
All right, dude. Yeah, you did really good. Thank you very much. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and until then, we'll see you then. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah. Congratulations, man. They did really, really solid, man. I didn't think we were going to see that game end so quickly, Jesse. That was crazy.
No, I mean, that was a really impressive showing. I mean, we did think that maybe they were the underdogs coming in, but they showed what they can do against Los. And
what's up, Jack?
I've come back.
Yeah.
You're back, Jack?
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey, I mean, that was a great game, right? We saw such a strong attacking half from D+. I talked about how sometimes in the past, they've been kind of slow on attack, but they came through. The drones were there. They had really good intel. And for a lot of that start of the game, they just had Los's numbers and always knew where they were going to be on the map.
There's two individual players that I want to talk about. The first one is Coated, because he often gets seen as kind of the second entry. He really stepped up today on the entry kills and the aggression spectacularly. And the second player is Yas. Now, obviously, I'm picking the two best players in terms of performance of Damwon here, or D+ here. However, Yas is one of the best lurkers in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah.
And I think people seem to have forgotten that. Certainly Lost One definitely forgot that Yas was incredible at lurking, particularly when he was playing the Solace in the very first defensive round or the second one on the basement, where he just pops up with a kill into Piano, gets himself back out, really smart to get himself back out, and then just completely made Lost go and look for him, waste the time, and you've seen Soldier pick up the kill on 0 seconds.
Yeah, and I want to highlight some of those rounds where Los actually were able to find some successful defenses. The first time they got a defensive win was round number 4, and Derry on the cast actually said, and I quote, ironically, D+ have more drones than they had on future rounds, and I actually think that's really key, because D+ were using their drones in the early round to find players and convert those into picks. The one time where they weren't able to find that successful attack, we ended up seeing those drones not really get used. They weren't being shot out. They weren't in positions where they were finding players. And because of that, the information was weaker for D+. Los started jumping out. They started getting those opportunities. Eventually, by the end of it, we even saw the Mozzie coming out from, I believe it was Dash. And that was a big kind of turning point that, again, the drones weren't really able to find that impact. So I think when they were able to shut down the information, Los had some good rounds, but ultimately that was just nowhere near consistent enough.
So the big thing for D+, yes, this was their second preference map for both teams. D+ did phenomenally in their first half. Had we seen a side swap, had we seen it be the other way around, could we have seen Los come out the gate swinging with that kind of momentum, or did they just lose the plot?
Do you know what? I actually don't think so, because if you look at Consulate, every single team, if you give them a starting side choice on Consulate, is choosing defense. So the fact that D+ came out on attack, got themselves a 4-2 split, they were only ever going to kick on from there. So if it was the other way around, I think, it might have even been a little bit of a further scoreline.
Yeah, and I think, it was good we got to talk to Houndbird even a little bit there, because he talked about how Los aren't that strong on this map, and there were a couple of odds out there. Los were undefeated coming in on Consulate, but I think that he was able to read into a lot of what they wanted to do, especially on attack. I really liked the way they played those defenses. What we saw in that very first garage round was they kind of let Los sit outside the building for a while, take their time, they let them stall out. They still had one Solus that was hiding away. That never got droned, that never got checked. That brought things back to their favor. And then when the execute happened, it was so low time, there was no good cover outside of garage, and we really saw DK exploit that from Los. So yeah, really well done by them.
And congratulations to DK for annihilating everyone's 0-3 prediction, like straight off the rip. For any of us that picked that, what, I picked it, you picked it. I mean, we got to take our lumps where it happens, I guess, right? So Jack, who was your 0-3 again?
Dark Zero.
You mother. Yeah, I know. I get it. I understand. That's at some point along the way we're going to get the European teams to go down, and then he's really going to start crying. That's what's going to be funny. Last thing to take note of, you notice how everyone on D+ is already gone? The guys on Los, and they're still over here talking about everything. What do Los have to do to bounce back tomorrow?
I think maybe they underestimated their opponent in terms of the map bans, in terms of the way they were playing, in terms of knowing them. And obviously it's hard because you find out your opponent, one day before the game, basically.
Yeah.
I think go back to basics, I think is the big thing for them, is they're a good quality team. They ran through the play-ins. It's just a blip. And that's the beauty of Swiss, is that they can still go through. They're not playing best of threes for elimination yet, but it's just about picking themselves up and going tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think play together, right? That's the big thing I would tell Los, because so often we saw them out on the roam and they would lose a one, there would be a swing, and the push would come through usually from Yas, and it was just never ended up getting traded. Whether that was near the site or far off on the roam with a Solus somewhere lurking on the map, it did feel like very often that trade game was just out of the question for Los. They play a little bit more together, maybe a map that kind of favors that a little bit more. I think they find better success.
All right, game one's already done and dusted, and we move right into game two immediately after this. It's G2 and Scars coming up next.
It's time to make history. One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
took an LCQ run and a sprint through the play-ins earlier this week, but the world champions are here, and their trophy case still has a little more space. G2 is already locked and loaded, and now it's time to see if Japan's best team 2 stages running is capable of saying the same. I'm Jacob, I'm here with Jack, and we're also here with the illustrious 14-time LAN attendee and former 6 Invitational world champion, Gabriel Laxingmirales. Dude, welcome to Georgia. How's it been treating you so far?
It feels good to be here. It's nice to be at my first major. It's a whole different animal, whole different beast, but super exciting nonetheless to be again here with you.
Yep.
And then here with my EU brother now. It's super exciting to be here.
How's it feel to welcome this guy to the analyst family?
It's absolutely amazing. Do you know what? I'm collecting tallies. This is the 3rd world champion that I've dested with now.
3rd, so
Fabian, I've dested with Pengu.
Oh, true. Yeah. So you're genuinely just collecting
my own trophy.
You're going around the globe.
You're getting the Infinity Gauntlet at this point, dude. Yeah, I mean, any other world champion want to jump on him? Like, jump on a desk with Fresh? Anybody
I'm
interested?
looking around. I'm only seeing a few other world champions here.
Doki was trying to get on the desk earlier. No, that's 100% true. We're talking G2 and Scars. Obviously, G2 had to make both the LCQ run and play through the play-ins in order to get here in the first place. But for Scars, they qualified as the first team in Japan. They got to skip the entirety of the play-in. So as far as this matchup is concerned, on paper, it's really cool because this is the first recorded time either of these teams have ever faced each other.
Yeah, that's the best thing about international competition as well. The analyst for G2 Titan has actually played up against Scars before when he was with Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, there you go.
In terms of the players, they have never faced each other before. It's 2 very different styles of Siege, and that's going to set us up for an absolute classic.
And both of them have already confirmed their placement for the 6 Invitational as well. So maybe this is only the first of many times that we end up seeing them play lax. I mean, Japan versus Europe on paper is always really cool to watch.
I mean, I always wanted to verse a Japanese team when I played, but I never got the opportunity. So, and like we were touching up, these teams playing against each other for the first time. It's brand new little idiosyncrasies, what these teams do and how to counter. And most teams have a general understanding of how APAC plays or how EUL plays or how NAL plays. Like, everyone has that general understanding, but when you're actually in the lobby, that's when everything really comes to fruition of like, oh, this is actually what's happening. This is what I actually need to do or what I don't need to do in order to win these rounds or win these matches.
Yeah, Scars they have already got a little bit of a warming up to do because they haven't played any games so far. Jack, G2 already have. What am I supposed to be teeing you up for exactly?
Oh, so I got a direct quote from G2. I asked G2 to summarize what they are doing and what they're about this tournament.
Okay.
And I'm going to read it. And again, I'm going to look right down the camera and I'm going to say, this is not my words. These are G2's quotes. Phoenix from the ashes on a return journey to prove that they are not utter dog shit. Here to prove some doubters wrong. And that is from G2 themselves.
There's nothing on his card.
We couldn't go through 2 maps without somebody dropping a word, man. It's happening so quick. This thing's already going to hell in a handbasket. Okay, so hold on. The quote relates to what exactly? Break that down in English.
They feel that they're on a redemption journey, right? Because they went to the top of the mountain, then they fell hard. Yep. Copenhagen, big disappointment for them. EUL, huge disappointment for them. They've had 2 roster changes since they won the Invitational, and for them, they feel like they're back, and they're ready to prove people wrong now. Achieving 6 Invitational was big for them. They've done that. That's done. Now it's just about proving to everybody that they are still king of the hill.
General observations about G2, Lex?
I mean, I think it goes into what you were saying and breaking that down is I think maybe a little bit of ego was there. When you win that world championship, I mean, you're the best in the entire world. You're unstoppable. No one can touch you. But that also then kind of maybe plays into how you play and how you treat other teams. And we saw on the EL stage, it wasn't the great, it wasn't the worst, but when you look at it, it doesn't look like the world championship roster that we saw. And then, we see them come into the LC. Well, they went through that run in general. They went through the open qualifiers. They went through the LCQ. They dominated that. They came here. Their toughest game was against Dark Zero, pushed them through here. Now they're playing an unknown team, so it's questions. Are you going to keep that ego that you had after you won that world championship, or are you going to treat this like any other game going into this and to continue that trend going forward?
Yeah, I mean, the storyline on the face of it is just world champion against an APAC team, but this is also, same thing with D+, this is the final Japanese team that's still remaining because both Crest and Cyclops both got knocked out in play-ins. So what are we talking map specifically, gentlemen? Anything in particular you want to see us go to here?
I want to see a clubhouse.
You want to see a clubhouse in 2023?
I want to see
you want that now?
I personally just like to watch clubhouse. I like to see it is a default map.
Well, we're not getting it. We're getting labs.
Well, that works too. I love that. I saw a lot in NAL. I mean, I'd like to say I'm a savant at watching Nighthaven because NAL played it nonstop.
That's
so
true,
this is nothing new to me.
The one thing I think about labs is for G2 it is by far and away their favorite map, right? It's their #1 preference. They want to go there all of the time.
Yeah.
Scars have not played it. So when we talk about teams holding something back for the major, it's still high preference, but they've not gone to it. So Scars have very clearly seen something from G2 because G2 have played it a few times now. They've seen something, they've wanted to go here, and G2 have absolutely zero, like actually zero footage because it's a new map. It's not even like it's a map that they've not played for a year and a half and then go back. no footage on Scars on Nighthaven. So for G2, it's a big step into the unknown, but it is on their favorite map.
Right, but it'll be a really big statement win if Scars are able to win on it, but if for some reason G2 beat them on it, it's going to look like the worst ban phase known to man.
So this is what I want to say to this, and I do think it's a good pick from Scars, obviously, because there isn't information on them, and they do have the information on G2 on it. But the thing is that I want to reiterate throughout this cast in general is G2 have been playing their games. They got reps in where Scars doesn't. They, might have done their scrims, did whatever research they needed to do, but having those reps are so important. It can also be a double-edged sword, is where maybe when you have that time off, you get to relax, you get to chill, just do what you got to do. But then again, some teams need those reps. Some teams need those. I mean, some players need those reps. So it's a situation, sure, Scars maybe should come out on top because they have all the VOD and they have all the prep, but not having those reps, is that now going to show into their prep already going into it, but not actually being able to execute because they don't have those reps.
So we saw D+ come in earlier. They were the only team remaining in the region, and we asked the question, because they're the only team left in Korea, does that mean that D+ are also probably going to go the way of the dodo like their compatriots did? Scars are the only team left in Japan. Can we say the same thing about Japan, or do the two countries play Siege very differently?
From personal experience and watching it, to me, it's a little bit chaotic on all ends, but they obviously know what they're doing. They trust what they're doing, so I can't just write it off as, well, they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, and this is a best of one. So they could easily come out on top here having that information, but it really comes down to is, are they going to show what they've been doing the research or their VOD reviews, and are they going to implement that? And that's also to say, G2 could have switched something, and that can easily throw you off. You don't want to follow something down to a T, and I'll say this, and I've said it a million times, I know strats are only there on paper to give everyone a general idea of what you're doing.
Sure.
You have to be able to adapt in those mid to late rounds, and that's really what makes or breaks teams.
The one thing that I will say is that when I looked on paper, I thought this game had the biggest potential for an upset because Scars are not just another APAC team. They got all the way to the main stage of Copenhagen Major. They're very comfortable, they're very confident, and they've got a player that opens up rounds for them in terms of rec, that just constantly opens these rounds non-stop. He's one of the most aggressive players in the world, and he's one of the most confident players in the world. So if they've got that, and like you say, it's a best of one, I don't think this is just going to be another APAC team or another Asian Pacific team going up against a giant. I think there is genuine upset potential here, especially if they've done their homework on Nighthaven.
All right, we're going to see if the G in G2 stands for gigantic or if it means another word that's considerably lower down the pile. Are they getting their first dub here in Swiss, or is Scars about to pull off the upset? It's going to be Ace of Pyrite and Desert Jew with the call.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Indeed, Nighthaven, my favourite map, Tim. I'm absolutely delighted, but I'm sure many of you at home are here to see G2 start what could be a bit of a magic run. Or, Tim, if our last game suggests anything, the start of their downfall. We don't know what to expect coming out of Scars just yet.
Well, this is it. Our Phase 1 team didn't fare too well in matchup number 1. And it was, sort of very much the same layout. You've got a team in G2 who've come through, won both games. They head into this against, this time, a Japanese team. And Scars, let's not forget, got to the quarterfinals in Copenhagen. They went from strength to strength and then topped the Japan League in Stage 2, including wins against Fav, North Eption and Cyclops along the way. So picking up big wins in the playoffs. 2-0, I believe it was, against Cyclops as well, losing very few maps. Scars have really continued with that great form. It's a team that I am very excited to see here in Atlanta. I know that a lot of the neutral fans got behind them in Copenhagen. They had a big following back there in May, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that are excited about seeing them as much as I am today.
Well, that's just it. They had a real big run in Copenhagen, impressed a lot of people and really surprised a lot of us because we've cast Scars as an organisation for a few years, and I think when we first cast them in APAC North back in 2020, they actually started out really strong with a 5-0 beginnings and then just completely fell off the face of the earth, and they kind of then settled into being a very lower rated team, whereas now it could be a very different conversation. Bans coming through nice and quick here. Scars taking Monty away from G2, never a bad idea. And G2, we saw them pull out a couple of interesting bans during the play-ins. They're doing the same here. We're taking a Thermite offline.
Some might say it's funky.
It's a funky ban.
Taking the Thermite out. Not one that we see too often, as Army and Valkyrie pretty much stock standard. Not too much of a surprise there. The Thermite, I mean, obviously you're looking towards your hard breaching, particularly on Nighthaven. There's a number of big walls that you want to breach, depending where you're attacking onto. Top floor, there's a number. There's the IT wall, then there's the connector wall. There's all sorts that you can open up. There's even, depending how you're attacking it, potentially the warehouse side as well to open up into. So there's lots of options on that top floor for breaches. Same again down on the bottom floor. You can get yourself into Exo and open the wall up. You can get yourself down cargo stairs. You can do the triple wall straight into site. There's a lot of hard reinforced walls, particularly into that top and bottom floor site. We are going to kick things off on the top floor for Scars. So G2 going to have to think creatively around their own ban. They were the ones who took Thermite out. So
the thing
they've
is,
got other options.
We see a lot of ace on this map, though, so I don't think it's going to be the end of the world, but obviously you don't ban a mine operator for no reason. G2 have had a read into this and know that Scars likely play it a lot on their attacking side of this map, so just trying to make them at least a little bit uncomfortable, and we'll see the impact of that come the second half. To get things off, though, it's G2 on the attack. They've got the Maverick on side here in Virtue's very capable hands, and that Ying and the KB combo, the fact that she's not banned him, I expect we're going to see her pretty much every single round.
Yes, I'd have thought so. Going to be plenty of that. Ooh, just look at this. We've got a jump out, but Dorky is more than ready for it. He's going to take down Fishlike, and that's going to be a big opener. That's a loss for Scars, is that. Solis off the board, Roma gone, a bit of freedom underneath. Think about which site we're on. We're on the top floor. Solis can deny the plant from underneath. That is a big, big gamble from Scars, and it has not paid off.
But if it had paid off and they got rid of Doki, for example, that's 2 phone calls that the KB taken away. If it's the Ying, it's all those Candelas removed. You just get so much power by taking off a key operator or 2. And Doki almost lost his life there. Not 100% where from, but did get tagged on his way through. You got Pion hanging at the top of Aqua here as well. In comes the push at the back of those Candelas. We've seen teams do this more and more, is using the Candelas to actually let you enter into the building or a certain area rather than strictly an execute. It's just a very easy way of not having to drone through and play for a 2v1. You can just make use of the Candelas. Wreck falling down to Alamau here, and Washoy playing a little bit further at distance here, being challenged from 2 sides, has no idea what to do, and Benja takes him for free from underneath.
G2 are looking pretty hot in round 1, and we're going to have Alamau and Doki picking up those final 2 kills. Good to see Alamau's new haircut has not affected his ability inside of the server. He's still going to be finding those kills 2 for him on the round. And
I love when he walks through the lobby, and it's the fact that he'd like shaved all of his facial hair, he cut everything down. He looked like something like a nutcracker around Christmas. I was just like, it's like almost perfect for it. I mean, we're not quite at Christmas just yet, but here we go.
We've a ways to go.
1-7, so. A little bit of joking in the chat from the guys as well. Doki saying, don't worry, guys, you can still 7-1 us. It's all good. It's all good. On we go to round 2 then. This time round, imagine we're going to see some more of that aggression coming out of Scars. And I say that because as a region, they're known to be very, very aggressive. I talk about it all the time, but a clip that Mag posted a good few years ago of a scrim against Cyclops, 4 players just jumping out of windows and doorways on Clubhouse all at the same time, just shows what that region has really got baked in. So don't expect to see Scars back away from this one and wilt off like a dying flower. They will keep on going for this kind of aggression and trying to upset G2 before G2 can look towards executing.
Okay then, let's get round 2 underway. Scars, yeah, definitely need to take the fight to G2 here. They need to get some joy out on their own, particularly for this one. They're going to be defending basement, but as you can see, there's a presence, even including reinforcements and utility, all the way up to the top floor, which is where that Solis is going to be playing. So it's going to mean a full map clearance to come out from G2, realistically. You can sometimes ignore the roamers, but I think they're going to have to be particularly cautious of that here.
It's a lot like playing on a Clubhouse 3-floor roam, you know, SSG roam as it used to be called back in the day. These days it's just a Clubhouse roam, but you have the ability to drop in through hatches pretty quickly. There's one inside of vending, for example, or Exo that gets you straight back downstairs, and generally in a pretty good spot. So when you know there's a lot of heat starting to build up on site itself from the external facing breaches, these roamers can be back on site inside less than 8 seconds or so. So it's good to really try and challenge G2 and stretch them and have them come and challenge you across the entirety of the top floor. For now though, G2 are just saying, you know what, ground floor is good enough for us, and Rek loses out getting 2v1, but Benja's the one who secures the kill.
I think Rek just overstayed his welcome there. He knew that the challenge was coming. Benja does find it. Pion is there to pick up Doki though, so that keeps things nice and level for Scars. Fishlike is the big question mark for me on the Solis. How are G2 going to deal with this directly, or are they just going to try and leave him out in the cold and catch him on a rotate later in the round with those flank watchers? But Washoy, he's got himself out there as well, and still plenty of work for G2 to do to clear out these roamers, and losing the Dokkaebi is not going to make that any easier.
They know that he's upstairs, but he is a mile away from the action because now Pion's gone down as well. really could do with being revived here as well, because he's the one holding that cargo side of the map. With Shoy upstairs by himself, Tayu finding one back the other way. So it's not the end of the world, but Benja's not going to miss those. He had a pretty quiet play-ins, but it's 3-0 so far, Tim.
Pyeong will be collected on the castle. Washoi taking a ton of damage. Will do well to get himself back to site now. He's going to continue playing up on that top floor, but I can't see him having too much of a direct impact on the rest of the round. Being so little health, he's really going to have to play it safe and pick his moments. Benja manages to find another up above. Des, they've got less than one full player in terms of collective hit points here of Scars. They've all been beaten down to 20 or less.
But Wushoy is still roaming off around, working his way in through cargo. Could move his way through here and find a couple of players. One coming in blind, but
that's the problem.
Alamau has found his man with only 1 HP. No headshots required, just hit the body.
That's the problem. You can go in, you can even catch somebody on the flank side like that. Alamau doesn't know exactly where he is, but he only needs to hit an arm, a leg, a hand, a tooth, anything will do, and it'll get the job done. And Wushoy loses out. So 3 versus 2 now. G2, 30 seconds left to go. They can start working in towards site, and Uno indeed is going to start getting that diffuser down on the ground.
They've got the vertical cover. Look, one that can come through Exo, one on side of Assembly itself. Nothing can really stop him here, and sure enough, Alamau's going to find one. Great shot from Pyeong onto Uno though, but the verticals are working against them. And sure enough, Benja's up there. Love the strategy from G2 in this round. Initially they started out with hatch control, and you saw that when Doki died early on. That was them being maybe a little bit complacent for a few seconds, but the whole goal of isolating that top floor player and catching him when he came back down towards site, really smart. And the same then through the verticals, looking down into site itself. Everything was about hatches and vertical play, and they played it to an absolute T. A very early Scars timeout coming in here, just 2 rounds into the game, Tim.
That's it. You'd usually maybe see that third round, particularly for defenders. You'd, you know, give your whole rotation a go at least, but no, Scars deciding that G2 have maybe just looked a little bit too good for them so far. G2, to be fair, are looking pretty on it today.
Hot, yeah.
They are not messing about. Everybody out on the roam for Scars just feels to be in peril constantly. They seem to be. The big thing I'm picking up is every time we see one of those roamers POVs, they seem to be between a rock and a hard place. G2 are playing in pairs very, very well, and they're creating those sort of XV1 situations. They're really getting on top of those defenders out in the map.
Well, it's going to be a step back up to the top floor by the looks of it for Scars in round 3. So they've tried top floor, they've tried basement, they've lost both. They're going to retry that top floor and see what they can get away with here. Changes-wise, not a whole lot looking at the operator lineup here. The Fenrir on side, the Soul is there, the Mirror, we've seen it all before. Really, it's going to be about what they change, because the onus isn't on G2 to change here. They had this figured out back in round 1. It's on Scars to bring something new to the table that forces G2 into a difficult spot.
The location of a bomb.
Exactly that. Like you say, it's pretty much...
A shield in Aqua's a good start.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they had the Banshee out there last time, I think, to try and slow things down. Didn't do too much. We'll see where Rec places those this time. Always like to keep an eye on that. But Tayu on the mirror window is going to be looking out into Connector, which will, on the halves off wall as well, make it more difficult. There we go. We have the Banshee out on Aqua as well. So going to make it a difficult push in from that side. I need to ask one of the players. I've spoken about this before. When it comes to Banshee placement, I'd much prefer the second one that we've just seen there to the first one. So the first one was put on the wall, halfway up the wall. The second one was placed on the floor. My mentality has always been stick it on the floor, because
they've got to aim downwards.
They've got to aim downwards, and it, you know, gives you even a half a second. It gives you an advantage in a fight versus if they can just flick to the wall and keep the crosshair at that height. It's been my logic. I need to ask one or two of the players and see what their thoughts are.
That's one for later on after the games are all done and dusted, I think, Tim.
Yeah.
Virtue getting to work on, I imagine this is IT Wall here, getting this one opened up. There we go. In fact, no, sorry, it's on the Connector, looking straight in towards jungle instead. It's Fishlight coming up into face-to-face emergence with one. It's with Doki. Doki simply can't win this one out. Fishlight is down to half HP, but he's finally found some success out on that roam. Could make things a little more difficult now because they don't have the Decabi on side, but G2 need to respect the fact that there's a roamer or two out around the map.
Yeah, despite the great play from G2 so far, that's 2 rounds in a row that they've given away the Dokkaebi in the first minute of the round and not really had the advantage. You know, we've seen, there we go, Virtue's going to pick up Fishlight, so a late trade coming in there. Washoi is going to be in a difficult position potentially here. The Dreadman just signaling the position. He is indeed chasing, doesn't know 100% which way this player has gone, is going to spray down the grid. Can we find the kill onto Benja? Well played from Washoi there. I wasn't sure that's how that one was going to end, but he gets the job done.
Benja should have had him dead to rights every single day of the week there. First step up by him in the game. You're not going to complain too much when he's already sat at 4 kills, with that being his first death. But for the first time, G2 are behind in numbers. They're in a 3 versus 4 here, and this roam game from Scars in this round has at least worked out by finding Doki early on, by Benja having a bit of a rough team fight. A 1v1 there a second ago. Just show that actually maybe that timeout has done some good for Scars, despite it being so early into the game.
Yeah, possibly. There's still 50 seconds left to go and change here in round 3. They're going to be getting the IT wall opened up, so that gives a little bit of access for Virtue. You've got to, keep an eye on the fact that G2 did ban out the Thermite, and it is forcing them onto those other hard breach options. It hasn't caused them a real issue as of yet, but still something to keep an eye on. We haven't had the Ace or the Hibana brought along. It's only really been the Maverick option.
Yeah, and the hard breach in the back pocket of Alamau as well. We saw a few teams mess this up. I think actually it was yesterday we saw this coming in, where teams just don't bring along the second hard breach. Even gadgets, you lose your primary breacher, you're screwed. But Uno, forget about the bouncy, forget about the shield, forget about the player behind it, just marches on forward, takes the 1v1 and gets the win, but didn't know about the player behind the bomb chassis. We'll pay the price for that one. It's down to the last one, just Virtue against 3. A mirror window in his way. They know that it's coming in via electric. This one is going to be an easy 2-player swing, and they should be able to walk away with it. The Fenrir also helping out. There's no way through for the Aussie. Scars will get themselves their first round on the board.
A ton of utility being thrown in Virtue's direction there. Absolutely nothing that he could do. And Scars, as you say, come on the back of that tactical timeout, get themselves a round on the board, and that might just start to slow G2 down a little bit. I look at that round and I've got to start focusing. I didn't quite finish what I was saying because the action kicked off, but Doki has lost that Dokkaebi twice in 3 rounds now within the first minute.
With phone calls left as well.
Exactly that. That was, the point I was coming to was we've seen the ban rate for Dokkaebi. We've seen, if effectively, I wouldn't call it necessarily the fear of that operator, but when a ban rate comes in, as it has done for Dokkaebi so far in this tournament, it goes to say that nobody wants to play against the Dokkaebi. Everybody's concerned about those phone calls, so if you're going to bring it along when it is available, you've got to be making more use of it.
I mean, really, was sure there for me. Those 2 kills, the whiff from Alamau and from Benja, he should have been dead to rights every single day of the week. So that for me really was the difference maker in that round. Fishlight getting the 1v1 into Doki, and then Washoi. I'm not going to take it away from him and say he just got lucky, because he absolutely didn't. He won the gunfights, but G2 have whiffed there what really should have been a very simple kill for Benja in the first place, and may well have led to a round win. Round 4 then, back down to the basement, so only seeing these 2 sites coming out so far. Imagine once again we'll see a roam game coming out from Scars, and it's on G2 this time round to not lose 3 players trying to deal with those roamers.
Let's see if Scars can have a more productive second defensive half, as they've got 3 more chances to try and bring the score back a little bit more to their favour. Basement it will be. We've got a little bit of a stack up down there towards the bottom. We've got this time, we've spoken about the hard breach, and they've brought along the Ace and the Thermite. Sorry, the Ace and the Thatcher this time. So the target is going to be getting that wall open. Benja does manage to pick up Fishlight, so whilst Fishlight did manage to pick up the entry in the last round, he's going to be punished again. Benja gets himself a second. This time it's Reku who gets taken down. Benja might have missed a couple of shots last round, but doesn't miss a single one this time.
I mean, the beautiful thing is now they know this round is so easily winnable. They've still got all their utility. They've got the breaching charges if they need them. 9 of them. The last call's coming out. They've got the Glaz to play behind. They can even get vertical control here if they want. And Doki almost whiffed a shot onto Washoi, but just make sure last round's mistakes have been course corrected. A 5v2, plant going on down. They will blast it out at least temporarily, but I don't think this is going to be anywhere near enough. Benja's onto a 3k in the round. He makes it a 4. Tayu just managed to find him out, but he's 1 versus 4 team. Finds himself a second. Will he be able to find a third here as well? A distance sees his man, but can't quite connect. Doki gets the close. G2 with round 4.
Yep, G2 coming strong, coming back strong after that round loss that they had, and that was looking much more like round 1 and 2 there. They really stacked it up and got the job done quickly. Benja with the big double entry really powered them into the round. Again, G2, for me, one of the big keys is they just look like they know everything that's going to go on ahead of them in the map. They understand where Fishlight's going to be. They understand where the other roamers are going to be. They go in the challenge. They do it in numbers. They're just working really, really well together as a team, and at the same time having a good understanding of what Scars are going to do.
Here we go, then 2 rounds for Scars to try and bring this back to a 3-3, though with how things are going, a 5-1 I think is everybody's expectation. No timeout available. Scars did take that after that second round. They did go on to win that third, but things are very firmly back in G2's control here. Just tightening up any loose screws and making sure they've got this roam game more than dealt with. It really seems to be the aim of those last couple of rounds.
We're going to get on into it then. Round 5 it will be. 3-1 to G2. And Scars just sort of left scratching at the minute, scrabbling to try and find anything that they can. We're going to have a new site in
storage,
this game. It's not top, it's not bottom. As you say, it's going to be storage on the ground floor this time around. Storage is an interesting site, as is Kitchen. Both of the sites on the mid floor, on the ground floor, are interesting in that they have external windows into them. Obviously, in some of our maps, such as Villa, it's not a competitive map at the minute, but Villa, we do see that there are no sites with external windows in, and then some have lots. But interestingly, thank you very much, we do have an external window, so something that can be played around. Of course, there is a little wall as well as soon as you go in there that you can sort of get in, get a bit of cover, and use it as a direct foothold into the site itself. So it's always an interesting mechanic.
There you go. I think that's Garage being opened up there as both those hard breach charges go off. Uno did the hard work of getting things opened up for them. And otherwise, it's been the Benja trying to work in downstairs after he's been helped out by the Ace to get that downstairs wall opened up. Sorry, it was IT, not Garage. So really 2 different ends of the map here. But down in the basement, down the top floor, trying to work forwards. And I did wonder when we might see Benja normally is the go-to fisherman with these nades, but 1, the player runs away, 2, he gets swung on in the basement. Scars reading G2 like a book, but it's 4v4 and the plant was going down a second ago. Pion finding out Doki, a trade back the other way as Fish falls down as well. Alamau into another, and Uno's going to try and stick this one this time around.
Yeah, Uno's been doing a great job of getting into those planting positions. Will be successful once again, and it's just inside that window that I spoke about, Des. It has got to be one of the focuses. If you're on a bomb site that has an external window, guess what attackers are going to want to do? They're going to want to jump in through that window and slap the diffuser down on the ground because it's the quickest route to doing so. So you have to manage it. You have to ensure that it's been dealt with. That particular window, there is great vertical coverage from beneath, for example. It's not something that Scars were able to take advantage of. G2, however, they get the job done. That's going to be 4-1.
And they just really marched on through in that round. Alamar in particular, a 4K. Benja in the previous round, a 3K. This is the problem sometimes, well, not really the problem, it's a big benefit for them. G2 can just be so hard to deal with when it comes around to the fragging capability that we've always seen them pull off what I've called hero plays, where each round a different player can rock up and get a 2, 3, a 4K. And that kind of achievement is enough normally to just that heavily tip around over to your side that it can be so hard to stop them. You know, Bushoy was the player who got a 2K back in round 4, or round 3, sorry, but the last couple have really come down to Benja and Alamau just absolutely popping off.
You're my hero, Des.
Thanks, Tim.
No problem.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
I love the events just because I get to stand next to you for 2 weeks.
Oh, that's real nice, mate.
Yeah, it's one of the best.
You didn't like it on the other day we had Halloween, though. I was poking you with that trident all day.
Wasn't the best day that I've ever had stood next to you, I'll be honest. There's been better.
But very, very fun. Very, very fun. This is just Alamau, like I say, popping off a 4K for himself. Dipping, diving, ducking, dodging. Taking everything that he needs to. G2 up 4-1, and as said a couple of rounds ago, 5-1 feels like the only conclusion that this half can get to, unless Scars can pull something out of the bag here.
Uno just prepared for the aggression that might come out of Scars, but will not. They seem to have tempered that for the final defensive round here. Very much focused around sight instead. The Dokkaebi not being brought along for G2 as it's not really paid dividends massively.
Just because Dokkaebi dies too.
You know, we've commented on it a couple of times. Not really seen too much effective use of it. So instead, bringing the Finker, who again has risen to a bit of prominence again.
Wonder why.
Certainly, I can't imagine the 2 items in her pocket that may well have seen Finker come back into the fold. But yeah, we've certainly seen a lot more Finker with that universal
here we go.
Healing ability. We're going to have a double challenge here. They're going to lose one, but Uno's there for the trade. Can he get a second? No! It's going to be an aggressive push from G2, but overall, it's going to be punished. But Benja, he's in! He's getting killed! He's got another!
He's absolutely nuclear to their third. Anyone else want to line up? The man's on a 3K. It started so well for Scars. 3 players all pushing catwalk together, but they've been absolutely deleted by Benja. 3K for him. 2 rounds this half, he's done that. Absolutely dominant.
What a speed run of a round from G2 there, as you say. Just the double push from Doke and Uno to try and get themselves going, but all it did was make a lot of noise over here, whilst over there was the real danger. That was Benja creeping his way in to pick those kills up.
Just made it look pretty simple, that half, I think, really, G2. Wouldn't be surprised if a 7-1 is what we are marching on towards here as well. Even with the going on to the defensive side, this one feels like a bit of a foregone conclusion.
We can just see it here from the reverse perspective, as Pion did manage to get himself a double, but it just wasn't enough because, as I say, the damage wasn't really being done in front of them. It was indeed behind, where Benja was just sneaking through. 1, 2, 3, easy as that. And I think it was Virtue who picked up the final one. G2, they're just looking to me like that team that we see out of G2 sometimes, where they're just enjoying the siege.
They absolutely are. And guess what? We've got a special guest. We've got Titan on the line here as well, tuning in. Hey, Titan, how's it going?
Hello, hello. Thank you.
How do you think about that first half, mate? That looked like absolute dominance from you boys.
Yeah, so far, I think, even though these guys haven't sort of shown the actual match on the map itself on any official, it's kind of more or less predicted as we expected with the way that they're playing. And for us, generally, just our general play style, the way that we want to do things, the way we want to sort of put pressure on teams, is being able to sort of be executed really, really well. And I think, as you can see with the individual performances from some guys, especially like players like Benja, for example, they're really popping off on this map, so it really helps us out like in the long term, and sort of just like the bigger picture is going quite well for us so far, and I think the same will carry over into defense.
Sorry, Dan. Yeah, looking great at the minute in that first half. Is it just sort of more of the same now? What is the expectations for this second half?
So second half is sort of play our game again, don't do too much, just sort of read what they're trying to do and just basically just analyze as we're going throughout the round, and just aim generally to just keep sort of the basic fundamentals that we need to do, and then we'll just be able to adapt on the fly as we go.
Absolutely legend, mate. Thank you very much for tuning in for this one. We'll catch you a little bit later on after the game.
Thank you.
Onwards we march then, Tim. Second half, as you say, now very firmly underway. And for a second, it looked like we might see Scars lining up to take out the Solus a couple of times with Uno, but no trigger being pulled.
Not at all. 1 minute into the round then. Nobody has been picked up yet for G2. All in positions, all happy, and just waiting. We've got Benja underneath on the Mozzie. He's going to be one to watch out for.
He loves the C4, he does.
Suggests he's probably got himself a drone or two as well.
He loves the C4.
Benja playing in behind information, as you say, with C4 in hand. Is going to be a dangerous prospect for Scars. They really need to prioritise getting him cleared out.
But they have really stacked up here out towards this Aqua side of things, with the Blitz on side to come charging in. That on a gate, anything like a Melusi or a Shield or even barbed wire in this case. I don't know about Alamau with a shotgun. Obviously the smoke is still in a really good spot here as well. They've got Legion goo mines coming down, lots to work with them. And at the same time, we've now got 2 players looking to push in on the other side of things. And Alamau, it's just all too easy. A single pump in, straight onto the head of Tayu, and finds a second. Someone stop this man today. Another smoke comes out, but G2 are just absolutely crushing them. They're pushing outside the building. It's a flawless round for G2.
Alamau at the top of Aqua Stairs. Absolutely wonderful there. Shotguns down the Blitz. Turns and gets a second through the punch hole. Just absolutely wonderful to watch. Just honestly, insert name for G2 at the minute. Yeah. You know, it could be Benja, it could be Virtue, it could be Alamau. They're all having their moments, and G2 just looking very, very dangerous.
They are. I'm not really sure if Scars are going to have it in the tank to stop them, to be honest with you, Tim. Nice little blast to the...
I'm already thinking towards tomorrow's matchups. I don't know exactly what they're going to be. The draw will be later, of course. And, you know, we've got 6 more games to come today. So we're going to have a lot of, you know, we're going to have 6 more teams that are going to be on 1 win. But I look at it and I already think, imagine D+ versus G2.
It'd be fun, right?
Oh, what a match that'd be tomorrow.
Time will tell, Tim. We'll find out a bit later on today. But just looking again, look at the scores down the left-hand side of your screen. I know for like Doki and Uno and Virtue, it's been quiet. But at this stage, Benja and Alamau are just running away with the game. 21 kills across 7 rounds. An average of 3 between the pair of them here every single round that we have played so far. This could very well be the end of game 1 for Scars at the very least. G2 really, same as against Fury back in play-ins, not having to get out of first or second gear, to be honest.
No, this is it. You're looking, I said at the end of the D+ match, I'm going to say the same for G2 now. I know we're not quite there yet, but you just feel like there's a lot more in the tank as well. This isn't everything from them. This isn't, you know, this is, they're winning it well, but they're just doing what they need to.
It's as Titan said as well. We're just playing our game.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, we haven't seen them on there before, but we're confident in what we've got coming into this.
Yeah.
So it kind of again, no need to get out of second gear. Just play your game. Don't do anything too fancy. And G2 are just looking very cool and composed right now.
Got to say another big thanks to Titan for joining us.
Yeah.
Well. Something a little bit new for Siege. I don't think I've seen that before, where we've actually had somebody from the team speaking to us during the game. You know, what a fantastic opportunity that was. So, you know, very much a big thanks to Titan for doing that and joining us. Here we go then. We're a minute into what could be our final round. This has been an absolute speed run of Nighthaven Lab from G2.
Oh, God, I love watching this map. I'd love to see 15 rounds of it.
That's what I mean. I want a bit more of it. We've had about 15 minutes, let alone 15 rounds. We're 6-1 at the minute, and it's not looking good for Scars. Benja is going to be getting chased around by drones up on that top floor, playing the Solus this time instead of the Mozzie. Obviously, not really needing the Nitro, given that he's in a different position. He's being chased down by Washoy at the minute. He is going to take a lot of damage. They've doubled up on him, and that is good from Scars. That's what they need to be doing. Find the roamers, find the players like Benja, go in numbers. Exactly what G2 did to you. You know, make it so that there's nowhere for them to turn.
For me, it's just really good isolation play. I was speaking to Fox about this earlier, and he's like, you know, you'll hear calls in NA where they'll be like, right, isolate this guy, and that's exactly what they've just done. Full sending in for that guy, sent 3 in towards Benja, and have managed to take him out. So it's a start, but it took them a long time to get that done. We're already down to only 70 seconds in the round, and Alamau has balanced out the scoring.
I was just going to say, the problem is, right, you've got Benja. Great, now you've got to get Alamau. Okay, you get Alamau, right. Now you've got to get Doke. And that's the problem with this G2 side. They are becoming one of those sides where there's so many names on there that are going to step up. You know, it's what we've seen from big tournament-winning teams before. Rec on the Jackal, just trying to pick up some of them tracks to make it a little bit difficult for G2 to stay in their positions, but just being held at bay for the time being by that Toxic Babe. Going to start opening up some verticals as well.
Late, though, really.
Yeah, I'm going to say 30 seconds left to go. There's work that needs to be done, but they do start to do it as Tayu manages to get the kill onto Uno. It's all going to come down to a late round collapse from Scars.
There's a C4, there's a smoke in the back pocket for G2. They've still got so much to play behind here as well to waste more time or catch out Scars when they come and try and make an execute happen. Big drop around Animus here, trying to make their way forwards. Alamau has moved his way upstairs here. If he can find out the one inside control, that's absolutely massive. And now that he's got the vertical fish-like, it's a 1 versus 1, but Alamau simply has to drop down here when we're down to the last few seconds and finish this one off. This one is a foregone conclusion, I imagine. It only took about a half a millisecond there to get in and get him out. That's going to be G2 onto a 7-1, cruising through their first game here in Swiss.
Please stand up.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Alamau, and G2 has said a dominant victory overall. And Scars, they'll be looking at that one and saying, well, let's just forget that ever happened.
Less hair, but not less volume from Alamau, which is what we like to see. G2, as you say, looking confident, looking calm, looking collected, looking like champions, Des, you know, which... They are our current reigning world champions, winning the Invitational at the beginning of the year, but they've yet to back that up, really, and I think, you know, they'll be hoping that Atlanta could be that for them, and, you know, what a performance to build off in Phase 2. Absolutely fantastic start for them.
Yeah, 18 kills across, 18 deaths, across 8 rounds for G2 there as well, just averaging out about 2 per round or just over. It just looked confident. Again, not really having to get out of first or second gear. It was the same story against Fury. For DZ, we saw a very different G2 come out that did really have to battle for it. But overall, I just think that was smooth sailing. Let's go over to the desk where they've got more to say about this game.
Alamau cut his hair, was looking calm and ready, and then he turned into the real Slim Shady. G2 win over Scar 7-1, and we got Doki. Dude, that was quick. What the hell? Why, first of all, why did they go to labs? Because that seemed like it was almost one for you guys in the band phase really, really quickly.
I mean, yeah, no, like we didn't know if they have info on labs because they never play it, I don't think. So we were like, okay, maybe they have something, maybe they're cooking something. They didn't cook, so I don't know. We're good at that map, I guess. So.
I mean, there's a deliberate reason you keep maps on the down low, right?
Yeah,
I mean there's plenty of footage on you guys.
Yep. Yeah. Labs, we played like 3 times, I think, or twice. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I said this during the post game. I mean, the pregame. I was saying they do have these VODs on you. We touched up on on it, and I was saying, you know, are they going to actually apply anything? And like watching that game, you guys clearly, without knowing what they did, you guys were dominating them. You guys were taking the map control that you needed. You guys were taking the space. I also find it very interesting, and this is more of a question for you. So let's say, because you guys are like divided up across the map, entering at certain points, finding the gap wherever you need to find it. If they're doubling up and fighting you guys, what do you guys do if you then fall in that man disadvantage? Because you guys aren't in some positions to be able to get that trade.
I mean, what we did in that game, like not every game we play like that, but in that game specifically, like we knew that they're going to play this kind of split because that's how they play in their other games. Like they have strong individual players, so they're going to try and take the gunfights, right? So we kind of tried to just see where the weakest one is and just push, like find the gap type of thing.
No, I mean, you guys did it flawlessly. It clearly showed us.
It's me dying there. Don't look at that. Don't look at that, guys.
Clearly showed with the 7-1. I mean, yeah, you guys looked extremely dominant. And I also said, and this is another question, do you guys think during your guys' regular stage, after winning the World Championship, do you guys think your ego kind of played into those summer matches? Or do you think it just kind of was a fluke? You guys maybe had little mishaps, maybe a couple rounds that should have went a certain way, didn't?
Yeah, I think more so like that, to be honest. Like, after,
so there's no ego?
There is ego, of course. But in Copenhagen, for example, like, I don't think we played bad. Like, Liquid just played really good and they knocked us out, so it's like, whatever. And on the online stage, this stage, like, we played against Wolves and Eminem, who are like really good teams, so it's like no problem to lose to them, like it's whatever. So yeah, I think, but we kind of reset after that, fix some issues out, and then we are here to play. One game down.
Plan seemed like a really good warm-up for you guys too, because it was 2 best-of-1s and suddenly you're in Swiss. So anything specifically from that stage that you're taking into this one with you? Like, was it literally just getting acclimated to what it's like in Atlanta?
Exactly that. Like, I think we had good teams in our group, to be honest. Like Fury was actually really good, and Dark Zero, you know, they're no joke.
Yeah.
So like, they're no joke.
Let me ask you one more question. So I was talking about this as, you know, coming into playoffs or coming into play-ons, it's a double-edged sword. You get time off if you know, excelled in your region. You get to come in at playoffs. But coming into those play-ins, do you think that really is like elevating your guys' gameplay and really hitting the strides that you guys need to start at because you're getting these reps in? Because we both know getting scrims in versus actual reps in an actual pro match, completely different environment.
Yeah, like the play-ins that we even said, like last major, like we actually kind of wish we were in the play-ins. Yeah. The teams that there had just more, they had more to play, right? They had more experience and they're getting used to the land. So actually I'm curious to see how BDS and stuff do, like not having that experience, and who are they playing? Like they have a good opponent.
Space Station of all
They have a good opponent, so that's going to be a good game. Like I think these guys are going to have an advantage because they've played a little bit, so let's see.
What are you guys going to end up doing in between now and when you figure out what your opponent's going to end up being? It'll happen later in the day, but what do you do for it in the meantime?
A little more partying like last night?
Yeah, just kind of chill.
Yeah.
We always say that when we come to an event, like there's no need to super serious like scrims and all that stuff. Like we already have done all the work and before it, you know, it's now time to make sure we're in good mental state, like good, you know, just relaxed, like not stressed about things. So
yeah,
we even said today, like if we lose today, we lose, like whatever.
Sounds good. Anything else you want to say real quick before we let you go? Anything to the fans?
Thanks to the fans for the support, and we'll be back tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Doki, thanks a lot. G2, 7-1 over Scars. That bad boy is already done and dusted, and I think, Fresh, do you got something for us on the telestrator? I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about over there.
Yes, I do, Jesse. I'm over by the screen. Now, a lot of people talked about G2 as a very aggressive team, a team that won the round on kills. Now, I want to highlight Uno and what he's brought to the team. He's brought to the team this plant-focused siege alongside G2 Split Fury. Now, Uno wants to get a plant in storage over here. And what he wants to do is he wants to use the trigger point of the Solace, as you can see, who's just got the kill on Spendra Master. If Solace has just got a kill, Solace is not using the gadget to deny the plant. So we clear screen, we'll run the game through. Now, Uno gets in, gets the plant, realizes that the Solace is going to come back and try to get that kill onto him. What does he do? Jumps himself off of the plant, baits the Solace to throw the impact, and then eventually wins that engagement out onto the Solace. Now, with the Solace off the board, Uno can safely plant at the same spot inside of storage. What he can also do is have cover from Alamo, who is covering the doorway in from the catwalk area and the doorway in from games area as well. Virtue is holding the vertical above. So G2 have got all the right conditions to win the round on a plant, and this is one thing that they were missing previously. We'll let it roll through. Alamo will get the kill. Uno will start sticking the plant again, and it's a 3 versus 2. You can see Virtue's up here above, holding Rek. Rek eventually chooses to go down into the warehouse and attack from that, try and retake from that point of view. Alamo picks up 1, picks up 2, and that's the round done for G2. And this is what we didn't see out of G2 in Copenhagen. We weren't seeing them play for the plants. We weren't seeing them have multifaceted approaches to attacks. They just played for kills. Now they've got Uno. Now they've got a default approach as well as a split fury approach, and this is why they're looking so strong. Now I'm going to throw it to a break just before we have BDS against SSG.
Hello, I'm Dominique Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Kaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and soleus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Hello, I'm Benji Master from G2 and welcome to my fresh install. Okay, so on the first page here, I have diffuser pickup. I have it on manually, so you need to pick it up. And the drone after prep is like on auto because it's too much effort to like each round you have to go off your drone, so it's just like going off it automatically. Text chat I have on all, so you can type in chat in Ranked. That's really important. Mental games. Hot, I have everything on default because like it's a new thing. They added like 2 years ago and I just kept it like the same. Audio, it's already in here. It's like music on 0 and dialogue is on 6 because then normal, like the real audio is a lot higher. And then I play hi-fi because it's also like the default one. On display, I'm normally playing higher than 60 Hz, but this monitor is 60 Hz. Aspect ratio is like 3:2, also one I've been playing with for like since I started. Sometimes I go to 4:3, but that's not more for like a week, and then I always end up back on 3:2. And then FOV, I play 90. Brightness, I play 65. I play 65 because then things get a little bit brighter, but I think like the brightness settings is depending on your monitor, because you can also like put different like brightness on the monitor itself. Graphics, I have everything on low because it's saving you FPS, and Siege, like you need a really good PC to have high FPS. And then I play Shadow on medium because that's what everyone does. I don't know why. And then this anti-aliasing is off because then it's the picture is getting a lot cleaner. And my sense is 6.6. And I use a website where I try to like calculate the old 83 ADS, which I can't remember in my head, but I just know the first one is like 58, but I don't know the other ones. The most important setting in my game is probably the audio, because I think like if you have good audio, then you can hear a lot of things. And so basically, like I put my keyboard a bit like this. And then it's not always you can get a chair, but I want the chair to like go like this. And then, yeah, the mouse pad is just where it is. And then I put, I don't know if can I move the monitor? Yeah. Yeah. Then I put like the monitor close to, yeah, me. Probably like this, it will be like this, yeah. Thank you for watching my fresh installs, and hopefully my settings will make me MVP again.
The astronauts arrived in Georgia this week, and everyone expected they'd stick the landing and make it to playoffs. Now they're looking to continue their moon mission against the invaders from outer space, otherwise known as the French. Space Station Gaming and BDS Esports are set to take the stage for our third game of the day, and I've got the full NAL desk on tap with this one because we got to talk about the local boys. This is the first time we're seeing North America represented in Swiss. This one's going to be real good.
Absolutely, Jacob. We've got NA behind us. We've got Europe as well. BDS coming in for many people, the heavy favorites for this event. They looked very good throughout the offseason. They had a great stage 2 as well. Space Station Gaming, a little bit more mixed results. They're going to be underdogs.
I mean, BDS, like you were saying, definitely a fan favorite for sure, and they came out of that Gamers 8 with a swift 3-0 over an American team, so now are they coming here again to prove a point to NA? Maybe, who knows, but let's talk about Space Station 2. They had a rough start to the NAL stage, as we saw, but then they started to ramp up towards the end, secure their spot here, secured their play-ins to get to playoffs, so, I mean, I think we're going to have a doozy of a match.
Seems like everything for Space Station's going right, at least right now, and the same can't quite be said for DZ because they almost didn't make it here, but we did get both North American teams all the way through play-ins and now to this point. The difference here is that Space Station have already confirmed their SI attendance based on their performances this year, whereas BDS are still yet to do so.
Indeed, BDS, because they had such a poor stage 1, they're still hunting for that SI spot, right? And the way the math works out, they're really going for top 8. That's what's going to secure them in, very likely at the very least. It may require top 4, but unlikely. So for BDS, starting off with a win in Swiss stage is vital.
No, it's shocking to even see BDS all the way down there. That's not even where I thought they were placed at, given looking at the stats. I guess I might have overlooked them a little bit because I thought maybe they were already at the top. But no, so they have to get that top 8 finish if they really want to secure that SI spot and really prove to the world why they were the best team at Gamers 8 and then possibly the best team in the world in Rainbow Six specifically at the invite.
It's a bit of a tough opponent for them to go against too because this is a little bit of that old Astralis system coming in now on the Space Station team, right?
Indeed, and BDS, a rough history against Astralis coming through. This was the team that knocked out BDS at the last 6 Invitational. Now, obviously, Astralis into SSG, some roster moves have been made, but if you look back on that game that knocked BDS out of SI, a lot of the problems came on attack where they were kind of stalling out and Astralis would make these big, crazy plays, which would disrupt the tempo and would knock BDS off their game. SSG now play like that even more. They're so crazy on defense. They will go for swings. They will go for some frags. I think for BDS, though, they're in a bit of a better spot to defend against that. Right, coming back from that loss, obviously it was a big one. I'm sure they've learned from it. Yeah. And also the losses at SI were on Villa and Theme Park, 2 maps that are no longer in the pool. So I think for BDS, they're looking a lot better than maybe they had back in February at the 6th Invitational. And although they're going against some opponents which they may be familiar with, I think they're looking for a bit better result.
Yeah, so to kind of go against what you were saying, sure, they did get knocked out by the old Astralis. Obviously, there's some familiar faces here, not so familiar, but still great players nonetheless. But they did have the most recent win over a very aggressive NA team, with that being M80, and having that American-Brazilian play style adapted into how they play. Well, adopted into their play. So I do feel that they are in a better position in this case of having the experience of playing against aggression like that and really shutting it down, because they did get that 3-0 over M80. So it begs to question, are they going to be prepared for that aggression? And then if they aren't, also as SSG, also coming into play-ins, they're ramped up. They're ready.
Who's the highlight player on SSG that's going to stop BDS, though?
So I just want to talk about Hot and Cold specifically, because Hot and Cold kind of was quiet throughout the NAL stage, but when we've seen Hot and Cold pop off in recent teams or even on that team, he is a burning flame for that team with everyone else regardless on that roster. And if he can step into this LAN event and really step up and help his team excel past limits, and with all of the other 4 going off, I mean, this could be a really solid run for SSG.
We saw a bit of a shakeup in the attacking meta when Yana lost her nades, right? A lot of entry kind of aggressive players lost their main operator. Hot and Cold, not so much. This man loves his Nook. He has been redefining this operator. A lot of people gave up on her after a few nerfs. Hot and Cold stuck with Nook through and through, and she's still got nades. So Hot and Cold is going to be coming in on a relatively comfortable position. He loves to play these lurk roles. He loves to get in there and disrupt things with the grenades, with the silent step, right, getting through past those cameras. Hot and Cold's a very sneaky player, and if BDS aren't 100% pinning him down, he's going to punish.
And I'll say this, sometimes it's not always about the operator, it's about the player playing the operator, and Hot and Cold has definitely been defining Nook.
Same thing can be said for the other guys on Space Station 2, because I look over and I just see a team full of vibes. I mean, I see a team full of buzz cuts and big muscles and what, self-professed most well-worked-out team in North America? Is that what I'm hearing, guys? So they very clearly understand the role that they're
they
playing
just said
here.
their max on bench was 155.
Is that what he
Ashton's
said?
doing push-ups
He's doing
right
push-ups right now. Good Lord.
Oh,
we can't get a camera on that. Oh, man, it's too bad.
He only did 4. Not impressed.
We saw him. We saw him. They're doing it. They'll get into a huddle as well. This is their pregame ritual.
Yeah, they are a vibes team undoubtedly, and I think you see that in their play too. People criticize Space Station because they are a little crazy. They do things like
you know
this.
What it sounds like? It sounds like heave ho, heave ho.
They're a little wild.
You love it.
My room is right next to their practice room, and they are that loud every night.
And they play just the same way in the server.
Yeah.
They're so explosive. They will come out at you, and they will come very, very fast, very aggressively. But the thing they do is they're always together.
Yes.
They execute their playstyle so well as a unit, and I think that's what's most impressive and why it works.
You know what I really want to see specifically? I want to see Ashen come alive here. Yeah. That is what I want to see. And we're looking at the maps right now. You predicted it right. We talked about it. Skyscraper.
Yeah, predicted Skyscraper. Both these teams big fans of Sky for BDS, undefeated through the offseason and Stage 2, taking out Falcons and Riyadh, and then M&M in their qualifying game to Atlanta. Space Station Gaming, 4-0 Stage 2. They beat Oxygen, LG, Mirage, and Alpha Atheris. Some great teams in there, some mid-up teams in there, but either way, both these teams very comfortable on Skyscraper.
Any idea who takes it? I'm not going to be the one to say it. I can't, because I will not allow Jack's bingo to actually come true. Gentlemen, predictions real quick.
I got to stick with the favorites. I love Space Station, I love NA, but BDS I think are the favorites to win the whole event, and I expect them to win this game.
So I can flip-flop, right? We flip-flop on the NAL stage.
You're accusing him of being a flip-flop right now. You're going to do it?
Yeah, I'm going to do it. Why not?
Okay,
I can.
dude.
I'm able to. I'm going to go with Space Station here, just to get a little of that camaraderie, just so I can rub it in Jesse's face again and, be another up a point in the terms of guessing who wins, who loses. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Space Station.
BDS, Space Station. I'm not saying the line. I'm not saying it, but we are going to jump in a game real fast. You know who we have on deck for this bad boy? Their countrymen got eliminated before, but they are still here. We got the Aussies on deck. It's Dev Martyr and Mandy with the call.
Thanks very much for the reminder there, Jacob. I had almost gotten over the fact that APAC got slapped silly yesterday, but fortunately for the APAC fans, we had a good game at the start of today, and this is a good game for everybody's standards. It's the French versus the Americans. I'm really excited to see what Space Station can do up against BDS.
Absolutely. I reckon this should be a pretty deep rivalry. EU versus NA. Could you ask for anything more coming into Phase 2? And on Skyscraper, of all things, I really like what Jesse pointed out. This map should be a pretty tight battle between these two. Excellent, very proficient on this map, but very different approaches going into it. I can't wait for the playstyle clash. That's the thing that I'm most looking forward to, and getting into the server is going to be super exciting.
100%, as you said, playstyles. Well, we haven't seen BDS play a major all year long, Mandy. They seeded directly into Phase 2, which means we didn't see them in Phase 1 like we saw Space Station. And of course, BDS, the big misnomer for them this year is that they failed to qualify for the Copenhagen Major. As a result, these guys are currently sitting 23rd in the international global standings for Six Invitational. They are not yet qualified. However, they are contending, and they need to have the best run possible to guarantee that they will make it to that Six Invitational in Brazil.
Exciting stuff here for the EU squad in BDS, but the ban phase is going to start to move past us on Skyscraper. Monty to be the first one taken out by Space Station. Interesting. I feel like it does stunt a little bit of that early game pressure that you get with the Monty being able to drone in and cut down on some, cut down on the drone work rather than actually sending in the drones itself. It does make that entry a little more easier, especially on a map like Skyscraper, where the entry points are not as viable as you'd think on some of the other maps in the pool.
We've already seen Space Station get rid of that Monty in the tournament so far. The Azami eliminated as well does leave a lot of other powerful operators in. So you talked about the Thatcher, the hard breach enabler. Well, one of the hard breach deniers has been eliminated as well. I really do like that Azami ban, but there's a massive slew of very powerful operators still left in the pool as a result.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think taking the Azami out is important because you don't want to have to deal with that fortress internal of the map. Skyscraper is one of those maps that every single step of the way into the map is difficult. The entry is hard because there are not that many good entry spots. Once you get inside of the building, you get stuck in the chokes, right? And then even come later to the execute, it's then difficult to make that rotation and then translation into the bomb site actually work. And taking out the Azami will at least make that mid-round slightly easier.
For Space Station, starting on the defense. First seed out of their group, but not without some form of trouble. They might have taken down Alpha Aetheris 7-3 fairly handily, I admit, and in fact that was on this very map. Of course, their elimination game, or rather their qualification game up against Team Bliss was far more challenging. 8-7, it came down to the very final round on Clubhouse. They only barely made it through here without having to go down into that lower bracket. BDS, on the other hand, what a season they have had, sitting directly into Phase 2 after a phenomenal showing throughout the EU League. Second place overall, a far cry from the 7th and 8th place that they managed in Stage 1.
Big improvements for Team BDS as they're going to take us, well, Space Station are actually going to take us over to T and Karaoke as the first bomb site of choice, and BDS posturing for a sweep across the map. 3 players spawning over on that office side, looking to create a dent into these roamers.
Quite a few roamers that there are. Fenrir has been spotted. That's a very nice drone for Leakofak. Is he able to get a wall bang? He's tempted, but of course there is a very hard bar compromised in that position. Leakofak actually finds faults on the rotation. I believe that was a wall bang. And as a result, BDS have expedited this roam clear.
Great lockdown with the line scan of Renshiro, doubled down by Leakofak on the entry, will open up the round for BDS. Even in the absence of the Monty, the early game still going their way, but they haven't faced the hardest part of this round just yet, and that's going to be this mid-round, trying to clear out the shield inside of Shrine, the position that Forest is currently sitting in. Shaiko on the case as it stands with 3 flashbangs in hand, will try to dislodge this player.
Very slow and steady for BDS, it seems, but nothing to worry about as of yet. They've got plenty of time to finish this, and the drones have generated so much information for the attacking side, spotting those dread mines. They even know that this shield position is clear, and Leakofak can move right on up.
Yeah, right. Interesting. The position completely forfeited by Space Station, forcing them to fall back, and Brede as well with zone pick inside of the Geisha. Inside of the Geisha, Breach will take down yet another player of Space Station. It's really going to unlock the round here. Having Geisha control now open to Brede, he is going to look in for the side stab in tandem with the teammates coming in from the front push.
Oh, that's a big pick for Shaiko. Almost lost his life, but eventually the trade comes through. Double for Forest. Space Station on their last legs with just 2 players holding on, but J9O, if he lands this kill, he makes it winnable. Though he must do it all himself in a 1 versus 2, 1v3, as Alems is able to be picked up. He can make his rotation, can J9O, but that E1D will lock him in place.
Tough spot now for J9O. No safe place to rotate back up into the second floor. Actually, for a moment there, Renshiro just looking away from the backstairs, but it looks like he's going to round the corner for the peak and get taken down with a nice headshot. BDS with the first round.
Phenomenal start for BDS. Off to a flying roam clear and converting that to perfection. Gotta say, Mandy, how good was that line? Every step of the way, that line was there to enable a collapse for BDS.
Yeah, it was really good. In the absence of the Dokvi ban, Alems as well picking it out does make things a lot easier in that early game once you want to try and go for the roam clear. It also means it's a lot harder for Space Station to fall off because you've got that line scan ringing out. You can't just stand still. That's not exactly how the game works, despite what everybody says on the internet, and the roam clear working really well for BDS. But for me, I think the turning point was really Brede claiming that second kill onto Geisha. That really opened up 2 points of entry that went into the bomb site. And when you're playing on a map like Skyscraper, you really don't want to funnel yourself into the chokes. You want to have a multifaceted push, and that's the key to these attacks.
Yeah, but the hammer and anvil worked to perfection for the French last round. Good to start strong on the attack as well, Mandy. We talk a lot about how this game has leaned itself to the defenders in the more recent meta, because how many good ops are there on defense right now? Like Solus, Mira, both of which are present this round, by the way. The Azamu, who's been banned out. Fenrir, all of these powerful operators completely change the way that the attack has to think about their gameplay, and you simply cannot ban them all.
Yeah, are a lot of strong defenders. It's kind of like assembling the Avengers, if you will. And like, look, you can only ban out 2 of them. That's not even as good as Thanos could do, right? So whatever. Anyway, we're going over to yet another attempt at an attack for BDS. It does seem like, once again, they are looking for a sweep in and across the map. Of course, the entry players of Shaiko and Leakofak are going to double down on that. Meanwhile, on the other side for the defense, like you pointed out early, False is going to be on the Solus, and that means he is going to then tell his team and comment to them exactly what's going on adjacent to the map. And we can see him already in the bar down below, anticipating that roam clear to come through.
Roam clear will be expedited by the Dokkaebi, as you said, from last round. Alems has repicked it. An operator that has seen a lot of bans.
Him.
Where is he?
He's underneath the stairs.
Here he is. This could be very dangerous for BDS. However, Likafak once again starts with the flying opener onto Hot and Cold, one of the best players from North America, already out of the server, but Fultz is still at large and still somehow hasn't been dromed, unless if Alems is baiting this somehow.
I think he heard it. The logic bomb did ring out, and he must have heard the call going out on the drone, and he sent Likafak in to go hunting. But do they know that Fultz is in behind the bar?
I don't think they're aware of it. That drone has gone past once again. It spotted him. Immediately, the yellow pin comes out. Likafak has this player trapped in a corner, but he doesn't want to take the 1v1. He baits out a separate engagement. Oh, Likafak is insane. It's perfect, but Fultz can bring it back. 1 kill, a second. Might make this round winnable for Space Station, but they triple down. Likafak finds another. Fultz for the trade, but he is so far away from the bomb site, and BDS know exactly where he is. He will have to retake low HP, as Alems can simply slide away back into the darkness, hack cameras, and look for the cover. This will be the round in the bag for BDS.
Really clean stuff there from BDS. Space Station feeling the gravity of Likafak down in the ground floor, sent all their players after him, and well, it didn't quite work out. Likafak very aware that a player could have been pressuring him up all the way through the mezzanine. He turned around, he shot down those players, even under the pressure of taking the 1v1 to Fultz. Some great micro play from him.
Now we have a tactical timeout for SSG. Call out, very well-renowned coach with huge experience and quite a few accolades to his name back on the Astralis days. He's now going to have to whip these guys back into shape.
Just trying to hear of what they're saying.
Bit hard. Very relaxed though, Mandy. That, I think, is a bit of a reflection of something here. SSG have tried 2 times now. Unfortunately, I don't speak French.
No, not quite. I don't speak French either. I did try and have a listen into what they were saying there. I couldn't quite pick it out, to be honest. I don't know if you were able to get anything out of that, but I think the big thing about the Space Station playstyle is that they had the Astralis merger sort of come in, right? And especially with Callout as their coach, Astralis was really that team that I feel like you could make a case sort of pioneered that like very frontline defense, get in their face, make sure that they're uncomfortable through the stages of the attack type of playstyle, especially over in North America. But I think on a map like Skyscraper and against a team like BDS that are so punishing of mistakes, especially positioning-wise, it's important that they have the ability to dial back that frontwards aggression a little bit. Make sure that they're on their safe fallout back. And I can only imagine Callout saying, all right, guys, I know that this is your strength, but BDS have got your number. They've got the formula down.
Well, this is the thing. Space Station are a very pacey team in that early round. They love to get in the map quick. We saw that a lot in their Bliss match, where they were even bringing a Maru on some rounds. However, BDS are doing the same thing on their attack, and SSG's defenses seem completely unready for it. Likafak has been straight up farming. And when you've got players like Fultz looking for these really cheeky roams, I guess you could call it a roam. He's sitting on the other side of the map last round underneath the staircase for the whole round. BDS are not going to miss-drone that. They're not going to get caught off guard. And even if they do, it's not like it's going to win the round for SSG anyway. So I think we need a real change of pace here and some new ideas for the Americans.
That being said, it actually seems like BDS are the ones to change the pace in this particular round, looking for a more direct attack into the bomb site. 3 players posturing outside of the rappels going into that top floor. Bride, we're on board with right now, is a little stuck on this hard breach spot. He can't really clear the electrification all by himself, and he's going to have to call over either the baby EMPs of Likafak or probably a set of grenades from below, sorry, from Alems. And here he goes. This is Likafak from down below to try and claim any roamers inside the ground floor.
Yeah, and of course, once he's done that, he's got grenades to send up. Here comes the first nade, but there's no information on the back of this. He's not going to send it as of yet. It looks like he's being very cautious. He knows that Space Station are playmakers.
They might be denying the trick here. I think they're trying to make sure that Forest isn't actually going for the bandit trick onto the geisha wall going exterior, right? And they want to, if they can, land the kill as he's going for the trick, which is probably why Likafak is taking his time here. The grenade doesn't quite sink up through the floor, and instead he's going to claim the space up the back stairs.
Okay, Forest is on the other side of the map, so a bandit trick is not going to go down. The breach will be enabled here. And on the back of the E1D in goes Alems. He finds one. He gets the double. The The round is open for BDS. Space Station once again, the rug ripped from underneath them. 3 rounds in a row now. Space Station have to fight back from a numbers deficit, but Forest, 2 kills with a C4. It's beautiful, but it may well not be enough now. 3 more required. Leakerfact watching the angle, and this guy just doesn't miss. 3 in a round now for the French.
SSG just do not have the read on what BDS were doing there. They really spread themselves thin across the map, anticipating that yet another sweep was going to come through, but BDS were the ones to change the tempo and do something direct. Leakyfact was given all the space down in the ground floor because all the defenders were just in that second floor and spread out horizontally rather than vertically, and SSG still playing what was a very separated game, gave the in to BDS, and what a great entry that was from Alems, caught off guard, off tempo, was able to claim the first 2 and open up the round.
It's funny, Mandy, because to a simple viewer, that looks very basic, right? Elem simply walks into Geisha and kills 2 people that aren't really even looking at him. Like, here's the replay, right? How are these 2 SSG players caught with their pants down?
It makes you wonder. It definitely makes you wonder. But alas, it is aided by the, like, you know, the Doku be cool. I think it is quite a danger for BDS to have it in their hands, especially on Alems, who's been pretty good with it so far in this series. They need to find a way to shut it down.
Well, for Space Station, that was meant to be the medicinal round, right? They had their tactical timeout.
5 seconds left.
That's where you're meant to bounce back. But, alas, down 3 on your defense of Skyscraper. It's not a good look. That's the only way to put it. Now they're going to once again bounce back. It's been Tea Room Karaoke, Exhibition Office, Tea Room Karaoke. Now back to Exhibition Office. Second time could be the charm. But Space Station need to be more cautious than ever about losing these early picks on the roam and about losing the site control if BDS identify a weakness.
I like the idea of Forest jumping onto the mirror here to try and stunt the in onto the bomb site. Last time it felt like BDS have just got such a good grip on the bomb site itself, but Forest, I think picking the mirror up is probably a good idea, especially in the absence of not as much range hard breach. Like, yes, they have Brede on the Selmas, but realistically, he's probably got to use most of those on the exterior walls, right? So I think this is a good pick here for Space Station.
Oh, in went a Candela there for a second, and a smoke, but none of the players from BDS are actually moving in. Could this potentially be a bait to try and force these roamers from SSG back towards the site? However, no bait taken. Completely unfazed. As I say that, Shaiko has snuck his way in here to the top of Shrine. He's playing around this shield. I'm not sure if Fault is aware. He's about to walk straight into his line of sight, and Shaiko finds the opening kill.
And here goes Leaky back as well to unlock the bomb site, coming in through the single housing window. Forest full white, and it's going to see him go in for the entry, but not quite catch the kill.
Okay, so 5v2 now for BDS as they slow down. Once again, such a substantial advantage as the young gunner of Ashen must hold on to this site with Forest in tow. They play patiently, and unfortunately for them, that does not work in their favor. Ashen versus 5. Look, mate, if there's ever a time to earn your paycheck, it's right now. But it's simply not going to happen. 4 rounds in a row.
Not a good look so far for Space Station, but really clean stuff for BDS. I think you called it perfectly there in the mid-round. They sent out all the utility into the bomb site to try and pull a reaction for the remaining roamers of Space Station, and it worked to perfection. Shaiko was there for the card to claim the lives of Volt, and by the time that they had the safety margin of the numbers redundancy, they decided to send themselves into the bomb site. Look for that execute, and it was clean as he does it.
Wow, very...
Let's detach two, boys.
Very quiet.
Detach two if we can, too. Let's just get these next two, and then we got some shit for attack.
Wow. You know what, Mandy? I never expected that down 0-4, the one player on your team who's being the motivational speaker is your 18-year-old.
Yeah.
How is it that Ashen, in these tight moments, on his major debut, when he's only been playing professionally for, what, a month since he turned 18, he is the one saying, it's okay, guys. We just need to get these 2 more rounds.
10 seconds to go.
Next 2 rounds, and then we can come back in the second half. It's fine. That is crazy when you've got players like Hot and Cold, even Fault's like world champion. They're quiet. Ashen is picking them up.
I really do admire Ashen. I think he's got a lot of energy that he's injected into this team, and energy is sometimes what you need, especially in this LAN environment. That being said, I think that as we've played this major, I think the inexperience has definitely hit him a little bit with some of his performances, and as he starts to find his groove into the server, you can only hope that that energy translates into performance soon.
Very early Dokkaebi call and a very early E1D. I think BDS is just toying with them. I don't even know if they're actioning. Oh, okay, here we go. They are indeed. They've taken a lot of map control very quickly on the back of that universal global utility. And now they're ready to get to work. Look at this, 40 seconds into the round. Leakafak, blowtorch in pocket, ready to open up some holes into Geisha.
Cheeky moves from Leakafak. He's not doing it straight away because you don't want to create that line of sight then going into drum for the defenders, because that can be dangerous for the push, especially if you're going for something linear like this. So what he's waiting for is, first of all, this breach to come down from Brede. That's going to lock out some of Geisha. And then I can think probably at least a line scan as well to then lock in the defense as they try and go for these picks.
Forrest already using one of his gas bays with 1:45 left still on the clock. Trying to keep BDS at bay for just a moment, but this game is tense. Space Station have really been shafted onto the back foot.
This is where BDS can sort of make a decision here, right? The bomb site is the ground floor. So if they want to, they can try and hit the ground floor and make that translation work early, or they can dedicate themselves to clearing out through the top floor. Now, they don't really have vertical. So if they just want to hold on to the retake coming in through the top floor and then go and hit the bottom floor instead, all that Brede needs to do is make sure that no one's on this hatch. And that's where J9O is right now. They could hit the bomb site if they wanted to.
The Dreadmine was activated for a brief moment. The Dokkaebi call has come through. Oh, Forrest has been revived, fortunately, so Space Station is still holding on here. BDS have stalled out as Leakafak looks to open up. Angles onto gold. Shaiko times his peak perfectly and takes down Hot and Cold. That is exactly the opening BDS have been looking for.
And the crossfire absent from Space Station as well. No trade to come out. Shaiko just goes in and gets straight out. J9O as well, feeling the pressure of the Geisha balcony outside, is in a bit of a pickle right now as they start to collapse onto that top floor, and Volt is going to be taken down for a third.
This mini execute has worked out for Space Station as Fultz finally goes down. He found one, but it may not be enough. Ashen, though, with the Echo, he's the perfect operator to win this in the late round, right around the corner. You've got to land these shots, Ashen, and he does. Leakafak goes down, 3 players up, still for BDS, but that timer is ticking away. Brede needs to jump into this window. Barbed wire to get through. The sound cue has been made. He rounds the corner. He takes the fight. Ashen must clutch. There's no time. Brede must stick it, but Alems has got him covered. 5 rounds in a row for BDS.
And on their attacking half, nonetheless, this is not something that we'd expect going into the nature of Skyscraper. Typically such a defender-sided map in 2023. I believe the second most defender-sided map in the map pool at the moment globally. That is some impressive stuff from BDS.
Bring a side shot at least. Yeah, we got one.
We'll play like on the top black side.
Well, you wouldn't think they were 5-0 down. I'll give them that. They don't sound too upset, but you can't deny it. This is just about as low energy as you ever see SSG. Down 0-5. In contrast, have a look at BDS. Ale, I guess.
Different levels of energy for certain between these two teams for sure. I mean, Space Station, you really don't want to put yourselves out of it, and they're a team that know how to keep themselves in it mentally.
Remaining.
We were speaking about Ashen just earlier, but I feel like really any of these players could do it. So they're going to have another crack at a defense, and it's going to be back over inside of Karaoke and T. Now just in that prep phase going in, we did hear Hot and Cold have a quick chat about a utility set up on the back stairs, so it does seem like this time they are in anticipation of a direct take, and Ashen was very aware of that, knowing that there could be players spawning closer in towards the bomb site, also spotting a player out on the balcony, Repel as well. He is going to now com that to his team and say, guys, they're having a think about the bomb site, maybe come back, but there goes Leakafak once again on the early entry.
Oh, Ashen's played this perfectly. That is how you use Solus, ladies and gentlemen. He got the info he needed and he used it to get a kill. Elsewhere, there has been another pick for Space Station, despite Leakerfact finding the opener for BDS. So SSG, for the first time in this game, have a numbers advantage.
Really solid work there from J90 as well, realizing that Brede was going to work the Geisha wall all solo, all on his own. He actually chose to keep that soft, have a rotation hold in to then go and take the 1v1 gamble gunfight onto him. And now that's going to take away the only, oh no, not the only hard breach they had. It was actually a Lems that played that instead. So they do still have Brede on the hard breach, but taking down the baby EMPs is going to make things a little bit more tricky come the execute.
Leakerfact versus J90. Here in drop, J90 decides to fall back and looks to try and support his teammate. Oh, careful! Oh, no care needed, not a care in the world. Leakerfact goes down. Space Station have their first massive chance here. And Renshi, okay, he might try and stop it. He will get traded. Brede against 3. And it looks like Space Station have stemmed the bleeding for now.
Very nice start from Space Station, playing a much more close-knit game, actually denying BDS in on the early entry from the 2 players of Ashen and J90. Really unlocked the round for these guys. It's Brede all alone in a 1 versus 3, but all the players of Space Station playing pretty far apart. They're really not giving him anything.
He's actually just gone and dropped the diffuser down. Ashen will be able to see that. This is a bait from Brede. He's trying to bait Ashen, and he's done it perfectly, Ashen, though. He reads it. And finally, the first round for SSG.
Let's go faster. We're going to beat these guys before the late, sure? Hey, listen, identify if the fastest are working. Let's not do this shit in 2 rounds. Do it 1 round, all right?
Interesting. So Forest immediately saying, okay, we're on the attack now, let's set the tempo. We want to go in fast, and that's where Hot and Cold is going to come in as that flex player, the one comfortable on the Nook, the Amaru.
We're setting the tone, bro.
There you go, he said it. He said it straight off, Frozen as well, yeah. Set the tone. That's exactly what you want to do against BDS. Try and punish them for wherever they might be in through the map, catch them off, surprise them, and that's why you have the strength of Hot and Cold on players like Ashen to really create space for those plays to work. You know, when you're the entry on Ashen, it's not always your job, you know, to actually then like go in and I don't know, like always be the one getting the entry kill. What you really want to be doing as the entry is making noise and getting your boots in the building, because that creates space for your playmakers like Forest and like Hot and Cold, your flex players, to then get in somewhere else on the map. You want to pull a reaction from BDS, and that is the strength of Ashen as the entry. And that's the point in that injecting playstyle that Space Station want to bring here on the attack.
Well, Ashen has big shoes to fill after Leakerfact's very heavy first half on that Ash. If anyone on Space Station is looking for quick entries, they will have to live up to what the Frenchman on the other side could do in the first. But having a look at this lineup, Mandy, I think Space Station weren't kidding when they said, let's go hard, let's go fast.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a direct hit onto the bomb site. Typically, when we see that Sens pick out, it is utilized within the hallway between the 2 bomb sites to sort of segment out one bomb site over the other and then go and hit one of them. It's typically Karaoke to follow in after that, and it seems like Forest is ready for that entry to happen.
He's hiding his Blitz shield as well from any potential Solus on the other side by keeping it on his back. Otherwise, the Solus would see it. Now, BDS don't have a Solus, but they do have a Legion. They have 2 sets of impact grenades. They have a Capcan and a C4, plus the Ella. Like, this is all fantastic counters to this Blitz.
No, but that's what Ashen was doing on the Twitch stream just earlier. He cleared the way now for Forest as he makes his way in.
And Forest must win this one, but there's good cover. Oh no, the Sens gadget did not support well enough. Ashen traded as he jumps in Shine to get a kill back for his team. But regardless, numbers deficit still weighs heavy on Space Station's shoulders as this execute has failed, and they will need to look for an alternate option.
They played straight into the hands of the BDS defense. There really wasn't that much of an extension over horizontally, but a massive setup going into the back stairs. There was Shield, an Ella mine, Legion mines, Capcan traps, whatever you name it, all the utility was on the one door that Forest was trying to enter in on. They completely played into the defense just then, and now they need to consider the other options.
Well, it's as if BDS knew exactly the strat that Space Station were going to go for even before SSG did. Having that level of setup, like, you just look at the number of traps on the board, all of these counter blitz, all of these counter rushes, the Legion technically even counters the Finker, for goodness sake. You've got the Warden to deal with the blitz as well, you've got a shield at the top of the stairs. BDS could not be more prepared for the kind of push that SSG decided to make.
Here goes Hot and Cold in through the sweep across the map, instead having forfeited the direct attack into the bomb site. But not a lot of time. 50 seconds left to make their way in through Shine, and the rest of BDS have fallen back to the safety of the bomb site.
It's Still tempted to go for some peeks here at BDS. Not sure who that is in Geisha. Oh, this is nice from Likafak.
Do it.
Pre-rip C4.
Oh, need to do it.
Shaiko with the wall bang. That'll get the first. Likafak gets the second. The final one to fall will be J90 unless he pulls off a clutch, but I simply do not think it's possible. Bit of hard breach. Might give him another angle. But this crossfire is too powerful to overcome. J90 moving on forward. Rifle in hand, staring straight down the barrel. Looking for a few players to take down. 15 seconds to go, but that crossfire is simply too good to beat. BDS have match point in their hands.
BDS just looks so comfortable right now, both on the attack and on the defense. SSG had no answer to the defense that BDS brought. It just felt like SSG, they had their own agenda and they wanted to do it. And they didn't think about what BDS could have brought to the table as well. And I think that was a fatal mistake. And generally, I would say, is a fatal mistake in the SSG calling and the SSG playstyle, is that because they have their one way of playing the game, they don't really have this anti-IGLing capacity, not nearly as strong as a team like BDS is.
Listen, if we see the Roamer, bro, let's jump the star right now. Like, their sights are becoming like cracked right now. It's gonna be really stacked. Let's get these solo picture now. Like, there's dudes are trying to flank. It's just a dumb Roamer. Let's crank him, bro.
Wow. How many words per minute do you think he was saying just then?
A lot of words per minute. See, you think as casters that we say a lot of words per minute, but these guys, they speak good word.
Yeah, he was talking very fast. I mean, I'll be the critic here, Mandy. I don't think he was necessarily saying things well. I think I heard like anxiety and stress in his voice, and I don't blame him. I'm not sure who, was it Ashen speaking just then? I couldn't quite tell. I didn't see whose mouth was moving. But yeah, it's crazy, right? SSG, they're renowned for being this high-energy team. You look at them doing their hoorahs before the game starts. They get into the server, they perform like this, and suddenly they're as passive as you would expect out of a bunch of rookies. And they really aren't. In fact, the one who is the least passive and the most vocal is the rookie himself.
BDS on the flip side, though, staring at match point at the moment to send themselves closer to the stage. Here goes Bride on his attempt at a trick, and it's very successful. Easy as you does it. And Faults on the other side. It's not going to be feeling too good about that one. When you have the baby EMPs in your hands, it can be a little bit tricky to play the trick game, and instead Forest is going to double down with a grenade from below. Bride as well has moved over his electro, what are they called? Bandit batteries over onto the main wall, instead having tricked that one. So I think fair time wasted, honestly, in the hands of BDS.
Fair time and fair util. Like, that took an extra nade and an extra EMP because of Space Station's carelessness at looking to open that wall. BDS looking patient, but also looking for opportunities, and Shaiko takes down Ashen. He might have been vocal this game, but that's all he can do now in this round. Talk to his teammates.
SSG now pivoting for a sweep across the map, realizing that they really don't have a lot more going for them if they want to direct hit the bomb site. There's not a whole lot of hard breach that they have got going anymore, especially with Bride looking for the trick onto the wall, and so they're going to go for a sweep as well. Nice grenade from Hot and Cod, shot onto Likafak. Will take down at least one of these defenders and open up the ground floor for them to send in the remaining 2 grenades from below.
Oh, it's a good start, isn't it, Mandy? 4v4 is very doable. That said, there's a damn fortress of a setup here on the site and adjacent to the site. Renshiro playing this position in Dragon. Not only can he hide behind the Dragon, but he's got a shield to support him, and he's a Wamai, so he can continually generate these discs to help him on out. He's also on solid floor, so while we do have Hot and Cold down below with 1 nade in pocket, Forest as well, they're not going to be able to use that to displace this Dragon player.
Oh, the defense knows. They definitely know the presence that's gone on down on the ground floor, and they're actually standing on the tables to avoid the grenades being sent up. This is the second and last one from Forest, so there's no more grenade pressure from down below. I don't think that they've got the main breach open either. Bride's just electrified it, and they can't deal with it anymore because J90 has no more mini EMPs. This is doomed for Space Station in the last 30 seconds as they have to funnel in onto the bomb site.
Hot and Cold can't find his man, but J90 finds his. Hot and Cold eventually traded on back. Good crossfire. Shaiko, triple kill. J90 steps up. Shaiko will need the ace. Low HP, but J9 a spray through the wall, gets Space Station their second.
I cannot believe that they landed that execute. Nothing went right for them going in onto the bomb site. The only thing that they were able to do come the last 30 seconds of the round was brute force into the bomb site. And even though Shaiko was good for 3, somehow the sweep across the map from Dragon and from Terrace worked in the hands of Space Station Gaming. They proved to us that in the dying seconds of the round, sometimes you just need to gun them down.
The magic that we saw from Space Station in play-ins against both Alpha Altheris and Bliss was that even in those late rounds, when they're at a deficit, they have this magical ability to jump in, start winning some 3v5s, some 1v1s, and bring back unwinnable rounds. Now, that is the first time in this match we've seen it from SSG.
That's a nice shot from J9. Oh man, a nice 2 shots from J9. Really solid entry coming in from bottom main. You never would have thought that he would have been able to creep into the bomb site like that, but he did. And Space Station are one of those teams that are so good at doing things all together and at the same time. I guess that's Rainbow Six and the meta in general. Can you do things all together and at the same time, right? That is really the telltale.
It is, yeah. There's so much to think about, especially when we're playing a game like this against a team like BDS, who have been so organized and so prepared for everything that Space Station have brought to the table, whether it's hiding on defense, whether it's playing fast and aggro on attack. But SSG do have a lifeline here.
BDS gonna flip the bomb site as well. Not a reattempt over onto Office, but instead they're gonna send us down into the ground floor. Over inside of Kitchen and Barbecue. Ashen, meanwhile, on the Ying is going to think about disrupting the bomb site directly. Meanwhile, the rest of the players are opening up some of their other options. Faults, he's got a cam across on the other side of the map, preparing for a sweep, and getting that early pressure down onto Geisha.
Okay, here we go, mini EMP. Exothermic. Boom. Hole opened. But Shaiko peeks it straight away and takes down Faults. Shaiko's been insane. 10 kills so far this game.
Yeah, Shaiko has been absolutely on it. He's got the tingle, you know, like we watched the kill that he had onto Ashen. He just like knew that someone was out there.
Every now and then you have a game where you're like, I just know I'm going to win this fight. I can't explain it. I just know I'm going to win this fight.
So that's Shaiko every game, is what you're trying to say. Anyway, here goes Forest on the Nook, creeping his way in. Trying to catch Renshiro off guard, but it seems like Renshiro is keyed into the sweep across the map.
These castle barricades are forcing Space Station to telegraph any push or lurk that they intend to achieve. And that means that the top back stairs door is still secured. Forest now going for a rotation. Here's another castle barricade, preventing the rotate out of reception towards restaurant, which secures so many more of these defenders for BDS.
SSG are having a really long thinking phase here. They really don't know if they want to hit the top floor, go for a mini execute, or hit the bomb site. Now, with J9 rotating the diffuser over all the way onto the kitchen balcony, it does make me think that off the back of some of Ashen's utility, maybe they're going to try and do a mini execute in through the top floor. The breach is open into Geisha as well, and it looks like they're going to go for it.
Here it comes. We saw this from BDS. Let's see if SSG can do the thing the same, but better. Forest finds the opening kill. One of the first for SSG in this game. J9 misses his opportunity. But now there is still a shot here. Ashen's found a Lems, pushing into the site. Leakafact finds his trade and his 10th kill of the game. The diffuser is being planted under the cover of that logic bomb, and J9 looks like he will secure it. Forest to cover, and BDS forced to retake, but Leakafact lands another nutty shot. Hot and cold, 1 kill to his name in this match, but he'll need to find 3 more. He finds nothing at all. BDS take it. 7-2.
And in such dominant fashion as well. 7-2 scoreline. That is nothing to laugh at. And a phase 2 matchup between 2 titans of the region. BDS, they're coming back strong in phase 2.
They certainly are. The Six Invitational is waiting in February, and they are not yet qualified. They will need to keep this up to secure their place in Brazil. And of course, to secure what they believe is rightfully theirs. It was a year ago they won in Jönköping. And, well, perhaps now in Atlanta, this could be a chance for them to do the same.
Absolutely. if you want to watch some beautiful Siege, you roll a BDS spot. And I think they showed us exactly that in this game. I'm really looking forward to them hopefully being on the stage. They just need to win out 2 more matches after this if they want to secure their place there.
It has been a long time since BDS have played on the main stage. Think back to Yonchaping, they were the champions. And now they're showing a similar form here. 7-2, Liquefax in form, Shaco's as good as ever, and the rest of the team is of course there to support. They're looking so relaxed, so keen. Eagle Me is perhaps the most stressed of the lot as he takes a huge sigh of relief. But on the flip side, Space Station have a lot of thinking to do.
Yeah, it just felt like BDS was so prepared for what Space Station brought. They had this really great, close, tight-knit playstyle, and there was no way that Space Station with their injection playstyle was going to be able to disrupt that. And I think that, you know, BDS, they just, honestly, I feel like they had a grip of that game that was like an iron fist. There was no way they were letting go.
A stellar start for the major, for BDS. Let's go over to the desk and have an interview with the Lems.
It's been a phenomenally fast day so far. Thank you, gentlemen, for getting us through that one. And I'm here with the Lens from BDS. Dude, every single game so far has been really quick, so thank you for perpetuating that stereotype. Talk to me about Skyscraper, man. What did you see that was so easy to beat Space Station on?
To be honest, we didn't expect that map.
You didn't expect it?
The thing is, like, we saw that they play Skyscraper, but they don't play, they didn't play very good teams on it. So when they didn't ban it on the Veto and we ended up on Sky, we were a bit surprised because this is not the map we prepared the most, to be honest. But when we see it, we are like, okay, it's statistically our best map, one of our best maps. So, I mean, let's be confident and let's do everything to win it. When they choose the defense side as well, we were pretty confident on attack because we lack attack on that map. And I mean, yeah, it went smooth. I think we start very hard, and they couldn't follow the rhythm that we put on them on attacks. And at the end, they tried to be a bit aggressive, but a bit too late, I think.
For sure. So my question to you is, so you guys won Gamers 8, you played against M80, they were a very aggressive team. Did you see this kind of same aggression from Space Station, and did you take from that M80 game to kind of like, you know, incorporate that into your guys' play style of how to counter aggressive play style? So now going against SSG, like, is that something that kind of you took from that game and applied it here, or what does that look like? Like, how do you prepare for aggressive teams?
So yeah, when we play NA teams in general, in defense they are very aggressive. In NA there is a lot of very good players that can make the difference. So you have to be ready for it. When we played M80, like you said it, in the finals of Gamers 8, we knew that they're going to pick us on defense, being very aggressive. So we kind of work on something to try to counter them, like you said. And seeing like we were playing SSG, it's kind of the Astralis roster, if I make sense. So we are ready for those aggression with G9 and Forrest, who are very talented former Astralis player.
Right.
So yeah, we're ready for it. We expected it, and yeah, it was smooth, I think.
Oh, I mean, well, you played great. You've been very consistent across the board, even playing against you back when we played. I mean, you've always been a standout player on your team. I mean, what's it like playing with this 5? Like, what fires you up to also fire them up?
To be honest, like I'm playing with those guys since a long time, except maybe Liquefax who joined last year.
Well, he's a great pickup, so I mean, you guys obviously know what you're doing.
Yeah, for sure. But I think it's more that we are playing together since a long time, so we know each other very well. We know our forces, we know our strengths, and we know our weakness, obviously. So it's very easy now that we know each other for a long time to correct everything and to talk and to trust the people you play with. It's very important. And everyone has kind of things to do in the team, like a role. And when everyone is respecting it, it's going smooth like today.
Space Station had a couple of days to get prepped, and they had a couple matches to play prior to this. You guys came in cold, obviously scrims right beforehand. Was that at all a concern for you guys coming in, having not played a game that Space Station already had?
To be honest, in my mind, like personally, I was a bit worried at the start because I was like, oh my god, they are here for 3 days already. They played here already. They have like the feeling of the room or the setup or anything. So I was a bit concerned about it, but at the end of the day, it's a siege match. Like you just have to show up, and that's it.
See, I love that you say that because I talked about it. Teams coming in cold versus teams coming in hot. Some players, like you were saying yourself, you know, you like to get those reps in, whereas some players, you know, would rather just chill, hang out. But I mean, like you said it, the biggest thing is when you go into that game, you're mentally prepared. You guys are all making those adaptations. You're communicating, whatever that looks like, and you guys did it in style.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to say to the fans before I let you go?
Yeah, thanks to all the fans that are supporting us. Thanks to all the people. Thank you for the interview as well and the casting crew. I don't think it's you, but thanks for the casting crew as well that commentating the match. And can I say quickly in French?
Go ahead.
Merci à tous ceux qui nous soutiennent, merci infiniment. On est en 1-0 et on va tout faire pour se qualifier pour les quarts de finale, vous rendre fiers. Merci à tous, BDS Power.
All right, thanks
Did you say you love me?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it come back.
All right, thanks, brother. Congrats on the win. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank
and
you.
as far as BDS is concerned, again, they'll have to wait a little bit to figure out where they're going to be playing specifically tomorrow. But Jess, you got something at the breakdown for us, right?
Yes, I do, Jacob. I have a highlight here, a breakdown of one of the most crucial parts of this game. BDS had a single thing that really allowed them to dominate the east side of this map, and that was this thing right here. The drone inside of Exhibition, initially played by Bride, was fantastic, and it allowed them to take so much space. This is the very first round, and I want you to showcase, or I want you to see how this drone gets so much value, okay? First of all, it's in behind the bonsai tree. This is right at the start of the round. It sees hot and cold, and we see how this can actually convert into a really quick roam clear. Boom! Right there, immediately, what are we seeing? We're seeing Lickyfack go through the soft wall, get a wall bang on her faults, absolutely destroy him, make it so solid to be able to take him out. Now this drone, they used 5 out of 6 rounds on the side of BDS. Not once did it get spotted. Let's showcase a little bit more. I want to show how this gets set up in particular. So Bride, he's watching around, right? A lot of people in ranked, they will just send their drone into sight. They want to get into this position. They're saying, let's do it, let's go, right at the start of the round. But Bride, what he's doing is he's watching for players. He sees the Legion. He knows when he can get sneaky. The Bandit's setting up a battery. That's when he makes it in, and that's when he makes the play. And there is a Solus on the board from Faults, but it's across the map. BDS have VOD reviewed this, and they realize what the Solus is doing and how they're going to be able to shut that down. Now, they use that again through 5 of the 6th rounds. In this final round, they actually make a small adaptation. Bride decides, I don't want to be behind the bonsai tree anymore. I'm going to move to the chair. And they get value out of this big time. Fast forward, same round, 20 seconds in, 12 seconds, even they're so close to the start of the round, and Forrest is going for a spawn peek. Keep in mind, the drone's still on the chair. It's watching for him. I bet you can predict exactly how the spawn peek goes for Forrest. Slammed! Not even close. Absolutely obliterated, and it's all because of this drone right here. The droning coming through from Bride was absolutely crucial in BDS's control of Exhibition. It was never spotted. Space Station, if you're watching this, you gotta look for that next time. But that's been the breakdown. We have so many more games to enjoy here in Atlanta. So we're gonna go over to a quick break, and when we come back, we're watching Geeky versus W7M.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, it's Mugli from Worlds.
I'm Doki from G2 Esports. I'm NJR and I play for Dark Zero, and I'm ready to play some Drone in the Unknown.
Doki, NJR, watch out, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm gonna beat Mowgli, that's no problem. I can definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink. Ooh, this box on the right side.
I've seen this before. Yeah, it's blue stairs on bank. It's gotta be bank.
Ah, I know. Blue stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh wait, where's the sink? Ah, I didn't know there was a sink there. After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of it.
Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like, that's the whole theme of Clubhouse. That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
No. I'm not playing in the kitchen. I play in my room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed. Oh no, I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure.
I'm seeing a painting.
It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it. Oh, this is Teller's on border. Or is it consulate?
Bank lawyer office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's border, Teller's archives.
Hey, it's what I said.
You said
I said, no? I said border, big room, Teller's.
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, the ceiling. That's genius. That's genius for me. Number 4. I'm seeing like a trophy case, some guns in them.
It's Pirates des Caraïbes.
So it's a gun cabinet, but the thing that I'm focusing on is the walls behind it. It's a very strange kind of brick.
Like, you know, it's like, yeah, trophy glasses, you know.
That's Chalet Trophy. I'm pretty sure it's Chalet Trophy. I'm right. Not surprised. Oh, yes!
Oh, it's trophy. Let's go.
Oh, 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. That is in consulate outside the garage breach. Pretty sure it's consulate garage.
Consulate, garage. So easy. I'm not sure.
Let's go. That's how it's done.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the major.
Hello, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Cade, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Hello, I'm Benji Master from G2 and welcome to my fresh install. Okay, so on the first page here, I have diffuser pickup. I have it on manually, so you need to pick it up. And the drone after prep is like on auto because it's too much effort to like each round you have to go off your drone, so it's just like going off it automatically. Text chat I have on all, so you can type in chat in Ranked. That's really important. Mental games. HUD, I have everything on default because like it's a new thing. They added like 2 years ago and I just kept it like the same. Audio, it's already in here. It's like music on 0 and dialogue is on 6 because then you normal like the real audio is a lot higher. And then I play hi-fi because it's also like the default one. On display, I'm normally playing higher than 60 Hz, but this monitor is 60 Hz. Aspect ratio is like 3:2, also one I've been playing with for like since I started. Sometimes I go to 4:3, but that's not more for like a week, and then I always end up back on 3:2. And then FOV, I play 90. Brightness, I play 65. I play 65 because then things get a little bit brighter, but I think like the brightness settings is depending on your monitor, because you can also like put different like brightness on the monitor itself. Graphics, I have everything on low because it's saving you FPS, and Siege, like you need a really good PC to have high FPS. And then I play Shadow on medium because that's what everyone does. I don't know why. And then this anti-aliasing is off because then it's the picture is getting a lot cleaner. And my sense is 6.6, and I use a website where I try to like calculate the old 83 ADS, which I can't remember in my head, but I just know the first one is like 58, but I don't know the other ones. The most important setting in my game is probably the audio, because I think like if you have good audio, then you can hear a lot of things. And so basically, like I put my keyboard a bit like this, and then it's not always you can get a chair, but I want the chair to like go like this, and then yeah, the mouse pad is just where it is, and then I put, I don't know if can I move the monitor? Yeah. Then I put like the monitor close to me, probably like this. It would be like this. Yeah. Thank you for watching my fresh installs, and hopefully my settings will make me MVP again.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Shields have the power fantasy to transform you into a bulwark of defense for your teammates throughout the round. They can also help you take map control, hold angles, keep your opponent's attention, all while opening up windows of opportunity for your teammates to make that perfect execution. The current systems of our Shield gameplay do not embody the player fantasy that we're trying to achieve. That's why we're reworking those systems and resetting the foundation of what it is to be a Shield operator and who can be one. It is and has been a long process. We want to change their use, but without breaking the current state of the game. And this is why we've decided to move this feature to a later date. But you can help refine this change in a special test server next season. More information will be shared at the reveal panel. Tune in.
Oh, hello guys, my name is Salemao and I play for G2 Esports, and I'm so ready to play Siege Sounds.
How I know the game? Perfectly, I'm professional, guys. We are not here to have fun, it's just the job.
You think you're going to beat the other teams?
Probably not.
How well do you know the maps?
I mean, I like to think I know them perfectly, to be honest. I mean,
if I hear something about maps, every maps, all the game, it's easy for me, like this.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I was born ready.
Yeah. Let me vibes on it. I need to feel the sounds.
So I want to say it's bank.
It's border. In the sky, it's a helicopter, easy.
And I think it's helicopters in border. Oh.
What? Tank? You're kidding me.
There! It's border.
I want to say it's border.
Must be border again. It's border again. Can't fool me. Knew it.
Because of the sound I hear, I think it's like, could be Chalet.
It's fucking Jason, the guy with the... This is not Siege.
If I had to go with a map, I'd probably say Oregon.
Theme park.
Oh, theme park is not on the... No, theme park is out!
Ah, man. Where is this? Cafe, spawn cafe. On the police cars. Must be.
I'm thinking it's consulate.
Maybe clubhouse.
I think it's Oregon, outside lobby door. I changed my answer. Yeah, I cheated.
Clubhouse. I see. I forgot about clubhouse. That's another map.
Must be Oregon. Must be Oregon outside main door, for sure.
Could be consulates, but I'm not sure.
See, I want to say consulate again. I mean, I don't think it's front door spawn, but it's consulate.
Okay, but you've got 1 out of 5. How are you feeling?
It's not bad, 1 of 5. Could be 0, right? You have to think. You have to see the glass half full, not half empty.
Half full with 1 out of 5?
Kind of like 20% full.
Thanks for watching. See you at the major. Support Wolves because we are the best. And if you don't, we don't like you very much. Thank you.
Never before in Siege history have we had one team win back-to-back majors. But on the flip side, never have we had a team hotter than Classic G2 who could possibly accomplish that feat. And W7M are looking to be the first. The Kings of Copenhagen are set to open their Atlanta campaign here against GK Esports. It's a MENA versus Brazilian clash to kick things off. And as far as I'm concerned, W7M are still absolutely the heavy favorites to walk away with their second major in a row, Jack.
Yeah, if there's ever going to be another dynasty, I think a lot of people think that it will be these guys.
You said the D word.
No,
you said the D word.
When I do it, Jacob, it does not count. But yeah, no, I think, you know, this team is probably the pinnacle of Rainbow Six Siege right now in terms of W7M. So if there is going to be another dynasty, it's definitely these guys. Big opportunity for them to get the back-to-back.
Totally makes sense. And wait, where'd he go?
I don't know.
I mean, he is that short, so wait, did he just step off the box and he's
Jesse?
just gone now?
No, he's not done that.
What the heck? Actually, wait. Jesse, is that you at the breakdown right now? Where are you at?
That's me, Jacob. I'm over here. And in fact, I know we just had a breakdown at the end of the last game, but we've got W7M on deck, so I needed to break down something else. We always talk about the big fraggers on W7M, KZ and Herds, but I want to talk about their hard breach player, Nade. This is the qualifying game that W7M had to win to make it to Atlanta. This is going to be the game where against Vivo Keydstars, they have to win or they won't be coming to Atlanta. Now, this is round 12. This is a match point for Vivo Keydstars. They need to win this and force it to overtime. And what really does stick out about Nade is his insane plant spots. Let's take a look at this quick. You're attacking Teller's Archives from lobby. The most common places people are going to plant are going to be over by the main stairs rotate, or it's going to be down on the bomb chassis by going through the soft wall. But what does Nade do? He doesn't plant in either of those spots. Instead, he goes right into the corner in one of the strangest plant spots that we see on this bomb site. And how does it go, you may ask? Well, let's take a look, play the footage. It's a bit embarrassing, but without intel, they walk right past the planter and Nade gets off to get the final kill and win the round. That pushes us to overtime, but that's not the end of the story. Round 13, the first round of OT, again, Nade's gonna do something absolutely crazy. they're dropping from the admin hatch, right? And typically when you're dropping admin hatch, where do you plant? You're going to plant either behind the bomb chassis or on the pillar. Either way, you've got great cover from people inside the site, and you can be watched by your players inside of server. Now, there's still great plant denial on the side of Vivo Keystars. They got Toxic Babes to cover the back spot. They got a C4 to cover the close spot. So where does Nade go? Well, he drops the hatch, of course. Takes a bit to think about it, and then he goes right on the doorway and plants in the most absurd spot I think I've ever seen. This is a spot which should be countered easily by someone in Garage, but it's so unexpected that Goyo doesn't even swing it. It wins them the round, it wins them the map. W7M, they're here in Copenhagen because of plays like this. So keep an eye on where Nade is planting today, because his plant spot choices have been absolutely insane so far, and I got a feeling he's going to keep it up in this next game.
Thanks a bunch, Jesse. That was a wonderful breakdown of exactly what got W7M to this point. It's not like we didn't think that the Kings of Copenhagen weren't, one, going to be back in Atlanta, and two, still putting up good performances. So that is a whale of a team for GK to be facing first in Swiss.
Yeah, I think it's a huge opponent. But, you know, for GK, I think they are a team that's used to overcoming that adversity and climbing to the top of the mountain.
Sure.
They went up against, you know, Falcons in Stage 1 and Stage 2. And Falcons, we saw them in Copenhagen. GK, they improved. They were better than them. Hi, Jesse.
Hey, there he is.
But yeah, they're used to overcoming big opponents. If you start regionally, they overcame Falcons. They brought in a European player. Well, 2 European players now because they've got leader in a sub.
Right.
They brought in European coaches, European analysts, a lot of European influence, and they've progressed all the way from the start of MENA region because, you know, let's not forget, MENA only became a region at the start of Stage 1. And they've progressed and progressed and progressed. Not just qualified for this major, but qualified themselves for 6 Invitational as well.
The big thing about this is MENA already had one team progress into Swiss back in Copenhagen. That was Falcons. So there's very clearly something already in the water with that region. But then GK decide, we want to grab a Brit. We're going to throw him into the mix. Yeah. And then they grab another one on very short notice because Seriously wasn't able to play at this tournament. Is that little bit of European influence actually going to be enough to try and get GK over the hurdle this time? Because that is a pretty crazy matchup on paper. But is there really a good shot for GK to get over W7M?
When I spoke to GK, they said, well, we might as well get him out of the way first game, right? You know, let's get it done, let's have a go. And I think, you know, they don't fear anybody. I think for them, experience is everything that matters. When you look at yourself and you're in a sub-region, and we talk about this with APAC teams and, you know, teams that aren't necessarily used to coming to the majors, first and foremost for them was getting out of Phase 1. They got out of Phase 1, they topped their group. Their reward for that was against the champions in the best of 1 in the Swiss system. Bit unlucky, but again, they're just riding this wave, see how far it goes, and they want to learn as much as they possibly can for it, because they feel that they've got the quality in terms of fraggers. They feel that they're a little bit behind in terms of the team play and the strategy and the experience of it all, but that's exactly what they're gaining at this event.
And I think when you watch them play, you see those strengths coming into it, right? I think when you watch their defenses, they can play very aggressive, right? They like to get into strong positions out on the roam. They're not going to sit back and turtle. They like to play that, but they do it together. You know, they're not playing it poorly. They're really executing on the strategy. Even with the substitute coming in, it feels like they still have this identity, and it's been really fun to watch the plans.
They still have glue, which I think we did not give Alpha Theris enough credit when they brought in a literal world championship winning substitute in earlier. GK with leader have been looking really, really good, and not just because they made it to Swiss. There's a lot of really good things to talk about with this team. It's just, can they get over W7M? That's a really tough hurdle there.
Yeah, and let's be honest, I don't think they will. I think, you know, in the end, everyone is expecting W7M win. But if they give a good account of themselves, if they get round, if they're in the in contention, that'll transform into tomorrow's game, where in theory they would be against a weaker opponent.
Right, it's only 1 best of 1. You'd have to get a start somewhere, right?
Exactly.
So what are we looking at maps-wise? Anything in particular you want to talk about?
I was expecting maybe a border to come through between these two teams. You know, it's one that they're both kind of comfortable on, but I think there's a lot of options. GK actually have a pretty good map pool. They didn't back in Stage 1. Stage 2, they really worked on it. They improved it. So I'm hoping to see something good coming through from them. I don't expect that they're going to lose this ban phase. W7M have actually been the team maybe with a weaker map pool because they've never played Consulate and they've never played Nighthaven.
Have they never played them, or have they saved them?
Well,
because I know that the Brazilians particularly like to save maps for events.
Absolutely.
So, you know, when we're doing the preferences and we're looking at maps, they've banned away Consulate Nighthaven a lot, but I absolutely guarantee that they play them. There is no way that the reigning champions are coming into this event without a 9-map pool.
All right, you ready? Map pool, 3, 2, 1. What do we get?
That was clean.
That was
not
nice.
bad.
Okay,
not bad at all.
So Border makes it into the final 3, but W7M choose to ban it. I thought that W7M would prefer to ban the club because in my opinion, it's Geeke's best map. I think Geeke throughout both stages 1 and 2 were strong on this map. This is where they got a 7-2 win over Falcons in the regional league, which you expect to be the team here in in Atlanta.
Sure.
It's not. They get a 7-2 win over Falcons on Clubhouse. Now they get to be here, and now they get to play their, again, in my opinion, best map against the major champions.
I actually did the desk for GK against Falcons.
Did you?
On that Clubhouse game. Falcons were awful that day. I'm not saying GK weren't good. They were,
okay.
But Falcons were definitely not opposition. I actually disagree with you because I think if I'm GK, I wouldn't go anywhere near Clubhouse because I think W7M are the best Clubhouse team in the world. They're up there with the BDS, you know, in terms of being good and competent on this map. It's their team synergy for me. On this map, when you're doing the basics, and it is a basics map, we talk about Clubhouse all the time, but when your basics are just that good, that W7Ms are, their teamwork is that good, their synergy is that good, their communication is that good, I just don't see a way that you beat them on this map. And I would say that for probably 95% of the teams at this competition.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. The stats do back that up as well. A 9-1 record since the start of the 6 Invitational, losing only 1 match. That was to FaZe. Only 1 play in recent times, because again, most teams ban this against them, but that was a 7-3 win over Cyclops. So I think they're still feeling very, very strong on this map, and it will be tough for Geeke.
I think there still is a conversation to be had, at least a little bit, about the idea of MENA coming in, winning 7 games straight, because that's happened both times the MENA team qualified for a major, and now suddenly they're here. Granted, getting through play-ins is already a really big accomplishment in and of itself, but they kind of farmed their league in order to get here. So what is it going to take for Geeke, in your minds, to walk away from this event actually having really proven that when they go to a side, they're going to be real contenders?
I think they're already there. I genuinely do. I think, you know, the fact that they topped out their group says it all, right? You know, they might have, as you call it, farmed the region, but the region has also got better, right? Falcons was in there, there was Triple, and that's what you want, those twisted minds as well. So genuinely, I think they're already there, and they're just riding this wave. Another couple of wins, getting to the end of this Swiss stage would be massive.
Yeah, I've honestly been really surprised, especially on the attack with how good Geeke have been. You know, it really feels like they come in with lots of dimensions to their pushes. They're not pushing very linearly. They're really coming in with different angles. They're trading each other. It feels pretty well coordinated. I think there have been moments where maybe somebody was off track. I think there was one moment where I think it was Leader was in the bomb site on Bank, and everybody else was top floor on the bottom basement sites. But again, that's a substitute player coming in, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think you're too worried about that. I think this team has shown some really impressive stuff. Will it be enough to beat W7M? Yeah, probably not. But I think they're still looking pretty solid for Invite, yeah.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side, if W7M were to lose this game, God forbid if that ends up happening and all of our predictions end up going down the toilet, they're already down the toilet to be fair, but if that ends up happening, what do we look at for W7M? Yes, it's only 1 best of 1 loss, but that's a really big one to lose straight out the gate, right?
So I think the big thing for W7M is, you know, we've seen teams time and time again go to tournaments, win tournaments, and then struggle. You know, the most recent, I guess, being G2 after 6 Invitational, struggled in Copenhagen. I did have a conversation with W7M after Copenhagen where they said, this is now just the start. And everybody on this team knows that this is the start. This is not our end point. This is the start of us creating the best team in the world. The next time will be Atlanta, and then it will be 6 Invitational. And they know that they're resetting, and they've got to work harder than ever because they have this big old target on their back, because every single team wants to take the scalp of beating W7M.
And we talked last year about W7M being a team that really didn't handle pressure too well. You know, they came into, I would say, all 3 majors as at least partial favorites, right? Even in Charlotte, when they came through the first major of the year, you know, they were top of Brazil. We didn't know them too well back then, but they were still a great team.
I think that's only 18 months ago.
I know. And then we came through for Berlin. Everybody was saying they were the favorites. We came through for Jönköping. Everyone said they were the favorites. Guess what? They lost all of those events.
Yes.
So for them to finally, you know, get that upset win and win inside of the major, you know, they've done it. They've crossed that threshold. But if now you're coming into this one and you've put pressure on your backs, if you're going up against a team which you should on paper dominate, I can see maybe some nerves coming back in. There's a world where they get in their own heads and lose this, but I don't think they lose otherwise.
Did any of you have W7M winning the entire event in your predictions, by the way? Did either of you have that?
I did not.
I said G2 just to cast them. I'll be honest. I think W7M are going to win it. I hope Sonics win it, but I want to cast G2.
You had Titan on doing the mid-game portion. He must hate you for that now.
Oh, he always hates me. Not a problem.
A classic matchup. No, I thought BDS W7M was kind of my predicted final.
Sure, yeah.
I think that could go either way, but W7M.
Considering how bad SSG got slammed, yeah, I believe that.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So, I mean...
So there's only Jackie.
Only Jackie picking a W7M. Is Jackie just...
She's on the bandwagon because they won last time, which is a completely acceptable way to be as a fan, by the way. That's totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of expectations here, right? There's a lot of people hyping up W7M, and especially for this event, you got to remember, it goes into SI, which is in Brazil. There's going to be a lot of people in Sao Paulo rooting for this team and who want to see them lift that hammer. To go in with back-to-back major wins would be a huge jump for them.
All right, well, let's see if W7M can get this major off to as smashing of a start as they did earlier this year in Copenhagen. It'll be James Devmarta Stewart and Mandy Daughter Powers with the call.
Thank you very much, Jacob Anderson. It's time for this massive match here in the major. Mandy, GK have their work cut out for them. W7M, the team to beat in Atlanta.
Yeah, and on Clubhouse, all things considered as well, the analyst desk was like saying, these guys are the best at Clubhouse in the world, and I feel like that is a very fair statement to say for W7M. GK have a monumental task ahead of them.
That they do. It is the reigning major champions in W7M, the team to beat here in Atlanta, going up against the Saudis. GK Esports in their major debut. They have qualified themselves for the Six Invitational, but they certainly have not earned your social prediction vote, it seems. 20% is all that they will have, according to the Twitter poll. And of course, these guys have their sights set on much more than just an early exit from the Swiss phase. They came through their group with flying colors, and now they look to take on the best.
Well, keep in mind, even if you do go down one match, it is not over for you yet. It is a Swiss phase in phase 2. You have to lose 3 before you're out of it. So for GK, they're going to see how deep they can make their run. But drawing W7M as the first matchup is rather unlucky.
It certainly is. W7M have had a phenomenal last 2 years, making every single major in 2022, finally making it to their first final at the Six Invitational at the start of this year, having a complete roster revamp, bringing on 2 new players in Felipox and Nade. Now they've won their first major, looking for a second. But they've stuck together since Copenhagen. This is the same 5 players from that championship roster. On the flip side, GK have made a lot of roster changes since Copenhagen, and the big one is bringing in the European of Noodle, who's played Stage 2 with them. Now for this event, they've also brought on Leader on loan from Heroic due to a substitute being required due to some visa issues. Now let's see if they can hack it with the big dogs after only having a single scrim before their first match here. They are very green, but they are very keen.
Right, Banned Plays has flown past us as well on Clubhouse. Maverick to be banned out by W7M, as well as KE does leave in the Thatcher, and picked off on the other side as well as Felipox over on the Bandit. So we can anticipate some of that Thatcher Bandit minigame to be played out in this particular match of Clubhouse. Starting us out down in the basement though are W7M as they look to extend themselves out through the map. It looks like it's going to be aided by the castle as well of JV, looking to see if he can lock out some of that ground floor and make it a little more tricky for GK to cut in half this roam.
Does seem to be quite an ambitious roam here for W7M in this setup phase. All 5 players have vacated the bomb site to set up off-site utility. JV has done a great job with his castle barricade at slowing down this attack. As you can see, a nice castle barricade here on the storage window. This is a primary cutoff spot for a lot of teams. You can look deep down into blue from that angle, and they're just looking to slow down GK. I think this is going to be a kind of pullback defense, and GK will have to make sure that they can keep pace.
Kind of like this from W7M. Yes, they are going for the extended roam through all 3 maps, but they are still choosing to actually keep the moto hatch closed. Often that is the fall-off route for a lot of these roamers, but they are leaning into the stairwells instead, which I do think is a good play. Honestly, I think it does stunt the attack through the mid-round more, having one of your options remaining closed. Meanwhile, here goes GK on their attempt at this roam clear. Immediately placing some of their supports on this cut-off position is Key on the other side of KD, who can actually take him down, but not out just yet.
The line is down on the floor, and Key knows about it. He is the hard breach for this roster, and he has the diffuser in hand, so he needs to not die here. Not dying is more important than securing that kill, but Herd steals it away. Looking for a refrag now are GK, and they find it. They will be able to guarantee that numbers advantage once they secure the kill onto the bleeding KZ above.
Oh, but Casey's going to be revived by his teammate. Nade. Oh, he's going to be caught out, though. 2 kills for Shom as he creeps his way up the main stairs. And now with a 4-on-2 advantage, GK can surely execute into the bomb site after this.
Yeah, they've got 1 minute and 40 seconds, Mandy. There's no need to rush whatsoever. Philippox and JV have a hell of a big task ahead of them. You might have taken down the hard preacher, but it doesn't matter when you've only got 2 players left on your defense.
It's not looking too good from the remaining players of W7M, but playmaking opportunity could happen, as they still do need to make this conversion from the ground floor into the basement. It's always kind of tough trying to coordinate one of these hatch drops to work, even in the man advantage. And if Philippox can be a little bit of a thorn in their side, it's possible for the remaining 2 players of W7M, but very tricky.
Oh, patience will be a virtue here for Hasham. He lands a single bullet into JV, who now knows that somebody lies waiting in Moto. 2 kills so far for Hasham. He needs to make sure not to die here. Reloading would give an opportunity for JV to take that fight. Leader, meanwhile, has moved into dirt.
Clean execute with 45 seconds left to go is what GK are looking for, and here goes Hasham.
He needs to land this shot, but JV gets the better of him. Last man standing, though, for W7M. Nice use of the track stingers there. Nice backstab from Leader. GK are fired up after a flying opening attack.
Great breakdown of the roam game as well from GK. They immediately injected themselves in the halfway point of the roam. They didn't go for your classic top to bottom roam. They really didn't want W7M to have a comfortable fall-off game. And immediately putting the pressure onto the stairwells, that will be their fall-off spot, of course, was exactly what GK needed to do. Dedicating a lot of players to making sure that main stairs position was absolutely not safe for KZ to play in or to be rezzed in. And even though Herds tried to go in and help him, he was taken down in a pinch as well. And I think GK had an excellent read of how to take down that roam.
So Mandy, it was 80-20 on the social vote. I gotta ask, what do you think? Do you think that GK deserve more than that? They've already started with a solid round. W7M are the best to ever do it in the last year though, so it's hard to paint a picture where GK are the favored team. How many rounds do you expect they should get in this game?
I hope they get a couple, you know. I mean, we can always hope for a competitive game, especially from this team. I feel like they've had such a great trajectory throughout Stage 2. Going flawless in your league, it's not that easy, especially on, you know, by the time they hit Week 3, they could take down Falcons 7-2 on this very map, actually. On Clubhouse, they took down Falcons. And so if there is any map for GK, we have agreed on GK, right?
That's what apparently, yeah, Fresh asked, I believe it was Leader, and Leader told him it was GK, so...
Okay, we're agreeing on GK.
There you go.
That is what GK did take down Falcons on. So, if there's any map that you think that they'd be strong on, it would be this one, right? Right?
You'd think so. W7M, I think it was you who said it, right? Best Clubhouse team in the world.
It was Jesse, actually.
Jesse said that. Line. There you go. He's going to have to eat his words if they lose this.
Or Fresh. I can't remember one of them.
I don't know. They're all analysts. They're all the same to me.
Anyway, here we go. Noodle down in the ground floor. This is actually a really interesting setup, right? They have the shields inside of Lounge, but it's being blocked off by an observation blocker behind it. So even though the drone work can come through inside of Lounge, they don't actually know how much is being dedicated behind it. But there goes KZ in that very power position. Taken down, but not out by Key, or sorry, by Noodle on the other side, as he claims the first one onto Key.
Yeah.
2 down.
Yeah, he's just knocked 2 of them on the ground. He's going to have to walk through this Irani Syria gate in order to confirm the second one. Herds goes down, and once again, W7M are doubling, they're tripling down on these fallen comrades.
Save him.
Nade wants it, but this is a really devilish angle to try and fight. A nade comes in from Noodle. Not the nade that KZ was hoping to come his way, and JV's gone down as well. Finally, KZ bleeds to death. All up to Nade and Philippox as that Monty has approached and made things very, very challenging for Philippox. A C4 goes out, but GK are ready to put this one in the bag. That's one for Philippox as the trade comes through. Leader secures it. Back-to-back attacks for GK Esports.
Seriously impressive stuff from GK. I mean, they had such a good breakdown of the ground floor. The entry that came in from Noodle was perfect on the other side of the map. Knowing that there was no one there, I can only imagine with just how quickly he got in the building. There must have been like a pre-placed in bar or something like that to send him right on in, and then getting 2 downs onto the core of that defense in the ground floor was perfect. And off the back of that, the rest of the players of GK sprung into life and they claimed the execute. Easy as you do it.
2-0 on the attack for GK on one of W7M's best maps. I asked Foxay and Tim, Ace, what they expected out of this game, what kind of a result, and the consensus was 7-2. obviously in favor of
They've done the
W7M. Yeah, they've got there too, and I expect they'll be gunning for a hell of a lot more than that. This has been really, really good. GK are reading into this aggression from W7M. They're finding early picks, and they are locking W7M out of refragging.
W7M, they're going to take us back down to the basement. 5 seconds left. But they've changed their philosophy of the bomb site. They are not looking to do an extended roam through the entire map, but instead hunk down in the bomb site itself, leaning into some of that late game anti-execute utility of the Fenrir, of your catch in the Wamai, and even of the Azami as well, to make it even harder to make that conversion from the ground floor through to the basement work. They're so cautious.
Yeah.
Playing it really safe.
With how much W7M has played aggressively in the early round, I think it's a good read for GK. W7M, the onus is on them to change their playstyle and adapt. Look, guys, getting over aggro, pushing to try and collect our teammates when they go down. These things have not been working for us.
Nade holding onto blue despite the window being open on the other side, as Leader is going to jump on it himself. Finally, it does force Nade to fall off as the hatch has been open instead behind him, and that's all 5 W7M players now back on the safety of the bomb site.
Good info from Leader there. Herd's likely to take that drone down indeed. As you said, all 5 on site now for W7M, but this is basement clubhouse. That's very normal, that's very doable, especially when you've got your Fenrir, your Azami, and your smoke for the late game as well. The Wamai will also protect a lot of these power positions. We've seen some late round executes on the back of good grenades. Here comes a nade from Hasham that is going to take down a Kiba barrier, and I believe it may have even taken down one of the Fenrir gadgets. No, actually, the Dread Mine has still stayed up. Will this second one get that Dread Mine? That is high value utility. It does, and another nade through. Beautiful start there for GK as they find 2 picks. Hertz, however, does trade himself out against Trix. Hasham's found another. W7M continuing this aggression, but it will not work.
Great read on the aggression as well from Hasham, anticipating that in the numbers disadvantage, W7M are going to be going for plays, and he captures 2 on the exact same doorway, but it's going to be shut down by JV on the other side. 1 versus 3, he can't get it done, and GK can claim their 3rd in a row.
3 rounds straight. Every single time GK have 3 players left still alive at the end of it. That is a comfortable round win 3 times in a row for the Saudis.
That was so well read from Hasham. He knew that even though they were in the man advantage, he didn't want to execute unless his team was there. And instead he went, they're probably going to run at me, hey? And he sat on the moto door knowing that that was going to happen and collected 2 picks off exactly that happening.
I mean, it's been the same story for all of these rounds, right? W7M think that they've got an opportunity to get aggro, and GK read them like a book. Now it's time for Igor to smack some sense into the boys who took home a major trophy just a few months ago.
GK worked the map so fast there. Like, I know that they'd been forfeited all the real estate through the mid-round, but the moment that they had that opportunity, they just sent it. They didn't dilly-dally on the execute and spend loads of time having to think about what's going on. They just absolutely went flying through it.
Not a lot to say in the GK camp at the moment.
I'll try to get a camera on PC.
Yeah, very technical, in fact, talking about where they're going to pre-place their cameras. Nothing crazy needs to be said for GK. They can just continue strolling on through. They don't have to overcomplicate things. Man, the energy, look at that. Heartbreak in JV's eyes, losing that round.
Not a comfortable position now for W7M, but 1 round at a time is what they need to take it. Going over to gym and bedroom, once again, having a crack at a different bomb site. They are leaning into that Azami Castle combination to make it really tricky to break away at the interior of the map. This is a really nice free cam as well. You guys can't see because it is a little bit off the screen, but of a hidden Valkyrie camera, the one that GK were actually talking about is actually placed inside of CCTV, right? Not the one that GK were talking about, sorry, but that W7M have actually placed inside of CCTV to try and enable some of those C4 games to come up from bottom up. And it does make me wonder what the approach is from GK that they were speaking about in the previous tactical timeout.
Yeah. Well, it was W7M's tactical timeout, but GK had plenty of things to talk about. as well after the 3 successful rounds. Now, my question, Mandy, did W7M like change up their playstyle completely? Of course, they've changed bomb site, but they have to change up their playstyle. Like, surely GK rather, have been so proficient at dealing with early aggression.
Well, I think the idea here with W7M's strategy, like you've got the castle in these armies, so you want to really bunker down. The interior of the map is going to be really hard to break into, especially with the lack of ranged explosives that GK have got. They've only got 2 sets of grenades on the sledge and on the Nook. They don't really have your Ashes, your Sophias, that kind of thing like that. So a lot of those Kiba barricades and even some of the castles are going to stay active for the defense through the round.
Unfortunately, these castle barricades can easily be taken out by the sledge here on this balcony. Key's actually not going to take the second one down. Okay, this is nice as well. Like, that is a free Kiba barrier. There's not really much point for KZ to put that one up. It doesn't burn much time at all. He does another one. He's looking to get aggressive as KZ, but this has not worked for W7M. Every time they've tried it, the aggression continually, it's always punished. KZ once again loses his life because of it. Elsewhere, fortunately, we see W7M come to life. 2 picks, a nice peek from the balcony. And Felipox has brought this back into an advantage for the Brazilians.
Yeah, and even though the wall has been opened up now, 2 players going down outside of the balcony means you don't really have the redundancy in the attack to now then cover the rest of the aggression that W7M might be bringing in. Here goes Hertz through the top of the main stairs to claim 1 onto leader. There is still another player inside the bathroom, but Noodle, he turns away, and it's just 1 player left for GK. It's Trix on the other side in a 1 versus 3 with only 20 HP to do it.
Very low, but he knows where both of these players are. He needs to isolate these ones, and he doesn't even have the diffuser. I think he's getting spotted on a Valkyrie camera too. Still not going for that kit. He's instead going to force these 1v1s. Nade full HP in Logistic Office. JV doesn't want to overextend, but he needs to be in position to support his teammate. He gets the sound cue and mops up the final kill to meet the first round for W7M.
All right, call me overthinky, okay? And it probably is a little bit overthinky. But even though it kind of looked a bit silly from the POV of KZ, like re-putting the Kiba barricade on the window over and over and over again, what's that making the sledge do on the other side? He's only sitting on the window the entire time, hitting the sledgehammer on the window over and over and over again, right? And that means that by doing that, they're locking players out on the balcony, having to spend like loads of time there. Playing on the balcony sucks, right? Because you can either be jumped out on, you can be killed from garage, or suicide window, or whatever you want to call it, right? And so you have to have players that are actively looking in those positions. And by KZ being here, even though it looked a little bit silly, it then went and enabled the rest of his teammates to go for those peeks onto the players on the balcony and really cut that attack in half. And I think that was sort of like the beauty behind that defense, even though it looked a bit silly.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we've talked about W7M getting red and their aggression not working out in the first 3 rounds. They didn't stop playing aggressively as a result. They just tried to make their aggression work even more. They said, okay, when we're making these aggressive plays, we have to make sure that we have the right read, that we have the right play. And really, the majority of that round result, like you said, was won because W7M killed 3 players on the balcony.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's calculated aggression, right? You draw a reaction from your enemies, and then you strike off the back of that. And that's exactly what W7M did in that last round. They're going to send us back down into the defense. So far, no successful defenses on the defense, which could spell disaster, probably, in most series that we would say, but it is W7M. And here goes JV to pick one up onto Noodle. Very first early pick for the defense.
That ram, the boogie, is so frustrating. It just makes so much noise, and it can be even hard because it's so loud to tell where exactly it is and what angle it's opening up. And now the hatch in kitchen's being opened. The floor has already been completely minced apart by that ram. Key's doing some droning. Now the question is, there is one roamer all the way over in strip. And in the late round, it could win the round for W7M with the big flank.
Nade on the other side of this is trying to play the minigame against the Hibana with the impacts and shooting them through some of the abstract dart that's gone down on the hatch. Now, meanwhile, here goes Herds all the way in through the top floor. Do they know he's here? Because if he can somehow come down the main stairs and disrupt this execute as it comes through, it could spell disaster for GK.
Oh, but Key finds the opener. Good start for GK despite losing Noodle early. Here's one for Herds, but he's read perfectly. I'm not sure whether Key had information. It certainly looked like it. But Felipox will hunt for a reply, and that will be secured. Therefore, the hatch will not be popped.
Oh, but here goes Leader down the main stairs, looking to inject himself inside of the bomb site, and it's only JV all on his own here.
He needs to land these shots, but he loses his life. Leader's gone down elsewhere to Felipox, coming back down the main stairs. KZ as well now in Moto, and these two W7M players must retake. KZ finds the shot. Trix cannot plant, and it's all up to Hasham now on the attacking side. He has the site control, but he doesn't have that diffuser, and he's got two players waiting, just waiting for him to take a wrong step.
Good attempt from GK at a sort of like cut in half, early execute in onto the bomb site with the opportunities that they've been given, but just not quite working out their way. The rest of the W7M players, they were keyed into the pacing that they brought, and it's now a 2 versus 1. It's winnable. There's about 25 seconds left to do it, but W7M players, they're stacking up together for the double swing.
They don't have information. Oh, but KZ spots him, spots the side of his leg, but not able to land the shots. KZ almost loses his life for it. Don't do this to me, Hasham. Don't give me hope unless you can commit. One bullet is all you need to make this miracle a reality. KZ, one of the best players to ever touch the game. Hasham is prone, and he'll land the shot needed. Fire up, GK. You've done the impossible.
I cannot believe that Hasham landed that. When I saw the two W7M players stack up against the door directly where the plant was going down, I was like, it's done. They've done it. W7M, they can finally get their second defense on the board, but Hasham proves us wrong. Poor KZ, man, just giving him a little haircut through the wall as he's getting the plant down was so unfortunate, and it gave the window of opportunity for Hasham to land the 2K.
It's not often that a player like KZ makes a mistake like that. I'm not ripping into him. It's hard, right? I don't deny that was a hard situation. But Hasham had to stick that diffuser for 7 seconds, and KZ spotted him. Now, I think the little pouches on the side there, like there's no actual hitbox on that pouch, but still the fact that W7M fumbled this 2v1, I can't believe it. Hasham, he's nuts.
That was actually a crazy reaction. Man, I love these guys. They're great. Anyway, here goes W7M. Probably feeling a little dejected after that. That certainly should have been their round to claim, and Hasham stole that one away. We're going to go back over to CCTV and Cash for the final defense of W7M's half, and it does look like they are leaning into the bomb site itself once again, but not actually playing the same setup down the side of Lounge. It does seem like GK had a pretty good read of how to break that one down, so W7M instead are thinking, all right, let's just chill out on the bomb site instead.
Tell me if W7M going down 4-1 to GK was on your bingo card, because it certainly wasn't on mine. The game's not over yet, but Clubhouse is the most defender-favored map in the entirety of Stage 2. And so being in this position, fighting from behind, they really need this round, and they need to have a fantastic attack.
I think GK having a big long think about maybe hitting the bomb site. All of the utility on the red stairs. There's no more barbed wire, no more dread mines for the push that could potentially come up later. Meanwhile, the breach has been opened, but impact tricked. So it's not a clean one for GK. And on the other side, Hasham has faced the adversity of the one-way Azami that's preventing him from getting up the stairs.
Oh no! Leader tried to use his Selma to open up a long angle, but it was caught in a magnet as the EMP had not quite gone off yet. Now Nade finds the opening kill onto Noodle, putting W7M in the advantage. And now, with no more hard breach available, they will not have an entry hole on the CCTV wall.
Yeah, they've squandered the wealth of utility completely. It's brute force from here on out. The only real point of entry they've got is down in for the ground floors. That's the only part that has been vacated by the players of W7M. Unless Hasham can land a notch shot with a pistol, but I don't really see that one happening. Key on the other side, though, is cooking a nade from bottom up. Hertz has been taken pretty low and is going to take the duel.
Hertz is low, though. Key should be favored in this fight, and Hertz decides to get on out of town. Trix has found the opening kill. I'm not sure exactly where that was from, but Felipox going down is a good start for GK to get back into this round. Like you said, very little hard breach, very little options and avenues to try and clear these power positions, so they need a miracle.
Mate, Hasham, he's dedicated to this. He really wants to keep these two Rafters players at bay so that the rest of the attack can maybe do something, although it would have to be pretty heroic.
It really would. Well, Leader is no stranger to being heroic. Herds is just around the corner. Leader, if he shoots that Dread Mine, he will get swung, but Leader finds the kill regardless. Now numbers advantage has flipped on its head.
Oh no, Herds, he mistimed that peek so badly. He was out of the Shadow Realm by the time that Leader went for that kill, but with only 20 seconds left to go, they have to funnel into the bomb site.
And they certainly won't be doing it from the breach. Nade, you're gonna have to land some shots, but instead his head's taken clean off. Leader must move straight on in, as Trix has the diffuser in hand, but he needs to go for kills. He's looking for a safe place to plant, but JV can still hold on. The diffuser will not be planted. W7M fire up to close the half.
And they really should have closed that last round as well. It looks very scary in the dying seconds of the round. It felt like GK had mounted some kind of brute force to execute in through the conside, especially off the back of the double from Leader on the entry. But the remaining two anchors of W7M can hold strong, but it was messy. It was not clean.
Well, time to switch sides. Let's see if that momentum switches as well. W7M have salvaged what was a very dire situation. 2 rounds on their defense is workable.
Such a scary last round. I mean, we're just seeing it in the replays as well. Leader, man, he was just coming out of the Dread Mine effect as he got the kill. Crazy shots and even on the entry, but KZ was here to hold on to the bomb site and take down the one necessary kill he had to, the mission critical one, and that was the planter. But going over onto the second half, it's a completely different story for W7M. They sort of have a magic in their attacking play style that can be really enjoyable to watch. It makes me wonder if GK have got the number on this one.
5 seconds to go.
Well, the Valkyrie was very powerful for W7M when they brought it, and we're seeing it here from Trix on GK. I really like that black eye camera in Kitchen, though. It's quite a common spot, but because it's hard to take down, it often gets missed. And the same can be said for this one down in Bar. Like, that is, even with your drone, one that you may miss. And so W7M are going to have to be extra vigilant. No IQ on the board, no Dokkaebi, so there's no easy way to find those cameras.
I don't mind this from GK. They don't really want to look for too extended of a roam into the map, knowing that W7M are really quick on these entries. Probably one of the most fast-paced teams in the game at the moment are W7M, as Herds has already made his way inside of stock. He does see the vertical holes through inside of Cash, but really they're just a ruse. All the players are back on the bomb site. Except Hashom, he's not.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically on the bomb site. He's a stone's throw away from receding down the main stairs. It's always confusing when you see a roam setup, but nobody roaming. And W7M have to clue in quickly here. Ooh, be careful there, Trix. You might lose your head if you over-peak this one. KZ's taking a little bit of damage somewhere. I think that's in Garage. Must be down from Oil Pit. Must be getting contested. W7M are looking to cook something here.
They've got 3 players and drones at the moment. Even though they have the entire map forfeited to them, they want to set something up with the intel going here, right? They want to make sure that they've got their... Yep, they've got their backs... Oh, hang on a moment. What's going on here?
Hang on.
Oh, he hasn't been spotted. They have absolutely no idea that Hashom is inside a kitchen. How on earth did he get here?
That E1D hints me at something. I have a feeling that they know. Maybe they don't.
No way.
W7M have not droned this. They have not checked that tiny little hidey corner in Kitchen, and Philippox is about to walk straight on in. Hashom stands up, and he finds the kill. Philippox has gone down. The diffuser is still in the hands of Nade, who's put some pellets on that hatch, but hasn't detonated yet. A good refrag, though, from Herd, secures the kill. That is dangerous, though, for W7M. Time is ticking.
Oh, but it does mean that they have lost their soft breach, and that means that Trix, he's going to sit in the back for Arsenal for what is probably the remainder of the round. Okay, never mind, the hatch has been opened, but W7M are starting to run out of time. Yes, the hatch has been open for them, but they still need to assess their options. Do they want to go for this triple side take, which is where JV is right now, or are they still looking for something down the kitchen hatch? What is going to be the plan?
Oh, this is dangerous. Leader's impact trick that one as well. Herds, he's at the bottom of main stairs, but JV springs into action. All up to Key and Trix now, but time is not on W7M's side. The numbers might be, but that will fall one by one. KZ, a rough match, gets even rougher. Key now must retake with Trix to support. Coming in from blue. The player standing right on top of that diffuser. in the cubby corner. Hertz does hold on. Nade to jump into the fight. And W7M get one step closer to tying the scoreline.
Great execute there from W7M. I think GK just getting a little bit overzealous there on the defense. It did mean that they really tried to jump into the peaks of some of these attacks and they fell for it.
We've got Laxing on the line. Laxing, what have you noticed?
I mean, you know, Mandy said it best about some teams getting overzealous. I want to talk about W7M specifically. I think they've been really overzealous on their initial defense rounds and trying to take those gunfights instead where they should just slow down and let GK peek into them. And that's what we're now seeing with GK. I think, you know, because you get that mentality of getting ahead in those rounds that you less focus on what the actual play is going to be and you're just trying to dominate that team. So it plays perfectly where GK just needs to slow down and now let W7M peek into them like they originally were doing.
So what's next, Laxing?
I mean, I think W7M is on the clawback now, and we were talking about it in the green room where I think everyone for the most part was saying stuff about GK that this would be a pretty much clean sweep for W7M, and clearly GK is really putting up the fight against us. So W7M here really needs to read into how they're playing and how GK is playing and countering them, and really just kind of deep dive of like, okay, maybe some rounds we have to play a little more aggressive or other rounds we don't.
Thank you very much, Laxing. Always good to have some insight from the analysts during the game. W7M do have a shot here, Mandy, at bringing this one back on their attack.
They certainly do, and with their play style as well, it will make it quite challenging for GK to get a comfortable read on the pacing that's gone down. Yes, even though W7M almost ran out of time in that last execute, they were still able to convert it straight through the execute on the attack. But there goes Noodle on a spawn peek, I would dare say, onto Hertz as he tries to make his approach onto the secret window.
Yeah, damn. That's a very troublesome blow, very early. W7M again. Oh, they're not even going to catch that player on that rotation back. Look at how safe an angle Felipox was playing. A lack of confidence, perhaps, for the Brazilians now. They're looking shaky.
They certainly do, and losing the Thatcher isn't the nicest one to be losing out as the first pick as well. Like getting that triple wall open later on with the double mute jammer setup that's going down, it's not going to make things any better. But there goes Key, still holding on to secret stairs. JV seemingly unknowing of this position as he's just waiting for him to pop up, but surely Key's got the discipline not to do that.
He certainly does. GK are playing at their peak form at the moment. There's no doubt about it. They were the underdogs going into this game. And here they are on the cusp of a 5-3 lead over W7M. They're on their defense. This is where you expect them to flourish, but their attack was where they established this lead in the first place.
Reloading.
JV thinks the better of it. He doesn't want to jump in through this window because he knows that Key's going to pop up with the shotgun and take him down. Oh, that being said, I am going to take that one back as he almost claims the life of Key jumping in through the secret window. He doubled back on it after opening up the hatch, knowing that Key would have to fall off from that position. He almost claims the life. Not too bad micro from JV, but not quite.
3v5. W7M cannot execute in a numbers disadvantage unless one player goes nuts. And so they will look for picks in this mid round, but less than a minute remain.
It's almost impossible to convert this, especially in the numbers disadvantage going to a basement execute. You simply do not have enough players to think about getting the bomb down. You said it perfectly. They need to go for picks. They need to go for a flood to actually collect some of these kills before they can do anything. And with only 40 seconds left to go, it's looking pretty dire for W7M.
The only real way to find picks is if someone from GK makes a wrong move. Felipox has one nade still in pocket. He will have to use it to try and find a pick, to try and clear some utility as Nade looks to get rid of this Kiba barrier. Hasham holds the power position. He reloads at the wrong time, and he allows Nade to drop down. In the plant position, a nade goes past, and JV's found one, traded on back, but it all falls apart for W7M. GK once again lock in another advantage.
And a really comfortable defense as well from GK. It was nothing too overcomplicated. Just go for a light roam, a lurk, make sure W7M can't get in early in the ground floor, and then fall back off to safety. And that is what all 5 players on GK were able to do. They really did not overcomplicate it after that. They knew that they had the man advantage up for them. They just didn't need to give that away. I think Laxing pointed out perfectly. All they needed to do was just hold on, you know, relax and let W7M come to them, especially in an advantageous position, and they did that.
How many people put W7M down to go 3-0 in the Swiss?
Me.
You did. Who'd you put to win the tournament?
Them.
I know you're a big W7M fan. You're a big Brazil fan.
I really thought they could go back-to-back.
There's no doubt about it. I had them as the clear favorites. I expect most people did. And yet, here comes some debut team out of the MENA region. 3 of these players from Saudi Arabia, and of course Noodle and Leader from the UK. The only player on this team with experience at a Major or 6 Invitational in the past is Noodle, after his extremely brief stint on Heroic back at SI at the start of this year. The guy that was made famous for being in a clip where he got rinsed by his coach. And now here he is on a revenge tour, showing just what he is capable of.
And he's had a pretty excellent game so far, has Noodle. Pretty consistent 7-4 scoreline. Nothing to laugh at when you're playing against the Titans of W7M.
All right, W7M. You don't have to worry about a basement attack at the moment. Put that in the back of your mind and see what you can do here on Gym and Bedroom. Now, a bomb site that can be fairly troublesome. W7M themselves managed to successfully win this one. Let's see how they go on their attack, identifying these mute jammers. This will be easily dealt with. There's no bandit nearby, as they have identified. Hasham has fallen on back.
Go, Hasham, go. You can do it. No, maybe you can't. I think the window's open now. That's not so safe. Oh, and he's got to answer his phone as well. Oh, no, don't answer the phone while the wall's being opened. That wouldn't be cool. Oh, okay, he's safe for now. All is well.
Here comes the nade. The nade would have guaranteed that the bandit could not have tricked AK Hertz. He's moved all the way up the main stairs and taken a kill with him. Philippox is dispatched with Noodle. There is a good refrag on the side from Hasham. Oh, almost a second one as JV's bringing it on back. KZ jumps into the fray as well, leaving Leader with it all to do in a 1 versus 4. Far from sight, far from home. And a far cry chance of winning this round. Philippox loses his life, and there's maybe a shot in this for Leader.
Nah, tough one though. He's got to creep his way back inside of Con, and there's a crossfire on that. At the moment, a player inside of Logi, that's KZ, will take him down and clean up the round W7M. Really nice execute, I would say. Honestly, I feel like that was just super well read. There was really no passive intel whatsoever on the main stairs, even on the wall. As soon as they got open, it was just go time. The moment that Herds made his play up the main stairs, the rest of the team was like, cool, all right, we're just going to send it in after him.
Yeah, it was a good read in the end of it from W7M. KZ having a massive impact coming up. What was it, KZ or Herds? It was Herds coming up the main stairs. Yeah, huge impact from him. A lot of big rounds from Herds in this game so far, as GK are now taking their tactical timeout. W7M 1 round away from evening this scoreline once again.
Instead of playing Logi, then we had no playing Logi. When they found the gap, these guys are good at identifying the gaps. You can't let them have these gaps.
Play cash with the C4. We can't let them keep getting these cams.
Interesting. Very interesting. It seems like, from what I understand of that, GK are leaning into something more active, I think. Oh, not really active, but I think they do need to lean into some of that passive intel, to be honest. They really can't be giving W7M the amount of space that they have been giving them, right? And the perfect operator for that is Fenrir. Not only do you have all the dread mines to prevent the early entry from coming in through, that's Trix now putting both a dread mine and the barbed wire on the main stairs, but yeah, you've also got the barbed wire in the secondary utility to make sure that that bottom-up push is not giving to W7M for free. Not just that, but I'm not sure what they were talking about in terms of the cams and stuff like that, but I can only imagine Hasham in his position, like there was no way he was going for the bandit trick on the wall. He had a job, and that was to be on the wall, and he was like, guys, what's the strat? Like, why can't I be there, right? And that's why Leader's got to be a little more careful with these army barricades to actually protect his teammate.
My interpretation of the comment, we can't let them keep getting these cams, is pre-placed from W7M, the drones.
That's probably right.
And
that's true.
So I'm a little bit surprised to see that GK are not expending an operator on going for Solus, because that completely nullifies those pre-placed cameras and really forces the attack to play a lot more carefully with their drones, right? And that does change the pace a lot, especially when you pair it with an operator like Fenrir, which you really need to drone out and find and clear.
It's going to be a hot take. You probably think this is a hot take as well, but I feel like Clubhouse is one of those maps that, like, sometimes you can't really afford Solus. Like, especially on a bomb site like this, where you need so many tools on the defense to, like, keep things closed and together. You kind of need a lot of stuff, and then having, like, one active operator on the Solus, just, like, in the basement somewhere, is, like, It's a bit troll. I don't know.
Too expensive.
Anyway, yeah, it is too expensive. That's the right phrase for it. Troll. Yeah, professional caster, by the way.
Speaking of players off in the basement, we actually do have Hasham, who, believe it or not, is the bandit. He's the one down in oil pit at the moment, so he's certainly not looking for an active trick despite having 2 batteries in pocket.
Yeah, and it's given the breach open for free as well. Hasham going to be taken low by JV, who's made his way in through garage. The C4 to be sent up, but JV's going to try and clay him in through the cage in the floor. He doesn't land those, though, and on the other side, it's Noodle to stop the entry in through the kennel's wall.
Yeah, this has been a peculiar start to the round, but W7M have opened up their Jacuzzi breach, and now Philippebox is clearing the Azami's Keeper barriers in sight as well. It looks like Hasham might even be able to get back to site safely.
Really nice stuff from GK. Not what I expected, especially because of how much of the bomb site itself they had forfeited. But maybe they just had the right read on W7M. They knew that they were going to look for an injection somewhere else on the map, and they spread themselves thin to stop that from happening. Meanwhile, though, the rest of W7M, I think they are keyed into the fact that the bomb site's looking a little weaker than it did before. They're going to send them some drones. That's Hertz, the captain of the team, to have a look in and see what's going on.
Okay, here come the flashes. Here comes Herds as well. He might be the captain, but he's also the entry. He goes down to Trix. Meanwhile, Noodle's also been taken out. Trix flashed, but no kill to come through in response. What is that jump out as Army goes down outside? KZ, the last one standing. He found the first kill for W7M. He will have to find the last 2 as well. On the cusp of double digits, he moves on in. Diffuser in pocket. But will he be able to plant?
It's within the realm of possibilities. He's found a nook and cranny inside of the bomb site, and the rest of the GK players are starting to get active on the retake. But KZ gets off the plan. He can take down the first, and now Shum, with a slither of HP, will have to take the 1v1.
We've seen Hasham pull off miraculous clutches already. Can KZ get his revenge? Hasham starts to move on in. KZ lands nothing! Hasham, another clutch! GK have stolen the game, and they find themselves on match point.
And that's 2 for Hasham in the same series against W7M and against KZ. That is one way to rub salt in the wound for W7M when your star fragger goes down to who? Hasham? Like, have you ever heard of this name on the international stage before? Well, now you have.
And a name that I think we will be singing loudly for the rest of the Atlanta Major. And of course in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the 6th Invitational. But GK have really made a name for themselves. They have made a profound and resounding statement here against the reigning Major champions. W7M, no second chances.
I really think W7M did a lot of overthinking in that last attack. The bomb site really didn't look that strong, especially in the top-down view when we had a quick pan over it through the mid-round. It really felt like once W7M had the wall open, Trix was in a terrible spot in bathroom. It just felt like at that moment, if they had realized the weakness, that they could have looked for something. But I think that because they spread themselves so thin, looking for opportunities across the other side of the map whilst also doing Jacuzzi in tandem, that there was such a disconnect in the attack that they kind of fumbled it by the time that they actually decided to hit and execute. They didn't look like they were a unit, and GK, they completely exploited that.
Take a deep breath, W7M. You can't afford to make any mistakes here, and they must attack down onto the basement once again.
Noodle's got to fall off. The secret wall, window rather, being opened up and a nade to be sailed on through. It's actually, I think it is all 5 GK players back onto the bomb site. It is the basement, of course. It can be notoriously difficult to execute. That being said, W7M, they've been given the entire map for free with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to do it.
JV's in the building. W7M have been quick here. They're wasting no time whatsoever. Falcons might have made a name for Mena in Copenhagen.
It's clear strip.
But GK are furthering that name even further, and that is Hasham, the man of the hour. On this Roman strip, he goes down.
Good read there from Nade to make sure that he was cut off and none of his silly business, and Key as well, looking for a little bit of a main stairs hold as Hertz is going to round the corner here. Send a flashbang out, but it's not going to allow him the kill. But oh, Key, he re-aggresses with the shotgun in hand. He's not scared to take the fight.
This is the Hibana. Hertz, 10x Kairos in pocket. You need to keep those alive into the late rounds. Key also doesn't want to lose his life. That C4 Somehow taken down by the sledgehammer. Felipox thanking his lucky stars he did not lose his life.
That is so fortunate for Felipox. And on the flip side, so unfortunate for Key. He had the perfect placement of that C4, but just didn't quite detonate it in time for it to be destroyed. That's W7M with mid-round control. They can start to open up the floor and get this vertical game going. It means that Noodle's not going to feel too safe in the back of Arsenal, but really there's no one actually there contesting, and Noodle's going to keep sitting on this position as the rest of W7M look to open up the rest of their options over in Moto.
Leader's in a good position, but he does get flashed. Nade on the other side. Oh, Key. Once again, he could be the linchpin with this shotgun if he finds something. Noodle finds the opener. Noodle finds a second. W7M fighting from behind. Key gets aggressive. He is ambitious. But Noodle finds his third. It's all for GK here as W7M start to bring it back one by one. But Key has taken a gamble that there's no one on the hatch above him, and he moves aggressively in. He finds another kill. Felipox to stave off defeat. One kill will not be enough. Leader and Key have the diffuser held in their grasp, and Felipox must find every one of them. Men are best Brazil for the first time. GK are making history, and they've beaten out W7M, the reigning major champions.
And in such an impressive way as well. It didn't feel overthought. They just played their game, and they had W7M on the ropes, overthinking their game in their head. That is GK, and they are now known on the international stage.
They have made a statement, and they look to commit to the dream of marching forward in this major. They are undefeated thus far, and they've taken down the reigning champions. Disbelief on the faces of W7M after a heartbreaking loss. GK have done what nobody expected. The biggest upset of the major so far. Maybe one of the biggest upsets of the year in Rainbow Six Siege.
Seriously impressive stuff from these guys. Not only did they take down Falcons, the reigning champions of MENA on this map, but they've now taken down W7M as well. Plus, maybe is their magic for the teams that are playing against these guys later on. Y'all better ban out this map because these guys are clearly the kings of the dub house.
They certainly are. A phenomenal performance from GK, and we'll break it down on the desk.
That right there is undoubtedly the biggest upset so far of the 6th Atlanta Major. The fact that we've got a team that just won the previous major and suddenly they've been knocked out by a MENA squad with a substitute. The story just writes itself, Jack.
Yeah, this was the lowest seeded team going up and beating the current major champions.
Yeah.
Nobody had this on their upset card today.
Nope.
Everybody thought that this was the absolute banker, and I don't know. When you play with the heart that GK played with, doesn't matter who you're up against when you're playing like that.
No, how many clutches did we see? It was the one downstairs in basement, and then I think we had one or two more as that game progressed. That was honestly insane to watch.
Yeah, Hisham's clutch, especially with that 1v2, because that was a round that GK kind of like threw a little bit, and then he recovered it back, getting that 1v2. Absolutely incredible. These guys are playing out of their mind. They've not lost a game in stage 2 or this major.
That's true, yeah. I don't know how in the world we're managing to get to this point. We're talking to Noodle real quick on the desk as well. Dude, first off, congrats. You did not expect to be at this stage already after what you were at the 6th Invitational earlier in the year. Now you're at this stage now. Talk to me about how crazy it's been to go from what you did with Heroic to this now.
I mean, obviously it's kind of like it was like a last minute choice for me to join GK.
Sure.
So it was like, Alo messaged me quite late on before the roster locks. And I thought it would just be like a cool adventure, you know how I did with Mexico. I went to a different country, play a game in a different country. Like not many people get to do that, and I might as well, I was like, why not? Cool life experience, and well, now we're here. It's very, very fun.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, because it didn't go so well for you when you was at Koi personally. You've come. How's it being adapting to going to a new country? Because you've kind of got like a half European influence with Alo and Wezo as well.
Yeah, I mean, we try to obviously not destroy their game style. We try to adapt towards the game style, so perfect it, bring more to it, so it's more polished, and it seems to be working quite well.
So going up against W7M, and you choose to go against W7M on Clubhouse. Now, I thought, I'll just say it personally, I thought that was a massive risk.
Yeah.
What did you guys think? What was your thought process?
I mean, it's our favorite map. We like to play clubs, so we just thought, why not take them to the club?
What's it like? I mean, I am assuming for the majority of MENA teams, scrimming Europeans is usually a pretty common thing that you guys end up doing.
Yep.
How much do you see from a European play style that was already existent in this team prior to you coming in? Did it feel like what they were doing was relatively familiar?
I wouldn't say relatively familiar. They mostly play for gunfights, more like LATAM style kind of.
Okay.
But yeah, we tried to bring the more strategical side with Alo and Wazo into the team, and yeah, that's about it.
How's Leader settling in? Because obviously, you know, you lost seriously, and now Leader's just had to come at very short notice. I understand that he only had one scrim with you guys. Is that right?
Yeah, we had like 3 maps total to prepare for the entire major. So yeah, it was definitely kind of like a late notice, and yeah.
But you was with him on Koi, right? So
yeah,
presumably he still fits into the system pretty well.
Yeah, of course, good friend of mine. So yeah.
How much of a sigh of relief is it for you right now, that weight off your shoulders, to get the current major champions off your backs, and now you're one up in Swiss? How's it feel?
Job's not finished. I need to get to the stage.
Are you just quoting the Kobe gif in me right now? Is that, yeah. All right, totally fair. What are you going to do while you're now waiting to figure out who your opponent's going to end up being? Is it immediately go right back to practice room, start scrimming up again, or you give yourselves a second?
I think give ourselves a second, you know, kind of very overwhelming to beat the current major champions. So, but definitely go back to some practice earlier in the evening.
Anything else you want to say to the fans before we let you go, dude?
Thanks a lot to the MENA fans for supporting us, and I'm sure we will try our best to make you guys proud.
All right, sounds good, dude. Again, congratulations on the dub. That one's massive. So, Jesse, there's one particular clutch we got to talk about, right?
Yes, Jacob, there is. We have to talk about this play by Hasham. He played great all game, but I wanted to highlight round number 5 because it really was a crazy round with lots of twists and turns. First of all, let's highlight defender positions. We got Trix up here inside of Kitchen. Hasham is down inside of Dirt. We got Leader on main stairs, notably at the bottom of main stairs, not mid-floor. And then we've got Key inside a bar, open up the hatch. The only defender position I want you to care about right now is Philippox, who's inside of Billiards. They don't know he's there, and I guess you can probably predict how that turns out for Key. We get a little swing from Philippox, and he grabs that pick. Now, at this moment, a call is made for Geeke. They say, listen, one guy's upstairs. The rest of us are all pretty close to the bomb site. Let's just send it. And as they drop on in, as they start to get down, they isolate the site, the bottom floor, into 2 separate battles. They got one battle up in the B bomb site around Armory, which is a 2v1, and they got one bomb site down around A inside of Church. And you'll see these battles, they don't both go their way, but they go 1 for 2. They end up winning the fight over by B bomb site, but they lose the fight down inside of Church. That's okay, because what we have is the defuse kit inside of B, inside of Armory, and that means that they're going to be able to push forward and win this angle. Now, because this is a one fight up in the north, they're able to plant, but unfortunately, Trix picks a bad plant spot. The reason this is bad is simple geometry. KZ from down inside of Church can get an angle onto this plant spot right there from playing pretty deep inside of Church. On the other hand, the angle covering from Hasham comes down, and note that it intersects a little bit before where KZ needs to be. KZ can be behind the angle from Hasham, still denying that plant. And as we see, that's exactly what happens. KZ pushes on up, goes for the denial, and he gets that. All of a sudden, it looks like Trix has thrown the round. It looks unwinnable. We jump forward quickly, though, and Hasham is making magic happen. First of all, he needs to cross the hallway. He does that. He grabs the fuse kit. And we talked at the start of the game about how Nade has unique plant spots. Well, Hasham says, I can do it better. He's just inside of blue. He exits the door, and he plants here. And as soon as this is recognized on the side of W7M, they start to panic. We see Philippox rotate up north. We see KZ swinging, sprinting down through the bomb site towards the south. But both of them are isolating themselves now into 1v1 gunfights. This is something that Hasham is going to take advantage of. You'll watch it here. Still from the top-down POV, he deals damage to KZ, goes, hits a crazy headshot onto Philippox, and then it's just him a 1v1 versus KZ. He plays this so well, and I really do think the plant spot is the reason why. Hasham, full HP now, of course, even with the boosts. He's looking so good in this one, and he will win it out in the end with KZ. Eventually, going for the swing, loses it. Headshot just to boot, why not? That's the type of play that are winning Geeke these rounds. Hasham, an incredible play coming here in round number 5. And the biggest upset of the tournament so far. We've, of course, got so much more content to bring you here in Atlanta. And now, something a little bit different. We've got the halftime show with Jackie Jing right up next.
Jesse, oh my goodness, I missed you so much. And I miss my Siege fam. I'm back. Hey everybody, I'm Jackie Jing, and welcome to the halftime show. I'm super excited about this because I'm with Alamau and Gunner. How y'all feeling?
Short, great.
Stop. Stop. Don't say that. We actually had this huge discussion about whether they should be on boxes or not. And we decided to go without the boxes.
Yeah.
What did you say?
You know, it's okay to be a short king, guys. It's okay.
There you go, chat. And
Feel confident.
speaking about the chat, actually, it is sub-only chat right now. So subs, drop your questions to the star players. But, okay, my first question is going to be, what's the issue? Why the box? No, I'm kidding. That's not the first question.
Oh.
I'm kidding. My first question is obviously going to be, how excited are you all to be here? You're coming off of a win. So how's the Atlanta Major going?
It's been going great so far. We won 3 games out of 3, so feeling pretty confident for the rest of the tournament.
I love that. Okay, you're probably chomping at the bit right now, right?
I mean, I just got here. I don't really know, but I mean, I love it here. Go America.
Really?
Yeah, I'm tired of flying 12 hours.
Okay. So, one second. My producer had a question. I think it was, would you rather go through the LCQ?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going to say a hard no for
No.
that one. Okay, so let's see. We're getting questions right now, but I'm going to ask you guys some hard-hitting questions. I ain't holding back, okay? And just a quick shout-out, Foxane, Laxine, y'all are great. Thanks for helping me out with these. So my first question, who would you want to 1v1?
Who would I want to 1v1?
Out of anybody.
Anybody.
Anybody here, yeah.
Canadian. I would love to humiliate him in front of everybody.
How would that go down?
That would be easy.
Easy?
Easy for sure.
Describe it to me.
I mean, Canadian would probably whiff the whole magazine on me, and then I'll just teabag him in front of everyone. Just destroy him. And then he'd be like screaming like, "Ah, Carl!"
I think that there would be screaming. Canadians not going to love that answer. Gunnar, what about you?
That's hard. I don't even know. Who do I got beef with? Hold up.
Who do I
gotta
beef?
think
Okay.
a little bit. Who are the NA teams? Forrest. I don't really got beef with Forrest, but I just think it'd be so. That guy, like, before he was in Pro League, I owned him, and then he made Pro League, and I can't beat him. So, like, at least in the 1v1, I, dog on him and kind of like make myself feel a little better.
Okay, poor Forrest, but y'all are good though.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
You'd want
No
a
beef,
1v1.
but,
I get it. Okay, so we do have some questions in from the chat. What made Alamo shave his head?
To look like Slim
Hard-hitting
Shady, you know?
questions. What
Slim
did-
Shady, ready for war.
Slim Shady.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jacob was making a lot of Eminem jokes. I'm sure you were loving them.
Yeah, I love
Okay.
them.
Well, was there anything that inspired the haircut?
Just him in person, you know? He inspires me.
Oh, that's really cool,
Yeah.
actually. Okay. I actually love that answer. We have another question here. I'll throw this one at you. How do you deal with the pressure? The pressure.
Ooh. Well, ever since I joined Sonics, like all the fans, they love talking that ish. So eventually you just get so much that like you just kind of say F you, and then you don't look, and then you just live your life because they're watching you. And, if they want to talk crap, they're probably at home eating Doritos with crumbs all over them and, broke. And, the ones that don't talk anything, they're living a good life. They're all rich and great people.
Okay.
Wait, so Gunnar just trashed out Sonics fans? That's right. No. Okay.
Okay.
They're all rich.
Here's a little twist on that. So would you feel pressure playing G2?
No.
No.
No, there's no pressure whenever you play. You just play.
You should.
No.
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 Really? This is the...
I mean, what is there to be... It's just a game, I play against them. We dog them, and then we go on the next game. That's facts.
Okay.
They would dog us for sure.
You think so?
Yeah, sure. I like that.
Okay. Elmo's being nice, I think. Okay, so I'm going to go back to some of these really hard questions. If you swap teams, how long would it take for that team to win an event? So you guys swapped.
We just swap teams?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it would be
you're
G2
theoretically
downfall.
in G2.
No, it would be G2 downfall.
What?
You would be G2 downfall. I'd bring G2 to greatness. They haven't won an event since Invite. They didn't even make top 4 last major. They've been on the fall off 2 roster moves. They're in combustion.
Maybe if
I change, greatness at the top.
Maybe if I join NA, maybe we can win a major again, Or SI, depends. I
Oh
can
my
choose.
goodness. Foxy and Laxon get me in trouble with these questions. Okay, let's go to something a little lighter here. Why didn't Alamo dye his eyebrows? Chat, y'all.
That's too much. Slim Shady has no dyed eyebrows.
Okay. So there's a question about regional styles I want to get to, and Gunnar, I'll put you in the hot seat for this one. How do regional styles of Siege develop? And I think that was supposed to be how do, sorry. And how much do you notice them when playing in majors, SI?
I mean, I think like the biggest change when you play a team would probably be like Brazil, because they're just like, they're good enough to where they don't need to have like crazy strats or takes. They'll just kind of walk around the map and they'll just shoot you. Whereas like with EU or NA, like you kind of have an idea of what's going on for the most part. Some teams are different, but for the most part, you have an idea of what's going on, and it's a little more slow, I guess. But Brazil, APAC, and MENA, they're just super quick and just have really good gun skill.
That's a great answer. Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I would say every team, I think each team has an individual playstyle nowadays. I don't think like there's like region playstyle anymore. Because like even if you see like NA playing, like Space Station playing a complete different way than Dark Zero, for example. And even in EU, like you have like many teams. So the Russians play in a certain way, we play a certain way, and then like there's a lot of play styles.
Alamo, you have a lot of experience. You used to play in Brazil. Talk to me about how that affects basically how you approach matches, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, since Brazil, I always had like confidence. Like since I used to work like with Lagones, like we developed like a playstyle that used to work for us a lot in Brazil. We won the major, and then when I joined G2, I just like tried to bring that playstyle to us, and it's been working so far.
Okay, yeah, definitely doing all right, I would say. Okay, another fun question. Who is the most annoying team or player, Gunnar?
Oh, that's easy. SSG.
Okay, elaborate.
I mean, they got like, I don't even know how to explain them. They got like their own language. They like you could, if you hear them scream like crank, you got like 5 dudes running at you no matter where on the map, and they'll scream that word, and like, I don't even know. They're just ridiculous. They're a ridiculous team, but good for them. But yeah, they're really annoying to play against, and yeah.
Okay, locking in SSG. What about you?
That's actually true. We also lost to SSG, the other major, Bank, and they literally do the exact same thing that he said. They say a word and they all just run to you.
Yeah.
Okay, poor SSG. Sorry. We'll have to see what the chat thinks as well. But Alamo and Gunnar, thank you so much for that fantastic interview. Congrats on today, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
But all of you watching at home, do not go anywhere. We got tons of action ahead. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Grenades. You love them, I love them, but why are they so heavily restricted on operators' loadouts? Their power, as well as the ability to cook them, have progressively made this secondary gadget the reason to choose an operator. In an effort to curb this powerhouse of utility and destruction, we have slowly over time removed grenades from our operator loadouts. We don't like that. If there's a tool in the game, you should have access to it. We are currently reworking their system to bring them in line with the other secondary gadgets in the game. Now connect to the reveal panel to see what this change entails.
Hey, I'm Canadian, I play for Dark Zero, and welcome to my fresh install. In general here, I'd say most I leave off. I guess some people might turn on performance metrics if they want to see their FPS and stuff. Cycle inside camera groups is off. I've seen a couple people have it on. It can be decent for scrolling cameras if you want to stay on just Valkyrie cams or just Twitch drones or something like that. It can be decent. I find that a bit overwhelming. Diffuser pickup, I do switch to both. I'm the primary bomb carrier on my team, so I always want it to be easy to pick up the bomb. I don't have to press F or anything like that. I just walk over and pick up the bomb. Drone after prep, primary droner for my team as well, so I want that on manual. So when prep phase ends, I would stay on the drone. It doesn't knock me off of it. Make sure I don't miss any important details. Dynamic range to night mode. I honestly don't know why. I'm just constantly told that's the best sound. I hear pretty good with it, so night mode. Display, we are going to leave these first settings. The refresh rate. Put this as high as you can. Aspect ratio is on 4:3, makes player models seem a little bigger. I go basically low everything. I usually leave my texture quality to like medium. I don't want it to look too low. LOD on ultra. That way sometimes there's like some details that you might miss from long distance if you have it lower, I believe. Shadow quality I have on very high, just in case, because again, you might miss some details if the shadows are a bit lower. Controls, I have raw input off, just for consistency with the sensitivity. And then I got 4 for horizontal and vertical sensitivity. I play on 800 DPI, by the way, for my sensitivity. For me, I find it's the most consistent for my aim. I'm not exactly the most mechanically gifted player. Gadget deployment on advanced. This helps with like, if you're playing thermite. Drone deployment, I have on advanced. You can throw a drone, you don't immediately get on it. So for my last couple of binds, basically it's just my primary gadget I do on mouse 4, which is a side mouse button, and then secondary gadget I do on mouse 5, another side mouse button. And that's just for ease of access to all those that are, you know, gadgets you use a lot of the time. I like to have them on my mouse button, especially like nades at C4, it's easy to throw it and hold it and still be able to move without, you know, having to move fingers out of the way. On accessibility, we do light green optic color. Yeah, light green on that. And screen shake, we do off because you don't want to deal with that. And team color, I do blue and orange. Thanks for joining me in my fresh install. See you guys at the major.
Welcome back to Phase 2, everybody. I'm Jackie Jing and very excited to be with Fresh and Laxine. We just wrapped up our halftime show, so I gotta ask, most annoying team or player? I want your thoughts.
Most annoying team for me, definitely these guys. OXG.
Why?
Back when I was on G2 in 2020,
Why? You're so
we would go to the Six Invitational. These guys, whilst you're practicing, we had them in the same group. They were reciprocity at the time. Kick the door down. Yo, guys, is your game working? Trying to see what we was practicing.
Listen, we just wanted to make sure that you guys were struggling just as much as we were.
Fair
It
enough.
was nothing. It was nothing personal. Maybe we were trying to see whose cam was up or whose VODs were up, but
I see.
That's neither here or there anymore. We're on the same team now. We're on the same
team now.
Annoying
Okay.
team for me.
Yes.
DZ. So annoying. The drone play that they had throughout the years of me playing, pissed me off. I couldn't stand it. 1 second I'm being pinged. I go in the next room, I'm being pinged. I go outside the map, I'm being pinged. Maybe that was just the default ping because I stayed out there a little too long, but still, DZ, most annoying team in terms of drone placement.
Okay, well, you know what's not annoying? That adorable plushie. I'm loving those. But as you can see, our teams are getting ready into position. We have Wolves versus Sonics. This is the EU-NA showdown that we have been waiting for. And the Wolves, frankly, looking to redeem themselves. I don't want to be too harsh there, but to be honest, Fresh.
Yes.
It was not a blissful group for them. Did you catch that?
See what you did there, Jackie? See what you did there.
Okay. Yeah. Let's chat about that a little bit more. You were telling me earlier that you think that they should have beaten the Wolves twice.
Yeah, they should have done. I think realistically, we should be sat here looking at Team Bliss.
Okay.
Wolves are very, very fortunate to be getting through in that best of 3, to be getting through to the Swiss stage. Now they did it. And that's all that I will say. They didn't look great. I know that they were not happy within their own performance in their playing stage. They lost to Bliss once, and they went all the way to max OT in the third map of map 3 to actually get through to the playing stage, and they just about got it done. Now, that's not good enough for a team that we expected in EU would be competing for this competition, would be going deep in this competition, and the Wolves that we know that has gone deep at previous competitions. So they really need to buckle up.
And you don't want to write off Bliss, though, right? Because a lot of people did, and they clearly were putting up the performance against these teams and really showing why they deserve to be here, where a lot of people might have been like, oh, Bliss doesn't deserve to be here. They're going to be out right away. And it was very close that this easily could have been a Bliss versus Sonics situation. So, I mean, it's really, you just got to take it from Wolves here, is like whether you were sleeping on Bliss or Bliss actually was just really putting up performance, you got to come in going against a team like Sonics.
Yeah, and we're chatting about the plans right now, but I do want to focus on what we have seen here today. We're going to try to pull up the bracket here, but Fresh, just break it all down for me, because it's been a lot, especially that last one we saw.
Yeah, it's been a very quick day filled with upsets. I think, we started off with D+ going up against Lost. Big upset there. Nobody expected D+ to come away with that win. G2 dominated Scars. BDS dominated SSG. And then perhaps the biggest upset of the day that nobody saw coming, nobody at all, was GK getting it done against W7M in that very final fixture of the first half.
I mean, I was surprised on a Clubhouse, too, and how GK was actually playing against W7M is what really impressed me the most, is because Brazilian teams love getting in your face. They love not giving you map control. They give you an ounce, and they'll just fight for it immediately, and GK played it perfectly. They let W7M get a little overzealous on those early rounds, and they would get those man advantages, and then you would see them just play together and collapse on W7M, and you could see W7M looked scared in some of those rounds. They kind of looked discombobulated, and for a lot of us fans and people that know W7M, that's not W7M you're used to seeing.
Okay, but let's refocus on this matchup that we have right now. Sonics versus Wolves, and you were kind of beating up on Wolves a little bit when we were chatting earlier.
Yeah.
But you were kind of coming to their defense. I want you to explain that a little bit more. We were chatting earlier. I mean, Bibu, there is experience. Mowgli, exceptional fragger. How do they bounce back?
I mean, when we got a team like they have, they all bounce off each other. They all need each other to be on each other's backs and to make sure everyone's, falling into place and performing really well overall. And, sure, you might have had that game against Bliss. Like I said, I don't want to write off Bliss, but you got to take from that learning experience of why those games were so close, why those rounds went the way they did, and you got to fix that going forward and throughout the rest of this bracket.
The one thing that Wolves are generally very good at is they do operate like a pack of wolves. It's a very cliche thing.
I like that.
But they operate as one unit generally. Mowgli kind of gets a lot of freedom, and the remaining 4 players operate as one unit, everything together, everything at once. I would call them kind of a rush chaos-based team because they're very aggressive, but their 3-2-1s are spectacularly good. They need to leverage that because that is absolutely their biggest strength.
And I believe we're actually ready for map bans. We're going to work to bring that information up on your screen right now.
Another night, hey.
Okay. Thoughts? I'll put you in the hot seat first.
Well, their defense rating is at a 63%. So they're going to be starting on the attack, which I think the nice thing about starting on attack on some of these maps like Nighthaven, it allows you to get your team in position and get the comms flowing. So that way when you do switch to that side, and which is obviously their strongest percentage, they should have those comms ready. They should have everything flowing together. So starting attack on that, I can see that benefiting more in their favor.
This is a map that both teams like. We've seen Nighthaven being brought in North America quite a lot. It's in Sonic's kind of pool of maps that they like, so I'm not surprised to see them want to go there. For Wolves, it's in the pool that they've had a low preference on it, but it looks like they've brought it in for this tournament as well. So I think we've got quite a good battleground here between the two teams. North America seems to have a very good grip on this map. So I think who's won the map veto just about, I would say, I think Sonics.
If you do the math, I mean, Sonics has really shown a lot on Nighthaven specifically and how they play it differently against some teams. So I am genuinely curious to see, the VOD review for both these teams to see how they're going to counter each other, see what they're going to implement to maybe, throw the team off, whether to get that extra round or whatever that's going to look like. I think this map is really going to be a close one overall.
Okay, Gabe, this is our first dusk together.
Yeah,
by the way.
I know.
It's so fun. So do you like predictions or no?
I'm cool with predictions.
Okay. Some analysts don't like doing
Jesse
predictions.
likes to flip-flop from time to time. He'll say something and then,
Are you a fencer? Or are you actually going to give a prediction?
Yeah, I'll give a prediction.
Okay, go.
I'll say...
Who's winning?
I got Sonics winning this 7-3. They're going to win their defense half and then shut it out on attack.
Okay, that was very specific. Usually I just get a name, but okay.
Yep, I've got Sonics winning this as well. I think they will target Mowgli. I think they will get the entry pick quite often up against Mowgli. They will find where he is solo, and Sonics can win that 5v4 from there. I'm going to go 7-4.
Okay. That's fair.
Hey, I like those predictions. You all were watching the halftime show, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gunnar was like, embrace being the short kings. Well, I'm about to toss to two of my favorite short kings. Des and Ace, take it away.
There's too much chat about short kings going on today, Jackie.
I'm on a box. I can't really say anything. Thank you, Jackie. We appreciate you as always. It's always lovely to hear you on the other end.
It was. She was dying for a coffee this morning when I saw her. A bit low energy. And now she's on energy, had a coffee. She's just like, oh, it's Jackie time. And here she is. But it's also time for a hell of a game. We were looking earlier and saying, realistically, every single game today is an absolute banger. This one just feels a little bit special. Sonic's coming up against Wolves on Nighthaven. Favourite map to cast at the minute. Really excited to see if Wolves can have a bit of recovery of form of what we saw back during play-ins. And equally, Sonics are here to show what they're all about. Terrifying when they're on form. Really hard game to call, but the desk, as you heard, mostly going towards Sonics, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. All I keep hearing about, particularly from the NA guys, is Sonics, they're on the up, they're on this trend, they're getting better and better. Sonics. So I'm really excited to see them play. I'm hoping that they can deliver the best. I'm hoping that we can really see what they've got bringing into this tournament. I think they're going to be very good. They were one of my teams to watch coming in here. So yeah, I've got high hopes for the Sonics. And Wolves, kind of Wolves. Are we going to get the best Wolves? Are we going to get the not so good Wolves? Who knows? They can always be a little bit roll of the dice, but we know that they have got a very high level of siege that they can deliver. So let's hope that both teams throw in their best and we have an absolute classic to kick off our second two games of the day.
We've already had some fun with GK beating out W7M potential winners, which really just feels like anything is up in the air. In the same way D+ beat Lost, for example, earlier. It's just a day of madness. An ace ban coming through here. Good ban, I think, given the popularity of that operator, especially for fraggers who want to help with a little bit of utility, getting walls opened up, and then just run around and frag everything.
Continue that on with a Frost ban and a Frost and a Bandit ban. Mixing things up a bit here.
Interesting.
Certainly operators that we don't see disappearing too much.
The Bandit, I get it. Like, you've seen a lot of electrification on towards connector walls. You've seen electrification on towards IT walls. Just generally quite effective on that top floor, I think, which should make it a little more susceptible to attackers. Getting walls opened up, really, no questions asked. It will leave that thermite open. We had this banned away earlier in the game between G2 and Scars. It being online here, things like connector wall, things like IT wall will be opened up. Absolutely no bother at all. But here we go for round one, Tim. We are heading into control and storage. Not normally the go-to starting site here on Nighthaven.
No, it's not. I've seen Kitchen once or twice, so seeing the mid-floor to kick things off isn't necessarily too unusual, but as you say, control storage is a little bit of a different one. But we will see what the Sonics do with it. They're going to be straight away working a bit of utility into warehouse, reinforcing those exterior walls, not too much of a surprise. Looking to hold on to IT potentially, that gives you some of the verticality down into storage, but also access into the catwalk. A lot of verticality can be played on this site, so I would expect to see Wolves having to go in. They might go from the sort of more meeting connector side, try and get themselves in, get across that top floor and get a few kills, force Sonics back down to site.
Yeah, and fully reinforcing off server here as well, so not looking to play inside of the connector extension. Often teams will here on the top floor. And in case you're wondering, well, why play on the top floor? Tim's already made a good point around the vertical, but it's also normally because the sites themselves aren't very defendable laterally, i.e. playing on the same floor with an external facing window, for example. With Garage being relatively easy to open up and start getting control into both sites simultaneously, the best thing you can do is force that vertical play and make the attackers come and push into you. They'll have to get the top floor cleared out first, force those defenders away, and then make use of that vertical to start hitting the site itself.
Looks like going a little bit more direct towards that top floor hold. I suggested we might see a bit of a push across from the top side of the map, but instead just opening up the warehouse door, opening up the IT wall, and looking to kind of go route one in towards that top floor defense. They've got Citizen on the Solis up top. We know how good of a gunner Citizen can be, so he's going to be difficult to dislodge out of there. He's backed up by another gunner, quite literally, with gunner on Aqua Stairs as well. So there's a couple of difficult sort of power positions that Wolves are going to have to deal with here before they can even consider anything about site itself.
One thing to note as well is Shinka's got that second exothermic off and deployed. They'll be in a spot to really just treat him as a free gun and do with him whatever they please. Gunner in a good spot, knows that someone is coming up through top Aqua. It's the IQ coming along here from P4. Two of them actually grouping up together here and starting their march on forwards. Right sort of idea, Mowgli. Just very unfortunate to not lose his life there. Instead, Gunner is going to pick off P4. He's probably asking, how the hell did you walk through alive, but not me?
Absolutely beautiful shot from Gunner there, just around the side of that Kiba barricade. Picks himself up a beautiful opener, and she's going to help keep some of that utility alive as well. Citizen's going to get dealt with through the soft wall though, as Mowgli manages to pick one up. 4 versus 4. Nitro goes out, does not connect, and Wolves can continue sweeping across the top floor. They've been able to force Gunner out, but not Grixer, who manages to pick one up before escaping away into Electrical.
Behind.
So this is actually pretty good for Sonics at the minute, although, as I say that, Deadshot manages to pick up Geo.
He did, yeah. Just saw Geo coming up Aqua Stairs behind them all there, worked his way up through sight and decided to come for the flank and almost got away with it, but Deadshot was just ready. It's taken Wolves a long time to get this top floor control, and it's still not fully theirs because you've still got Grixer lurking off towards one side. So Wolves are really forced here to only be able to get vertical control over control itself. Storage, for now at least, still remains relatively protected. Just got to be very mindful now of the fact that Bibbo's managed to sneak his way inside of IT. I just can't help but wonder, will Grixer strike?
That's the thing, so much time and utility used to get control of that top floor. The question is, do they have the time left? 14 seconds left to go. Grixer above. We're having to see a pickup from Deadshot onto Shinka. That leaves them now 2 versus 2, 7 seconds. They've no choice but to try and throw this down. And Grixer and Rexon above are just going to pick them up one at a time. Deadshot, he's trying to battle, but nothing he can do. That's going to be the opening round for Sonics. Nice defense there.
Again, for me, the two things in that round that really looked to be the sort of spin on the dime moments was the flank coming out from Deadshot up Deadshot, sorry, watching Aqua Stairs and getting rid of Geo, or it was Grixer going largely ignored inside of Electric. Once he actually got that march through later in the round when he realized an execute was beginning and got the kill, all the hard work that Wolves had done to get top floor control completely lost and instead turned against them completely. You saw him watching those last couple of players try to come running through, had the vertical on the door, sure he whiffed it a little bit, but Deadshot, he didn't have enough time. It was a 2 versus 1, and Wolves again had taken a good 2 minutes and 20 seconds to establish full top floor control. A little bit slow on their side, but well played by Sonics for putting up quite a good fight that clearly left the French side a little bit rattling.
We're going to be heading down to the basement level then. Pretty standard setup, double wall reinforced, mirror window looking onto it. Going to make it tough. They're going to have to look after Exo, and as I say that, we're going to have Rexon playing a mirror window into there as well, which makes perfect sense. So, yeah, again, there's going to be I don't know about a top floor presence. We might see somebody all the way up there, but there's certainly going to be a vertical presence above site. We've got Geo up there at the minute reinforcing walls, so I would expect if utilities going in there, there will be at least an operator up there as well to support. Gunner's playing around that mid-floor, so again, you're going to need a full map clearance here from Wolves. And last time around, I think this is great for Sonics to do this, because last time around, it took Wolves 2.5 minutes to get that job done. Wasted so much time. Sonic's just leaning into that.
Problem is here, they won't be able to execute unless they've got control inside of Storage. It's all good getting these walls opened up, but now you start asking questions of the other members on walls to get above and force these players out. Exactly where Gunner is playing now. He can open up some verticals down onto that wall below and just spray them as soon as they try to go in for the execute. So they need control on the ground floor as well, but I don't really see anyone from Wolves looking to make movements into that part of the map just yet.
No, if you're going to try and just force your way in through that wall, you got to do it quickly. quickly, because otherwise, as you say, they're just going to end up prepped. Gunnar manages to get one, picks up Mowgli. That's 2 entries in 2 rounds for him, so Sonic starting that element of the game very well. Effectively playing the last 2 rounds, 5 versus 4 in that case. Deadshot, he's going to move himself on into Kitchen for the time being. Just P4 catching a goo mine as well, and that's just going to, again, give more intel over to Sonics. They're looking pretty comfortable at this point. We can see from the silhouettes, still up on top floor, still up on mid floor, happy to just keep themselves out in the map for now.
You've got P4 and Deadshot working their way across from Cafe side across towards storage, being spotted out by Grixer entirely. So I think Rexon, who's maybe digging around, Geo's sat above as well. They've got so many options to try and catch them out here, and sure enough, a C4 coming on through, almost got away with it, but Grixer getting in a kill onto Deadshot. Off the back of a second kill, it just feels like Wolves are moving so slow that Sonics have got all the time in the world to have a game of chess, make a cup of coffee, and then decide, okay, maybe now we should kill them as they're getting towards a dangerous part of the map. But we need to see more ferocity from Wolves. It looks a bit incomplete in terms of their map clear. You've still got Geo positioned above, who's going to murder them both in a minute when they come marching on through. It just looks very easy right now for Sonics.
I love that team play from Grixer and Citizen. That was absolutely brilliant. Grixer manages to pick up another one. I'll come back to that point after they finish the flawless round. Yeah, Grixer and Citizen. So Grixer is on the pulse, and he's just feeding that information into Citizen on the Legion, who's able to go up the stairs. He knows when the fight's coming because the heartbeat sensor's picking them up, takes the fight, pre-fires it, and then Grixer's even got his back for when the second man tries to challenge him. It was just great play as a duo from the pair of them. Sonic's looking, I was going to say in the driving seat, but beyond that, they're in complete command in the first 2 rounds.
And again, a lot of this I could bring down to, sure, Sonics is playing this by the book. They're doing this exactly the way that they should be. But for me on Wolves, it's the pace at which they're playing. You know, 75 seconds to open up Animus, open up Assembly. What are the other 3 players doing during that time? The answer was not an awful lot. They just started getting set up around lobby, started to look to push inside a kitchen, for example. That play probably could have been going on much, much sooner. Even having someone on a storage window just to threaten the Solus that was sat inside of there would have been something, but it's been very passive so far. I expect if this round goes the same way, we'll see that 3-round timeout that we often see when teams are down 0-3, and I imagine Lilum will have a few words then to say, guys, where's the pace, where's the energy, where's all the things that we've spoken about and learned during play-ins? We've got to see it start coming out here and now, or we're doomed. We're going to be 0-1.
Up to the top floor, Sonics go to complete their 3-round rotation. Going to be command center and server this time around. Trying to deal with...
I mean, those drones, they've got to die, Tim. They've got to die.
Well, the thing is, they get into the ferns back there on Aqua Stairs, and they can be pretty difficult to pick out, but can feed really critical information. You know, we saw in the first round when Wolves were trying to push into the top floor, they used the top of Aqua Stairs, so trying to make sure that you can keep somebody in there without that permanent information on them is, of course, important.
Alrighty, well again, pace is going to be the name of the game. The beauty of attacking top floor is, unlike defending things like control and storage, you've only got really 1 floor of the map to worry about. Maybe some vertical play from below with C4s also to concern yourself with, but as you can see from all these wonderful blue outlines, everyone is playing upstairs. Mowgli in a good spot here to get underneath these sites and start fishing with those frag grenades, but needs to be doing it with a little bit of pace. Got to get this wall opened up inside of IT, for example. Got to worry about putting some pressure inside of Aqua. Probably really need to look at getting connector opened up as well. So 60 seconds in, we're finally seeing something being opened up here. To keep that pace going, Wolves.
Yeah, Wolves did this last time. They opened up IT when they were trying to clear top floor. They haven't attacked this actual site yet, but when they were trying to clear across top floor, they opened up IT, but they didn't really do anything with it. They just sort of left it there as phantom pressure. So I'm interested to see as the round progresses whether Shinka does drop back down and try to move through there, hold any angles, or try to actually create any sort of realistic opportunity from that breach or not. Mowgli is going to head up the Aqua Stairs. He's going to be met with a clash at the top of there. Nade out in hand. Don't think he's going to catch him as the clash dashes back. Manages to find a little bit of safety. Backed up by Rexon as well. So Wolves just need to be careful that they don't overcommit there, or they could be losing somebody quickly.
That's the first entry they found as well, with Mowgli finding Citizen, so a good start. Still, these armies, Kibas, really being a little bit of a headache. They're slowly chewing their way through the nades that they've got. In fact, no frags left on side now. And Geo's just going to sit here and frankly just stare at them, give them a little tickle with the electric zapping that's going to keep them at bay, but Wolves need to find a way to march on forwards here. I'm just concerned without any frags on side, they're screwed here.
This is it, we've already spoken about Wolves and time. Look at this, could there be a second? This certainly could. Absolute beauty from Gunnar, manages to find himself an important double. Not only is it 2 kills, not only does it get them the man advantage back, it also forces the Finker back.
Oh my.
Gonna be another death there as the Toxic Babe goes out, and that's going to leave them 3 versus 2. They did lose the clash along the way, but I think they'll trade that for the triple from Gunnar.
They're focused so hard on top Aqua that Gunner's been able to do whatever he wants below. You know, Mowgli was in there earlier on, but they really like condensed themselves around Aqua, and they paid the price of Gunner coming up from behind and getting a 3K in the round. Again, beautiful play by Sonics, but Wolves are letting so much go by the wayside here. Absolute deletion coming out of that round, and that's what, 3-0 now? Wolves have really got to see something come.
Again, you know, the issue there for me for Wolves was...
Fresh wants to speak. Go on, Fresh.
Le trade, c'est pas grave, mais là, on perd aussi Jimmy, en fait. C'est ça qui nous donne.
You can't hear me?
I can now.
You can hear me now?
Now we can hear you, mate. Go on.
Go on,
so,
go again.
Nighthaven Labs, this is what I wanted to say. It's lucky they're taking a bit of a time. Nighthaven Labs is normally considered a very attacker-sided map. Now, obviously, Sonics have gone 3-0 up on the defense. Now, that's due to the bans. If you look at the bans, there's a Bandit ban and a Frost ban. That means that so many power operators are available. You've got Solace, you've got Azami, you've got Valkyrie, you've got Fenrir, you've got Clash, you've got Mira. All of these powerful operators, Sonics are using to force Wolves into problem solving. And then when Wolves are trying to create a solution to solve those problems, Sonics are reacting to that, hitting them with flanks, hitting them with other problems, and Wolves just have absolutely no answer to it. So if I was Wolves now, what I would be looking to do is try and keep things as simple as possible, and maybe go to kind of point of least resistance siege, try and take more of a direct route, maybe try a couple of rushes, because their default attacks on this map are not working so far.
Thank you very much, Fresh. And I largely agree with him, as we've said. You know, we've seen them really coalescing everything around a particular point, like Aqua, and just being stabbed in the back. And if you want to stack 3 or 4 players in a given area of the map, get some drones to below to support you. Heck, send anyone below, because the biggest thing that I've seen across those first 3 rounds is Sonics using all 3 floors of the map. Wolves, really, are attacking on only one, and they're paying the price.
Yeah, it's exactly the same point as I was going to make, really, was they got completely held up by that clash. Even before Gunnar stabbed them in the back, it was still 30 seconds nearly of just looking at the clash, throwing a couple of nades in, not really getting anything done about it, and just being completely held up. When Wolves are coming up to these sort of roadblocks, they don't have answers at the minute. They don't have a path around it, and that's something that Sonics can lean into by bringing the traps, bringing the Legion, bringing the Solace as well, bringing the Fenrir, bringing the Valkyrie play into that information, and again, just create as many problems for Wolves to solve as possible, because right now, they're not working through them very quickly.
Absolutely. Well, same as before. We saw this back in round 1 in the control storage defense. It was about getting that top floor control, using the verticals to then execute downstairs. But they ignored Grixer, who found himself inside of electrical and just very comfortably took a few players out once that they tried to execute on site itself, and it was all too easy to play around those verticals. So for Wolves, I want to see them really make sure they've clean swept this top floor, not just pushed a couple of players away, but you've actually gone after them, or at the very least, guaranteed they're not going to catch you by surprise.
Shinka's going to get himself inside of Connector. That's going to give them an opportunity to breach.
They drop hatch and to immediately push back up Aqua stairs. They want to refight top floor.
They do. They're not going to be forced away. They're just going to fight on their own terms. Gunnar maybe just going to come head-to-head as well. Might have his opportunity for an opener again. We've only seen Wolves get 1 out of 3 so far, so an entry for them would be fantastic. But nearly 2 minutes in, it's going to be coming very late in the round. Look at all this information coming in from the Valkyrie cams. This is exactly what we've been talking about, and it's another problem that Wolves haven't really solved.
Absolutely not. They're about to get stung by this as well. You've also got Gio, who's been lurking his way up towards reception. Sorry, he could very well strike here. A 1-for-1 back between the 2 teams. And here's Deadshot coming on his way up. Gio, I think he gone looking in towards site, trying to find his man, but Deadshot are giving the ring around the roses, working his way back through electric. Grixer up to 5-0, makes it 6 by getting a vertical kill onto Deadshot. A 3v2 for Wolves though, Tim. My concern here is the time. There's only 20 seconds left.
There's only 20 seconds left, and they are again playing in towards control and storage, and I don't think they're confident as to that last player's position. Wrexham manages to get one. He's going to come round for a second. It's Grixer onto the flank, and they've nothing to do but to try and hold on to this plant. They don't know exactly where it's going down, but
it times out. Shinka just going to hold down F. Wrexham going to clean him up. No problem at all.
There's going to be the final kill. Then Wrexham picks it up, and Sonics continue unbeaten so far on Nighthaven Labs. 4-0 Wolves really slipping behind here, and it's not you know, you don't always, as we say, there's two halves. You know, they're going to have an opportunity themselves when they move on to defence. But the problem is, the further they get behind, the more difficult it's going to be to bring it back. Even from a 5-1, Wolves then need to have a near-perfect half to get themselves to overtime. It's going to start getting very, very difficult, especially when you see the scoreboard. You've got players like Grixer on 7-1. He's just unstoppable at the minute.
Talking a little bit there. Can't hear too much coming out of the team, but this is the Wolves tack time out, unsurprisingly. Being down 4-0 does mean you need that time to have a conversation.
All we gotta do is just keep the confidence up and keep playing our game, bro. Don't let off.
Calm and together, bro.
Yeah.
Calm and together. It was kind of the story that we had about.
And I think that sums them up really well, actually, for the way that they've played. You know,
well, the irony is,
players, you can see it. You know, they're chill.
The irony is they're not playing together. They're actually playing quite spread out across the map. You've got a couple of pairings every now and then forming together, but like Gio in that last round, off entirely by himself towards lobby, came his way up through meeting stairs, and then did get caught out by Deadshot. But for the most part, you're not seeing them playing these pairings. It is much more about the individuality of being able to go out there and win gunfights and catching, frankly, Wolves who are just completely unaware as to what's going on. Look here, look, 5 drones left alive in the top right corner of your screen. The fact that he's managed to work his way through control and just being the man who's meant to be covering the planter, it tells the whole story, really. It's got to be better for Wolves. We've got to see more composure. It is beautiful. I agree with you, Richie. They are playing extremely well. But I think, again, like G2 against Scars, we haven't really had to see Sonics get out of second.
No, we haven't.
Yet.
In reality, you know, there's plenty more to come from this Sonics team. Whether Wolves are going to force them to show it or not, time will tell. I love the way that today has gone so far. I was just thinking back through the results that we've had. You know, we've had great results and great performances out of some of the Phase 1 teams. I'm thinking GK and G2 both doing very, very well. We've then had great performances out of new teams that have come in Phase 2. Sonics looking fantastic at the minute, D+ as well. It's been a really sort of mixed bag in terms of who's done the best. You know, we often look at the mentality of it. Do you want those games under your belt? Do you want to be sort of coming in already prepped, or do you want to be coming in fresh and rested? And there's an argument for both at the minute.
Completely agree. It's there's no clear answer out the back of that study. I think that it's a 50-50. Here we go again then for Wolves. We saw this previously, I mentioned it last time around. There were 3 players sat doing very little whilst this initial opening of these walls downstairs was going on. You got Gunnar sat on this vertical, like I mentioned last time round, that can see that wall downstairs, can stop any kind of plant attempt coming in. So the question then comes to the rest of Wolves to say, right, we need to force that guy out of storage if we're going to make this one work. But where are they? At the minute, still outside the building. Mowgli's the only one looking to make something happen and marching on through as he so often does. The problem is sometimes Mowgli bites off more than he can chew and just gets shot in the back. Has found one though, but the media... that should have been a guaranteed trade coming in from Citizen, but Mowgli has found 2, and that's a great way to get this round underway for Wolves.
Yeah, that's exactly what Wolves needed, especially on the back of the tack timeout. That's actually the 3rd entry kill in a row for Mowgli as well. So he's at least setting his team up for success. They just haven't been able to sort of finish it off after that point. But 5 versus 3, you start looking and thinking this is a round that they sorely need to take. Grixer's going to be taken down from above as well. This is much better from Wolves. They seem to be settling into their game a little bit, using the angles to their advantage and just putting the Sonics in those more difficult positions where there's no real option but to just fight the fight and hope you win it, and they haven't been able to do so far. So
Gio's still on 3rd floor. I think he's starting to get back to sight, my friend. However, Rexon has started off one for himself. Deadshot has the right sort of idea. Oh, finds him with a wonderful shot. No one on side of sight now. Gio's trying to play the vertical. No one, I think, is left up here. They've all dropped down towards sight. As long as you avoid these key locations where you can be seen from the verticals, this is a guaranteed plant, and with that, pretty much a guaranteed round.
Going to drop down, gets himself a nice kill as he does, but it's not going to be enough to stop that diffuser going down. Wolves able to successfully plant in
he hasn't got the vertical.
A much better round from them so far. He's going to have to move on into sight at some point, but he's just trying to pick up maybe another kill before he does. However, Wolves, they've got themselves locked, loaded and ready. They're just waiting on angles here. You can see Led prone behind boxes outside of walls. They're just making it as difficult as possible. Gio just taunts them with the first tickle of the diffuser, but it won't be enough. They pop up, Wolves get the kill, and Wolves get their first round.
They do. Really, again, off the back of Mowgli just marching on through and getting a kill there. If he doesn't get that kill and catch 2 players on the 1st floor, they don't get control and storage. Feels weird to say control and storage, but that's exactly what it was. Didn't get control of that, wouldn't have been able to plant, and we'd have been stuck in that same rut that we'd seen for the first few rounds. So big props to Mowgli there for really opening that up.
I think like we should full back from side early. I'm going to give him full kitchen side and then retake the staircase. Now if you see one down a retake on the staircase, we just push this guy.
They're not clearing it. They're only clearing mid floor.
They're only clearing mid-floor, is correct. We pointed that out in the first 3 rounds when Gio's been able to lurk entirely on top floor uncontested. This round he wasn't very successful, and previously on the Solus wasn't very successful being caught out by Deadshot, but when he was lurking above Garage, did manage to get himself a pretty comfortable early kill. So let's see if they have used that in this round.
Going to be heading back down to the basement once again. Then Sonic's feeling that they can have a much better effort than the one that they just did in round 5. A 5-1 half for Sonics on the defense. I think they're going to be pretty happy with, as Fresh pointed out to us, you know, often an attacker-favoured site, attacker-favoured map rather. And I think, you know, if Sonics can get themselves in at the halfway mark 5-1, that's pretty much job done for them, and they can move on. Probably fairly comfortable that they'll find those 2 rounds that they need to. So Wolves desperately need this one for me. They need to be finding this second successful attack. It'll just give them a good bit of momentum, couple of back-to-back wins. But I like this angle. So playing all the way from up in IT, you can actually open the floor in storage as well, and you can see right down onto the wall. So just having that opportunity there. Gunnar is going to move down into storage, but it's just another option for Sonics. I love options.
You love options, do you, Tim?
Love it when they set up options.
You love a good buffet then, do you?
I do. Don't just, you know, don't give yourself that one option. Don't just give yourself a chicken drumstick, Des. You know, lay out a couple of other things. Get some vol-au-vents out there. Get yourself a few choices, some sandwiches maybe, you know?
Tells me a lot about you, Tim, when you're talking about getting vol-au-vents out. I don't even know what that word means.
It's just a little pastry with a bit of food in it, is it?
No idea what you're on about. However, Gunnar, he's figured Mowgli out this time around. No marching through this ground floor and murdering 2 people. Found a little bit of an answer this time around. Obviously with the Jackal track coming on in, spotted upstairs, and it's like, oh great, we've got 3 floors to worry about now. And that's exactly what we heard Sonics talking about pre-round was, look, they're only really pushing onto the ground floor, like we could play something else, and that top floor once again appears to be the answer. Gio has to be wary as this angle is being held.
Mowgli, you can't really criticise. He's had the last 3 entries, so taking the death there, he was going in with confidence. I've no doubt that he could pick up another one. Citizen is maybe not going to be directly spotted by the drone, but the fact that the drone was destroyed will at least give his location away, so he's kind of hunkering down, getting ready for a fight. Now, Grixer's trying to feed as much information as he can with that heartbeat scanner. They've no idea they're going to lose 1, but not 2. Deadshot manages to get the trade onto Gunnar, but he's now playing directly into a mirror window with somebody panic. How about that? Shinka manages to find the kill onto Grixer. That's a beautiful long-range effort from him through the double wall, and that might just open things up for Wolves. 3-3 now on the man count.
Really open things up for Deadshot. It's being challenged by the Mirror, who's hanging out towards Nano Hall. They'll probably get stuck into a 1v1 any second now as well when they're done playing left, right, dipping back and forth, but it feels like, again, for this 3 versus 3, Wolves here are trying to figure out what their next opening is, and EXO, for me at least, was the weaker side temporarily. They pushed their way through from there, but Gio has found one. Absolute kicker, and they miss out onto the Mirror as well. Ah, stinger.
I think Sonics now, though, are going to know that the remainder are inside of sight itself, and they managed to hit Deadshot with the Nitro. Bibu, he's searching upstairs, can't find Citizen, who finds him first, and that's going to be the 5-1 half secured for Sonics, and things are looking good for the North American side here on Nighthaven Labs.
Absolutely massive. So for them, just so dominant overall. Really in the second half, we've got to see something more coming back out from Wolves. I know they go on the defensive side here, and arguably they'll feel more comfortable in that spot. It's easier to sit and prep defensive strategies than it is attacking ones where you always have to react to what the defenders are doing. They're going to start things off downstairs in the basement. No surprise at all. We're going to see Solus coming along for Deadshot, because I think, as we've seen all day, Tim, the oppression onto the attacker information is so ludicrous whenever Solus is present on the map.
I feel like it's absolutely essential here for Wolves to be winning at least their first 2 defences. They need to show 2 strong sides to kick things off and get it back to 5-3. I feel like if Sonics are able to take one of the first 2 attacks and get themselves onto that map point, it's probably going to be too big a hill for Wolves to climb to come back into it. So Wolves desperately need a good start on the defence. I think they're going to be kicking things off down in the basement. It's going to be tank and assembly.
I always wonder, like, the fist bumps that team players do is like some go open hand, some go like fist. And I saw Citizen do it just then where he went open hand to Gunnar. Do you think that's because like Gunnar gets excited sometimes and basically punches him?
Very possibly.
He has to go open palm to not lose his fingers.
Yeah, doesn't want any damage to like the keyboard.
I've always thought that because some coaches when they walk past them fist bump like really quite hard fist bump. I'm like, mate, they're playing a game that requires full control of hands and fingers. Like, what's going on? But for some reason, no one's ever broken their fingers yet. All in good time when people get too excited, I'm sure. But just an odd thought for the game. Here we go. Now this is the interesting part because you get to see a reverse of what we just spoke about at the end of the last half. Was, okay then, I mean, not super ideal, but it is what it is. The EMP is on side to make this far easier than maybe it otherwise would be to get these opened up. But now we come back to that question I spoke about. What do Sonics do from here? They need to go and clear that top floor or get Gunnar to go in through Animus, into tank, and just completely break the back line of this Wolves defense.
Exactly that. Rexon just misses his opportunity there. Siege timing being a wonderful thing sometimes. Mowgli manages to survive. Rexon's going to be trained on that line of sight for a little while, but I don't think he's going to get a second bite at that particular cherry.
Maybe not, no. Mowgli poking his head upwards towards control hall here. He's daring to find someone, and he'll find what he's after. There's someone watching the angle here as well. Just needs to be so careful that he doesn't lose his own life. And Rexon's going to back away at least a little bit, still hold off on the angle, but just being very mindful that Mowgli, kind of player that will swing that second, third, fifth, sixth, 10th time if he has to.
Worth pointing out that we've got a cat cannon play as well with Shinka. Always interesting to watch where those traps are. We saw a double stack on a door earlier, but it's just something to be remembered. I think they will be aware of Deadshot's position from that drone, so he's going to dip himself away. Meanwhile, Gunnar is in there, and this is the Sonics' answer to the top floor clearance. Wolves struggled with it a little bit. The Sonics have sent in the blitz. Gunnar's just going to race across top floor. Happy it's clear, drops down to ground floor, and he's going to move across there as well. When used well, the blitz can be a really good roam clearance tool.
Got P4 hanging out inside a kitchen as well. Hungry for a couple of early kills, it feels like. Gunnar going down already, at least drops to his backside. Citizen finding Shinka though. Another entry kill coming in for Sonics. Really getting the best of those in most of these rounds, Tim.
They are, apart from when Mowgli's able to step up and get one. It's pretty much going in the direction of Sonics. Nobody else on the side of Wolves has actually had an entry kill, I don't believe. So just maybe needing to stretch the legs in that area a little bit more. Deadshot's getting aggressive here, pushes up, does manage to find one. Headshot onto Grixer. We have a little bit of a battle there. The timing just doesn't suit him as Citizen manages to find the kill. Rexon onto Bibu, 4 versus 1. It's all up to Mowgli. He gets one. Can he continue to find more? He's working out of the smoke, and he just comes out completely unseen and manages to do the damage. He's got the diffuser at his feet, and he's trying to fight up the hatch now. Mowgli, he actually has a real good position and only 10 seconds to survive.
But he's getting pushed on as well. Citizen with the low ground. Good team play coming out from Sonics. Looks a bit scary there towards the end, but they do get the win up to 6-1. Where on earth are Wolves going to find this momentous comeback from, Tim?
I'm not sure that they can, if I'm honest. I think I said I really needed for me Wolves to win those first 2 rounds on defence. They needed to lock down 2 primary sites, get themselves back to 5-3, and then you can start thinking about the match as a whole. At 6-1, with the way Sonics are playing, I'm just not convinced. They were really on top of them again there, even in the attack. They had the answers. You know, by contrast, if we look at the point that Fresh made about Wolves, how they were coming up against these problems and not having the answers, there, Sonics had the answers straight away. They had the blitz to deal with the roamers. They, you know, had the utility they needed to deal with Mowgli at the end. He was full white flashed. He had no chance to deal with it, and it really did just look like a bit of a different beast on the attack.
Once he was flashed out there, it's easy for Citizen to get that drop in and just catch him on the same level, not even needing to wait on the hatch. Very good, clean stuff. And for Wolves, as I said, it feels like a bit too much for comeback at this point. I hate to really single out players, but like P4, for example, has been somewhat trying to play on that more aggressive angle at points, but he's at 1-7 right now. Bibu's 0-6. Fresh will be happy because he'll get that donut potentially coming out on his bingo card, but it's a pretty miserable affair, I think, outside of Mowgli. And yeah, somewhat Deadshot as well has been getting involved.
6-1 it is then. Sonics have 5 match points in this Swiss today. It is, of course, best of 1 if you're just joining us. We are on day 1 of phase 2, which is a Swiss format. Basically, to simplify it for you, what does that mean? It means that 3 wins will get you through to the next phase.
Oh, final
3 losses
point, yep.
will see you out. So you've essentially got 3 lives, if you will. Sonics are looking very good for their first. They just need one more round. They're going to be attacking this time onto Control Center. Wolves, they're going to have to start digging the heels in, Des. You know, there's basically no more mistakes left for them. There's no more opportunities. It's now or never.
It is, and we have a different one here being brought along in the form of the Hibana, who can just open up a couple of 2x Kairos holes if needs be out towards Aqua side or on towards construction and server side, construction, connector and server side, sorry. Here it's just more about IT as a starting point. But Citizen's been taken down, that's those nades off the board, it's the boosts coming out of the Finca also taken away. Certainly not complaining, although you do still have a Monty to contend with.
You do, but he's been cheeky, suffering to the Dread Mine at the minute. Mowgli does manage to pick up one. I'm not quite sure how Geo survives in that situation, to be honest. He's just being fully sort of blinded by the Dread Mine and somehow survives the shots, but is going to be taken down by P4's Nitro ultimately. Gunner's got the angle, though he knows exactly where that defender is playing. Oh, no, does he? He's turned his back on the top of Aqua Stairs.
I mean, they're both there.
Gunner could hold them out of sight here if only he realises that's where they are.
They want to be there because the diffuser's there as well. It's top Aqua, and the attackers really have got no choice, and maybe they're expecting a flank to come on through here. I don't know. They're quite short on drones. They've got to win the gunfight, so sure enough, Gunner finds one. You've got one wrapping around the outside as well. P4's got nothing to say about it. A very, very comfortable 7-1 victory for Sonics.
Very comfortable indeed. The Sonics locked that one up even when the 2 remaining Wolves players were stood on the diffuser. They still managed to find a way to break them down. Deadshot peeks out, gives them the opportunity that they need really, because once he's dead, they can push P4 in a 2-on-1 and guarantee themselves the kill. 7-1 in speedy fashion. Sonics looking electric to begin with.
Aren't they just? And really for Wolves, it feels like the woes of play-ins continue. And you might turn around and say, well, they made it out of play-ins, so how can it be woes? They were 1 round away from not being here. They almost got brought down. What a story that would have been. But now that we're playing with the big leagues, it does feel like that was a bit of a stretch too far for the French side. Wolves, for me, were just a little bit static on that map, a little bit slow, and by absolute contrast, Sonics everywhere, all the time, making full use of the map, really came in with a game plan here today.
Yeah, I mean, I know now Avon's a map that's been played in NAL quite a lot. I think probably more than on the EU side. Wolves just really didn't seem to have many sort of solutions, answers, or ideas, really. They just seemed a little bit short on what to do, essentially.
Well, Tim, over on the desk, we've got an interview ready with everyone's second favourite Brit after yourself, of course. It is Citizen. Let's head over there now.
Alrighty then. Well, our wounded Wolves being slashed by the Sonics. All right, Gabe, you predicted correctly. A little off. 7-1, not 7-3.
7-3, 7-1. I mean, you guys kind of put me on the spot there. But how'd you win it overall?
Yeah, Citizen, really excited to have you here and chat with you. First question, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. 7-1 win, it's great. Great for the confidence.
Were you surprised by that map pick by them?
No, I kind of had a feeling that they'd want to go Nighthaven, given like how they've been banning and picking their maps. So,
were you surprised at their performance on it? Did you? I mean, you don't ever think it's going to be that easy of a game, and I mean, how you guys played that, it kind of spoke for itself. But again, you don't really ever think you're going to win a game 7-1.
No, I did think they'd put more of a fight up, but I think like my track record against them, especially in the recent years, has been like really good. So I think I just got the magic spell for him.
It definitely seemed like you all were playing more aggressively, especially Grixer and Gunner. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. Like me and Gunner were trying to organize a lot of like flanks and stuff like that on the defense. So it's good that Pablo and other people were following up, and even when they'll die, it's still good. Like, seeing that they were willing to die for the team and stuff like that.
So were you worried, just even personal standpoint, of having the time off instead of some of these teams getting these reps in before playing these matches? Like, are you someone who prefers to get the reps, or do you like to chill and relax before these matches?
I actually don't mind. I know a few of my teammates, like, they care about, like, they want to play like early, but for me, I don't mind. I'll just play whenever.
Okay. All right, that's fair enough. And then, so with this game overall, getting this 7-1, how's that then? There's not really, do you take a lot from this 7-1, or do you just go back and be like, all right, we just played a really dominant game of Siege. This was the result of it. This is why. Just move on to the next game.
I think just for us, how we go in there, like the confidence and the teamwork and the comms, they're all on point. I just think we just got to knuckle down and focus on that. I don't think like strats or anything like that is a big part for us. Like as long as if we're playing like that every game, I don't see why we can't go far, you know?
100%.
Quick question about the operator bans. This is just kind of floating around in my head. All the power defenders were open. Can you explain that to me?
Well, we did a bit of VOD review and we saw that they like to ban the bandit, and we was preparing for their bandit ban. So, you know, they kind of banned Ace, which actually helped us because we was going to ban something else for him. And then we, you know, kept the bandit ban because we knew, like, we played with the map already. We know how to play with that. I don't think these guys do because they banned it last time. So, you know, we just kind of went with that.
So would you say NA is better at Nighthaven than EU?
Yeah, I'd definitely say so after that one.
I just had to squeak that in there. NA is better at Nighthaven.
Oh my, oh my. Okay, well, fantastic victory. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Citizen. Gabe, amazing analyst as always, analysis. But let's take a look at the match summary really quickly and just deep dive into how that all went down. Man, smash them.
I mean, a 7-1 victory, I mean, that's the best you can ask for. I mean, 7-1 is even better, but the performance that Sonic's put up here, I mean, it's so important that a team like this is coming in. They did have that time off, as I was saying, and you'd think maybe some teams do need those reps. Not Sonics. They come in here 7-1, clean sweep over Wolves. A little disappointing from Wolves. I mean, we got Fresh back on. I mean, we obviously wanted to give a little bit of hope that they were going to put a little bit of a fight. Didn't happen.
It's clearly an issue, isn't there?
What is the issue, though? I mean, I was teasingly saying Wounded Wolves, but after plans and then this, I mean, what's happening?
I think there's a few issues. I think first and foremost, map pool's an issue. You know, the fact that the new maps coming in didn't help them because they liked the old maps that went out. I think that's a big issue for them. They've tried to incorporate the new maps, haven't looked convincing on Consulate, haven't looked convincing on Nighthaven. And then I think the second issue is I do wonder if they're operating at their ceiling. And what I mean by that is that they're very good in terms of teamwork, but they've got a very thin layer in terms of their strategic depth with strategy. And even on the new maps, they don't seem to be up to grips with it, which means teams are able to find them out a little bit. And I think Sonics, like Ben said, they do their homework. They were ready for it. And, you know, I just think adding to that when you're playing poorly and you're performing poorly and you should have lost to, you know, Team Bliss, it all snowballed into a very, very bad performance.
Sure. Well, I do want to ask you this question just because you are from EU. Do you think that bank ban from Sonics threw them off a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. When I looked at these map bans, I thought we're heading maybe to a bank. But I also thought Sonic's banned very smartly. Just take Wolves' best 4 maps away. If they want to go to one of the new ones, which Sonics are always going to feel comfortable on, let them. And if not, Wolves have got to go to a bad map.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And that's why I said, like, that's why I wanted your insight on that, because this is all new for me with these EU teams. You know way more than me. So, yeah, I mean, seeing that ban, I mean, I was surprised that Sonics did that, but I knew they're strong at Nighthaven, so ended up being forcing Wolves to pick Nighthaven, obviously resulted in a 7-1. So, I mean, that kind of scratches that.
All right. Well, my first match of the day done. Excellent job as always. But for all of you watching at home, we still have so many incredible matches ahead. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Shields have the power fantasy to transform you into the bulwark of defense for your teammates throughout the round. They can also help you take map control, hold angles, keep your opponent's attention, all while opening up windows of opportunity for your teammates to make that perfect execution. The current systems of our Shield gameplay do not embody the player fantasy that we're trying to achieve. That's why we're reworking those systems and resetting the foundation of what it is to be a Shield operator and who can be one. It is and has been a long process. We want to change their use, but without breaking the current state of the game. And this is why we've decided to move this feature to a later date. But you can help refine this change in a special test server next season. More information will be shared at the reveal panel. Tune in.
Oh, hello guys, my name is Salemao and I play for G2 Esports and I'm so ready to play Siege Sounds.
How I know the game? Perfectly, I'm professional, guys. We are not here to have fun, it's just the job.
You think you're going to beat the other teams?
Probably not.
How well do you know the maps?
I mean, I don't think I know them perfectly, to be honest. I mean,
if I hear something about maps, every maps, all the game, it's easy for me, like this.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I was born ready.
Yeah. Let me vibes on it. I need to feel the sounds.
So I want to say it's bank.
It's border. In the sky. It's a helicopter. Easy.
And I think it's helicopters in border. Oh.
What? Tank? You're kidding me.
There! It's border.
I want to say it's border.
Must be border again. It's border again. Can't fool me. Knew it.
Because of the sun here, I think it's like, could be chalet.
It's fucking Jason, the guy with the... He's not Siege.
If I had to go with a map, I'd probably say Oregon.
Theme park.
Oh, theme park is not on the... No, theme park is out.
Ah, man. Where is this? Cafe, spawn cafe. On the police cars. Must be.
I'm thinking it's consulate.
Maybe clubhouse.
I think it's Oregon, outside lobby door. I changed my answer. Yeah, I cheated.
Clubhouse. I see. I forgot about Clubhouse. That's another map.
Must be Oregon. Must be Oregon outside main door, for sure.
Could be consulates, but I'm not sure.
See, I want to say consulate again. I mean, I don't think it's front door spawn, but it's consulate.
Okay, but you got 1 out of 5. How are you feeling?
It's not bad, 1 of 5. Could be 0, right? You have to think. You have to see the glass half full, not half empty.
Half full with 1 out of 5?
Kind of like 20% full.
Thanks for watching. See you at the major. Support Wolves because we are the best. And if you don't, we don't like you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Major, Virtus Pro versus NIP. That's adorable. It's a delightful matchup of two dynasties. That's for your bingo card, fresh. But our teams, as you can see, are settling into their positions. And man, really excited for this one. NIP, SI 2021 defending champions. Kind of been a roller coaster ride since then for them, but loving the thumbs up there. And then for Virtus Pro, our fearsome fraggers, want to bring you both into the conversation here. I'm with Jesse and Gabe. Man, Virtus Pro, also a legacy team. Really excited to see them go head-to-head. Two teams, they're institutions in Siege. So, you know what? Let's just dive right in, get to the nitty-gritty, and we'll put NIP in the hot seat first.
Yeah, well, Jackie, these two teams, they've actually got quite a bit of history going back. They actually played each other the first day of Swiss at the last major in Copenhagen, the very first round. Virtus Pro won that game, obviously. Big 7-4 victory for them. So I think this is not only two big teams who want to obviously get their first win of the day, but also some revenge factor coming through from Ninjas in Pajamas.
I think it's going to be a little bit of a counterfest, if I do say so myself. Some teams want a revenge. Some teams want to keep that head-to-head alive and saying that they're better than the other team. So I have no doubt in my mind it's going to be a little bit of back and forth and seeing who's doing each other's homework better than the other.
I also want to talk about NIP in groups. Your eyebrows just went up, Jesse. I mean, we were saying a roller coaster ride. I mean, that was certainly a scary one.
Yeah, way too scary for what it should have been, right? NIP were the clear favorites in Group A. They looked very, very dominant. They were up against all kind of APAC and Mana teams, and then they lose to Geeke, and then they have to go through the lower bracket. They do come out on top. They make it out of here, but that was an extremely scary final game against Crest. NIP are typically coming into tournaments as big dogs, right? Yeah. Team that we at least expect to be pushing for top 8. Maybe in the conversation for top 4. For them to have almost gone out just in the play-ins, I think is really, really worrying for where they might end up at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, and even touch on their placings. The second stage, they got first, then they got third, then at the Gamers 8, they got 5th through 6th. Then at the Copenhagen, they got 5th through 6th again. Or wait, was it 5th through 8th? 5th through 8th, sorry, 5th through 8th. And then to come here, go 7-8. Lose that, come back, they get a nice 2-0 over Sandbox, but then like you were saying, that 2-1 versus Crest, that could have been an either way sort of situation, and we could have been seeing Crest over here. So it's just a matter of like, are they really adapting and fixing the mistakes that they need to, because they're going to need to do that going into this VP match, a team that they need to get the revenge on.
I want to talk about Psycho, Muzi, and Pino. This is a powerful trio. Laxine, you're very familiar with this trio. Talk to me about them a little more.
Yeah, well, playing these guys throughout my career, it's always been a very intense game.
Okay.
They're very strong players. Having a core 3 in any roster, even back in my days with Skies and Fox, just having that core on your roster is so integral to a team's success, because when you bring in those 2 new players, you can really allow yourself to learn something new and then also teach those new players to be world-class players, let them slot into positions, and again, also help you grow as a player and ultimately making that team get elevated. And we want to see NIP at that former World Championship form, but I still think they have a couple hurdles that they really need to get over.
Yeah, this team undoubtedly has some big legends on the roster, but they've also got some new guys who I think have been really slotting in quite well. I think Cons has been the most consistent player for NIP throughout these play-ins so far. I think through NIP, everybody kind of had games where maybe, you know, Psycho would pop off or we'd see Muzi go crazy, but then they'd also have games where they're a little bit quiet. Maybe they're just not hitting those shots. They're not in the right positions. Cons, to me, felt like every single round he was in the right spot. He was trading his teammates. He was always doing the right thing. It wasn't enough to make the group stage easy for NIP, right? It's a one-man operation here. If everybody else is still having struggling moments, they're going to be having some tough results. But all in all, I was really impressed with Cons for being such a young new player coming into the team. I think he's really shown some impressive stuff for us.
But will it be enough, Jesse?
Against Virtus Pro, I mean, it almost wasn't enough against Crest.
Okay.
Everyone has to come here and show up. They can't just be put on Cons' back. It just can't be put on Muzi, Psycho, Pino, any of those guys' backs. Everyone has to be going through this tournament, turning up when they need to. And that's the whole point of playing on a 5-man roster, is if someone is having a bad day, you got 4 other people to back you up. And like you were saying, talking about Cons, being a new player, it is good to have that trust in a new player that they can still perform above and beyond, even through the legends on the roster.
Gentlemen, I believe we're ready to move into map bans. Working to bring that information up on your screen now. Okay, Jesse.
All right, we go to a cafe, a bit of a standard map coming through here. I was a little bit interested to see what we might go for. I wasn't predicting a cafe, that's for sure. The problem is for VP, they're 2 tries in stage 1 way back. We're against BDS G2. This stage, they beat BDS, but it was an 8-6. It's not a map that they dominate on. It's not a map that they felt super, super strong on in the past. So a little bit surprised to see it coming on out. But for NIP, I mean, Cafe, this is their comfort map. They always love to come here. 10 plays this season, 9 of them wins. They're very, very comfortable here. They've got a lot of VODs out as well, but I'm sure VP have been studying those.
Yeah, and it's a question of you getting your favorite map that you're very comfortable with. Are you going to give up map control to VP? is VP going to do their homework and figure out the little spots that you are not playing maybe to the best ability and capitalizing on that? It's really going to come down to who's giving up. It's like I was talking about even in the NAL. It's certain maps, it requires certain map position, and the second you give that up, you're going to almost be forfeiting a lot of those rounds. So if NIP going to this map that they're extremely comfortable on, I don't want to see them be giving up space that they don't need to give up.
And I'm going to be looking at the defenses from NIP in particular here, because I think we saw some really cool ideas coming through from them in just the group stage, right? We saw them on Bank have some really cool ideas with kind of mirror windows coming out, castle setups, some really intricate setups. And that's what NIP like to do, right? They like to set up these kind of big, elaborate defenses. Not quite like perfect defenses. That's the style of Siege VP tend to play is like perfect, right? No gaps, no mistakes. They just built a brick wall that you won't be able to exploit by finding a weakness. NIPs may have weaknesses, but they're also just going to make you think. They're going to make a really difficult challenge for you to try to solve. And so if they're bringing some stuff that VP have been able to VOD review from maps and maps and maps on footage, then VP are going to come in with a good solution to these problems. That said, if we're seeing finally a new cafe come out from NIP, this could present a whole new set of problems that VP maybe aren't so ready for, and they could struggle with that.
And to touch up on what you were saying of just like making those adjustments or making you think, the beauty about Siege is it's the strats are there. They're there to, you know, facilitate how the round's going to play out, but just swapping an operator, swapping two people, that plays a mental game on the IGL of the attacking side, because you have this process of, all right, we're going to clear Muzi here. We're going to clear Pino there. It's going to go like this. Now Pino's over here, or Muzi's over here, or Psycho's playing here. And then that has to then be redirected back to an IGL and say, okay, they aren't playing this the same position. And it's just as simple as that, that you have to be able to fix that.
Okay, really quickly, predictions.
You got to go VP on this one.
Yeah, agreed. I'm assuming.
I'm gonna go NIP.
No, you're not.
You keep picking these spicy,
but,
okay.
You know, I got. Come on, I got to have a little fun here. I just don't want to pick, you know, what Jesse's picking.
There's been a lot of upsets today.
There has.
Yeah,
there has
you're
been a
right.
lot of upsets. That's
it's
for
Siege.
sure. So
You
we got to
never
go
know,
against that.
right? Very, very true. All right, well, let's send it over to Dez and Ace, who are looking fabulous and floral. Hi. No more mean short king jokes.
No more mean short king jokes, Jackie. Just shirt comments. Appreciated. Game Team, it's coming up. It's going to be an exciting one as well. NIP, as we know, play-ins, not the easiest journey for them. VP, yet to show what they're really made of. But this is a team that I think over the last year or so, with the changes they've made, have just gone from strength to strength to strength. And I think, even amongst talent, there were a couple of us that thought VP could go on to win this whole thing. So it could be really interesting. We're getting into it right now. Game's about to get underway. Productions, spin that stuff up. Let's get this map underway. It's Cafe between NIP and Virtus Pro.
I've seen some good cafes from NIP over the years. I'm talking maybe the last 2 or 3 years, thinking of NIP as a team. Also thinking about their performances inside of majors. One of the biggest strengths I've often said in tournaments for NIP is hitting form at the right time. The question is, can they get to that right time? You know, which of course is always the last few days of the tournament. And it seems when NIP do get to that sort of quarter-final position, they almost become unstoppable sometimes, but it's just whether they can get through those wobbly early stages that they often have, and they find themselves in that position again, run to the distance by Crest, beaten by GK. It was a battle for them to get out of phase one.
GK just beaten W7.
Well, it puts a slightly different light on it. It does put a slightly different light on it, but still, NIP looking a little bit shaky in phase one at times, and this first performance of phase two, again, I still think, you know, for a lot of teams, I often speak about this, Des, and that hitting form at the right time inside a tournament is absolutely huge. And so coming out and, you know, the teams that we've seen today have amazing performances. For them to continue to do that for every single game until they've won the tournament from here till, you know, next weekend is... So it's a little bit unlikely. You know, these teams are likely to have a stumble, so you're better off having it now than later on. So I don't know. We'll see with NIP whether they're going to show us their best, whether it's going to be a bit of a wobble, and we'll see what we get out of Virtus Pro, of course. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing Virtus Pro.
I'm excited to see this last ban as well. Are we going to see something spicy, bit of a funky ban? No, we're not. Really, the Sledge, the only one that stands out there as being a bit different. A target ban coming in against NIP, VP, who are very comfortable playing with that operator. I believe it's always who normally steps across on it. But that being taken away, we'll lock a couple of nades away, which could suggest a very utility-heavy style defense coming out from NIP in this first half. You're already seeing the Mai coming along, for example. You've got the Castle on side as well, and Rooney. again, just everything screams it's about denying them away with as much utility as possible and making the other side sweat. So you might see a bit of Flores coming out. You might see other nade-based operators joining in. Habana, for example, might help out here. We'll see what VP choose to go with, though. Straight into this first round, though, Tim, I believe it's on Reading and Fireplace.
Yeah, I think we're going to be going into the
and if I'm right,
mid-floor.
That is the only map that hasn't been, the only site that hasn't been played so far at the Major. So Fresh gets another bingo card.
Another bingo card tick. Is that absolutely everything played now? I
believe it is, yeah.
Fantastic stuff. It surprises me a little bit that Reading is the last one to be picked out. I know we haven't had a lot of cafe, but yeah, Reading.
We've had a real swing over towards a lot of mining being played over the last year.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just love Reading as a site. I think generally, I don't know what the stats say off the top of my head at the minute over the last couple of months, but you know, historically speaking, I think it's always been a very solid site, and it's one that I quite like. But we'll see. We'll see how NIP do with it. They're going to be defending the top floor as we would expect. We've got Wizard on the mirror, which is going to be playing in towards your sort of bar area, I would imagine, from the cigar. He's got one inside of the washroom as well. Yeah, both exactly where I would have expected. So one playing in towards piano, one playing in towards bar. It's going to make it very difficult for Virtus Pro to get across the top.
Yeah, looks an awful lot like, I've seen too much cafe before. It's an awful lot like if you were defending this top floor as a site in general. Lots of commitment upstairs in terms of, we've got mute jammers up there. We've got, of course, the mirrors coming in, reinforcements on wall to support those. Really trying to waste as much time as they can by forcing VP in towards attacking through this top floor. Castle Barricade, for example, coming in between Cigar and in between Piano. So anything they can do to slow Virtus Pro down, to overwhelm them with this utility that we spoke about during the operator banning phase, really to me, again, seems to be the game plan coming in for NIP.
Not much getting seen on that drone. Just, I think, finding itself in behind a little box or something that always couldn't wriggle away from. So a little shake of the drone's head before he moves off it and on to the next part of his game plan. Joystick is already established inside of Cigar. Going to be sending out the Rotero drone on the Flores just to try and clear out a little bit of utility, but also, I think, just provide a bit of information as well as to where those players are located. Musi is just going to get forced back out of the bathroom a little bit.
That's C4 from below, mining, I think.
Yeah, Pasha just needs to be a little bit careful there. There are peaks coming across from Pino on this side. The mirror window is going to be dealt with, which is surely going to force Pino a little bit deeper. But I tell you what, I said Pasha needed to be careful, and Pino shows him exactly why.
Oh, and he's got a second couple as well coming in there. Stands the second onto Joystick as he steps forward. Beautiful stuff, and just holding here inside a cocktail, and VP is stepping up one by one, looking to try and take the firefight and being punished for it. And by the time there's anyone trying to react to the pushing towards Nubalk, well, he's long gone. Can we still call it Nubalk, by the way? It has been around
pretty old
so long.
now, isn't it?
It is a bit old.
It's not really new anymore, but there's probably quite a lot of players who've started playing Siege after that, you know, before they don't even know that didn't used to exist. And they're probably like, what's so new about it? It's always been there. We've got a nice little angle from Wizard there, actually, just into barback storage. He's just going to dip away at the wrong time. Might have actually been able to catch somebody had he stayed watching, but for the time being, he's trying to prevent the push coming down. Shepard does manage to pick up one. Psycho's there for Dan, though, 4 versus 2. Psycho's just trying to move his way around. Beautiful onto Shepard, easy as that, and it all comes down to always.
15 seconds remaining.
Always, always. Just unfortunately, no time left to make anything happen here with 4 players to go through and a plan to get down. This round is cooked. Nothing to come off the back of that one. A great first round from NIP. And as I mentioned, that very heavy utility setup, just a little bit oppressive. It was forcing out a lot of 1v1s. This bottleneck push coming in through the Cigar doorway because they couldn't work their way through Piano. That mirror window that was sat inside a bathroom, mute jammed off. It didn't matter that a Rotero went in there to try and clear it out. It got blocked off by the jammer, and they realized they simply were not getting through from there. Adaptation to make there might have been to put someone on white window and force pressure in towards bathroom, which would have opened up a white push where you can then pincer. But fundamentally, VP just didn't get away with that, and NIP a very, very comfortable first round win.
Yep, NIP looking pretty good in that round. They're going to take us to the top floor for this round. It's going to be bar and cocktail. We've just got a little bit of gamesmanship with the Dreadmine there as to exactly where Wizard's going to place it. He picks it up off the ground, sends it up underneath the hatch instead. Obviously more difficult to destroy from there, more difficult to spot out. But behind the little cardboard box on the floor can be a tricky little spot as well. Thank you very much. Just in that spot there. Quite often you get a little... it doesn't work at this sort of level, but in ranked, I'd just try chucking a razor bloom behind that box and thank me later.
Thank you later, Tim. I'm sure they will. Here we go, though. I think this time around, again, looking at the comp coming out from NIP, it is, again, very, very heavily stacked behind all of this utility. When you've got the Castle, the Mute, Mozzie, Fenrir even slowed them down. There were Mai to catch any throwables, like the nades. One thing that kind of I'm looking at here and thinking of VP, is this an overinvestment? 6 Claymores, Tim.
6 Claymores, when it's a top floor defense, you know, you're not likely to get that many runouts. You maybe, it depends if you want to play the east windows, that's 2, because you want to cover that off. I guess if you're wanting to play on the piano windows, you might want to do the bottom 2 sort of out of mining and red stairs, so that's 4, white stairs 5. There's a bit of paranoia playing into 6 Claymores, but I guess on Cafe I can see where they get eaten up quickly.
Yeah, there's loads of places you can put them, I agree, but I'm more concerned about the lack of throwables here. 3 flashes, you know, you got the impacts on sides. Sure, you got concussives and impacts coming out from Joystick as well on the Zofia, so they probably can burn through what they need to, but again, magnets, you've got the castle barricades to work your way through, you've got the jammers everywhere too. There's a lot working against them, and this is why right now NIP are still really hard pressed up around piano, up around bathroom, and don't feel very threatened.
Yeah, I think the Claymores have pretty much gone down where I've said, but yeah, I don't think NIP are really shaping up for that sort of aggression at the minute anyway. But Pino is going to get picked up by a nade, so that levels us up at 4 versus 4 halfway through the round. Cafe attack, generally we would expect a team to be coming away with rounds, so Virtus Pro, I'm sure, going to be looking for a 3-3 at least. Having lost the first one, they can't leave it too long before they start finding themselves some round. Cons is just trying to move back up, cautious of that east stairs rappel on layout window. There's nobody there at the moment, but that side of the building is being utilised at the minute. Virtus Pro certainly putting the squeeze on NIP, attacking from all sides.
Yeah, and there's the jump out coming on in, and there's the Claymore coming in, but not before Wizard gets the kill. And it brings it to a 3 versus 3.
It's not a bad trade, that, to be honest.
But the more you're taking away from the attackers, I think here it is just so valuable, because you're running down things like potentially the impacts coming out from Zofia, the Bs coming out from Shepard, you name it. Always, though, with the longer angle, taking down Psycho. Only 2 left for NIP here. It feels doable, Tim.
It does. And VP are just walking in and taking fights at the minute. Going to be shut down there. Joystick really needed to win that because it gives him that 2v2. The flashbang is going to catch him the second time around, but Muzi steps out. A freezer finds Pasha and puts him down. 2 versus 1 now. It's always once again having to get this done. 30 seconds. He's got plenty of time. I think he knows roughly where the players are, but also the information is going to be fed in as he destroys that bulletproof camera. What a beautiful shot through onto Muzi. 1 versus 1 though. And Cons, he can play a cute little cautious game here for the last 10 seconds.
Just sit Harrow number very happily, and I think he has the idea, always knows as well. He's gone for the spot, but Cons just a little bit too quick for him. Does get that shut down, and always 3K, not enough to give VP their first round.
No, I think always just didn't have the right operator for the job there. You know, a little bit noisy coming across, and I think Cons hears him well before he gets to that rotator and is able to pre-fire and take the headshot, get the round closed out. NIP looking good there. Virtus Pro certainly closer than they were in round 1. They got themselves more into the game there, but still coming down to that clutch situation for Always, which he wasn't able to finish off.
Yeah, got to find their way back into this one. Again, maybe another round or 2, and you'll see that timeout coming in that we've gotten very used to seeing, not just today, but really throughout all of history, is when teams do find themselves down 3 rounds on the trot. Clearly something isn't working, and it needs to be rectified before you repeat those same 3 sites. NIP, though, as much as we came in saying, look, a bit of a rough play-ins, you know, it takes time to warm into a tournament, playing well here in this first game.
Going to be mining this time around for our 3rd choice site from NIP. Going very well so far. Castle up on the top floor. I'm just going to suggest that they're going to play this quite aggressively across the top floor, as you'd expect, because the site is over on that side of the map. So they can't just hold themselves to an east-sided defence. They'd probably give up piano, I'd have thought, if they've castled that off. Not give it up so much, but sort of allow access to it, and they're going to play it from bar back storage and cigar instead, and just prevent the top being taken like that.
Much happy with this, by the way. I spoke about about this earlier on with the Habana being an option here to deal with the massive amounts of utility being brought along by NIP. This round, they've doubled down even further and gone for 2 shields in Warden and Frost. Again, more frustration. But on the other side, we've got more flashes, 9 in total. We've got no frag grenades. We don't care about that. We don't need, for example, an absolute ton of claymores for this round. And I think the Habana will be really helpful at getting rid of things like those castles quite safely at long range, and will just make life a bit easier for Virtus.pro to move through the map. So good changes. We'll see, obviously, if it nets them any kind of results.
Scratch that. NRP have played a little bit more aggressively into Piano than I might have expected. I thought with the Cigar being castled off, they might just sort of try to play from far back storage behind the shield that they had. But Moosey's actually got a shield on Pixel spot as well, so he's aggressing up into there. Pasha does manage to take down Cons, so that's a good start for Virtus.pro this time, getting the entry. They're able to take out a bit more utility as well. They're actually getting some good control here. They've pushed their way into Piano. They've got the wall open at the top of red. They've managed to get that opening kill. They've opened the door into mining, so pretty quick progress so far.
Yeah, looking much better, and I think the pinch onto Cons was great. The flash came in immediately, so for them to push in, get the man, remove him off the field entirely. Shields now being taken away as well. I mentioned again this change in comp coming out from the attacking side is good. The Pasha has been taken down here. That Piano battle is going to be such a big one. We're halfway through the round at this point, so it's still a key contestation point for the entire map. But VP have got to find an opening of some kind, and they're not even checking inside a Cigar. 2 easy kills coming in for NIP. A 4v2 feels like another round going their way, Tim.
Yeah, Virtus.pro just a little bit short of the pace here. It is their first game in Atlanta, so you just wonder. You know, we've had this discussion all day of Laxing said it himself. You know, sometimes for the teams, for the players, getting the reps in, playing the games is the important thing, and NIP maybe just showing exactly why that is. Virtus.pro starting off a little bit cold to begin with. Certainly not up to speed in terms of flashing themselves.
I love how he just stands there and just takes it like, I know.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try and run away from this one. I'm just going to let the time run down.
There we go. Must know there's one towards his right-hand side pretty close. Got the Grim coming in as well. Then B's doing some work. I think Cons is tucked into exactly the same space that he was last time. But it was Pino this time round. Gets his man for free. Shepard, unfortunately, going to be a little bit out of luck in this round. I think it's another very dominant show from NIP. 4 players left standing. Again, VP, I think, need that time out here because what they've done so far, although the ideas were good in this round with the Flores and the Habana, it's not getting the results they need.
It's not at all. NIP starting off really well. Full defensive rotation, 3-0 now. They've got a choice. They could go to Kitchen. They haven't used it yet. Or they could just start over again, back to Reading, and continue on around. We'll see exactly which they choose to do. But Virtus.pro deep in conversation at the minute. Tack timeout.
Yeah. Understandably, again, you need it after going down 3 rounds. You've lost 3 different sites. You know there's a very good chance you're about to play all those same 3 sites again. So even if it's just a conversation about those 3 sites, okay, look, what are we doing about this site? What are we doing about that site? What has gone wrong across those rounds? Obviously, the coach might have some kind of observation as well and be able to offer some thoughts of their own. But a little bit, it feels like of exasperation coming out of some of the players.
I think, yeah, you could be right. Obviously, you know, not going to be exactly up to the standard that they would be expecting from themselves, that they'd be hoping for, I'm sure, coming in and 3-0 down inside their first game. As I said, over the years, I've seen some good cafes out of NIP. You know, it's a team that definitely know how to play. I know there's been a few roster changes across the way over the last year or 2 for them, but, you know, the core is still there. Muzi, Psycho, Pino, and they've, as I say, I've seen them play particularly in the home region back in Brazil, but internationally as well, and have some good results here. So they're certainly no strangers to the map, and they're proving that.
Just very comfortable for them is the only way I could summarise it. And VP, dare I say, looking a bit toothless at points. Again, with the right sort of idea in terms of the comp they brought along, but the actual execution just not going their way.
Not winning the gunfights.
Nope. And then we're back into Reading and Fireplace again. So similar sort of style. Small difference here immediately in terms of where the mirror window is being placed. Last time around, I believe it was on the right-hand wall. This time it's on the left one. Expect we'll see another one placed on the lumber wall, on the cocktail wall looking out across bar as we've seen previously. Again, the thing that caught them out last time round, Virtus.pro this is having mute jammers placed on the mirror window inside a bathroom. When that was there, they just had no way of forcing the player out from behind it, so forced themselves into a bottleneck of pushing in towards bar, which made it all too easy for Pino to line up 1, 2, 3 kills and really nullify that round entirely. So we've got to see a little bit more from Virtus.pro here, another angle to attack from, a little bit of spice, doing something maybe that NIP don't expect. Otherwise, this will be 4-0.
As you say, Virtus Pro definitely needs to be doing something differently. Just going to be opening up those castle barricades once again, looking to pressure the top floor. Last time around, they never really got themselves established up there. That's one difference. Like
I said, pressure bathroom from White Window. They missed that last
time. Get everybody cleared out. Get everybody cleared out. You know, get yourself feet on the ground. Get in there. Use your book. Get the lines opened up, and you know, make it onto step 2, step 3. Get yourself in a position to execute onto site, whereas that's something NIP have actually done really well at. If you think of Virtus Pro, how many times have they realistically been in sight? How many times have they had any sort of control where you've even had a thought of, oh, maybe they could plant here? You know, not once yet, realistically, has that been an option.
I think it's quite cute, actually, thinking about it. NIP probably read that they would get a VP attack coming in from White Window, so by putting the mirror on the left, I don't think, but you can see that from the window, the right-hand one you can, so it tucks it away and keeps it safe. Obviously, he's now got to be very mindful of what's going on at White at the same time, but they've also got players like Con sitting downstairs, C4 at the C4 was at the ready, Wizard with it ready here as well to help out on towards the window, just adapting to what they expect to see coming out of VP. So great reading of the game from NIP.
I'll tell you what, given the opportunity Wizard's going to hit this Nitro, you can just see it coming as soon as they get aggressive onto that window. It's an absolute beauty of a throw. You just toss it up through the hatch, out through the window, and see what you can catch. He's just waiting for that information. Pasha has managed to make it all the way down to Lumber, though. He's going to be pushing on into Cocktail, and if they don't know, they're going to be in big trouble. Pino does manage to find Joystick, but that's going to be traded out. And the pressure comes into Freezer, and Pasha gets his kill. 4 versus 3. This is much better from Virtus Pro. They've got the vertical control that I was talking about. Now, get your book in there, where is always. Start opening things up.
Jeff is just waiting for the windows as well, just daring anyone to make a move. Another great kill onto Wizard, though. This one's looking much, much better. I'm just nervous because I know that it's Con still standing, and he is one hell of a player when given the right opportunity. Same story for Muzi.
Yes, both players that you know are going to win gunfights if they get even a sniff of it. But look at this work that Always is doing. I said I wanted to see the book get in there. I wanted to see vertical angles. He's already found a kill onto Wizard, and he's looking for more. He just keeps opening up more and more angles, and you can see exactly the effect that it's having. NIP just cannot possibly play inside of sight now. They know that there is no safe space. Cons has had to dip his way out to the bottom of White Stairs. Pasha's in. Pasha's planting. That's going to get held. Muzi somehow he's looking to retake the vertical, but he's still got Always to deal with.
It's a lot of pressure coming in from above as well, so I was glad to say the right plan would be to rotate away or drop down, but he's rotated away into storage and taken that gunfight. Cons with it all to do. Shepard peeped his head above the parapet and gets the kill. Finally, Pasha, I think, really trying to gas his team up with that one. But they are finally on the board, Tim, and that's what counts most.
It is. That's going to get things rolling for them. You know, we quite often see this from teams that it just takes them a couple of rounds to get going. The next round or two, round 5, round 6, is going to give us a good idea whether that was the case for Virtus Pro or whether NIP are just able to go back to business as usual and win the next 2. They're going to be moving sites. They're going to be heading down to the bottom floor this time. It's going to be all the way down to kitchen for NIP, so deciding they're going to mix things up.
Love it. I think it's good when you know that a team's starting to get comfortable and they've figured out reading. Fair chance they may have a crack at mining as well and figure it out. So just throw a site they haven't seen at all yet in the form of kitchen at them and just see how they respond. And some of those sites that I love because it forces really a full map clear if the defenders want to play across the entire map. And given that we see Muzi, for example, currently on our other screen, sat on that first floor getting some work done, chances are VP will have to full drone out the entirety of the top floor. He loves it. He absolutely loves it.
I think it's probably about right. You just need a bit of energy at that point. You've lost your first 3 rounds, you pick one up. It's sort of like saying, right, you know, come on boys, we're here, we're at the Atlanta Major. You know, we've got to show up and play our best here, and that's not what Virtus Pro were giving us. But much better in that last round. As I said, it was essential that they went in and actually got that control of top floor. You know, step 1 complete, step 2, start working on those angles in utility. Step 3, get your plant down, and they were able to complete all of them. So much better than Virtus Pro.
I mean, tell me, Tim, if you ever want to see a comp that screams, we want to play vertical, find me one that is any better than Virtus Pros right now. The Gridlock on the Nomad for the flank watch. The Ram, we don't know exactly what Ram's for. The Buck for exactly the same purpose, and the Capitao to get some smoke and fire burning on through. Like, they need vertical control here. NIP, as we saw at the very start of the round, all 5 players are dug back onto the ground floor. They've extended out laterally in towards VIP, so they want to hold the ground floor with the Clash also playing inside a bakery. So really, second floor is, well, first floor in this case. Americanisms always get me. Completely a free take here for Virtus Pro. They need to realize that pretty quickly, though, and get to work on those verticals sooner rather than later.
I love the use of the Yokai drone like that, just sending it out of the door, popping it up in the air and just seeing who's on rappel, who's what where. It does actually get taken out though, so that's going to be quite a big loss of utility. Out go the little ram gadgets. They're going to be opening up an awful lot of glory, and what a time saver that is, Des. I mean, we usually look for 1 minute 30 to start opening up. We're at 1 minute 40 and everything is open because the ram just makes it so easy to chuck those out, let them go, and you just get some serious amount of verticality from it.
Yeah, some great angles, but now you need to be able to capitalise off that. Chances are with this side being as exposed as it is, I'd expect them to try and look in towards maybe Bakery and Red Stairs. Although that said, they've blocked the whole thing off as well. There's Barb to work your way through, and everything is stacked out towards the east side, so actually I stick by that. As long as you can deal with the Echo that's playing inside a Bakery, it's the right way to go. Whether or not VP realise all that or not, and play heavily into the stack that's now on the east side of the ground floor, that remains to be seen, and it does look like they are trying to work their way quite aggressively and quite quickly in towards this fireplace hatch.
Shepard's just waiting for his moment here. There goes the impact EMP unsuccessfully. Going to have to try and open it up from the side. Needs to get it as close as he can to the hatch. We'll see whether that does the job. I would expect so. If it just
nope.
But it might. No,
oh dear.
I was going to say it may give an opportunity to see through the electrical, but it's not going to matter because there's no second hard breach guard.
Nope.
So Virtus Pro just coming across a real stumbling block there. It's now on to plan B.
They've got to walk in and try and make this one work. Wizards already dug in deep for one. Tries to go for the second. It's Dan to get that trade back on the other way, but still NIP absolutely marching forward in these entry battles. Dan charges on forward, sure, Pasha hits the deck. However, has been saved by Dan in this position. That's going to make it a 3 versus 4 once Pasha is back on his feet. With 15 seconds to play, I'll be panicking, Tim. There's an Echo and a Clash on side.
Yeah, it's a big gamble taking that time to pick Pasha up. I don't think, you know, it's necessarily a bad idea, but with 10 seconds, it now leaves you with 7 cons. He just keeps fighting, drops the diffuser as well. 1 second left to go. There's no way Virtus Pro do this. It's going to be close out. NIP managed to take round 5, and that leaves them 4-1 now, and they are cruising towards another quick victory. We've had a day of them so far today, and NIP might just be joining the party at 1-0.
Oh dear, oh dear. That round went a lot better for VP than previous ones have gone, to be fair. Really off the back of that.
The hatch really hurt them.
It did, and yeah, these are the things that will sting you as well. No, you know, no drones coming on through to figure out exactly what's going on in there. Where is it placed? And this is the risk I think some teams run into by not bringing along a Thatcher and instead going for the micro EMPs, is unless you know where those electro claws are, they are going to sting you and you are going to pay the price for it. Really, more hard breach gadgets there would have been good, or more EMPs. This time round, at least in round 6, we have got the Thatcher coming along because they've said, yep, we understand, we need to bring the Thatcher.
Yeah, it just goes to show. We saw the impact EMP hit if you imagine you're looking at that hatch from the doorway of dining, it hits the front right corner. The electrical was just offset from the front left corner, but that distance is sufficient to mean that you just don't clear it off. So, you know, it's, I think probably more luck than management on NIP's part. They've put it there, I think, to probably try and close off, get a bit of electricity onto the freezer wall at the same time. You can get both if you get it in the right sort of spot. But yeah, ultimately, it just did the job, and Virtus Pro didn't really have a plan B. It was, you know, we get the hatch or we push straight down into Wizard, and that didn't really work out too well for them.
Really starting to see the very understandable frustration on Dan's face now between these rounds, looking around a bit like, what else do you want me to do, guys? I've walked to 3K. Yeah, we just can't get ourselves inside of sight, but that's what happens when the clock runs so low, and it was great work again by NIP to sort of force VP to have to work their way through the entirety of the map, first droning out the top floor, getting all the soft flooring opened up on that second or on the first floor, and from there, really running out of time due to that hatch not being opened up. However, I think it would have been a death drop regardless, because we had Wizard on the Warden sat behind the shield in VIP, just waiting for anyone to drop down through an open fireplace hatch into an early grave. They really like reading, by the way. It's the third time
they do.
There now.
I like reading. I'm glad that they're going to reading it.
I did this for you, Tim.
Last time around, Virtus Pro were able to get the plant down. Pasha was able to drop inside the site and get that one on the ground. So something that NIP need to work on, make sure that's not happening again. They had, the first time that they played this back in round 1, Pino had a great kill from the length of the bar. He's just playing inside a cigar. He's on the same mirror window again. And sorry, he's inside a cocktail playing towards cigar. And he just really made it a nightmare for Virtus Pro to play in and around that area. He's in that same position again, so we'll see if he has the same success. Now we see why they bring in so many claymores. Doubling them up on
doubling them up, mate, that's it. I mean, Gruber's going to see everything here as well, and sure enough, Shepard's suspicions were correct, and Psycho is too easy up and taken always for free. That's the kind of thing, really, that should be getting caught by a drone. However, they're down to just 4 drones still. 2 of those in back pocket.
Yeah, it's never going to make it easy on a map like Cafe. Dan manages to take down Psycho inside of Freezer, and Virtus Pro have got top floor control by the looks of things. Joystick's going to take a lot of damage there. Joystick is going to be downed. We're going to have Claymore kill as well. But
oh dear.
I picked him up. I said Pino would be the problem. He was in Cocktail. He did well last time he played there. He did even better this time. Triple kill for him, and he was the one that prevented Virtus Pro getting comfortable on that top floor. Well played Pino, and well played NIP. 5-1 half before they go on to the attack.
I remember a long time ago Virtus Pro playing on this map. I forget who it was against, but we had 2 5-1 defensive halves. The only round that made a difference was WTG, old player for Virtus Pro, bit of a throwback there, used to play Habana, and the only way they won a round was by him charging it towards Pixel, towards White Corridor, and just slapping the player behind shield. That was the only way they got anything out of that game. And really here, I think you might see a very much a game of 2 halves where it becomes down to defenders just ruling the roost. I'd love to see NIP carry on the momentum they've got here so far and close this out nice and easy. Put a real, put all the concerns, I think, from the play-ins to rest and say, you know what, GK, pretty hard team to play against. A loss there is understandable, and just show that actually they are here to play and that Virtus Pro, it won't be the dream start for them in Atlanta they'd hoped for.
Virtus Pro are going to be kicking themselves. I think they had everything on top floor apart from that one spot that Pino was left stood in, and he just absolutely destroyed them without even moving his feet. Managed to pick up 3 kills. So NIP, they take the half. It's 5-1 as we come into the second half. Virtus Pro move on to the defense. They're going to take Bar and Cocktail to begin with. NIP, let's see if you can get established in the map and push Virtus Pro around a little bit better than they did to you.
They're pretty well set up inside of here as well. Mirror is deployed and ready, both facing in towards, well, one towards storage, one towards piano from bathroom. It's just being the bar at least, but maybe feels slightly exposed, but I imagine they've got a bulletproof cam sat at the back of Cocktail, being able to watch everything. Now, here's a new one. Joystick is 0-6. It's been a rough game for him, but he is off on the roam on this Solus, and it's the right sort of idea. So there's a Brava drone coming on in, which he'll take out for free. Thank you very much. Only get 2 of those, so quite a valuable bit of utility to take off the board.
Pino getting the track stingers down on the red stairs, just trying to prevent the flank. Of course, Gridlock seeing a lot more play since nades have been shifted into her arsenal. So she's then being used as the flank watch mostly. Also got the Nomad as well. That is particularly important if you're going to be playing those east windows, just going to prevent the jump outs there. Joystick just going to give him something to think about. Pasha manages to give him a little something more to think about as he finds the Nitro onto Cons. Joystick knows that there's one just outside of Snow Door as well, so Psycho needs to be careful, but the couple of pot shots that were taken by Joystick to begin with have given his presence away. Shepard, if you launch this at White Window, you might get a bit of joy, just a bit too far away, I think. We see the explosion below the Dockerby of Wizard, but it's not going to do the job. Joystick will, however, find Psycho in that long-running battle outside of Snow Door. It's going to be Virtus Pro that come out on top.
Quite terrifying to spin round in towards Piano from Zagara and just see 2 mirror windows staring at you from slightly different angles. Understandably not wanting to challenge in towards that, which means similar for VP, when they were on the attack, NIP are going to be forced to push in through Bar here, or try and work something else out with 2 of them on the ground floor. Feels like this is the game plan. Joystick just cannot find himself much in this game. 1-7 now. Sure, he's got his first in the round, but Pino is marching on 4s. Nade in hand. Timing was almost perfect. Always so close to charging straight into it.
Pino really showing us some of his best today. We know how lethal he can be when he gets running 8 and 4 at the minute and leading the way in terms of solo kills in this game. But at the minute for NIP, it might just not be enough, particularly inside of this round. 40 seconds left to go. 3 versus 4, and NIP don't really have any map control. They're in a very similar position to what we saw out of Virtus Pro on the attack, really. They haven't been able to get in and put themselves in a position where they can start thinking about winning the round. Dan takes down Muzi, and it's all starting to fall apart, but it's that man again, Pino. He's going to have to find an ace if he wants to win this, and cannot, as Virtus Pro shut him down, and they take their first defense.
Is it the suggestion of the start of that 2 halves to a game of Siege piece here, Tim?
It could
May well be. Them on the defense there look very, very solid, and like you said, I think NIP looked a little bit lost on the attack there. I had the right sort of ideas. I like they were trying to play in around the first floor, but just not enough threat on the upstairs itself. Pino, the only one really getting a kill in that round as well, does show that there is some work to do. But they've got a lot to play with here, Tim. Let's not forget. They're in a spot where, with them being 5-1 up or being 5-1 up coming out of the first half at the very least, it's going to be another 3 rounds until VP are anywhere near them.
We'll be heading on into round 8 very shortly. We've got the defenders of Virtus Pro going down to the basement, I believe, as soon as we get on in there.
Yeah.
Which we will be doing any second, I'm sure. As you say, Virtus Pro need that has to be the platform now. That has to be. I think they need another 2 rounds. I think they need to get this back to 5-4 realistically. They need to do that 3-0 half just like NIP did to them. We see that beautiful Nitro. It was one that I'd already spoken about from Pasha up through the laundry hatch and out onto the east window. It so often catches people out because you're just not prepped for it. You don't really hear it coming, and it's a difficult one to watch for.
Pasha clearly the team cheerleader at this point as well, Tim.
Pasha showing the passion.
That's it. Passion master. It's Mindibi downstairs though. Into kitchen we go. No clash being brought along by Virtus Pro, so not looking to have the same answer that NIP had back when they were defending on this side. But on the other side, you've got Cons bringing along the Ossa, Tim. Now, an operator that very much functions a similar sort of way. You're making use of the shields to gain ground, or same as Monty almost. Really looking forward to gain ground there, make a plant happen in behind the shield. Very commonly see this used to push just inside of dropping it through fireplace into freezer, round your way in towards site, and then plant down the shield right next to the bomb chassis and get the plant down behind it. But it does mean getting control of that east side of the ground floor. So that should be NIP's focus in this round, which means first and foremost, getting rid of Dan, sat inside of VIP behind the shield.
Yeah, it's always such a key position. You know, you can maybe put a little bit of pressure on from sort of VIP window, maybe get down there externally onto that double window, and it just gives Dan a lot less movement space. You could think about some of that utility you've got. There's no nades in hand, but potentially air jabs, things like that, use those. They're going to struggle to move the shield. That's going to be the problem. Dan's got that shield there, and there's nothing really that's going to be able to take that away from him. So Dan could well take root here and be very difficult to move.
Well, I think I've got 6 coming out then a second ago, which probably would have been best shape for that shield, to be honest. After chunking through it with a bunch of flashbangs coming out to drain away, there were my magnets. However, they've got that fireplace hatch open, so they're still doing a lot of work around this side of the map, but like we said, really, that last step is going to be unseating Dan, and he has proven pretty hard to unseat this game.
That's it. You sort of look at it and think maybe NIP might be better, you know, just going for bakery side and not really pushing in towards that side, because I just don't see how they're going to deal with it. But for the time being, they're still working on the vertical. Pino does his work, manages to find Pasha with a great opener. Pino just picking up where he left off, 10 and 5 now, absolutely flying for NIP here, really pushing them forward on the attack, and that leaves them with at least an advantage for the time being. The drop into freezer comes. Dan can't really do too much about this now. It might have just worked to sort of bypass him a little bit.
Let's just use that entirely as like a shepherd to get himself inside a sight here, Cons. Really got to see the other side react now, though, try and make something happen. Always has got the right idea. Challenge onto the vertical. Muzi finds Dan, though, and this is the kind of control that NIP needed, Tim. They're into a 5 versus 2, and really, Virtus Pro have just given up far too much ground. NIP up to match point.
Chubb's getting vocal there, the coach of NIP. Plenty of noise coming from behind the team. Yeah, I think ultimately that was a great attack from NIP. I love that. The fact that they didn't dislodge Dan, but were still able to get into freezer, wander through and put the diffuser down. And it just shows the power of vertical cover on that side. They also was the only person inside. The rest of the cover was all coming from above, and there was just nothing that Virtus Pro could do to actually get anywhere near that plant spot. It was really, really well done by them. So, yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff from NIP. That takes them to 6-2 now, and they are 1 round away from putting themselves into that 1-0 bracket for tomorrow.
Yeah, call it another unexpected scoreline, Tim, but that's what I love about this stage of the competition. It's still all up in the air. No real evidence to go off outside of the playing teams, and even then, again, for NIP, it was a pretty shaky start, but they're looking good here on Cafe. 4 rounds for Virtus Pro to fight back in. It feels like a bit of a big ask here. NIP probably quite comfortably happy that they can close us in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, I think given how it's gone so far, it's going to be a long way back for Virtus Pro. An interesting triple stack of cap can traps there. Not to say that they won't work. You've got some angles that you'd use. You'd come into freezer if you shoot out the floor, or destroy the floor in bar back storage. If you do get that vertical control, you might come into freezer to get the angle down in towards the double wall of library, in towards the bookcases that are fallen over in that corner. So it could well catch them out. It's just you're not going to get any sort of football as players move through the map. It's going to to have to be a very specific movement, a very specific action from NIP to get caught out with those Capcan traps. But I wouldn't put it past them.
I mean, the triple stack as well is purely because in the meta right now, you're going to see Gridlock all the time, so she was given frag grenades. Yeah, very slow operator, 3 armor, means she's got 130 HP. Each of those Capcan traps does 60 damage each. You need 3 to get her completely finished off. And that's what Dan's hoping he's going to catch. It's a Gridlock charging up the wrong way. But now the drone game coming on through. Yeah, the drone count, still quite a few alive as well, so lots of intel gathering capability here still for the side of NIP. For now, just making sure that they can get safely inside a red, look to clear across top floor, and then start worrying about site itself. Does he know?
Coming in from NIP, Muzi just taking the pot shot towards Pixel, and he's going to find out why it's called Pixel if he's not careful. Does have a defender sat inside of there that's going to be watching that angle. Dan giving us a great demonstration of it there. Takes a shot at the drones. I'm not sure the drone actually saw him there as it buzzed straight across at sort of 90 degrees to him, but still.
No way.
Great. Second time they've been caught with that Nitro. Pasha, the one to throw it again, just really showing the strength of that arm he's got to put it out of the window. Perfect placement, and gets himself an opener. Will be down though, and Joystick is out as well.
Another C4 coming out from below as well. Just letting them push through that top floor and catching them out with C4s is wonderful stuff. Now, nothing else left in back pocket they can send skyward, but Dan can still find his man up above. Good stuff. It's been all about vertical denial this game, or this round, sorry, for Virtus Pro, and it has worked wonderfully. Pino, Muzi, we've said this before, don't write these two off.
Oh, they're an absolute dynamic duo. There's no two ways about that. But just moving down that red stairs, need to be careful because there was one playing inside of mining as well. And footholds opened up in the wall, so could get caught out as they try to push through into the sort of double door area. But Pino, for the time being, going to continue. He's got the super short. Hey,
not again.
The triple. I'm
and who did I say it was on for?
It will catch somebody who's trying to find a vertical angle, and that's why they run into Freezer, because they want to open a vertical and then look back on themselves towards this side of the map.
And why did we say the 3? Because in case a Gridlock runs over, and that's exactly what has happened, looking for those vertical nades to toss downwards. So really, Virtus Pro haven't had to get involved in many firefights in this round. It's been about the C4s, it's been about the vertical denial, it's been about the Capcan traps. Wonderful stuff. Muzi looking in for one, but always with the closeout. VP, keep on fighting.
Dan proving as the Capcan there, he can just see the future as to where NIP are going to be moving into. It's just great game sense, it's great game knowledge, just a great prediction. You know, often with your Capcans, people will think about, you know, putting them in those high footfall areas. You know, where are people going to enter the building? Where are they going to move through? Where are they going to push in towards site? But it just goes to show sometimes even putting them in a dead end can get you the job done if you know that players are likely to move into that area. So well played from Dan.
Well, I think for me what it really shows is with the placement of those Capcan traps, they weren't expecting to hold the top floor, they were ready to give it up. Yep. And that's why you had the C4s coming, fishing 2 of them, and those triple stack of Capcan traps being placed. Just shows they were very ready to play around, giving over top floor to NIP, and well, forcing 3 kills without having to take a firefight. Wonderful stuff. Now we get to go into round 10. And Psycho, he is known as one of the Monty players around the world, Tim. And in this case, that's exactly what he's looking to deploy in round 10 for an attack on the top floor.
Yeah, I think that might be NIP sort of thinking, right, let's get this done now. You know, sending the Monty, working behind that, you know, ask questions of Virtus Pro now. Okay, you've had a good round, but how are you going to deal with this? You know, being the question. How are you going to bully us? How are you going to force us to move when we've got, you know, this big shield stood in front of us? And we'll see whether Psycho can lead NIP to victory. Virtus Pro still, of course, need 3 more rounds in a row. It's going to have to be 4 back-to-back if they want to even take this to overtime.
Bit of a hard ask, but never say never. Mentioned 2 halves to a game of Siege, and the defending side of Cafe far easier than the attacking one, especially with the Ying band away, which really forgives a lot of ills of the attackers just being able to candle an area out, charge inside, for example, smoke things out deep. Lots that you can work with. For now, up onto the roof, the NIP side go, figuring out what's going on, and as we've seen every single round so far, locking down red stairs with those tracks.
Pasha's just going to be underneath his mining for the time being, just looking to cut off anybody trying to get in or around pillars, but also has Nitro in hand once again. We've seen how effective he can be, so looking for that verticality potential into Piano. They certainly don't want to lose the Monty to it, let's put it that way. The pings are coming out, so they're certainly going to be giving it a try if the opportunity presents. It's Just a matter of time for Pasha, a matter of patience. He's got the Nitro pre-placed. He's just waiting for the call. All he's waiting is for the call.
If he gets... What's he just been shot by?
They cannot give the Monty away to a Nitro, and no, it's missed.
I mean, C4 comes out onto the window. That's a different C4. That one came out onto window, I think, and it did nearly catch Pina. Didn't finish him off. But Psycho's got to be so careful. He can't turn towards bathroom because of the player on white stairs. So now what do you do? It's a case of problem solving. They need someone to really pressure onto him. And that's why Wizard, as you can see on the side of your screen now, I think, is rotating over that side of the building.
Just looking for the long-range throw with the Selma charge there to, again, make it difficult for that player to stay inside of Washroom. Kong's just battling that long-range angle onto Cocktail as well, but NIP just stalling out a little bit. That's an important kill, though. Muzi takes down Pasha on the vertical, takes away the threat of that Nitro if it hadn't been detonated at that point, but also just opens them up to really start pushing through Piano. Cons, he finds Dan. It's 5 versus 3. It's 5 versus 2. Joystick manages to get one back, but it's almost certainly over for Virtus Pro here. Joystick has got an ace to find if he wants to close this out. He can't even get the first as he's taken down on white stairs. NIP looking much better than phase 1. Solid performance against Virtus Pro to take themselves into the winners bracket tomorrow.
Very comfortable performance, I think, absolutely. Although we did see a little bit of a fight back coming out of VP, nowhere near enough to really get themselves in the conversation. I think a slow start for them, but we've seen that from a couple of teams today that have only just arrived and started playing. We've equally seen those that have just arrived today and really showed up. D+ being the great example at the start of the day. But for NIP, now you might start seeing them really warm into this game, into this tournament, sorry. Look very, very comfortable there again. Against GK, after we saw what they did to W7M earlier on today, maybe you look to write that one off, and this is the start of something great for the LATAM team.
Yeah, I said it at the beginning, I'll say it again. NIP in tournaments have a habit of hitting form at the right time. You know, if they can survive those earlier stages, they always seem to grow, they always seem to improve, they always seem to get better and better. And today doesn't give me any reason to think that that might not be the case.
Hell, it's the whole NIP squad rolling out here.
Really is, isn't it? You've got everybody.
I mean, interestingly, they've got a psychologist out for this event with them, apparently, to really help keep them at that level throughout the whole competition. No doubt would have been helpful in those tough first couple of days. But like I say, maybe now you're going to see that really come into effect as they build through it and really start to build that belief that they can go deep into this competition.
Virtus Pro, it's going to be back to the drawing board, of course. That was only their first matchup. They've plenty of chances left to go. They're going to want a better performance tomorrow, and arguably they will have one of the easier games. Of course, anybody who loses today will play tomorrow against somebody else who also lost today. So arguably, you're maybe not going to be coming up against one of the top teams that we've seen today just yet. So it could just be a good opportunity for a few teams tomorrow to bounce back.
Well, let's head over to the desk. I'm sure they've got some thoughts on what was a bit of a surprise outcome for us all.
Thank you so much, Des and Ace. A return to form for NIP. So excited. I'm here with Pino. Pino, I can just feel the emotions in this room right now. Y'all were screaming, you were hugging. Can you describe those emotions you're feeling right now?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. We are a very passionate team. We've been playing like that in Brazil, and it helped us a lot. So in all matches, we're going to have this energy, and I think it drives us to victory.
For sure.
I love they just had all this energy, and now he's like calm, collected, focused.
He's a stone cold killer. So were you a little bit surprised that it did end up on Cafe?
What?
Were you surprised that the map ended up being Cafe?
No, we already expected. On the Copenhagen Major, we decided to play club with them. It was a bad choice. So since we knew we were gonna play them, we already prepared for Cafe. So everything went.
What was the thought process going into Cafe, knowing that you were playing it? You guys are a very dominant team on Cafe. Did you do any extra bit of prep that set that map up for more success, or did you pretty much play it to how it is typically played?
It's like we have a lot of variation of strats. Like if something goes wrong, we have always a backup plan. Yeah. So I think that's why.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. So you get this win. You obviously did it in a pretty good fashion. What's this like going forward? Now, what are you going to do going into your next opponent once you find out who that is?
I think it's the same. We have our mental preparation with Bernardo. He's with us. The old guy with us. He's our mental coach. So mental preparation, we analyze the veto, and that's it.
And I was going to say, one more question. So what is it like bringing on the two new guys outside of you, Muzi, and Psycho? How is it getting those two new players into the roster?
Great question.
Yeah, at the start it was difficult. Like, it's hard to change a lineup.
It is.
We have been playing with Cami and Julio for 4 years, I think. So
I remember playing against you guys.
Yeah, so now we are one year if this lineup, so we are pretty.
No, I mean, you guys clearly, you guys are playing extremely well, placing extremely well. It's just I think you guys just fix, two things and boom, solid team.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about Virtus Pro, rather. How do you think they're feeling right now? I mean, that was a pretty devastating defeat for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they have a good mental to come back. They played good, I think, so they will come back.
And talking about comebacks, I do want to pick your brain about groups a little bit. Play-ins, it was a struggle at times for you all. So how did you recalibrate? What did you do coming into this matchup?
Yeah, in play-ins, the people always say some teams are underdogs, but playing against them is really hard. Crest Gaming was I think the hardest match I have in my life. Never felt so pressure.
Oh wow!
So they were really good, and always there are surprises in playing. Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot to say if that's the hardest game that you've had, and you're a world champion. So you think like all the games that you've played, and like Pino's been around for a long time. So if that is the hardest game you've played to date, that's impressive.
Certainly. Pino, thank you so much for that fantastic interview, but I'm going to toss it over to Jesse, who has a little telestration for us. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Jackie. In the game of Rainbow Six, small problems often snowball into big ones. And I think we saw a great example of that on round 5 here on Cafe. What I want to highlight for you right now is this one Electroclaw. It's down inside of Coat Check, and if we press play, we can see it's actually electrifying the 2 walls right above it that are keeping the vertical angle closed. And what we saw just now is we see utility being played by Virtus Pro to open this up. We've got Joystick, who just threw an impact EMP, and we've got Shepard using his can opener on the wall. Now, important to note here, they don't do anything wrong on this. This is not a mistake, but it is using up a lot of their utility. That's half of their EMPs and half of their hard breach. That's called foreshadowing. We push forward a little bit longer, right? And there's one more Electroclaw that they're going to be a little bit concerned about, and that's this one on the freezer hatch. And if you'll just notice there, the last EMP was just used. And the reason why a lot of people don't like bringing impact EMPs is because, well, it missed. It didn't get the Electroclaw. The claw is still on that hatch. Arguably, well, unarguably, the most important part of the entire push just got denied by one Electroclaw. Now, there is a way out of this. It's not too easy, but Shepard's gonna attempt it. If you place the can opener right next to the hatch, pixel perfect, the range of the can opener can explode and still pop the hatch open. Shepard will try this and fail. Didn't work at all. Unfortunate for them, they have completely screwed this push up at this point. And it's these little mistakes which have continued to be big problems. Take a look at the pushes that now need to come out from Virtus Pro. They're first sending Joystick down the white stairs. They send Dan down the white stairs. They're going to send Shepard down the white stairs. The only extra bit of push that they have is Pasha coming in through the restaurant window, and it looks like spaghetti on white stairs. You don't want spaghetti on your white stairs. Let's press play, and also take a look at how good NIP are at these trades. What we see is every kill goes 1 for 1. Wizard gets a kill, does die right after, but that's okay. Everybody else then backs up. Then you get Pasha coming in the restaurant window. He goes down, immediately traded out by Pino. 1 for 1, the kills go, and then the players back up. It's the same story. We continue the clip, and we see Muzi taking a really cool position down at the very bottom of Freezer. He's really just trying to get this angle on the player he knows is downed, and he finishes off the kill his teammate got earlier. Then they split up a little bit. Again, they're still in this man disadvantage. Time is ticking down. They do get a great angle onto Muzi. They get a good crossfire, but again, it's 1 for 1. Shepard's dying to get this pick every single time. It feels like the trade happens from NIP. They back up. They eventually do that all the way until they win the round. It's those little mistakes, again, that came in from Virtus Pro, combined with NIP having really good microplay, knowing when to back off, knowing when to trade their teammates, that made this game so difficult for Virtus Pro. So that's our match here on the main stream, but we've got more games to come, so let's throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our second last game of the day.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege.
If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, it's Mowgli from Worlds.
I'm Doki from G2 Esports. I'm NJR and I play for Dark Zero, and I'm ready to play some Drone in the Unknown.
Doki, NJR, watch out, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm gonna beat Mowgli, that's no problem.
I could definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink. Ooh.
This box on the right side.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, it's blue stairs on bank.
It's gotta be bank.
Ah, I know. Blue stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh wait, where's the sink? Ah, I didn't know there was a sink there.
After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of it.
Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like, that's the whole theme of Clubhouse.
That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
No. I'm not playing in kitchen. I play in my room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed. Oh no, I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure.
I'm seeing a painting.
It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it.
Oh, this is Teller's on border.
Or is it consulate?
Bank lawyer's office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's border, Teller's archives.
Hey, it's what I said.
You said,
no? I said border, big room, Teller's.
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, the ceiling. That's genius. That's genius for me.
Number 4. I'm seeing like a trophy case, some guns in them.
It's Pirates des Caraïbes.
So it's a gun cabinet, but the thing that I'm focusing on is the walls behind it. That's a very strange kind of brick.
Like, you know, it's like, yeah, trophy glasses, you know.
That's Chalet trophy.
I'm pretty sure it's Chalet trophy.
I'm right. Not surprised.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's trophy. Let's go.
Oh, 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. That is in consulate outside the garage breach.
Pretty sure it's consulate garage.
Consulate, garage. So easy. I'm not sure.
Let's go. That's how it's done.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the major.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Major. Bleed versus That is a big old fish.
Why?
I was not anticipating. You're laughing, I'm laughing anyway. Okay, Bleed versus M80. Oh my gosh, adorable. The jumping jacks now. I'm the fish, the jumping jacks, they're ready to go. Also, really fast, can we just talk about how great of a name Bleed is? Seriously, Jesse Fresh, just say Bleed.
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 Come on, Fresh.
Oh, I don't know if I want to.
Oh, come on, Fresh. Anyway, I'm a big fan of saying that. But yes, Bleed versus M80, the Southeast Asia super team versus the NA powerhouse. Gentlemen, I'm nervous. I'm sweating. I can feel how excited they are. Fresh, you too?
Do you know what? I'm actually nervous because of all the upsets that keep happening today.
So
I don't know what's
true.
going on. We just keep seeing teams beat teams that they're not supposed to. And this is another one of those games where you say, on paper, foregone conclusion. In the server, it might not be that.
Yeah, I mean, this is Bleed's first ever event. They're coming in. They're not really experienced. And then you come against M80, who have been to so many lands. They were at the last major. They've been at the top of North America for a very long time. These two squads, on paper, it is a bit of a lopsided matchup. But today has been anything but predictable. Bleed, we've seen have really big pop-off performances. You got guys like Reaps, who absolutely annihilated throughout Stage 1 and really through his whole career. They have been a really good team to watch throughout the first stage of the major so far. They took down Cyclops in 2 really impressive games from them. So I'm very excited to see what Bleed can bring to the table.
Yeah, and also, we got to talk about this. A lot on the line for Bleed Fresh.
Yep. Not just a lot on the line for Bleed, but also for M&M, because in terms of 6 Invitational, this is absolutely massive, this game. So, basically, the SI qualification, M80, don't worry about them. They're going to be 6 Invitational. Now, if a loss happens for Bleed, they've got a 77% chance. If a win happens, they are basically qualified for 6 Invitational. But more importantly, if you're an M&M fan, which of course I am, being from EU, my UK brethren, it will knock M&M out of contention. Yep. So for every M&M fan watching, it's very important, and you're cheering for M80. For every Bleed fan, if you manage to get 1 win, you're basically secured your spot into Sao Paulo in February.
Yeah, really, it's going to be, do Bleed go 0-3? Then we're very likely to see M&M. If Bleed get 1 win, then we're likely to see Bleed and not M&M.
I do want to talk about M80 a little bit. When we're talking about tournament favorites, they're always in the conversation. Jesse, just talk about what a powerhouse this is, how powerful they are.
Yeah, well, I think they've always kind of been this really fun team with 3 kind of core players that will be the tips of the spear, right? You've got Spoit, Iconic, and Gomez, who are the fraggers, who want to get in, want to get aggressive. And then you've got this solid backline of Kino and Diaz. I think the player that's really stood out to me, I think Iconic's had an amazing stage. I think Diaz has played really well, Spoit too. Gomez has been particularly surprising and particularly impressive to me throughout this stage because he has been really good on the defense. They love to put Gomez in these tough spots. They'll put him playing the dock in security on border. They'll put him on Azami, rafters on Clubhouse. They'll put him in really, really tough spots, and he always seems to find a couple of frags there, waste really good time, and really put up a strong performance.
I think the one thing for me is he's got more aggressive. He was kind of, he was kind of the second entry and following. It relied on Spoit initially to make something have to happen, and Iconic if he kind of brought in the gimmicky play. Whereas Gomez has got a lot more aggressive this stage, has got up in the face. I really like this team. I think they've got a lot of dynamic plays. I think they've got a lot of good problem solving, a big operator pool in terms of the late round as well. They're excellent, and they've got that clutch ability if all of that goes wrong. I think M80 really are the real deal.
Yeah, and Jack, we were having some conversations about Bleed, and you told me that you think that they have a really high ceiling. I mean, obviously, Mentalist has a ton of experience, and then the other 4, I think they've been playing ranked for a long time, so that's adorable.
These guys have been playing ranked in, the South Asian servers for a long time.
Yeah.
And I think when I talk about the high ceiling, I'm not necessarily meaning as a team in terms of team play, I mean individual gunfight, pop-off ability, because we've seen it from all of them. Astri and Hoven in this tournament have been good. We know Reaps from Direwolves' international experience in Jönköping, where he can pop off. And then you've got Tadza, who was, top in his league and was rivaling Shaiko level of stats, albeit in a minor region league. So those 4 people at any point in time can absolutely pop off and cause problems, especially inside of a best of 1.
Well, I believe we are ready for the map selection process. We're working to get that information up on your screen right now.
Okay.
Jesse.
Nothing too surprising.
Okay.
I predicted the map ban phase right up until the end. We are going to bank. I was expecting maybe a chalet. Yeah, so what really comes down to this is M80 are very good at both these maps.
Yep.
And then for Bleed, Chalet's their most played map. It's a little bit more comfortable for them. They're going to Bank, which is a little bit more outside their comfort zone. It's definitely an all right map. They're very good at Bank still. They ran it twice in Stage 2, beating the Hasib Warriors and falling against Fury.
Yeah.
But still, it's a map that they do play, and so it's not a huge surprise.
I look at this map, Vito, and I see Bank, and I think, I look at most teams in this tournament, will they play Bank against M80? That is a big fat no. Even the good maps, even a team, you know, even a team that's good at Bank, let's say G2, because they're a good Bank team, would they have second thoughts about taking M80 there? Yes. So I very much worry for Bleed going to Bank.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I thought maybe a Chalet would be a little bit more likely, because I think it is a little bit stronger. They have the choice as well. Exactly. I mean, that's kind of their pick, and so you got to assume that's a confidence pick, right? Yeah. They know who M80 are. They know how good they are on Bank, so I like this. I like the confidence, but sometimes confidence can be misplaced.
One important thing for me with Bleed is that they are the quickest team in this tournament at getting an entry engagement. Now, the reason for that is on their defenses especially, because they're quite slow on the attack. It's quite old school attacks, but on their defenses, it's spawn peak city. So that's the one thing that to be looking out for. If you're going to watch this game and you're going to watch and look at Bleed players, watch Reaps, watch Tezza, watch the spawn peaks, because they will be happening.
Okay, I want to do predictions. So, Bleed, nothing to lose. Am I wrong? But M80, I mean, they're M80. I don't really know what else to say besides that, right? Quick prediction.
Are you comfortable in predicting a favorite today?
No,
I don't know
I'm
if
not. I don't know, Jack. What are you picking?
I'm going to go M80. I think this team is too good and too well drilled and understands the meta and the split fury way too much to fall in an upset to a team that struggles a little bit with strategically. The only caveat to that is if a big pop-off performance happens, if one of these guys behind me in terms of Bleed just starts shooting their shots and hitting every shot and playing for the ones and wins them, then I could see an upset. But no, M80 should have too much.
If one player pops off, they definitely can win this, and I think Reaps, he's the guy to do it, and I'm a believer in him. You know, as you mentioned, nothing to lose. They've got an SI spot potentially to gain as well, so they've got everything to play for. M80, it's their first time. Might be a little cold, so spice it up. Let's go Bleed.
All right, I like that. Okay, you know who else I like? Dev and Mandy. And Dev, you always have fun facts, so I'm putting you on the spot. Give me a fun fact right now about one of these teams. Go.
You know what, Jackie? I appreciate you throwing me under the bus, but fortunately for you, have I got a fun fact. Bleed, while they have upset a lot of teams by making it here to Phase 2, they have never beaten a team outside of APAC. They beat Cyclops twice in order to get here, and this is their first true international matchup where they have a shot at winning.
Yeah, this is the first time that I think that Bleed are really going to be tested in their playstyle. I mean, the aggression that these guys bring into the server that Fresh and Jesse were talking about, I think is completely fair, right? These guys play this relentless early game on the defense, spawn peak central, but against a disciplined team, will it be enough?
It's a great question. M80 are indeed disciplined. They are experienced. This is a very tumultuous roster for what a couple of years it has been as XSET, and then, of course, M&M forming, splitting off, Marco deciding he wanted to make his own organization, bringing the team with him, picking up Spoit and Iconic, some of the best players in the game. Spoit himself, a major champion a year and a half ago in Berlin. Now, in America, technically M80's home ground, though none of the players themselves are actually from the States except for Iconic. Let's see if they can crush Bleed like the fans expect.
The M80 have just had such a phenomenal Stage 2 so far, near flawless run, and I think a lot of people are expecting these guys to be world champions at some point. Will it be this major or will it be later on? I'm not sure, but I feel like the grand final at the Gamers 8 that we saw them go up against BDS was really quite telling that this team, in the short amount of time that they've been together, is really starting to rise to the top.
That's very true. M80 is a roster with so much expectations, but also a lot of stakes. M80, if anything, is too big to fail. Now, I can't take credit for that. It's something that Carter said to me yesterday. There has been too much investment to buy two of the most expensive players. Of course, Spoit importing all the way from Europe, and Iconic previously on Astralis. But in M80's time, it's been less than a year, by the way, since this organization formed, the Rainbow Six team has earned more than 10 times the amount of prize money as their CS and Valorant rosters combined. M80 is all about Rainbow Six. This is their flagship roster, and they need to start winning trophies. They can't afford to lose games to teams like Bleed.
Yeah, we're going to send ourselves into Bank for the battlefield of choice between these two teams. A couple of the very disruptive operators being taken out through the band phase as well, both Ying and Nanook being taken out on this side of the attack, with M80, of course, starting on that side first. It does mean that they lose a couple of options in nades. Not just that, but you've got players like Kino who will very much lean into operators like Ying or any really of your disruptive operators to try and make a play and to try and have that execute plan phase or the pre-execute plan phase go his way. That really is a big fish. Why?
I feel like we're on Tinder or something with seeing a fish that big. I don't really get why. I don't understand it. It has nothing to do with the Bleed organization as far as I'm aware, but that is one damn big fish.
We're going to go down into the basement for the first bomb side of choice for Bleed. Does seem like they are leaning into the Plantanal with a combination of the Goyo C4, 2 C4s in fact, and the smoke canisters on Mentalist as well. So probably not too extensive a roam, although Asfi has brought along the castle, so it does make me think maybe they're going to do something light over inside of open area, but it's not going to be like some massive like 3-floor type of thing. Also with only a few seconds left of the prep phase ticking down, really they can't dedicate too much more. Actually, that being said, the hatches in the top floor have been reinforced off, so they are dedicating quite a bit of utility or a little bit of their resource up into this roam game.
It is classic Bleed, isn't it, to look for a setup to play into gunfights like that. How about it? Warden might be down to a 1-speed operator, but he's still got that MPX 1.5 times scope. And imagine the very first round you play in phase 2 of a major and you spawn big Spoit. Hats off, Hoven.
Oh man, that is one way to make a statement against M80, but the round has just barely begun. Only 40 seconds have ticked by, and M80 now with a man deficit have got to make their plan work through the map. It does seem like a roam clear will be on the cards for them off the back of the vertical pressure that Gomez will be able to bring on the sledge, and he really wants to vacate out that Teller's Archives position, make sure that there's no one that's comfortable inside of the ground floor. It's going to allow Diaz some room to creep his way on in and start to get the pinch onto the plays in open.
But Turdster still remains on the top floor. Yeah, they have absolutely no idea. This is so free. 1 kill, 1 tap is all that's required. 3 players left for M80. How do they miss Turdster on the top floor? How do they have no idea that the Mozzie still roams up above? He has dropped now to the ground floor, but he's still at large. He has so many options. He's actually going to C4 himself a rotation now into lobby. Diaz was not far from this position not long ago, and he's got an idea. He may have heard that C4.
Oh, Turd's done good here, though. Even if he has heard the C4, it is going to make M80 even more distracted on this clearing through the ground floor. There's only a minute left to go. They do not have that much utility left on their side. Like, yes, Diaz could work, I guess, the hatches with some of his hard breach charges, but Turd's gone all the way up into the top floor. They need to make a decision now. Are they going to hit the bomb site or try and deal with them? And it seems like the bomb site is going to be the next point of focus.
It is a 3v5, though. Even if Turdster stays in lobby for the rest of the round, it'll be a 3v4 on site. M80 have a lot of work to be done to make this possible to plant, and clearing that bulletproof camera, that'll be the first step. They've done so. That's very nice, and this is perfect. Turdster moves far too early. Diaz reads him.
Really nice stuff there. Now they are initiating in the executors. Iconic's going to try and get the plan down, but not before being stopped by one of the smoke babes of Mentalist. Now the time is really going to be delayed out, and they need to worry about Hoven, of course, the Warden. He can see through the smokes, and it's going to be lethal as they try and go in for the execute.
He is spotted by the Grimm's Bees. However, Iconic goes for another smoke, but hang on, he's taking the diffuser upstairs. M80 are deciding to change tack. The final dying moments of this round. Bleed will not go for a flank. Diaz finds his entry. Hoven's down. That's the Warden. Iconic needs to find somewhere safe to plant. He gets the kill. He must stick it now. Mentalist to clutch in the 1v2. Diaz needs to cover, but there is no such cover present. Whoa! And a good clutch for Mentalist kicks this game off for Bleed.
Oh man, but what a close round that was between M80 and Bleed. I mean, there was a 3 versus 5 Turd. He made absolutely the wrong move going in for his flank way too early. And the innovation of M80 to then make that call of, okay, we do not have the time to burn through this utility. Flooding in would be a terrible idea into the Warden. Try and go for an off plant was like nearly genius. It just came down to Iconic getting a little bit indecisive in the final seconds of the round and going for a plant somewhere unsafe when he couldn't land the final kill. If Diaz had dropped the hatch even mere seconds, or even half a second earlier, that would have been M80's round. And I feel like that is a pretty crazy prospect when the round looks so dominant halfway through.
I happened to catch a glimpse as well, Mandy, that there was a really strange castle barricade on the double door in the red hallway, right? So if you drop the hatch, you actually can't see red hallway immediately, and it meant that even if he did drop the red hatch, you would have had to run into CCTV to try and cover the red hallway. And it's little strange things like this in hectic moments in rounds that cause even the most experienced players to take an extra step, to take an extra second. And as we could see, there were no spare seconds in that round for Diaz.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Nevertheless, Bleed do get away with the first round, even though it was scrappy, and they're going to send us up into the top floor instead. Once again, leaning into the castle to make lounge and reception a little bit more of a stronghold for the player that is inside there. Mentalist as well, setting up some of these Yokai drones as well for the late round, and just to inform how the rappel game is going as the round ticks by.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This top floor can be quite a troublesome one to defend if the attack can establish a really strong beachhead at top square. Looks like Claymores in abundance on these windows. Probably the right idea, I'd say, when you're playing against a team like Bleed.
Definitely, for sure. I would not be asking for anything less from M80 as they start out their attack. They have leaned into the double hard breach, actually, on both the Hibana and the Ace, and it does make me think that they will take their time to at least try and open up some of these walls, at least work the stock hallway and see what they can claim. That was what Kino's drones, the Rotero drones, were doing just then, to try and at least clear off some of the utility off the back side of the wall, to see if they could then land some of those X-Kairos or Selma or whatever they want to do. He's even going to use it to try and breach the wall going into the bomb site too. So what M80 want to do here is they want to take their time on the rappels and exterior to then pick apart the bomb site, create lines of sight, and make the actual bomb site itself really uncomfortable to play in. Not just that, but they even have the grenade pressure down from below with Iconic to claim the first kill inside of Janitor.
Pivotal position as well. This bomb site, Mandy, it relies on specific positions still being up and active. And if M80 can dislodge a couple of key players, the entire defense will crumble.
Here goes Reeves, though, on his swing out onto the double window on stock. He doesn't quite land the shots he needs, and Kino on the other side is going to claim his life, but not before Turd's able to claim one on his own. Gomez, though, is going to double down for a pick for M80, and it leaves Hoven all alone in the 1 versus 3, alone inside of Janitor, but he can claim the first.
Yeah, he's found 2 kills on the round. 2 more needed. Gomez falls on back into airlock, but he's spotted on the risky rotate. All up to Hoven versus Diaz. He couldn't clutch. Last round, Diaz, you will have to do better now. As he picks Gomez back up, quick thinking. Hoven looks for it, but Diaz says not twice.
They've been fucking powered by dumbass.
And the score is even.
Chaotic round there for M80.
2 chaotic rounds in a row.
Yeah, very chaotic. I'm really excited to see these two teams play against each other. I feel like there is such a clash of play styles with the way that these guys play. I mean, I think M80 are one of these teams that, with Iconic being such a vocal player on the roster and coming from that Astralis roster that really did pioneer such a fast-paced play style, he really does bring such a unique approach to enable his teammates to really get in and do the dirty work. But I think on the side of Bleed, is that really the right approach that you want to take to a team that is so aggressive on the front line, even on the defense, where they're going to take the fight to you? Do you want to then play the disciplined game? And I think because there is such a clash in the pacing, it's going to be such an interesting game to watch.
I'm thinking back, Mandy, to the GK versus W7M game that we saw earlier today. And W7M love to play aggressive on their defense to their fault.
10 seconds to insertion.
And GK punished them for it. Now, Bleed, like you said, we know that they're an aggressive team, unusually aggressive. We've seen that thus far. M80, I feel like they need to maybe take a leaf out of GK's book and look for the ways that you can punish those extended plays and consolidate advantages. Because these have both been very close rounds, remember, because the first was a 1 versus 2, and the second was a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As soon as one trade comes out, the rest of the team is going to jump right in on that action. Diaz with a very quick entry up the blue stairs, enabled by some of the drone work of his teammate in Sport, who's actually jumped onto the Bravo. Interesting pick here, especially against the gadgets of Fenrir on the side of Mentalist. He's going to have to be careful to make sure he doesn't lose some of his activations. This is really fast drone work from Bravo or Spoit to take down the two mute jammers going onto the quad wall. It's going to allow DS, who's finally made his way up the blue stairs, to open that up. And Aspie's in a world of trouble.
Yeah, he's got a Monsane right on his heels. Kino can get so much information from this position and keep threatening the unshield, but he takes a risk that is paid at his expense. Aspie has salvaged this, and he has a good position now with the Keeper Barrier to defend him. One's still generating now. In a few seconds, he will have that to assist. But Turdster, on this long angle, is the key player to protect Aspie and buy him more time.
Not the smartest bit of micro there from Kino. They had the opportunity to hit the bomb site, but off the back of that, they need to pivot and change their plan. And it does seem like a top floor clear is going to be on the cards for M80.
We're good here. Argus online.
Patient now for M80. It took a very risky early play, and it did not pan out. Now they have to figure out how to bounce back as a result. I'm still trying to figure out their exact plan, Mandy. They're kind of pressuring a lot of everywhere all at once, and now they know Hoven is up here in Janitor. They
really want to pinch him out. Spoit's going to come in with one of his teammates inside of Stock as well. I think that's Kino, or sorry, Gomez on the other side. Kino's dead. Diaz still holding onto this ground floor pressure as well. So if any of the roamers from the top floor do try and make this fall off, there is a way that he could try and inject himself inside of either the bomb side or looking his way inside of Tellers. But there's Hoven with a really nice C4 into Gomez to double down on the first pick. Now 3 versus 5 is a very good position for Bleed to be in, but we've seen M80 do some magic work even from this position.
It is true, but Mandy, keep in mind, there are 3 bulletproof cameras brought by Bleed. And in the late round, in a 3v5, I think their chances of making it work look grim. Iconic so close to dropping this hatch. Spoit jumps straight into the window, but the Fenrir gadget sends him to the Shadow Realm. Oh no, Spoit, you gotta land this. Shotgun v shotgun, Samo, he makes it work. 1 bullet in the tank. But he loses his life anyway, and Bleed can easily smoke them.
Much cleaner round as well from Bleed. In the man advantage, they didn't give away their lives. They fell back to the safety of the bomb site. Hoven is the player that I want to highlight in particular. He was in a real rough spot inside of Janitor. He was almost in the 3-way pinch, and then he thought the better of it and went back down to his teammates. And because he did that, he could later land the C4 into the player that was trying to get in through the top floor. And it just feels like this time around, at least compared to the basement defense that they had, Bleed played a much more disciplined game, come into the late round, and M80 just didn't have as much room to do what they wanted to do.
A bit of a momentum stopper now as we go for a quick rehost. This technical pause, you'll see none of the players talking because as it's a tech, the admins will not allow them to speak. You can't use these tech pauses as impromptu tactical pauses.
Have some replays up here as well of the last round. I think this was really the first mistake that M80 made in the round. Kino not quite managing the micro on the Monty as well as he thought that he did, and Aspie, being that his army was in a safe haven. Even though it looked like the world was falling apart around him, his little bubble inside the bomb site was safe. And even though Kino took the gamble on the 1 versus 1, he somehow landed the shots. He had the high ground, I guess, as some might say.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people forget about playing shields, but if you are higher than the shield, it's pretty easy to shoot over it in most circumstances. And if you're from that shield's POV, like, it looks like there's no way they can shoot you because you see that shield in front of your face, but you have to keep in mind the perspective difference. And for Kino, yeah, a little bit of a mistake. If he had waited a little bit longer, or if he had just immediately shielded back up after threatening to shoot, perhaps his teammates would have been able to assist. Perhaps he would have scared Aspie a little bit more. But as soon as Aspie found that kill, it felt like there was a weight lifted off of Bleed's shoulders. just look at this man.
He looks kind of scary. I don't know. Like,
he does.
Like in an unsettling way,
yeah.
You know?
No, Reaps is unsettling. You know, he actually reminds me of?
What?
You know Light from Death Note?
Oh, yeah.
He actually gives me vibes.
Yeah, he does. He does have light vibes. That is true. He just needs to eat, what is it, strawberry cake or whatever?
You're pressing my memory too much.
I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can get the photographers to do that. Surely that's like a very achievable photo shoot, right?
Yeah.
The fish is really unsettling as well. Like, what's going on, you know?
Speaking of unsettling, I think that's very much the strategy that this team have, right? It looks like we've actually moved into a tactical timeout, by the way. If you're wondering why these teams are speaking, let's listen.
It's just fun, bro. Just stay tough and punish that guy on my, bro. You know, Kiki, just be on the skyline, just punish that guy. I don't want to play skyline. Oh. Yeah, kind of fuck, no? Okay, fine, I'm gonna move my BP to garage, so no CC BP. That's fine. Give me a multi-trap on the CCTV door. No, it's not, it's fine. Yeah. And for us here. False. You can do the 6 kappa too. Basically. Yeah. Oh, and Kiki? No, bro, you're fine. You're fine, okay?
Interesting words from the coach of M80. Is it Bodega?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Yep.
It looks a bit different to the last time I saw him. It's just like...
I was going to say, I didn't quite recognize him there, to be honest, but...
Yeah.
Interesting words from both sides, actually. We got to hear a little bit from both teams here in this series, and Bleed, they have some small intricacies they want to change in this strategy, whereas on the side of M80, there are some very different words happening, right? Stuff about the mental game, stuff about the overall gameplay, like what they need to be doing to settle themselves, you know? It's a very different level of energy between these two teams.
Securing the ball! It's an interesting contrast, isn't it, right? Like, Bleed are talking about... Oh, this is the castle barricade I was talking about, by the way.
It's very low level.
Yeah, Bleed were talking about, like, oh, move this bulletproof camera here. Can I have a Mozzie Pest on this door? Completely different to, hey guys, we need to counter their play style by playing like this, or, you know, stop getting in your things like that.
It's like a difference, right? Like, sometimes you want to make a very like top level comment to get the team back into it, but if you're already in it, you can like afford to make those like low level, small intricate details. Oh, there's a player prone. Oh, he's completely been misdrowned.
No.
They have no idea that Turd is here and Spoit is about to walk in on him.
Oh man. Spoit got spawn picked in the opening round by Hoven.
If they knew he was here, this would be the freest kill. There's a player on the roof, Spoit's in. Like, there's no way they should be losing this, but they just don't have the info.
The drone went right past him and missed him. Turd has the option of a lifetime here to take down Spoit in one of the most embarrassing ways possible. He's so close. Come on, just jump on him. That's what Turd's waiting for. The patience. He doesn't want to step up because he knows how good Spoit is. Now there's another player at his window as well. Oh, 3 players on the balcony. He finds a double. Spoit trades it. But what a disaster for M80.
Oh, that is not good. That is certainly not good of a start for M80. Once again, in this basement attack, they have fallen at the first hurdle, and that's Turd in the early game. 2 rounds in a row, he's been able to cause havoc against this team, and it's all up to Gomez, Diaz, and Spoit to pick up the pieces.
Talk about how a tactical timeout needs to bring in the mental. Well, that is just about the worst thing that can happen for your team's mental. Getting taken down 2 players like that due to a missed drone. And that would have been a free kill had they known about it. Reaps takes down Spoit eventually, playing on this hatch. Quite an aggressive position for Reaps, but aggression is the name of the game for Bleed.
This team's relentless. That's their MO. That's their personality. It's the way that they play the game and approach it. And even though they are in the man advantage, Reaps is still sitting there and he's thinking, okay, this is a one-way angle for me. This is defender-sided. I'm going to shoot his feet before he sees me.
Bleed want to get in your head. They want to claw their way inside and remind you that they will always be there. There's nothing you can do about it. Gomez drops the hatch, but the Vulcan canister detonating on the back of that nade will lock him from peeking out.
This is a near impossible situation for M80. They're going to try and make their way down the main stairs, but really there's a crossfire that's being held by a player in garage and one inside the bomb site as well. Diaz feeling that pressure is going to try and isolate at least one of those engagements, but he'll be taken down. A 3-way crossfire. In fact, Reaps trying to collect the second, but it's all up to Gomez, and he's going to be taken down by Hoven to claim a 3rd for Bleed.
We just go!
Clean rounds for Bleed. Seriously.
Very clean.
They have no idea about my Echo Drone. If we don't... Yeah. I gotta hunt this guy.
Here he is, Turds to himself.
Did you play catch for CO last time, Rips? Yeah, put on the sun,
Intricacies, you know? The small intricacies. Mentalist is going, they don't know about my drone, like a yokai drone. that's somewhere that's been giving them all the info. And so he's telling his team, like, play off it, you know, like go for it. And it's so interesting just how different the comms are between these two teams right now.
Yeah. But the round win reaction for Bleed is still getting them back into the mental, right? Like they're not talking strategy in those moments. They have a few choice words that, I mean, I don't remember exactly what Reap said, but it was something on the lines of, let's go, just keep pushing, like we've got this. Like it's they're fired up, like really. And I don't just mean that kind of in the basic figurative sense that they're playing well, but no, like they are playing with a fiery vengeance to them. Like they are cocky, they're confident, but that cockiness is their best ally.
That's what eggs them on, that's what pushes them forwards. And when you've got a roster that all have that kind of energy, some would call gremlin energy, it kind of works. It's the magic.
It does. When you've got players willing to be really cheeky, like Turdster, and the confidence to peak some of the best players in the world. You know, this guy's peaking Iconic and Diaz on these repels with a 1.5. It's not easy. Look at how many 1.5s this roster's running, by the way. I think every single operator should have a 1.5 times scope, except for Asfi and Hoven. So they're ready to take these narrow engagements.
And this is where the grit of M80 is really going to be tested, right? Bleed is the team that you come up against in ranked and you just hate it, you know? You want to be out, you don't want to do this anymore. But this is where M80 needs to, you know, take their losses and move on, round by round. Turd now feeling the bit of pressure now that his castle barricades inside of reception have been taken down by DS. Long range on the Hibana. Doesn't quite find the kill, but at least it means that Turd is not as safe as he was before. That means Iconic can come in with his zoning utility, or they can send in some Esports utility, or whatever they need to dislodge him in his position.
Can I just say, Bleed are so good at playing these very finicky positions where a wrong foot would expose them to 4 lines of sight. They know exactly how not to expose themselves. However, Turster will be forced to move on the back of that Capital. He still survives, even going prone. Anything not to die.
But he's been zoned out of his position inside of Lounge. And even as he tries he's found a pocket somehow. In the way back in through the fire and the flames, he's still in this position. Like you've been saying, hell in the self position. The bomb site is the top floor. There's no way for you to fall off. You just have to play that until you die. But Turdy doesn't want to die until he gets a kill with him.
He's ready for it. Now 45 seconds left remaining, and M80 have flipped. They're going for stock.
I think they kind of have to, right? They've done what they can to dislodge Turd, and they haven't been able to land the kill off the back of the Capital bolt, so instead they're going to put the pressure onto Reaps instead inside the stock hallway. But he gets the first onto Iconic. Here goes Gomez. On his attempt out of into Shadow, and he can claim the first, but not the second. Spoit, he's in the bomb site.
What? Spoit, what are you doing here? You're going to have to make your presence felt. There's the Yokai. Spotted, taken down. Gomez finds one. Hoven and Turd have to pick up the pieces. And Hoven does just that. Diaz has gone down. There is nothing that they can do. How does he keep fighting these? Hoven's found 2. But that diffuser needs to be planted, and neither of these players have it. Kino picks it up. 5 seconds as he forces it down. Spoit to clutch. And M80 finally give them a bit of the taste of their medicine.
Solid repellent there from M80. They did what they needed to do to make the defense feel uncomfortable, the anchors feel uncomfortable, and even though they tried to go for a pivot in through the stock hallway, the remaining players over on that North Repel found their opportunity to get on in off the back of some of that utility from Iconic, and all they really needed to do was just gun them down after that. And when you've got a player like Spoit on the roster, that's what he does.
Yeah, if there was any moment to fire up, it was right there. And he did. He looks very chill. And we're starting to hear the conversations change for M80. No more of that top level, as you were saying, that very macro, you know, mind game and psych up guys. It's back to, all right, well, they're going to play open area again. Let's attack it like this.
Here we go. Kino once again leaning into the Monty push. Last time we saw him do this, he did try and take the tussle onto Aspi, but Aspi got the better of him with the high ground. Hopefully this time around, Kino thinks the better of it and will actually try and rendezvous in with his teammates and make that work a little better.
Yeah, the thing is that this Monty push I was a big fan of last time they did it, but now it's been telegraphed, and I think that makes it a little bit more challenging to pull off. Bleed are going to be more aware, they're going to be more ready, it's not going to be as much of a surprise to Asfi. That said, there's not a ton of util on the defensive side to counter that Monty. You've got 2 C4s, and that's just about it.
Here goes Diaz, the hard breach of the squad to go and open up the Kanto wall. It doesn't seem like they're going to direct into the bomb site as they did last time around. They're going to commit themselves, all 5 of them, to the roam clear. So even though Kino, yes, he is on the Monty, it can be still used elsewhere. Turd, though, has a pretty good read of what's going on the top floor clear and already has a C4 prepped. Meanwhile, Hoven's going to be the first point of contest inside a Janitor, making sure those repellents aren't so safe.
It's a good C4 position for Turd. How is he going to know when to detonate it? Is he going to do sound cue based on Hoven's position? Speaking of, it's a very awkward spot for Hoven. He decides, look, it's actually not worth the risk of staying alive here. Turdster really just has to listen for the sound of that rappel in.
Hoven's got a C4 of his own, keep in mind as well, so falling off to the ground floor means that as they do go in for the entry M80, of course, they do have to worry about that pressure coming out from down below, and Kino can at least confirm that the top floor is in fact clear with the Monty shield at bay. Iconic as well with a pre-placed drone over in top square can confirm that no one has come back up the stairs in the presence of the roamers that were originally there.
Yeah, this is good from M80. They've been a lot more thorough, and they're really watching these flanks. They know Bleed want to go for them, but this is the thing.
Don't do it.
Turdster, are you ready for this? Oh, the timing was just off. And I think you've got to credit Gomez there. He knew to jump straight over that railing as fast as possible to get out of dodge for a C4. Diaz punishes Turdster. And for the first time, it feels M80 have a very solid advantage.
Great lateral pressure from Diaz, and Kino, seeing that happen, is actually going to double down on it and push his way on into Telus and have a think about what's going on the bomb site. The time has been ticking away, so there's only about 50 seconds left for M80 to go through this pre-execute planning phase. But oh, there goes Kino taking a hell of a lot of damage from Reaps over an elevator.
Ooh. Reaps is getting shot back at, though. Diaz has a very nice narrow angle. Reaps does take a little bit of damage for it. And I think Diaz's job is simply to keep Reaps at bay. Gomez is dropped into the side premature as he loses his life, but M80 decide it's go time. They send it in. Iconic for a double ass feed to take down Spoit, but traded back immediately by Kino with the Monty. It's all up to Reaps. With Kino forcing down that diffuser, Iconic's had a massive round thus far, and he needs to cover, but he doesn't get it done. All up to Reaps now, but he's up against a Monty, and he has no utility to do anything about it. He needs to get behind the Monty and land some shots. Kino's low HP, but this is a dance with death that Reaps cannot afford. That time is ticking on down, and Kino is baiting him to the opposite side of the map. He's done it! How? Kino, you played everything right, but Reaps doesn't care. He is persistent, he is incessant, and Bleed will take the half, thanks to the Chinese superstar.
I would argue there that Kino got robbed a little bit of that final 1 versus 1. He was the Monty in theory. He should have been able to play that micro game to his favor, but a stray bullet landing in his head. Low HP, it's all that he needed to be taken down. Reaps somehow landing the 1 versus 2 clutch, retaking up the main stairs, I feel like was the right play there, and I think isolating those 1-to-1s was what he needed.
Now we have some fun.
Well, at least Kino's still got a smile on his dial. As that is just about one of the worst ways that you can possibly lose a round.
It did feel a bit unfair, you know? That felt like a very stray bullets.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, these shields, we've talked about them. They can be very finicky and hard to land right. But I don't know if Reaps had the info that the player was low HP, but all it took was a single bullet, and we're likely to see here on the replay. We can have a deeper look. Iconic really did bring that round back, though, for M80.
He really did.
Here it is. Let's have a look for this last bullet. Oh, yeah. So it's the elevation once again.
Yeah, once again.
Ironically, it's the exact same thing that got Kino killed last time.
Yeah. Kino not quite showing the proficiency, I think, in the Monty micro that we had hoped for in the 1-to-1. It was, in fact, not so stray for bullet.
Did you hear what Reaps said?
What did he say?
He wins that clutch and he's yelling, "I'm just better. I'm just better."
Gremlin energy in full showing in this matchup against M80, which I think is fair enough. Very much a Titan roster here in Rainbow Six, but not having quite the game that they'd hoped for. Going over to their defending half, though, they are going to choose to go down into the basement, and very similar to what Bleed were bringing along. They are leaning into the plants and all of the smoke, and the 2 C4s, of course, of Iconic and of Sploit as well. See if they can bait out the plants for long enough and hopefully claim the round from there.
On the attack now, it's a very different beast. But they're fired up and ready for it. This is very quick. A nice little execute onto open area. And have a look at that. M80 will not have any of it. They fall back immediately.
They must have some pre-placed drones somewhere. 3 players are currently on them. Turd, Aspie, and Mentalist all on it. But having opened up the map, they can now make their way in, use all the hard breach charges they might need. And with a whole minute and 45 seconds left to go as well, there is a lot of time for them to have a think about what they want to do next. It's Kino on the top of the blue stairs to put the first point of contest. If they decide to do a service-sided push, Hoven's just gone and spotted him.
Good position on the blue stairs at the moment for Kino. He has been droned out. How long will he be able to hold on to this position? Elsewhere, looks like there's a bit of pressure onto Garage. Kino's actually going to try and give himself an opportunity to escape. As we say that, the hatches are being opened up. Bleed have made pretty good headway, but the thing is here, Mandy, you got 2 C4s, 2 impact grenades, and 3 gas babes to deny the plant in that late round.
They might have taken too long. Only now are they starting to pivot and then clear up Kino with only 50 seconds left to do it. Oh, where did he come from? Hello, backstabbed is Kino, and he's taken down. 45 seconds left to go. Man advantage, but Spoit's on the other side of this mirror with the Warden utility in his hands. He will be able to see through all the flashbangs and all the smokes that Turd's got.
But there is a safe spot to plant for Bleed where they will not be vulnerable to that mirror window. They will need a C4 to deny this. Mentalist halfway done. Where are the C4s? There's nothing! Iconic, far too little and far too late as Gomez finally gets the first kill of the round for M80, but they will need so much more than that. A miracle required as Gomez decides to go for a flank, but he's doing it into all these track stingers. He's caught in the web that Bleed have stitched up for him, and Bleed can simply hold in the post plan. Aspie finds one, Mentalist locks it in, Spoit the last one left, but there is nothing that can save him. Bleed have been indomitable, and Hoven is the final knife in their back.
Guys, that's exactly what we talk about. We are going too fast. These guys just don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Some choice words from Reeves, and honestly, looking at that, it certainly looks like at the moment that Iconic went down on the smoke, they no longer had reliable plant deny utility. The only thing that they had was 2 C4s, and when you're playing in this LAN environment, when there's so much going on around you, a lot of the time you're not going to hear it. You are not going to hear that plant sound going down in the chaos of the round when your team's probably coming to you. They're going for the execute. They're going to execute. You've probably got 4 people screaming in your ear while the 2 C4 players have no idea that the plant is going down because, like you pointed out, it was in the blind spot to the mirror, and Kino had gone down early with those smoke babes.
Damn. What a juxtaposition. Iconic was the Batman on Six Invitational main stage just earlier this year, and what a different expression we see from him now, down 5-2 to a bunch of guys from the Asia-Pacific region. I mean, this is really an eclectic mix, by the way. You've got 2 Chinese players in Reaps and Mentalist. You've got Hoven from Indonesia, Aspie is from Singapore, and Turdster from New Zealand. So the very eclectic mix that you've got here. And the only ones that have ever played at an international event before are Mentalist from back in the Airwolf days with Tokoname, and Reaps from his one major experience in Jönköping last year.
Certainly an interesting bunch, and one that I really felt like they missed the opportunity in stage 1 in Copenhagen. It's really exciting to finally see them have that chance at the international stage here in Atlanta, and they are proving to us why they deserve to be here.
I also forgot Hoven was on Gaming Gladiators in Berlin.
Yeah.
Cannot forget that. And he's been the man of the hour here, 10 kills in 7 rounds.
Here he goes, special drone squad rollout. Both the Rotero drones and the Twitch drones are going to make work through this mid-round slowly and steady, but surely. Hoven's taken down at the top of Spiral Stairs, but Asphy's still going to make use of his on the other side. I can only imagine he's probably sent his over on Stock side, try and clear out the shield that's gone down there, or whatever utility might be stopping Mentalist from getting the hard breach on the wall.
I think this has got to be the slowest round we've seen from Bleed so far. On their previous attack, they were very pacey at taking map control, but it's a very different beast here on this top floor. It's about clearing these power positions and putting some pressure on. And Iconic is expecting some form of a roam game, some form of alert game from the defense, perhaps going down below with grenades, but he's got that call wrong. And at the moment, his roam isn't really affecting much.
Bleed have actually done quite well here. Not only have they just cleared out the stock hallway shield, but they're even starting to make headway on some of the stuff that's going on down in the bomb site off the back of those Rotero drones that Asphy has got. Mentalist now has a couple options with his hard breach. Does he want to try and open up the main breach in the wall, or try and work some of those repels, even try and put more pressure on in the stock hallway with those X-Kairos? There's a lot that Bleed could do here, but with the time ticking away, there's not a lot of, well, room for them to go and do it, and they're going to try and repel it instead.
Okay. Well, this is one way to get the job done. Hoven, one shot, a second shot. He is traded back, and that might make this a more winnable round for M80. They really should have won this round, and it looks like they will indeed. Gomez, a triple kill, staving off that attempted late round rush. It's all up to the young gunner, 19 years old. His birthday just the other day. Turdster, he talks a lot of smack. Let's see if he can back it up in the 1v3. Very
premature execute, in my opinion, from Bleed. I really felt like they had the opportunity to do a lot more with the bomb site before they actually hit it, especially with how much utility they had. It just didn't feel like it was totally used. Turd in the 1 versus 3. He can probably get one, maybe, perhaps. Oh, or maybe he can't. Iconic's just going to run for it. Fair enough. Keep your KD.
There you go. That's the rounds.
Let's turn up, boys. Come on.
Yeah, that's good. That's good from M80. They really have to be on the ball there. At some point, Bleed are going to make a mistake like that and jump the gun. And they have to be ready for that.
I want to see you finish this game out! I want to see you finish! I want to see you finish! Go to 7! Go to 7 now! I want to see you finish! I go to 7! Okay?
What are you saying, bro?
What is he saying, bro? You know the meme of the cat that like looks over the fence and he's like standing on his two legs? What's going on over there?
I would love to be a fly on the wall in that studio right now.
Oh, God.
But Hoven and Asphy, I believe it was Hoven and Asphy, were yelling some mad smack after Reaps' clutch. And it looks like Bodega says, hey, that goes both ways. I want to see you go to 7.
Exciting game this has been so far between these two teams, really egging each other on in the comms, both sides. Hoven really, he almost made this repellent push work, claiming 2, but like I said, it just felt like they didn't have a whole lot of options on the entries. Yeah, Gomez was in such a good spot. He was really so safe inside of meeting. They had a lot of options, actually, I feel like, to pressure out Gomez in his position and meeting with all the hard breach they had, even all the way top square control as well. It felt like they could have challenged it, but alas, M80, they could hold on.
Yeah, they can, but they don't have forever, right? Eventually, they're going to have to go back down to Locker's CCTV, and it looks like that's going to be where they go now. Will they hold on longer to this roam, Mandy? Because in the first attack for Bleed, they were incredibly quick. They took that map control. M80 forfeited, and it meant that there was a door open for a solid round, a solid attack onto the basement.
Quite like this from M80. They're being really brave here with the defensive strategy that they've brought. They've basically extended through all 3 floors of the map. Not just that, but this second floor, or the ground floor, is very much opened up to the defense as well. Lots of lines aside that's going to make lobby control really tough to get. Reaps, though, bottom square control seems to have been opened up to him. Makino's there on the other side, SMG11 in hand. But he's going to be taken out by Reaps over on that window, and it's going to put Bleed in the man advantage.
Another critical death for Kino, but you know what's more important, Mandy? The smokes are gone.
Again.
With no impact, barely any delayed time, Bleed will be laughing at that massive advantage they have just garnered for themselves. Now, Spoit might have an opportunity here to redeem themselves. A minute 37 on the clock. The plan is going down. Where is the plant denial? Iconic, he's got no bloody clue. 3 3v5 now as M80 must retake. Spoit still on his roam upstairs. If only he was on site to support his teammates. Now, Bleed, all they need to do is hold on, and Mentalist does just that. And as Spoit falls, it seems like M80's chances are looking grim.
Their plans were completely spoiled by Bleed. They went for the super ambitious hold throughout the entire map. But what was the one hole in that strategy? Bottom square. Reefs immediately injects himself inside of there. Mentalist is thinking, you are in the perfect cutoff position right now, Reefs. I'm going for the plant. And they have no idea that I'm going for the plant because Hoven was down there with the buck. He opened up the wall by himself and he went, there it is. There's the plant spot. That's
free.
That is free. That is literally what he calls to his team, and Mentalist trusted in his teammates and just went straight for it. M80 completely caught off guard.
And what are they saying now, I wonder? Quiet on both fronts. M80, this is one of the best that North America has to offer, and they sit in silence, staring down 3 match points against Bleed on their major debut.
Here we go,
Yes.
M80.
Are you scared, Batman?
Is that not the face of fear? I don't know. Spoit looks kind of nervous there, yo.
Batman, are you scared?
Bomb located by attackers.
These guys are like, they're literally like, they are the villains. Bleed are, like, this is the Joker arc for this squad. Yeah, if Iconic is Batman, then yeah, there's no doubt who the Joker is in this game.
Bleed on what is potentially their final attack onto open area, and staff room will be potentially the final bomb site of choice for M80. But look at Bleed. They're really having a think now with the glass in hand about just hitting the bomb site. Changing up the pace once again, exploiting the fact that M80 just really aren't there. Where's the presence?
Oh, it's a rush once again. You're right. Reaps has gone in. He hasn't found a kill as of yet. He's in a very awkward position. Iconic does not want to overpeak. He has a spray. He lands the shot. The kill he will not know about as of yet, but it does put a thorn in the side for Bleed.
They've messed up. Iconic able to shut that one down. It's Reaps to go down at the expense of what was an attempted rush, but Mentalist is going to get down in through the bottom of Electrical, but so does Turd, and so does Asfi. Asfi actually pops off with a kill, but not before being traded back, so man advantage still in the favor of M80 coming into this mid-round.
But M80 still their nerve, which is critical here, because if they had over-aggressed, if all of these roamers had quickly tried to get back to site, for example, Spoit, if he tried to make his way back, then Turd definitely would have caught him out and opened up the round once again for Bleed. M80 have the numbers advantage, but there's good information here for Bleed to make something work.
But Spoit and Iconic, they're in such great spots here. Even if they try and make something work from the bottom square, they have to worry about Spoit with his flank coming in through top square with the rotation hole he's made. And Iconic so far has just done such a good job at keeping the site at bay and making sure it's safe. But here goes Turd on his play in through bottom square, the position that we were just talking about, the space that's being given to them. But it could be a false sense of security. Spoit's still there on the top floor.
Turd heard those Azami Keeper barriers be deployed, but I don't think he knew where they were. Now he's looking to make something work in through Archives. He's actually right close to the site. He can peek on inside. Will he be able to find something? Meanwhile, Mentalist has made his way into Kitchen as well. Hoven has gone down, but I think Terce has got a great position. He is traded on back. Mentalist to trade again. 1v3, and Gomez is there with the reply.
You wanna know he's so bad, right? You wanna know he's so bad? Let's see how you finish this game now!
Solid hold there from M80.
Let's see you joking this. I wanna see you joking this. I wanna see you joking this, Mentalist!
I want to see your Joker face.
No, I thought he said, I want to see you choking this Mentalist.
Is that what he said?
I thought that's what he said at the end there. The mind games between these two teams.
That.
Good fun. I like it. Nice stuff there from M80, taming the beast of Bleed as they tried to change up the tempo for the final round. Actually, not really changing up the tempo, going by Bleed tempo in the final round, but not to be. M80 can claim that one. Iconic in a really great position to actually shut down the rush that came through, and then Spoit as well with his backstab. I thought that was really what they needed to make sure that nothing was successful for Bleed.
I do feel like these last couple of rounds, despite M80 having some critical errors, particularly in the basement, you just look at the faces of the players. Yeah, none of them are crazy fired up like Bodega is behind them. But I do feel like they've got a renewed sense of confidence. Like they're starting to look a little bit more at peace with the situation they found themselves in and are simply focusing on fixing that situation.
That's exactly right. You have to admire the tenacity of this team. Basically, you're getting beaten up by a bunch of like, who? You know, where'd they come from? I don't know, all across the world, but I mean, literally the other side of the world. Never seen them before. These guys come from like playing scrims in like 120 ping to go playing on LAN, and they're beating you. That's rough, you know?
Yeah. And I think if you're an APAC fan, you're gonna be very happy to finally see Bleed doing something, because Direwolves, Gaming Gladiators, and IG died for this, essentially. Like, ever since Reaps left, Direwolves have not been the same. Mentalist, of course, formerly of both Fnatic and Invictus, Hoven from Gaming Gladiators, a lot of great teams that are either a shadow of their former selves or no longer exist. We used to have so many strong teams in the APAC region until it cannibalized itself and we got Bleed. In stage 1, they failed to make it to the major at the final hurdle, losing to Fury in the playoffs, and now they're here, and by God, they're making a statement.
Here goes M80 though. They're really putting the pressure on this ground floor and making it tough for Bleed to make that translation in from the entry through to the mid rounds. It's stunting them at the moment as Mentalist, he really wants to jump his way on into square, but not before the hatches get open and the vertical pressure is there from Hoven. Hoven's really going to be the deal maker here inside of this mid round, making sure there are no players on the ground floor that can be safe.
Oh, Reaps, he timed this poorly. Oh, he's so lucky. On the other side though, Kino maybe not so keen to peek with how many unfortunate mishaps he's found himself in this round, or this game rather. Round after round, Kino being a pivotal player and dying in a key position too early.
Once again, I suppose the first player potentially to die here once again as the smoke, and that would be disastrous really. You don't want to lose that early. Instead though, knowing that he's been picked up a couple times is going to dedicate it to the blue possession instead of playing into that roam game that his teammates were doing earlier on. Reaps doing a little bit of a dance with the player on the bomb site, that's Spoit, who takes a little bit off his HP, but his finger can heal that back up.
Yeah, here's good droning from Reaps as well. He's spotted that player. It's Kino. Actually doesn't manage to take down the drone, it looks. He's going to use his last gas babe with 50 seconds left to try and burn another little bit of time. And Hoven's just going to go straight for it. We've seen this work in his favor before, and it looks like lightning will indeed strike twice. It is the same story once again for Bleed.
Wall open as well, and even though there's BP facing them, actually this time they've got a whole lot less time to do it. Even though the smokes have gone down, they need to make this translation work, probably through a flood. There's not a whole lot of time that they have to waste. That being said, Iconic has wasted his C4, so if they do want to go for a plant, they might be able to.
The numbers advantage once again regained. Bleed sharpen their shivs as they go for the plant. On the 3-on-3, Aspie needs to win this fight because elsewhere Turdster is all alone. The diffuser is down on the ground. Spoit and Diaz have made this work. Spoit has been beautiful, but it's all up to Diaz. Can the young gunner win in the 1v1? A final twist of the knife as North America bleed until nothing remains. One of the biggest upsets we've seen at the tournament. Bleed take down M80.
And what an incredible match that was on Bank for Bleed. They showed us why they are relentless on their defenses, on their attacks, how they exude their confidence, and how they make M80 bleed.
Spoit who? Iconic who? I'm talking about Reaps, I'm talking about Turdstar, I'm talking about Mentalist. This guy, he's been playing for a damn long time, and he's back again with a bunch of young gunners. This roster, man, they have some fire, and there's no doubt about it. This is one of the teams that you want to watch this tournament. If you love aggressive Rainbow Six Siege, then maybe you're an Astralis fan, but perhaps you're being given a pretty solid reason for why you should support Bleed.
That's exactly right. It is very easy to enjoy the way that Bleed play the game. It is so much fun to watch because they are so confident and relentless in what they do. And when it works, it can look very beautiful to watch.
Wow. You know what Bleed remind me of? And this is going to sound crazy, but Bleed remind me of G2. The emotional play style, the sledging, the yelling at their opponents. There's a lot of Alamau energy on this team, and I want to hear from them. So let's go to the desk and to our interview.
Thanks so much, Dev and Mandy. I don't even know where to begin. Y'all were flying off of adrenaline, screaming, shouting. And what's with the fish? I guess that should be my first question.
We caught this bad boy as a team. It's our team fish now.
Aw.
Yeah.
Lucky fish, I would say.
Where'd you catch him?
At the Bass Pro Shop.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Good.
I love that you asked where he caught that.
Well,
but
they caught him as
okay.
a team.
Yeah.
Important moment.
Yeah. Refocusing here, though, I don't really have words right now. I mean, this is a massive upset, and y'all were just like screaming at a level I've never heard. So just tell me, I know it's a cliche question, but how are you feeling right now?
Ecstatic. Like, that game was insane. Like, we didn't come in with the expectation to win, but we played our own game. We were all individually popping off, and we got the dub.
Yeah, I mean, this is your first time playing on LAN, right? For most of your players. I mean, this is a big kind of moment for you guys. What is it like, the difference between being able to pop off and kind of, talk your talk IRL versus just, in the server?
It's definitely awesome, like, being able to talk to each other IRL, like, just bringing the energy together. And, like, you can just spiral momentum off having good energy together. So, yeah, in person is definitely awesome.
So, M80 in this map, they banned the Solus against you guys. You decided, screw it, I'm going to just play the Mozzie. I'm going to roam top floor. They're going to miss-drone me every single time anyways. Can you explain that a little bit? Was it harder to try to roam on the Mozzie, or was it still just business as usual for you?
It was definitely harder, definitely harder, but I just wanted to have some fun with it, so no Solus, couldn't find the drones. I just ran upstairs, pestered the windows, and sat in corners where they wouldn't drone me.
Well, I mean, it worked fantastic for you guys, and then the final round, I'd written it off as, all right, Sploit popped off, it's gonna be an M80 round, we're going to 12, and then you find the final guy. Can you just walk me through that round, what the comms were like, what you were thinking at that time?
I don't even know. Like, I'm still recovering from that round. That was crazy. I didn't think we were winning that either.
Hey, man. Well, it was a fantastic comeback from you guys in that round in particular, and just a super dominant round overall. You kind of chose Bank between your final two maps. It was going to be, I believe, Bank or Chalet were the last two options. M80, historically, they're a very good Bank team. So was there something about their play that you had seen that you thought you could take advantage of, and is that why you wanted to come to Bank?
We did a lot of prep work on Bank. And we saw it was their weakest map. They lost 8-6 to Wildcard, or beat Wildcard 8-6.
Yeah.
Anyway, we had a lot of film on them on Bank, so we chose to go Bank.
Nice.
I do have a question. Do you have a message that you want to give to your opponents? Anything that you want to say to M80?
No.
They said it all already, Jackie.
Yeah, all right. I mean, that's true. Is there anything that you want to say to doubters or people who were like, nah, this ain't going to happen?
Whoever's preying on my downfall, you failed.
I absolutely love that. Thank you so much, Turd. Fantastic interview and fantastic victory. And you and the fish go have a good time. Enjoy that victory.
Guys.
Thanks.
Aw, I still can't get over the fish.
I love it.
I know. That fish is like as big as Turd. That's wild. Yeah. Anyways, yes, it's quite big. Welcome back, Fresh. Fresh.
Yes.
I mean, we were probably 10 feet away. The audio in here, it was absolutely off the chain. I mean, you and I were just like, what is even happening?
I mean, I think Bodega had to get loud to try and inspire some energy into his team because that was a very flat performance from M80. And I think, therefore, Bodega kind of recognized that. And what you do when you're a coach is you start shouting at the other team, but you do it with a lot of passion and a lot of aggression to try and transfer that energy into your team, to make them get loud, to make them want to work for each other. All it did was inspire Bleed. And then they got even louder back at Bodega.
Yeah, what a fun game. I said it even yesterday that this is maybe my most anticipated match. Not necessarily because I thought it was going to be extremely close. Yeah, but because I thought the playstyle would be so explosive and the communication, we'll call it, during the match as well was extremely fun to watch. So just a great game coming through here. I think you can definitely point to a lot of mistakes going on from M80. The droning not going forward for them. A lot of the Monty plays, we criticized M80 for that in the NAL. Again, it kind of hurts them here on Bank.
Yeah, I wanted to speak more about the gravity of this loss for M80. I mean, this is so uncharacteristic for them, Fresh.
Yeah, I think Bleed played a very smart game. I think they put them in a position where M80 were either going to have a massive success or a massive failure. You saw, for example, Tad, when he was in the stockroom, prone under the window, he knows that if he gets fully droned, he's dead. But if he doesn't get fully droned, he makes a massive play. And he's putting M80 in that position to make those mistakes. M80 had a very, very bad game where they made lots and lots of mistakes, but Bleed were there to, to capitalize on those mistakes, to punish them, and ultimately to win. In terms of the gravitas of the loss for M80, they've got 2 more games. They were in this situation in Copenhagen. They didn't start very well. They managed to go quite deep. They didn't get out of Swiss in Copenhagen, but they managed to go quite deep. So they've been here before is the one thing I'll say.
Yeah, they've been here before, but they only got 1 win in Copenhagen when they were here before.
True.
I'm
They
just
do have a
saying.
lot of quality.
Louder.
They do have a lot of quality, so you would expect them to bounce back. But that will be a shock to them.
Anyway, we got to start prepping for our next matchup here. FaZe Dark Zero. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, today has just been absolutely crazy, the upset. So all of you watching at home, you'll just have to wait and see. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Dominique Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Cade, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Hello, I'm Benji Master from G2 and welcome to my fresh install. Okay, so on the first page here, I have diffuser pickup. I have it on manually, so you need to pick it up. And the drone after prep is like on auto because it's too much effort to like each round you have to go off your drone, so it's just like going off it automatically. Text chat I have on all, so you can type in chat in Ranked. That's really important. Mental games. Hot, I have everything on default because like it's a new thing. They added like 2 years ago and I just kept it like the same. Audio, it's already in here. It's like music on 0 and dialogue is on 6 because then normal, like the real audio is a lot higher. And then I play hi-fi because it's also like the default one. On display, I'm normally playing higher than 60 Hz, but this monitor 60 Hz. Aspect ratio is like 3:2, also one I've been playing with for like since I started. Sometimes I go to 4:3, but that's not more for like a week, and then I always end up back on 3:2. And then FOV, I play 90. Brightness, I play 65. I play 65 because then things get a little bit brighter, but I think like the brightness settings is depending on your monitor, because you can also like put different like brightness on the monitor itself. Graphics, I have everything on low because it's saving you FPS, and Siege, like you need a really good PC to have high FPS. And then I play Shadow on medium because that's what everyone does. I don't know why. And then this anti-aliasing is off because then it's the picture is getting a lot cleaner. And my sense is 6.6, and I use a website where I try to like calculate the old 83 ADS, which I can't remember in my head, but I just know the first one is like 58, but I don't know the other ones. The most important setting in my game is probably the audio, because I think like if you have good audio, then you can hear a lot of things. And so basically, like I put my keyboard a bit like this, and then it's not always you can get a chair, but I want the chair to like go like this, and then yeah, the mouse pad is just where it is, and then I put, I don't know if can I move the monitor? Yeah. Then I put like the monitor close to me. Probably like this, it will be like this. Yeah. Thank you for watching my fresh installs, and hopefully my settings will make me MVP again.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Major, and we have one match left. FaZe and Dark Zero going head-to-head. Brazil versus NA, a regional rivalry we deeply love. I cannot wait to get this one started. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Fresh and Laxine. Oh my goodness. I mean, you of all people know NA versus Brazil. I'm always excited for these ones.
You know, in the early ages of Siege, NA Brazil, there was a very obvious decider. It was always NA.
Oh,
but
no.
as of these past years, it seems like Brazil is just dominating NA for the most part.
What's your record against Brazil? Did you do well?
So early on, I was like Brazil's worst nightmare. Then I started losing to them.
Yeah.
So I think once I made that transition to Cloud9 or Reciprocity, that's when, or maybe after Reciprocity is when I started losing every single game to Brazilian teams.
Okay,
But before
Brazil's
that-
worst nightmare
before
needs to
that,
be on a shirt, by the way.
It's true. I think I only lost to one team ever throughout my career up until most recently, but every other game I was winning.
Okay.
I sent a lot of teams home.
Okay. We're in the presence of greatness.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were aware. Okay, but
For
you
the
know who
Brazilian
else
fans, I
is
love you
great?
guys, by the way. But
Yes,
yeah,
we love Brazil. We love Brazil.
Just
We
'cause
love
Brazil's an
NA.
F5.
We love
We
all
know-
the
we know
regions.
why
You're
you're
all
saying that.
amazing. Sending all the love. Okay, Fresh though. How we feeling? Okay, last match of the day, and it's been wild.
I said this in play-ins, that this was potentially in play-ins was potentially one of the best days of Siege we've had in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Today tops that.
Yeah.
Because of
Wild.
the sheer amount of upsets. We've had great Siege, but we've had a lot of upsets and a lot of jeopardy today, and I love it. And one more game, we still could have some more.
Yeah.
All right, well, we got to talk about FaZe versus Dark Zero here. You know what, Laxine? I want to pick your brain about this.
Okay.
You've played Dark Zero more times than you can probably count.
I can't even count that high, but I know it's a lot.
Yes, truly. But okay, the 5th seat. I wonder if this is just kind of the missing piece for them. Will Rice, the rookie, fill that spot? Well, what do you think?
So we've talked about this a little bit on the NAL desk. Like, DZ are no slouch. They know who they want. They know who they need to fill into their spots, their roles, whatever that is. So I have no doubt in my mind that Rice, again, is a reason for them to be filling the positions that he is. So going back to touching up on that more, you got Troy, you got Pamba, you got Gavini, you got NJR. It's more on Rice than anything to really slot into his role, and they will allow him to flourish, but he does have to get that general consensus of how this team dynamic functions, and then especially in a LAN environment. Like, you can have players that perform, you know, on during the regular league, but LAN is one of the biggest things that you need all players performing on. And I think Rice can do that.
Okay, talking about team dynamics, let's switch over to FaZe. Souls and Cyber, I mean, what a duo. Right, Fresh?
Yeah, this is like kind of the legacy, players from FaZe. I would say FaZe have undergone kind of a rebuild, you could say. This isn't the FaZe of 2-3 years ago that, was feared.
Missing the cameraman, missing Astro.
This is a brand new FaZe that are still equally as feared. And I think that's testament to, the remaining players and the new players that they brought in. I think FaZe have got a lot of good things going for them. I think particularly their ability to read the game inside of the round, quickly adapt to it, and then just pivot on a spin, 5 seconds, pivot into a round, into a completely different win condition almost if they need to. And I think that's one of their their biggest attributes, the fact that they're still operating at this highest level. I know people was very surprised with FaZe during the Brazil stage, and the fact that they went out and won Brazil, which was very important for them. That final against W7M was very important for them.
So it's interesting that you talk about them like that, because I've always viewed FaZe, whatever iteration it was, that they've always been the team in Brazil that has had like a very concise playstyle of how they want to do things, where a lot of other Brazilian teams have maybe been a little more chaotic or straight in your face. I always felt FaZe had that team chemistry where they were more methodical, but still had that gunplay to back it up.
Yeah, I think they just have a very, very good read on their opponents at all times.
Definitely.
I do want to look back at Dark Zero. Pamba tweeted out that it was one of the craziest series when they barely beat Fury. Fresh, you had some harsh words when I was chatting with you about that
He's trying to
earlier.
convince himself a little, and the fans a little bit more, because I think what he really wanted to tweet was, thank goodness for that we escaped.
Okay.
Because again, it was another one of these teams where one round goes differently against Fury, and a couple of rounds should have gone differently against Fury, and Dark Zero aren't even sat behind us. They came very, very close to being eliminated. Hopefully, that's the kick up the backside they need, because this team is a team that 12, 15 months ago won a major. In terms of when we was back in Charlotte, this is a team that has some of NA's smartest and best players, especially in terms of Pamba, NJR, Gaveni. I know we talked about Rice as the rookie. They've got some of the smartest players in North American Siege. if it clicks, this is a very dangerous team. And hopefully that was the scare they needed.
All right, I believe that we are ready to move into the map selection process. We are working to bring that information up on the screen. There we go, that way.
So I'll take this one for the start. So watching them play throughout the NAL, they did go neck and neck with Sonic. Sonics ended up, well, no, I don't think it was neck and neck, but it was a close game overall.
Okay.
Sorry, my mind's all over the place. It's been a long day. It's an exciting event. There's been a lot of setup, crazy things going on. But to bring FaZe to this, I don't feel that they're stronger than FaZe in my opinion, because Sonics one is a team that played that map extremely well versus them, and I just don't feel that they've really since then shown too much on it. Whereas FaZe, I think the dynamic and how they play heavily, like a map how Nighthaven is played, I can see that more falling in FaZe's hands. I guess.
And the numbers kind of back this up, I would say. Because so for Dark Zero, this is like their 5th map preference. It's very middle of the road in terms of Nighthaven. They've played it against North American teams, and we said North American Siege on Nighthaven. It seems to be good at the minute. However, for FaZe, it is their #1 map preference. But the results don't back up the fact that they're great on it, because they did lose it to Lost One, and they did end up winning against Netshoes Miners. But, you know, everyone was winning against Netshoes Miners in BR.
And it's a best of one. Anything realistically can happen, but like you were saying, like I was saying, I think it does more heavily favor in FaZe's favor more than anything.
Okay, quick predictions, go.
I'm going to go with Dark Zero.
I'm going to go with FaZe.
Just because I knew he was going for FaZe.
Are you guys just splitting every time?
He's abandoned in his region, so I've got to back it.
Okay.
So it's got to work.
All right, well, we will see how it plays out. I'm going to hand it over to Dev and Mandy. I miss you all. The last time I saw y'all, you were on the analyst desk with me, but cast away, my friends.
Thanks, Jackie. No, we finally escaped. We didn't like you very much, so now we get to cast instead. No, I can't say that. She's way too nice.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's way too harsh.
That's the second time today that you've been mean to Jackie.
I'm sorry. I might actually tear up. You could see I was tearing up after that bleed game. I've got really irritated eyes. I swear, it's just allergies. But this game will certainly give you something to cry about. If you're a fan of FaZe and they lose, or if you're a fan of DZ and they fumble the ball here, this is not exactly a David and Goliath matchup, but this is, in a way, 2 major champions of the past going head-to-head. It's been 2 years since FaZe won in Sweden, in Gävle, in 2021, and about a year and a half since Dark Zero raised the hammer here in America, in Charlotte.
Very different roster, though, for FaZe Clan. For Dark Zero, pretty similar, I feel, over the past year. Really, they've only rotated in that 5th player, and it has been a bit of a... Well, it's been a hard year, really, to try and find the right fit, and I think Laxing put it perfectly. It really is now on the onus of Rice to find his place in the team, especially in a LAN environment, and do his job. On the side of FaZe Clan, though, they have completely changed their identity in the past year of playing. It doesn't feel like the FaZe of old, but still a very strong roster and one to be feared.
Indeed, yeah. FaZe, they still bear the name. They still bear the reputation of an organization and a team like FaZe. I mean, these guys have been in Rainbow Six for a very long time, and Cyber and Souls pretty much the whole way through it. As we get into the map, it is, like we said, Nighthaven Labs, Dark Zero's favorite, or one of their favorites. Dark Zero tend to love going to these new maps and experimenting. They are very creative minds, with Mint, of course, coaching them as well. Let's see if FaZe have got something to keep pace with DZ.
Interesting. It's Laxing, I think, pointed out that he actually thinks that FaZe is going to be favored on this map just by the clash of the playstyles. I'm actually kind of on board with that idea as well, to be honest. I feel like with the current iteration of FaZe, they have so many players that know how to play that like supportive role, that on a map like Nighthaven, they're so good at just picking apart the map and knowing what's going on and what they have to do to break it down in like this methodical way. Whereas I think that Dark Zero very much got a clashing playstyle, so that we are going through the ban phase now, and Dokkaebi being banned out by Dark Zero does mean that some of that the roam clear potential is made a little bit more tricky. Monty being banned out as well on the side of FaZe Clan. Pretty popular ban these days, rather fashionable. Does mean that some of that like early game pressure, even through the mid game, some of that free intel that you get on the Monty is going to be taken out.
Yeah, I think it's the Dokkaebi ban, the one that stands out for me. We saw a lot of Dokkaebi earlier today, a lot of Dokkaebi Lion combos as well. Really, really effective at shutting down roamers. There's a lot of roam potential on Nighthaven. I love this map. There's so many different ways you can play it. Every bomb site pans out differently, and both of these teams have played quite a bit of Nighthaven, considering it's only been in the pool for just a few months. FaZe Clan, they managed to take down NIP 7-2. Oh, sorry, it was Miners GG 7-2 on Nighthaven, but they did lose to Lost One 5-7 later in the Brazilian League of Stage 2. DZ, as the guys on the desk said, have had some wins and losses. One win at the major itself, a 7-2 over Knights. But this is a far more powerful opponent that they find themselves up against today.
Dark Zero starting on the defending side. I'm going to send us down into the basement for the first bomb side of choice. Interesting adaptation to the strategy. They have brought along Gavani on the mirror, and he's actually opened up the assembly wall halfway rather than keeping both the walls closed off. Oh, actually, he's going to reinforce off the rotation that he made, so maybe he was just trying to shoot out either a drone out there or something going on. But instead, he's going to keep those mirrors internal. Meanwhile, the rest of Dark Zero do look for that extended roam through the map, aided, of course, by the Solace on the captain and IGL of Canadian.
Any operator that gives information, that's Canadian's bread and butter. Back in the day, it was all about the pulse. I think Solus was made basically for Canadian. It's his dream operator, more or less. And as we see a lot of this drone work from FaZe, this is really what DZ should be trying to mitigate. Now, castle barricades, protecting a lot of this bottom garage and slowing down FaZe will force them to think of how to deal with it.
Interesting clear of the map so far. Handy getting some quick work done on the pantry wall, and that does mean that the fall-off route for a lot of these defenders is made unsafe if a player decides to drop in. Not only that, but the entry being aided as well by one of the boogie drones into cargo does mean that Rice on the other side feels a little bit of that pressure. But so far, FaZe Clan, even though they have slowly started to pick apart the building itself, there aren't really actual boots in the building just yet.
No, they are being very slow about it. I think Cyber's now made his way into kitchen as the first adrenal surge from Finker rattles on out. Cyber very slow. This has been quite a slow and methodical push from FaZe Clan, but they are, as a result, making sure to clear all of the setup, all of the utility. A lot of goo mines have been around. NJR now to open up a crossfire to support his teammate. Pamba's out is in a corner over in that other room, but KDS is actually the one to find the opening kill. So Canadian's gone down at the bottom of these Exo stairs, and KDS has a very advanced position.
Really well set up cutoff for KDS. Remember, very early on in the round, they opened up that pantry wall, anticipating that the fall-off route was going to be through Exo, and then they injected the player in there. Not just that, but the second fall-off route for these roamers is then going down the cargo stairs, and that's being cut off by Vidiking on the other side. Now, Pampasu really doesn't have a lot of options for actually falling back off into the bomb site. Now he's stuck here, and has got to take a fight instead.
Yeah, and in fact, I don't know whether there's a pre-placed drone, there must be, but FaZe actually have a solid read on this, as they've seen him move into kitchen. Panda is a dead man walking. KDS doesn't have to make the move. NJR goes down, however, KDS will easily clean up Pamba, and it's all up to Gavin now. Ooh, 2 quick kills. 3 more required, but the vertical line of sight will get the better of him. Beautiful work from Souls on the ram, and a fairly comfortable first round for FaZe.
Great dissection of the map from FaZe. See, this is the FaZe formula, right? This is a roster that essentially has got like 4 players that are support players, right? And then Cyber, you know, the magic man. And what that means is that you have all these players that will be really cautious in their approach to the map and be very cautious about how to break things down, because they'll always break things down by opening up a wall, throwing in some utility, and they'll do something every step of the way that aids them to get their job done without having brute forced it. And that's sort of the beauty of these support players. Vidiking as well, he used to be that like fragmite, like thermite only, open up the wall, but now being sort of the primary IGLing figure on the roster, bringing in all these extra support players, he's now got the flexibility to kind of do some more calling on different operators in different roles and get a bit more involved in the server.
Yeah, very curious way to have your roster, right? It feels like these days, more and more teams are favoring picking up a lot of young gunners and getting them to be the primary fraggers, and then you get your one experienced old guy to be that support player. Of course, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's a digestible way to think about it. And as you've described from FaZe, it's quite a departure from that.
I must admit, I did thieve the point of Fox A, who's the real expert on this. So something that he did point out to me was KDS in particular, coming off of MIBR. He was the support player for MIBR, now actually moving into FaZe. has then had to actually pick up some of that fragging potential, right? Because they've lost so much of it with Bullet leaving, someone has had to fill in those shoes, and that's been KDS.
And yet all of these players can frag. Doesn't mean if you're a support player or if you've had history as a support player, these guys are incredibly sharp. Well, good work so far as we're onto this storage and control bomb site. A lot of the map supported by castle barricades and barbed wire, and the Flores is making short work of that.
Rice on the other side does feel cautious of the cutoff going into the cargo stairs, and Souls, meanwhile, on the other side is going to try and make his way in through the ground floor. They want to use these Protero drones and really all of their drone work, 4 players actually on drones at the moment, to their best potential to make sure that their first incision into the map is a safe one. The only player that's really off drones at the moment is Cyber, who has a tendency to be on his own doing his thing, and in fact, he is the only person in the building for FaZe.
He's right around the corner from Pamba and Gavin, who are patiently waiting for someone to move out of IT. Cyber's trying to bait something, but nothing bitten as of yet for DZ. They know that the onus is on their opponents to make moves. Now, the prevalence of this vertical control from DZ will be felt when FaZe eventually go into that bomb site and find themselves meeting death from above. Here goes KDS, he moves in.
Having to think about a player just coming down the cargo stairs, but actually there's no one there. There's one around the corner at the bottom of blue going into 90. Instead, Rice has heard that. He knows that there's a player there now. But the rest of FaZe Clan, what are they doing? They really look like they are posturing to hit the bomb site. They don't want to do this roam clear. And with the time ticking away, I think it's the right call. It's just about whether DZ are ready for that or not.
It's a real game of cat and mouse, but in the 5v5, Mandy, I can't help but admit that I'm scared for FaZe's chances. There's so much plant denial from above and from below. Canadian here, KDS is looking for him, and the opening kill is for FaZe. NJR under all kinds of pressure now as Vidikin starts to move into sight. Rice finds one, but here's Vidikin. He's in a great position. He's caught out by that device, but immediately he goes to plant, and the rest of the team collapses on DZ. That's 2 straight for FaZe.
Really good stuff there from FaZe. This feels a little bit like the FaZe identity of old, where they really just do not telegraph what is happening at all. Even though Canadian was on that info gathering operator of the Pulse, he had no idea what the FaZe players were trying to achieve there, right? They spent the entire time posturing around the map, trying to figure out what they wanted to do. They had 4 players at a time on drones. The only person that was active in the building was Cyber, and then KDS, after all that planning, just made one move, and that was go down to the basement and secure the one bit of intel that you need to clean up. And then off the back of that, the rest of the teammates completely collapsed in on the bomb site. We're going to see in the replays now, that's KDS to find the pivotal pick onto the one player inside of the basement that would have denied the diffuser from going down. And then at the same time, all of the players that were adjacent to the bomb site hopped into the building and took down the remaining players of Dark Zero as they tried to retake the bomb site.
So we didn't see a lot of the eventual battle on the top floor, right? Because at the start of the round, there were 2 DZ players holding onto that map control. But at the end of it, Cyber dropped down a hatch from the top floor right near to the side. And so I can only assume that DZ slowly pulled back their players, and FaZe eventually took that map control. Cyber drops a hatch and finds a 2K. With all these other things going on, it's just a great eventual collapse for FaZe. It felt like none of the gunfights that could have gone DZ's way did.
It's a really tough call for DZ, right? Because like as the time ticks on, the gravity of the bomb site grows stronger for the attack. And so you know at some point, FaZe will be in the bomb site. So when do you make the call to bring back the rest of your defenders back in, right? If you call them back, then you leave room for Cyber to go and like run in and do something like that. But if you don't call them back, you get collapsed in on, and you don't know where from, because the entire time they haven't telegraphed where they're going. And that's the danger of FaZe Clan.
Well, you have to find a defense for DZ, but they will go back down to the basement once again. Assembly and tank. Last time around, they lost a lot of these players on the roam, and that really punished them. Now, they do have roamers, but they've switched up some of their players on who's doing the different operators. So this time it's Panda on the Solus instead of Canadian, and he is soloing on this top floor. He's been spotted, and now they'll E1D, and the drone will make his life a living hell. He rounds the corner, does a little bit of damage, but here comes Canadian, and the flank has gotten the first kill for DZ and bailed Pamba out of jail.
Nice double trouble there from DZ, anticipating the pinch to come through from FaZe has enabled them now to get the first pick and fall off into the bomb site. Really good work so far from Dark Zero in the early game, but what that has afforded is vertical pressure now for FaZe. Yes, the buck has gone down, but Souls is still up on the ram and can make use of the floor.
He can, but I mean, the bomb site is all the way. Is the bomb site on the ground floor or the basement? I thought
It's the ground floor. Oh no, it's in the basement. I'm going crazy.
So yeah, I mean, I thought they didn't repeat the storage control like they just did. They went down to the basement, which they lost in the first round. But of course, they still need to clear storage and control because previously Panbel on the Legion was roaming in that spot. Now this time around, of course, he's completely vacated that position. And DZ have their 2 roamers persisting at the top of the lobby stairs.
But I could have sworn that a FaZe player knows what's going on. They still haven't fallen off yet. Surely someone like KDS or Handy.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. KDS is definitely keeping them at bay, preventing them from falling off. But once again, holding hands are the 2 roamers of DZ, and they can get the trade-off to KDS. Now, with the time ticking away, they do have the man advantage in the final 25 seconds of the round as they need to translate it into the basement.
Oh, but just falling into the meat grinder. DZ is happy, waiting to receive Gavini. Find the final 2 kills, drop in the hatch. And DZ finally have their first round.
Solid work there from DZ. I liked the adaptation to actually play a bit closer together, especially the roamers. I thought that playing hand in hand was a much better idea than playing separated because it means that at least if you're close together, there's more trade potential. And I think that once that second trade had come through, especially onto KDS, the rest of the players on the bomb site felt like they couldn't be backstabbed, right? The push was going to come through onto the tank bomb site. It was going to come down the Animus hatch and was going to be down cargo, and that was the only 2 things they had to worry about because KDS was taken down.
Yeah, very desperate. Wow, this is Canadian's POV. I have no idea. Was he in con the whole time? There you go, KDS at the bottom of the lobby stairs like you had said. But yeah, also Panba playing so close by. Really well played from DZ. Slow and steady, don't overcomplicate things.
Solid round for DZ, but can they keep the momentum going? I think that slowly but surely they are figuring out the formula against FaZe, and that's to play together, make sure you can't get picked about, especially when you have a player like Cyber on the loose, just sort of running around on his own, given the intel of like 4 droners through the first like minute and a half of the round. That's not cool. You do not want to fall into that trap.
Oh, very much so. And now you were talking about momentum, right? Well, DZ, after winning that round, they don't have the ability to carry that momentum immediately back into the game because we've got this technical pause. As you guys can see, a lot of players are just chilling out at the moment. We're just rehosting, we're getting everyone back in the server. And like we've said many times before, Mandy, at LAN, the admins are very diligent about making sure that this is a tech pause and not a tactical pause. So you won't be seeing strategy discussed from these players. They're just being told to hop back into the lobby.
Gives us an opportunity for a break as well to chill out.
Stay hydrated.
Is good. Staying hydrated is good.
Take a swig of this water.
Very nice.
I held down my cough button because you didn't want to hear that.
So hydrated. Yeah. But I feel like the glug noise is like part of
No, we don't need to touch on that. No. We did that too much in Oast League.
Yeah, we did do a lot of glug, you know.
I think this is a major. You're not allowed. That's not allowed.
Oh, no. Anyway, Nighthaven Labs. I really do feel like DZ can get themselves back into this because I really like the way that they play it. I feel like if there was any team to watch play this map, in NA it was definitely these guys. They were certainly the merchants on it, some might say. Except against Sonics, apparently. But alas.
Twice, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sonics are looking to be potentially NA's best hope at the moment with M80 going down and Space Station going down. Both of them upset, quite surprisingly, I would say. And now we have DZ down 1 round, but not out by any stretch of the imagination. That said, FaZe have been pretty damn good.
I certainly don't want to say it's like spoiled yet, you know? I feel like it's a very early call to say. These rounds have been, I can only guess they'll probably be pretty back and forth at some point.
I do have a question for you, Mandy. You've watched a lot of DZ. I know that. You studied the hell out of the NA League Nighthaven. And you told me, I think, at the start of the season that you watched every single Nighthaven game in every region.
Yes.
Yes.
That's true.
So, 1-2 out of the first 3 rounds on your defense, like, is that Is that a good sign? Is that a bad sign? Should you really be? Is it like you should be winning 3 defenses? Or should be winning half your defense?
No,
should be
I don't
winning
know.
more than half?
I don't know. It's so round by round, you know. I feel like I know I sound like a broken record because I've been saying this for like all of stage 2, but it's like, especially with the way that bans go and stuff like that, it's like so round by round. I don't know. In theory, it's like no matter what bomb side, no matter what map it is, it should be defender sided because like attacking's kind of hard at the moment. But you never know, especially on a map like Nighthaven, where like the architecture can lean itself into attacks like what FaZe doing at the moment, where they're really breaking it down, can be attacker sided.
Well, for the first time, Mandy, we are seeing a new bomb site. We're seeing this CCTV room and server bomb site. A lot of ways that this can be played. If you've played a lot of Nighthaven in ranked, everyone picks this first, at least in my experience. Sometimes you get the basement, but people tend to see a lot of this at a very amateur level. But the pros, they have to think much more creatively. And one example of that is there's an actual rotation here from CCTV into the hallway. Now, this is a very risky rotation because if you lose control of the top blue stairs, you are very exposed on the site.
I like the adaptation as well from Dark Series to actually bring along like triple wall denial. Not only have they brought along the Bandit, but they've also brought along the Kaid and also the Mute. Now, the way that FaZe have been playing at the moment has been very much focused around opening up the walls on the bomb site and cutting it down from there. So I think that making it tricky for them is probably the play.
Well, the IT breach is step 1 of most attacks on this bomb site, and that is pretty straightforward and easy there for FaZe. Nice nade to try and clear the batteries. Gavini is not going for the juggle.
Oh, interesting.
There's actually also no line of sight on the con wall. Looks like the rotate was made, and now it's been reinforced over.
I do quite like this from Darkseer. It means that even though they are affording them IT control and rafters control, they're then not giving them direct access into the bomb site after that, and they're making them work for it through the mid rounds rather than working the exterior walls. Like assume the exterior walls get open at some point in the round and then just work on the inside instead. Different approach.
You can see how cautious FaZe are about this basement, how suspicious they are. Largely because they know that they're playing against Canadian. I'm not sure if they ever spotted him down there, but Canadian is a real pulse fiend, and so he will always be really keen to be down below where the attackers are and sensing their cardiac heartbeats and potentially looking for some C4s. But what's this in the attack? They
messed up.
Haven't managed to get the wall open.
No. Cyber threw their baby EMPs too early. And as the nade tried to sail through, okay, Cyber's realized that without the wall being open, he's got to brute force something inside a con, but NJR's going to take him down. They've really messed up the minigame here. I think Darkseer have got the read on exactly what they had to do to shut down the plan of FaZe.
You're right, it's all about this hard breach denial, and it has denied entry from FaZe getting into the bomb site. Canadian now left to his own devices as the rest of FaZe have bigger fish to fry than worrying about the pulse in the basement. Meanwhile, NJR has found his second. Pamba is so lucky to be alive on the solid ground right now. Handy goes in desperate. 30 seconds for FaZe, fighting from behind. 2 players in deficit.
NJR on the other side of this fight is slightly angled with the shotgun in hand, is going to be able to take down Handy. 2 more players now in IT. In fact, the remaining 2 of FaZe are going to have to go into the belly of the beast, but KDS can open things up.
Thought NJR might be good for 4 there, but he's put down at 3. Gavin's in a good position. This is nigh impossible. FaZe have no choice but to walk through this one doorway. However, it's not a crossfire. There's no one playing on their other side. Gavin, though, prone down below, and he will be spotted. He will be taken down, but there is no time to finish the round for FaZe. DZ even up this score.
Good read from DZ, really shutting out their direct way into the bomb site. Like, yes, you can try and play to shut out the external walls, but playing the minigame on the IT wall is way harder than actually playing the one on the triple wall. And deciding to keep that closed, not just keep that closed, but even the con wall closed. And then FaZe falling to their own missed timings as well, not landing the baby EMP at the same time as the grenade from below, meant that electrical came back online too early for the Selmas to actually go off. And from there on out, they only had to funnel through doors and through windows into the bomb site. Really well read and well played as well from Darkseer. NJR with a shotgun in hand, close quarters, that's the gun you need.
That was the C4. Wow, that's a good one. Definitely going to take notes about that nice C4 outside the con window over...
Nice fucking round, Nick. Nice fucking round.
Audio guy was a little bit late on the fader there. Sorry, I keep saying con. That's electrical, right? It was threw it over the electrical thing. I don't know what it is. What do you think that is? A generator? A box? A nice piece of cover.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, that's the one. I don't want to get too technical with it. It's E-box.
E-box, there you go.
Anyway, there goes Dark Zero on a very successful defense, I would say, and that's even up the scoreline. And I think all the excitement that we had about the phase attack is starting to be pulled away, I would say, by DZ and their adaptations so far.
FaZe looking confident at the start here. They have wasted very little time at clearing this util once again. This castle, the same as before for DZ, protecting that bomb site. Of course, we're control and storage at the moment. And here comes the twist drone now. This is new. What's he going to be able to achieve? Mostly just taking out the default cameras, but surely there are some higher priority targets.
Well, I mean, by taking out the default cameras, it is setting themselves up to walk on in through the ground floor, but by doing that, it means that they've forgotten about the vertical pressure. Pamperzoo able to take down the first player in handy, going in for the entry from up above, and it's forcing FaZe to look for other options. Vidaking's going to go down into the basement with his own hard breach to try and at least get some safe boots in the building.
So did two of those players from FaZe just walk into the bomb site thinking that they were safe to do so? This is one of the hardest bomb sites to walk into, because not only are you worrying about players in the room with you on the side, but you can get killed from below and you can get killed from above, which is what ended up being to their demise.
FaZe losing a little bit of the FaZe magic at the moment, and I think changing the tempo in a way that's not that informed, and it's cost them two of their picks. Dark Zero now, they're in this position where they still do need to worry about pressure externally from the bomb site that FaZe might be looking for. I mean, just earlier we saw Vidaking look for something from the basement down up, but really all they need to do is consolidate their players, play close together, don't afford them 1v1s, and hold the advantage from here on out.
They hold that diffuser as well, which lies on the ground inside storage. Souls is in a good position. Bottom of garage, he's moving into the site. Oh, there's a player right in that corner. He sees him, but he can't quite land enough shots onto NJR, who's actually just gonna gas himself into this position. KDS decides to move on forward looking for cargo, but KDS goes straight through the smoke to take down NJR. This does spring into action for FaZe, but DZ still have that diffuser, and so the pressure remains on FaZe. Vidaking to move on forward, straight into Gavin's waiting arms. Pamba to close the last one.
One more. Let's get this half.
One more for the half, as Troy said.
That's it.
This is really good stuff from DZ. They're really now matching the pace of FaZe, realizing that they are going to take their time to do things. And that last round was the one round that FaZe actually tried to change the pace and do something early, but it was misinformed. It just didn't feel like a very smart play once they jumped in onto the bomb site. Pamperzoo just had the vertical from above. And like you pointed out, even on that bomb site, you can also be killed from below as well. There's just a lot of stuff that you've got to worry about before you make that entry, and FaZe not quite accounting for everything.
Yeah, and once again, FaZe very quiet. DZ, no?
Yeah, okay, like start near breakneck, barricade.
Yeah, DZ's starting to really decide how they want to change up this defense. Remember, first time they played Assembly in Tank the Basement, they lost it pretty badly, actually. Their roam just fell flat on its face. They go for the reattempt, and that roam was perfect. It was mostly Panba on that roam, supported by Canadian. The two of them ran amok upstairs. They found the first kill. They denied refrags, and then they later actually refragged each other roaming on the ground floor. And I'm curious, will DZ continue that type of setup, that type of pace? It looks like a lot of Rios are being committed offside, but will they also commit the players there?
Well, I think you kind of have to roam a little bit, especially on this bomb site that's so vulnerable to the vertical, and you can see on the side of the attack, both Cyber and Souls have brought operators with vertical potential on Buck and on Ram. So for Dark Zero, if they want to maintain a safe haven on the bomb site, yes, they do need to hold on to the ground floor for at least a little while. Now, how they do that this time around is a little bit different. Instead of bringing along the solos, they've brought along NJR on the Pulse instead. Not just that, but it does seem like it's going to be a pretty heavy fall-off strategy, right? Because not only does NJR have a Pulse and the C4, but so does Canadian and so does Gavanians as well. So if they can just waste a little bit of time and then fall back into the basement, they do still have the C4s to lean on.
It's a good setup to do that, peeling back the layers of the onion type of round. for the defense. NJR's trying to support these roamers with some information, but at the moment, all he's getting is information that there's nobody where he's looking at the moment on that ground floor. As KDS has thrown a nade up to enable a breach on this IT wall, but as we can see from the outlines, there are no defenders immediately close. Pamba is the closest one on this Legion, but he is so ready to fall back to Canadian.
5 players on drones in those last 30 seconds. I mean, all of them are come to life now, having the info that they need to get their way in onto the ground floor. They've decided to forego completely the roam game of Dark Zero and start to shift their focus in towards the bomb side instead. The player inside the building is Cyber on the buck, and he's going to be the one looking to cut off the roamers. Oh, maybe not cut off the roamers, but actually go for the player inside of Cargo off the back of that info.
Cyber might be able to find him. He's taken down that hatch as well, which does reduce somewhat the mobility of these players. Souls has found the opener here with the R4C on Ram, and Cyber's actually going to drop down. He's going for the prone holes. Meanwhile, Vidiking has moved into a plant spot. DZ, where's the plant denial? Where is the proactivity? They had no clue whatsoever, but this retake is so achievable. Double for Cavini. Handy and Vidiking now the 2 hard breaches to try and cover this diffuser. Quite awkward placement. They will have to swing fairly wide in order to deny this plant, but Handy above is in the perfect position. I think Pamba knows. NJR to get himself some information with the cardiac sensor as well, as Handy has the perfect position to deny this. Vidiking will have to swing wide. He gets NJR. Is there a trade? There is. 3 for Gavin. Handy from above is able to deny, and that means there is no chance Pamba can clutch this. Phaser back in it, baby. 3 rounds each.
Fantastic post plan as well from FaZe. They decided that the roam clear was too hard with what they had. Well, maybe it wasn't too hard, but they decided that they could forego it anyway. They had so much map control that all they needed to do from there was just translate it down inside a tank. And if you want to go for a tank execute, you don't want to go in through something from assembly or whatever, you don't want to clear the mirror, you don't actually need the vertical pressure. And so they completely bluffed it, basically, and just decided to hit the bomb site instead. Off the back of the control, they managed to get through Adamus. Vidiking as well making a great call at that point to decide to shift their focus in towards the bomb site, knowing he'd opened up the wall beforehand. It was such a good pivot from FaZe Clan that really caught off Dark Zero.
Hey, what blows my mind is that they were able to plant in that spot in tank. Like, that's a really exposed position. There are doors onto both of the other rooms on the bomb side and to the bottom of the cargo stairs. And anyone who's actually playing in tank who could have fallen and simply just denied that plant.
Well, that's the thing. That's why Cyber had to make his play first, right? Cyber was the only person in the building at the time, right? He was the sole player for FaZe that actually made something happen. And the one thing that he did make happen was clear that player in cargo, and that was the only person that could really deny the plant from there. After that, Souls made his entry into the bomb site, and once those 2 things went right, it was over.
We just saw in that replay as well the needle that had to be threaded by Vidiking in order to deny that plant in the dying moments. Deny the diffuser, rather. Dark Zero got so very close to winning that retake, and yet it's just barely brought over the line, and now we're brought into the second half without the win that DZ was looking for.
FaZe Clan now swapping over to their defending hub are going to bring us down to the exact same bomb site that they just landed a successful attack on, and that's down in the basement. Souls actually, even on the smoke, has looked for this roam extended out into the ground floor. Meanwhile, Rice, the support on the other side, is going to make his work on the assembly wall. Vidiking going to try and challenge this, though, with a C4.
So he's going to try and throw this out at the perfect time as soon as the wall becomes soft, will he? Oh, no. Actually throws out a little bit early, I think, hoping that the explosive radius would go through the hole at the bottom and kill the Maverick on the other side. As we can see, no damage whatsoever.
Safe work on the walls so far for Dark Zero, but where's the rest of the push coming from? It's actually Gavani and Pambazoo over on the ground floor to start to make this roam clear work. There's quite a big presence on the side of FaZe on that ground floor, and Canadian's going to try and double down with a pinch.
It's a nice little setup as well with that hard breach. Will deny a lot of those cheeky positions in vending that otherwise can be quite fickle, but Souls is still relatively nearby. He's got a couple of angles he can utilize. Handy as well to support. This is still a lot of ground floor control for FaZe.
Souls is in a good spot here in storage. There's really no one that's going to be able to cut him off from actually going into garage if he decides to. Not just that, but Cyber as well in the hallway is going to support his teammate, preventing any of the players from going for the backstab into cargo, which will be the fall-off route for these roamers.
But the Romans don't need to fall off as of yet because they've got such solid positions that DZ are not flushing out. DZ now are looking to pivot, in fact. 2 players going outside once again. Pamba looking to go onto the top floor. There's only 35 seconds. What is their play?
I quite like this from Canadian, actually. He's got the diffuser in his hands, and he knows if he goes into Exo, he can get into the blind spot where he can then plant, but it's been smoked off.
Is there time? I don't think there's time, Mandy. Have a look at that. Soul still has 1 gas remaining, and he's going to deploy that now. There will be about 10 seconds of the round. Canadian decides to go deep. A very risky play, and it doesn't pan out for DZ. He had to wait. He had to let the smoke subside, but FaZe instead, they will not abide. Pamba, the last one standing. He's so far from everyone else, and he has no chance of getting that diffuser back or even finding a consolation frag. The timer runs out. And so does the advantage for DZ.
Dark Zero taking way too long to make their decision on the execute. Kept very much accountable by the smoke, and they had to change what they did in the last second and go for a flood, and they were completely punished for it.
We've got Laxing on the line. Laxing, what do you say about your American boys?
It's an interesting game. Both teams are playing very similar in terms of the play style. They either put too much emphasis on trying to clear roam and stalling time, or what we just even saw in that round from Dark Zero switching to the attack side is they are just as slow as FaZe is in terms of what they're deciding to do, where then they're going for the instant rush and being met by smokes, being met by all sorts of util. So this is a game of who's going to adapt quicker and understand that they might need to ramp up the play and ramp up the speed of these rounds in order to take, whether that's taking map control, whether that's getting the first couple early picks and then backtracking off that. One of these teams, in my opinion, has to play more aggressive on that attacking side. And if DZ does pick up on that, I can see DZ running away with this.
Thank you very much, Laxing. Good insight there, as we've just got 1 round into the second half so far, and FaZe have stolen that advantage, just barely though.
5 seconds to insertion.
Interesting spot now for FaZe. They've actually decided to jump back down to the ground floor and bring us over to storage and control room as the second bomb side of choice, having won the basement, of course. I liked Laxing's comment about the similarities between their playstyle, but I do feel like Pambazu jumping on the Nook might change things up a little bit. Pambazu, he really is a true entry, in my opinion. He is that player that can set the tempo, especially between the 10 players in this server right now. If there is someone to do it, surely it's going to be Pamba.
I'm not sure if you caught that. Was that a yokai drone that Canadian was able to get inside the bomb site with the Twitch drone? That was. Wow, that's a huge advantage very early on. Less than 40 seconds into the round, you're already taking out yokai drones? That's massive.
He's going to look for more value as well to try and set up the execute. Oh, actually not. NJR just looking to open up a wall inside of Garage. And what that's going to do is it is going to put some pressure over on the anchors on the bomb side. KDS is going to have heard that go off, and he's going to call out to his teammates. They're having to think about Garage now, guys. Maybe think about coming back to the bomb side, or whatever it might take for FaZe to keep a grip on the bomb side itself.
I'll tell you what, Mandy, I don't think I have seen a Twitch drone get that much value in a long time.
That was very good.
He got bandit batteries. I don't think he got any Fenrir devices, but he got damn close to doing so. He found a yokai drone. He got all kinds of information. Hang on a second. Cyber's got to have some kind of information to enable that C4. Gavin goes down. The hard breach all falls upon NJR now.
And the line scan's going to ring true. I can hear, but Pambazu just getting on his gadget at the moment to try and inject himself into the building, but it's actually Canadian over on the ground floor to make the first incision into the building. Oh, he almost claims the life of KDS on the other side, and he can finish the kill.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a misnomer there for KDS. He had no clue. Pamba's actually walked his way right into the site. Canadian has that diffuser, but there is a line of sight above. Pamba's going to try and nade this, but it doesn't do any damage. Rice finds Cyber. Canadian needs to find a place to plant. as sneaking down the blue stairs. Handy looks for something, but is immediately shut down. The coverage is perfect as Souls has nothing but his gun to try and deny the plan, and he doesn't even get that. A beautiful attack from DZ.
A great dissection of the map as well from Dark Zero. They really took their time to find a safe haven for their players to inject themselves into the map. It wasn't done with too much haste, and I just feel like the way that they were able to move in through the map really caught FaZe off guard. Canadian, we were on board with him taking one onto KDS. I really don't think KDS was ready for that at all. Even the kills that went down in the top floor felt quite explosive, like a mini-style execute from Dark Zero that they were able to translate into the bomb site later on.
Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping for a little bit more conversation, but that's pretty chill. I guess they didn't need to say anything after a round like that. It really does speak for itself. DZ looking very fired up. A couple more attacks like that, and FaZe will stand no chance.
I do quite like the brand of Siege that both these teams are playing right now, to be honest. Everything that they do is trying to pull a reaction from the other team, right? You do something, and then you don't immediately try and benefit off the back of what you just did. You just wait to see how your opponents will react to it, and then react to their reaction after that. It feels like very multi-layered thinking Rainbow Six, and I feel like both of these teams in their playstyle, yes, it makes for a rather slow game, but it makes for quite an intricate one.
I'm reacting to your reaction to my reaction to your reaction. I love that. Now, what is the idea for FaZe to try and mix things up? Oh, what a shot there from Cyber. Running amok on the ground floor. He turns the corner and gets a very swift shot on the pan, but oh, another one! How does he keep getting away with this? He's just running with no care in the world, and he's taken down two pivotal players from DZ.
Oh man, he should not have been allowed to collect that second kill onto Rice. Man was there on the cutoff, and he had it robbed by Cyber, who's now got a C4 ripped. He knows there's a player about to jump in through storage, but it doesn't connect. Whoever's outside of there is lucky to get away with their life, so not onto storage, onto... What's the room called? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Pool?
It's not vending. Vending is the room next to it.
Pool?
I've lost it. Maybe it's pool. I don't
Games?
know. That sounds wrong, you know. Anyway, I'm a fraud.
There's a pool table in it.
Fraud color costume. Kavani making his way into garage instead thinks the better of it. It is, in fact, a rather one-way angle if you're a defender over on rafters onto that breach. And so NJR instead is going to put the pressure over on IT.
Okay. Vidaking Electrical got good vert capability. In the back of my mind, I'm still wondering what Cyber is intending to do here, because he's been on this roam for a long time. He doesn't want to lose his life. Of course, he's not going to win the next gunfight, chances are, because of his HP. He's actually getting very close here to Canadian, who's still hyper cautious of that roam game. So a good move from Cyber not to over-aggress. But these attackers now are finally starting to contest upstairs, as Canadian takes a bunch of damage from the drone hole next to him, as well as across inside the bomb site.
Very relaxed are the defenders on the side of FaZe Clan. They pretty much know that it's pretty linear push from here on out for Dark Zero. They don't have a whole lot of options with the control that they have over in Garage and over in IT. They're going to do their best to make this funnel work off the back of the Grim of Canadian, but sticking your face in the rotate to try and put it down is not the safest thing to do. But there goes NJR for pick on his own. 4 versus 2 though. Tough situation for Dark Zero to come back from.
Especially when NJR is shut out of the position once again. Funny, the only player that was taken down was the one that was on barely any HP to begin with, so a massive favor for FaZe. Okay, Gavin, a couple more of those, please, but Handy doesn't give him the opportunity. A good trade for NJR. 2 more kills needed with 11 seconds, but the crossfire is simply too good for FaZe. And once again, advantage for the Brazilians.
Yeah, off the back of that 2K from Cyber, it just looked like smooth sailing from there on out. All they had to do was play the man advantage, hold the crossfires, and really Dark Zero didn't have that much map control off the back of that. They had to do something pretty linear, and it didn't quite work out in their favor, which I think is fair enough. Cyber made a massive play early on in the round, and they should be rewarded for it.
Now we've got this DZ tactical timeout. Let's see what Mint has to say.
We could just go for action as well. open both walls. I mean, they did have 3 inside. Smoke board and breach. Yeah, 1 inside.
They just had so many holes. I think.
And yeah, what's up?
I think Troy might just need to go like.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to make sure Guman isn't on it.
So DZ
That's
really
fine.
discussing the very low level stuff like we were talking before. Is it high level or is it low level? It's very very technical, the things that are being discussed here about this next attack.
I mean, I guess you don't need it.
They are thinking about the thing that Laxing is telling them to think about though. What they're thinking about is tempo and pacing. They have so many holes, do you really want to face them or do you just want to inject yourself in? That was the conversation that NJR was trying to head by saying maybe Canadians should just get on blitz.
Well, after last round, they certainly need to flip something up. And I think just a little bit of caution in the early round also won't go astray. I don't know what Cyber's intention was, to be honest, at the start of last round. He was just sprinting all around the ground floor. But when you find 2 headshots, you really cannot question anything. And as you said it, Mandy, it looks like Canadian will indeed be sticking this blitz.
No, if you're Cyber, you should get the license to run around, I reckon. If there is one player on FaZe Clan that's allowed to do it, Cyber, for sure. Anyway, alas, yeah, it seems like Canadian is sticking this blitz idea. And that does make me think that Dark Zero are having a go at changing the tempo, which I really like. I think that's the one thing that Laxing pointed out in his analysis of the game, and I think it will really change the feel and the tone of the game if they can land this.
I mean, this is the point where you have to do it, because if not, FaZe find match point. DZ did not have an easy run to get here into Phase 2. They, of course, almost went down to Fury. It came down to an 8-7. And there were some damn devilish rounds in that as well. But this is also the same team that took G2 to overtime. So DZ have huge potential, and they're certainly not looking to start their Swiss phase with an opening loss to FaZe.
Here goes NJR once again to help out Bryce on his clear of the assembly wall. Once again, Vidaking on the other side reckons he's got a better angle for the C4. See if he can land it.
Yeah, he's going to rip it. Did the Mav hear that? I feel like Rice heard it. The way that Rice moved away, he definitely heard the rip of that C4. Was it a bait from Vidaking, though?
Who's in?
What's Pamba cooking?
They've definitely realized that they've got a hole in the lobby side of the map. Oh, but there's a player there on the lobby stairs. Who is that?
Oh,
okay,
Cyber!
Maybe can take him down. Cyber. He goes down without a fight.
That's quite the opposite of what we expect out of Cyber. Last round, he found 2 unreal picks very early on, and it spelled death for DZ. Now, very much the opposite. He's caught in a terrible position and easily taken down with no impact whatsoever. Soul's still on this roam, on the smoke no less. If he's not able to be on site to support his team, he needs to have an impact felt on the roam.
It might not matter. This roam really might not matter. They might just have the cutoff off the back of the Nomad. All they need to do now is send the Blitz in down through Exo and once again go for the safe plant in the blind spot. The smoke isn't there to cover them this time. It's really going to be on the onus of Pampazoo to make sure that his teammates are safe when they go for the execute.
Yeah, this is super dangerous. As you said, the smoke is off-site, and that's the operator you need to deal with the Ying and Blitz execute, which will no doubt start to come down. Handy is all the way on the top floor as well. There's only 2 players on site for FaZe. These roamers must have an impact.
Vidaking, though, he's on the other side of what this potential execute could be, and he's the Warden as well. If he's in the right place at the right time, when the Ying comes through and the Blitz comes through, he could spell disaster for Dark Zero, but I have a feeling that Dark Zero have got the read on this one.
They're actually not going for an exo plant, Mandy. They've rotated now because they don't want to have to clear out the vertical player above. Souls, though, he is that vertical player, and he's gone down. KDS on the side must be called upon. He finds one, and Handy will need to have an impact on this roam. KDS, 3 kills! How does he keep doing it? Eventually he goes down, but it might not be enough for DZ to stay in the round. Handy, all he has to do is survive because the diffuser is too far to plant. And with that FaZe, they've got match point out of nowhere.
Dark Zero falling to their indecision through the mid-round. They had the map control they needed to land and execute, but they felt like EXO was too dangerous, and rotating over to Assembly was just not the play. KDS was there and he's ready to meet them. Canadian Canadian got shot as he was trying to enter in through the breach with the diffuser in his hands, and he put it cold on the ground in a position that Dark Zero were not ready to pick up from. I feel like if they dedicated themselves to actually doing one execute in through the mid round and not taking too long to do it, I reckon they could have done it. And even though it might, I guess we can be hindsight Harrys about it, I guess, but even though it might have felt like the right play at the right time to go into assembly, like what's going on here on the ground floor, you know? There's just...
Souls is running out garage.
There is so much going on in the execute phase there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when Handy managed to get back to site either, because we last saw him top garage, but I mean, FaZe are very, very lucky that they won that round, and really there's one reason, it's KDS.
10 seconds to go.
I think yes and no. I think partially they were lucky, but I mean, KDS was so ready for that. And even though Vidiking got taken down, like within the chaos of that execute going down, he kind of did what he had to do, and he was like sort of just disruptive on whatever was coming down from Exo stairs through the vertical. I just feel like FaZe, even though, yes, they were sort of spread thin in that execute, they knew what to do. And KDS was just in the right place at the right time.
Okay, Cyber, let's see what you got, man.
Deploying sensor.
Very cheeky spawn peek here. He died with no effect the previous rounds. Doesn't look like DZ is going to cross his line of sight anytime soon.
He's really been patient about this one. Okay, decides to fall off it in the end. The rest of Dark Zero, though, what are they posturing for? It is over down in the kitchen cafeteria, bomb side, and that means they've got a few options here, right? With the thermite in hand, do they want to then just do something linear over in lobby? But they've also got the ram on Gavani, so maybe they want vertical control. There are a couple things that they could be thinking about here, but we'll see what they do.
I hear a pre-placed C4. Where is that? Somewhere likely on the vertical. I mean, in conference, it's such a dangerous place to move into. However, Gavin being on this ram, like you said, it's a perfect operator for dealing with pre-placed C4s because you just chuck those down. You don't worry too much about your own safety. NJR is just getting a bit of drone work done here on the lobby side. He spots a mirror and he says, oh, okay, I was hoping to thermite that wall, and now I can't.
Does look like a lobby take will be on the cards for Dark Zero, but I think, like you pointed out, they may be playing into the defensive setup that FaZe Clan have brought him. This is a really nice off angle from Cyber. Having been missed drones on the cross, he finds the timing to get right into the corner of lobby.
Yeah, and he's getting Souls to bait for him as well. They're playing aggressive here. Now Souls has been droned once again. NJR does a bit of damage, but not enough to get the kill. Cyber missed the headshot, and he's punished for it. Souls, his C4 completely disregarded, and Gavini does take him on down. As Cyber eventually does find Panbar, but it's chaos elsewhere as Canadians find a double. We maybe will not be finished just yet, as Canadian has found his third, and Vidiking is the only player left standing.
Excellent mini execute there from Dark Zero all the way over on the lobby stairs. They collapsed in from the lobby itself and in meeting to make sure that they could take down all three players that were situated in that position, especially Canadian coming in from his backstab, able to collect up 3, and it's left Vidiking all alone.
Well, here comes Canadian looking for another one. There's a good pick as the rookie goes down. Vidiking, it's a difficult clutch now, especially with the plant going down right next to that window. He needs to catch this player on the rotate. He does. Okay, that's winnable. 1v2, and NJR is such low HP. Oh, good info, Gavin. Don't fall apart now. NJR has revealed his position as well by hitting that, but this is a perfect plant spot. It's far enough away from the window that it's going to be so hard for Vidiking to win this. He will have to fake it. Only one bullet required onto NJR. Gavin elsewhere. Vidiking has no idea of his position, and look at that timer. It takes 7 seconds to commit to this. He has no choice but to commit now. He needs this final kill. He can't fake it any longer. And NJR can easily look to lock in the rounds. Vidiking might have got the kill, but the last laugh is for DZ as they hold on for a round longer.
Excellent clear there of the lobby hold. They saw the problem that was in front of them, and they thought we have the tools that we need to face it. Sometimes it can be really tough in that situation to call, do we actually face the resistance that's in front of us and problem solve it, or do they then try and take the path of least resistance? And I really liked that DZ, with the utility and everything that they had, went, we know how to do this. We can actually clear this with what we have. And I think you making the call on the gram as well was perfect. That C4 that was pre-placed for the meeting hop-in was gone by the time that the ram got in there. Not just that, but Handy, even with his shield on top main, that was completely nullified by the pinch that came in through lobby. Really well played from Dark Zero.
said you are going to go through it, Rob?
Yeah, and now one more round is required to push OT. This is that 3K from Canadian. How did FaZe not expect a player to be watching this hallway? That's fish in apparel. I mean, that is well played from Canadian, but it's not like that was stellar or anything. It didn't require the most crazy gunplay or anything like that. I don't know what FaZe were doing, exposing themselves to that hallway.
They're going to take us back up to the top floor, our baseline. They really don't want to repeat what they've just fallen to on the ground floor.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, last time that we saw Dark Zero play this top floor bomb site, they had a nice adaptation. They actually closed out all the interior walls by bringing along the triple hard breach tunnel, and it works out super well against Dark Zero, but the philosophy of FaZe is quite different. They're only bringing along one set of anti-hard breach in the Bandit, and instead they've just got something that's more leaning into sort of like your anchor late game anti-execute utility. Not only you have your mirror, but you've got your smoke and your Fenrir as well to make sure that even though they do actually have a grip on the outside of the bomb site, it's going to be very hard to get in.
It's a good drone though. Pam's in a great position to contest this top blue doorway, but here's a Candela. Handy is the perfect operator for this. They're really going to commit to this? Like, surely Handy will fall back. No, he's still playing quite aggressively here. Pamba drones it once again, but the gas will guarantee, surely, that no one can win this. Handy goes in, Pamba goes in deep, but it's a direct trade as Souls is able to finish off Pamba, who was down on the ground after that shotgun blast.
It's kind of worth it, to be honest, a little bit for the attack. It does mean that your smokes are going down, and we have seen just how important smoke has become the late game for the attack. It really has stunted out so many of these late 20-second executes that have come through in the series so far. That being said, if you want to talk about the flip side, a lot of the utility on the Ying is made for the execute as well, right? So it very much is like a one-to-one situational trade between these two teams.
Well, at least for DZ, they've still got the hard breach to open up this IT wall, which they have now done. I believe the con wall is actually reinforced and not made with the rotator line of sight for FaZe, as some teams want to do. And this is really nice. This is what has been lacking thus far, is hard breach on the rafters wall, straight into sight. That is the way that DZ will be able to flush out these site positions.
That being said, FaZe have now flipped their setup. They've realized that it's not safe to play in the actual control room itself, and now, sorry, what is it called? The command center.
Yeah.
I know, there's so many things that start with C. Anyway, the command center itself, and they've then gone and flipped it inside of blue and in through the hallway instead. So nice adaptation from FaZe, but they do have to worry about the backstab if it comes through from the balcony.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Yeah, onus is on DZ here in this 4v4 as Rice and NJR rotate over. They will be heard by Cyber, but it doesn't matter because NJR gets that kill despite the Fenrir's Dreadmine. There is another player on the other side. It's Souls looking to get aggressive, looking for a refrag, but the flash will force him back. Gavin finds a big pick on the KDS as the Bees restrict KDS's movement, and so NJR moves in to his demise. But it's back and forth. Vidiking now must clutch for FaZe as Canadian and Rice know exactly where he is. Canadian fires up and pushes us into OT.
Great read again from Dark Zero. They knew what the win condition of that round was, and that was to dislodge the players at top blue and make it so uncomfortable for the defense to then play in their power positions. Last time that we saw DZ do this attack, they didn't have the manpower to make that flip across and actually go for a pinch in the top floor. They could only do something linear because the entire map got shut out for them, right? This time around, because they were more successful in the early round, they had the redundancy in numbers to then send a few players over top blue and actually make the pinch work out.
Yeah. Really well played from DZ, despite losing a player early, right? Like, they did get one kill, but it cost them a player to do so, which is why I'm impressed that they were able to do what you're saying and do that split push in at the end. I think a lot of teams would have stacked most of their players on rafters where that breach came down, but the pivotal moment for Dark Zero in the end was this from NJR, taking down Cyber and then continuing to put pressure on the site from the top blue stairs.
Oh, Vidiking, man.
It's gutting.
Yeah, it's gutting. It really is. Like, he almost did it, especially with the Fenrir in the hands. Like, it was such a doable moment in the 2 versus 1, but it happens, and now they're in overtime. I feel like, honestly, this game is so deserving of overtime. The way that these two teams have been playing has been so back and forth, so similar, their identity in their play style on this map, and I think they're going to be very tested, especially with Dark Zero starting out on the attack.
DZ have had some great attacks, but this has been a perfectly even game. Both halves, 3 attacks and 3 defenses for both teams. DZ have that momentum, though. They've just pulled it back from a 6-4 deficit.
Here goes DC on their roam clear of the map. It doesn't look like the strategy has changed all that much on the side of FaZe Clan. I mean, Cyber's actually brought along the castle by himself. I didn't really actually pay that much attention to where those castle barricades went down, but maybe they've actually segmented off a part of the map.
What?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I quite like this. It means that by taking away the angle in Con, he just has to worry about like fighting E and fighting IT and whatever. And so his fall-off route's going to probably like Blue or Garage, or depending on like how they flipped their roam clear or whatever. But it doesn't really matter anyway, because Dark Zero are starting to work the wall, and KDS is on the other side of this instead of Vidicking with impacts. I don't think it's going to do much different.
No.
I think KDS has just got to watch the wall be opened.
No, Rice.
Yeah.
Oh, he's made a rookie mistake. He's missed a tiny bit of that wall with the Maverick Torch, and now in order to get it, he will have to cross that line of sight, and he's low HP already. Vidicking also here with a C4. FaZe kind of read this. This is perfect, but NJR comes on and bails him out with a secondary hard breach. Still, that's a far cry from what DZ were hoping for.
Not so good. Now they can't quite make the entry into the bomb site. Like, yes, there's a line of sight off the back of the vault hole, and yes, it is a vault hole, but it's not as viable of an entry because you can't just like hold your gun up in and be stuck in that animation of vaulting, right? Oh, Pambazoo though, taken down very low. Cyber, I believe, was the UMP to ring out onto him all the way from above. Because they haven't cleared out Cyber in his safe haven with his castle barricades, he can also take down Canadian.
And the hard breach charge on the hatch to boot. This turns the round on its head now for Dark Zero, who are yet to clear out souls here from control. And you can see Gavin's expression and his position. There's no second chances. They have to commit here to sight. There are too many roamers still at large. And the site pressure has been fairly piss poor for DZ thus far. A lot of places with a lot of HP damage, and KDS holds down the line for 3 kills! FaZe Clan looking mighty fine here, and match point, another opportunity will arise. NJR in a 1v5, doomed to die, desperate to make a difference, but he will fall to KDS's 4 kills defending the site. A third match point now available for FaZe.
Cyber held him accountable in the ground floor there by not clearing him out. He had full control of the vertical, and I really thought that the castle was such an odd pick, especially for a player like Cyber, who, you know, kind of likes to run around a little bit. You know, we saw him on the Bandit. We saw him just do his own thing. You get Castle, and he just, like, creates a fortress in the top floor that Dark Zero, like, what? You know, like, whatever, you know. But, you know, when you don't take it seriously, Cyber's there through the vertical to shut you down.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so strange seeing Cyber play a passive position like that, or a single position where he's not going to move around that much. He said, this is my domain. I have a job, which is denying entry here and here and here. And he did just that. DZ looked lost. And now FaZe have taken their tactical timeout on match point. They've had 2 chances so far, and they couldn't close it out. Let's see if third time's the charm.
Rice as well, really unfortunate on his rookie mistake. Just missing that little part of the wall did mean that the second option that Dark Zero did have to get into the bomb site, and that was through assembly, was also shut out. And that's why you saw 3 players walk down the EXO stairs, because they had nowhere else to go after that. FaZe Clan just played it so well.
Yeah, it was nuts from Cyber, and KDS, man, he has turned it up in this game. Ever since the rehost in the first half, Mandy, he's had 11 kills. 11 kills.
That's a lot of kills.
It is. And so impactful. So many multi-kills as well. So many times people are flooding into site, DZ looking for a last-ditch effort, looking to do an SSG, and KDS says that's not going to happen.
Potential final bomb site for Dark Zero. They're taking us over to storage and control. Set up on the ground floor, aided by the castle barricades of Gavani. Seems like he really wants to lock out the control inside of Garage, right? Those 2 castle barricades that are going down inside of the hallway really mean that even if the attack does eventually get Garage control, they have to translate it then into storage, for example, and the rest of Dark Zero are looking to extend their way out across the map instead.
Last time DZ attacked this, they had their best round, arguably, of the game. And FaZe, as a result, opted not to pick it at all in the half after that. Remember this one? We saw Canadian after the round ended, and he says, "Beautiful round, boys." And it really was. DZ was so good, but let's see if FaZe on their attack can do anything better. It's a hard bomb site to crack this one. There's a lot of map to clear.
The player that I'm worried about, if I'm Dark Zero, is... Oh, okay, hang on, the line scan's running out. Let's see what's going off the back of that. Okay, KDS. This is the player that I would be worried about if I was Dark Zero right now. KDS has got a lot of info on the Bravo, and he's one of those players that will eventually inject himself into the map somewhere off the back of all the info that he's got. Now, meanwhile, the rest of FaZe, with a hard breach in hand, double hard breach, in fact, will look to dissect the rest of the map.
Cyber's putting pressure here on Canadian by opening that kitchen window. A lot of things to worry about for Canadian. Rice also separate. As you said, on that roam, where are the rest of FaZe? Where is the push coming through? These castle barricades slowly but surely being whittled away by Souls' ex-Kairos. And Vidiking is always present, just close to the site window, ready to jump in as soon as the progress has been made and the call is ready for an execute.
They are having a think about it. They are certainly having a think off the back of the info that's come out. Not just that, but the Lion scan as well. Handy making his way down the garage stairs, and no resistance to meet him just yet.
A second player from FaZe to move in as well. DZ do have their smoke. NJR, oh, he's in a pivotal position. He whiffs the shot. He can't get aggro because there's players further back, and now the E1D will lock him in place. He decides to move regardless. He escapes, but that does open the door for FaZe to enter the site. Vidiking jumps in. The gas just misses. And he still has this diffuser. Souls is going to have to cover as Vidiking forces this down. Where's the plant denial? DZ have nobody above, nobody below, and Handy can easily guarantee that that plant will go down.
Dark Zero now on for the retake. It's Rice to creep his way in through storage, but I believe that there is still a player above. There goes NJR on his first bit, but KDS to draw one back. 28 seconds and ticking down as Rice is right next to the diffuser. It is tantalizing as he's able to start it. Oh, but where's FaZe Clan?
FaZe Clan are desperate now. That's where they are. They're also so patient. Rice has to push to OT, but KDS has the better super shorty, and FaZe take down DZ 8-6 on Nighthaven Labs. A grueling match, but a sigh of relief for the Brazilians as they take it handily.
Really solid execute as well from FaZe. Measure twice, cut once, I think was the phrase of the game, I would say, between both of these teams. But FaZe, they just take one step ahead of the game.
Another overtime for DZ and a grueling loss as well. An extremely valiant effort, but FaZe was too strong. That final round of attack, there was an opportunity there that they would not let miss. And with that, I mean, FaZe, a good start to their campaign here at the Atlanta Major. This was their first match. A nice win, but a lot closer than I think many people expected.
Yeah, for sure. Dark Zero, they really put up a good fight there on Labs. And I mean, look, Dark Zero kind of are like Labs merchants a little bit, but yeah, against FaZe Clan, I think they very much got a taste of their own medicine and of their own playstyle. And I think FaZe just today, either it was a good day for them or somehow they were just one small step ahead. It was the small differences that I think really told the tale against these two teams.
Well, FaZe had a phenomenal performance, especially KDS, top fragging his team, top fragging the server. We've got him on for an interview with the desk.
Devin Mandy, thank you so much. And that is correct. We are with KDS. Man, that was an absolute dogfight. Tell me, how was your team able to pull away in the end there? And what was going through y'all's heads?
I think we can... My English is not so good, so sorry.
Oh, no, you're great.
I think it's tough, the defense side for us. We expect more easy, but when the Rafa stop the match, we talk and we can make.
I mean, that about does it,
Yeah.
right? That's exactly what happened. That was a fantastic victory. I do want to pick your brain a little bit about how you're feeling confidence-wise. I mean, this is a big win for y'all. Are you feeling good?
Yes, yeah, we are feeling very good. Our team is very together in the event. We are very confident and we are very happy too. Again.
Happy and confident. I like that.
So you played on Nighthaven. How come you chose to play Dark Zero on Nighthaven?
We expected Night Lab or Clubhouse, but Nighthaven we play a lot in BR6. So we have a good experience and we can hit DZ.
Cool. So this is your first game at the tournament?
Yes.
Do you think that's an advantage, the fact you've come in at Phase 2, or would you have preferred to play in Phase 1 and have played a few games?
Oh, Phase 2 is so cool.
So it's better, yeah?
Yes. Play the playoffs and yeah.
Were there any big takeaways from this series? Anything that you're going to take away moving forward?
What? I don't
Anything that you took from this match moving forward that you're like, okay, we want to keep this in mind later?
I think we can make our best defense. I think the defense side of us, we won rounds if triple kills or double kills, not so good. So we can be better in this.
Okay, great. My last question, anything that you want to say to the fans and everybody who admires you and is keeping an eye on you today?
Speaking in Portuguese?
Yeah, go for it, of course.
Obrigado aí, rapaziada, que acompanha agora nosso jogo aí da FaZe. Espere boas partidas da gente. Tamo junto.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, KDS. Really appreciate that interview. You go enjoy that victory. And we're switching headsets here. We got Mr. Laxine joining us. All right. Last match finished.
Yep.
You know, it's interesting. We were all chatting, and it was obviously a very tight match, but it was kind of a slower pace at times. Am I wrong?
Yeah, it absolutely was. I think we saw FaZe, especially on their attack, try a couple of very fast and direct takes. DZ shut that down remarkably. And then from there, FaZe were a little bit more considered, a little bit more balanced. And I think with Dark Zero, you're always going to get a very slow approach in terms of the way that they want to play as well.
Yeah, and it's a slow, methodical gameplay that both these teams played that we saw, that which is why there was such big hang-up. And you were saying we did see some of those try to fast rounds happen, but DZ is a really good team at keeping structure and keeping solid in those rounds to immediately shut that down. There's one round specifically during round 5. I don't know if you remember it, but they had Troy below holding the bomb, feeding that information. They had NJR holding the smoke, delaying as much time as possible, basically being a sacrifice to delay as much time as possible, and it just goes into just DZ playing those hard sites really hard, stopping any of those fast aggression pushes from FaZe. And overall, I mean, it was just a really slow game, and then FaZe just kind of clawed away with it.
Okay, so what fell apart for Dark Zero in the end?
Honestly, I think you could take it all the way to that very last round. Okay. You know, the fact that in the storage, they managed to let the plant go down whilst having a solace. When it looks like they were very, very caught off by the plant going down and the timing that FaZe chose to push. And I think that was literally just the difference, because I think Dark Zero put in a great performance. I think FaZe also put in a great performance. It was two good teams on the map. And it came down to, you know, a couple of misjudgments in one round, and that was literally the difference.
And I think you said it best when we were talking about, like, if Troy had been below or been closer, just to even feed that information with that Solus, that sets everyone else up for success, because we saw 3 people up top without that information being used, and then bomb goes down, then it's a retake.
And it was also a weird position that they were. So normally when the plant goes down in that particular spot, you normally hold it from outside the breach, whereas he was holding it from warehouse, which is a different position, an off position that the FaZe player was holding it from. And I think that caught Dark Zero out again. So it's just a couple of like unknowns that caught them out in that very final round. And that's the difference, unfortunately, between a win and a loss.
And I think it comes down to both these teams. I think both teams can walk away here. Sure, maybe one is the winner and one's the loser, obviously. But both teams, I think, can take away from strengths and weaknesses from this match and apply that into their Night Havens going forward to correct small mistakes. And that's really what Siege comes down to. Even in my career, small, minute things that happen in those rounds truly can make or break every single round. Even if everything's looking good, that one small thing, that one small error, the round goes. Okay.
Honestly, it's been a wonderful day of Siege. I think a ton of upsets that really shocked me. Let's take a look at today's results and Fresh.
Yeah.
Let's break it down.
Oh my goodness. There's been so many good games that have gone on today. Like I said, we started it out D+ beating out Loss. Mad upset. And then I think the biggest upset of the day.
Do my impression of you.
Yeah? Oh, okay. Was you?
I was
yeah.
just trying to use my hands.
Understood.
Okay, the hand clasp. That's a fresh move. Anyway, moving on. I'm
GK
sorry.
upsetting W7M. Big upset.
Yeah.
I think Nip upsetting VP for a lot of people will have been an upset. Bleed upsetting M80. We've had 4 out of the 8 games today be absolute upsets, and it's been incredible.
I was actually a little surprised at a lot of the blowouts, actually.
Yeah.
I was hoping maybe for a little more, rounds going
It was either
back and
upset
forth.
or blowout, right?
Yeah.
There's no.
There was, and that's, sometimes it's nice for us. It is a little shorter bit of a day, but I do like, and for the fans at home, we do like to watch those intense matches happen. So one game definitely had to go OT, and it was a good game. Both teams were very evenly matched in this FaZe and DZ game, and it was just exciting to see those teams go back and forth and really see who comes out on top.
I think favorite moment for me was the interview with Turd. He just seemed, he's usually really feisty, and he just seemed like a little in shock and just kind of wowed, just packed with adrenaline. But anyway, a lot of amazing moments. Let's take a look at the bracket, and there is a lot to break down. Laxon, help me out here.
Wow. These are some interesting matchups here.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. All right, well, okay. I already got one in my head.
Okay.
What are you looking at as one of the most exciting ones for tomorrow?
I looked at BDS against GK, and I know that's just because of the upset that GK had and how dominant BDS was. Sonic's Bleed is going to be a fest.
I was going to say, that's the one I'm curious to see how that one's going to pan out.
So we've got BR game going on in there. What's the lower bracket looking like? I've got to look over the table for this.
With the lower bracket, the one that really sticks out to me the most is the M80 versus Dark Zero game.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
We've got a few regional games.
I don't like to see NA versus NA. That's kind of sad for me. I want to see, I want to see my...
I don't like when the regions play the same region.
I tell you what, W7M against SSG. By the way, look at that lower bracket. Look how stacked that lower bracket is.
That's the group of death.
Yeah,
that's
it
the bracket of death.
Like there will be one of M80 or Dark Zero, one of W7M or SSG, one of VP or Wolves, all competing in the 0-2 bracket. Actually, 3 of those teams.
That's definitely going to be
so one of those teams is going home.
That lower bracket is going to be intense tomorrow.
Wow.
Those are going to be the games you're really going to want to watch tomorrow for sure. Not to discredit the ones up top, but those are going to be some barn burners.
Yeah.
Or we hope. We hope that they're barn burners.
Yeah, exactly. Well, today was absolutely wild, but let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to roll up on the screen right now. And, oh, man, gosh, there's so many amazing ones here to break down. Okay, I'm having a little trouble seeing here. Okay, it looks like Lost 1 versus G2. Oh, no, that's not. Okay.
D+ versus G2. Scars versus
Thank
Lows.
you. Sorry.
Very small screen.
I know. I was
Here.
like, I'm trying to
Got
see.
you.
I can't. You give me your glasses. Okay, don't call me out here.
How
I'm a little
blind are
older.
you?
Man, your prescription
Let's
is.
have a look at this.
I don't think I'm that blind. Am I?
No.
That's
No, I'm not that blind.
pretty.
You want to see my?
Jeez, Jack,
you want to
you
see my
just-
glasses, Jack?
You just... Listen, I'm not that blind, all right? These are for show.
No, you're not that blind. I'm just that blind. Okay. Anyway, we are going to take a look now at the SI qualification graphic here.
Oh, I'm gonna get really upset.
Okay.
I can see why you're upset.
I need to know how M&M make it. So basically, with Bleed winning, they are basically confirmed. Sandbox are only not confirmed if BDS and Lost overtake them. So I guess M&M are now hoping that BDS and Lost do not make top 8. That's the M&M's only way. Incredible to see Bleed make it, though.
Honestly, looking at just this invitational lineup, is this something that you would have ever thought that the confirmed teams, like when you compare it to every other single year?
I mean, if you look at it, both Falcons and GK had to have relative success at the major to get there. Bleed had to have relative success at the major to get here. Scars, again, the same. They got to main stage. So as much as you see in some of the usual teams, some of the teams from the minor regions have had to, battle it out to get there.
Definitely.
Okay, well, y'all, it has been so crazy, but so awesome. I'm so excited that I'm back. I miss both of you so much. Our first time on the desk together.
What was the last time? Was it the...
I don't think we've ever been on the desk together.
No, not the desk together, but in terms of in person. It was...
I think...
U.S. Nationals.
I think that the first time I met Laxing was at U.S. Nationals. He was one of my first interviews, and we remained friends. He also helped coach me a lot in Siege. So
Tried my best.
He's awesome. He's great. Fresh, you're one of my closest friends in the Siege fam. I'm so happy to be reunited with you.
He's my EU brother now.
Oh, I know.
We're brothers now.
my gosh, I love y'all. And also, I want to give a big shout out to everybody behind the scenes. We have a ton of people just working their tails off, running around. We're sweating. We're trying our hardest. So big thank you to all of you behind the scenes. And of course, a big thank you to all of you at home. We would not be here without you. So thanks for your support. And I know we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.